He was an heir to a hereditary title and a scion of a prominent family, yet he was crippled by treacherous kin. She was a genuine heiress of a wealthy lineage, but was surreptitiously replaced by the illegitimate daughter of a mistress. They endured untold hardships and humiliations, yet could not evade the inferno wrought by malevolent individuals. Amidst the conflagration, he embraced her, kissed her, and together they were consumed by the raging flames. In the event of a subsequent existence, I shall await your maturation, and then I shall seek your hand in matrimony. With souls undying, they were reborn, undergoing a phoenix-like transformation. One wielded immense power, while the other unlocked the ethereal realm. Bound by profound affection, they exacted retribution from those villains, demanding recompense for the blood debts of their previous lives. Chapter 1: My own mother seeks my demise. Yan Shi, does the sensation of living a fate worse than death prove exquisitely pleasurable? Lu Yunmei entered the dimly lit, damp basement, teeming with rodents and ants. She raised her leather shoe, placing it upon Yan Zai's delicate hand, and with a cold smile, pressed down with brutal force. The coarse gravel embedded in the sole of the shoe ground into her skin, causing excruciating, piercing pain. Mother! Why do you treat me so cruelly? Yan Shi trembled, her eyes reddened, filled with tears as she gazed at the woman with a contorted expression. The scant light filtering through the iron door illuminated her face, revealing a horrifying sight. Her face was marred with open sores, festering with pus, rotting flesh, and writhing maggots, resembling a terrifying demon from hell. You are ostensibly my own mother, yet why do you harbor such animosity towards me? What transgression have I committed? Ha ha ha. Yan Shui, standing behind Lu Yunmei, erupted in laughter. My dear sister, is your mother treating you this way for any reason other than me? I am the legitimate heiress of the Yan family. Your mother, aware of the situation, knows that only by ingratiating herself with me can she continue to bask in the wealth and splendor of the Yan household. And you, my thorn in the flesh, my eyesore. Now you dare to vie for Brother Kai's affection. Tell me, how can I possibly spare you? Yan Zai's blood-red eyes fixated on Yan Shui, observing her crimson lips moving with fervor. It suddenly dawned on her that Yan Shui bore a striking resemblance to Lu Yunmei. Could it be that malice and treachery are contagious, rendering their visages so alike? Yan Shi, if you seek to place blame, then blame your tenacity, for you are like an indomitable cockroach, rising again and again. Lu Yunmei spat, her face contorted with rage. Keeping you around only serves as a reminder of my past misfortunes. It would be better for you to perish. Indeed, a lowly and despicable illegitimate daughter, what right have you to exist in this world? Aunt Lu, burn her to ashes. Lu Yunmei seized a gasoline canister and doused Yan Shi with its contents. At the moment she produced a lighter, Yan Zai's voice rose in desperation. Mother! Even a tiger does not consume its cubs. Why are you doing this? Tell me. Seek your answers in hell. There, you shall find someone to enlighten you. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yunmei cackled madly, tossing the ignited lighter onto Yan Shi. Boom. The flame swiftly engulfed the girl. On Lu Yunmei's face, there was only vindication, devoid of any semblance of reluctant sorrow. Yan Zai's demise was undoubtedly her deepest desire. Is my own mother intent on my destruction? Amidst the raging inferno, Yan Shi sorrowfully relinquished her struggle. At the tender age of 8, her mother cruelly bound her, stuffing rags into her mouth, and sold her to a human trafficker. Ironically, it was Yan Shui's mother who risked her life to rescue her. The very person who should have loathed her, the legitimate wife of the Yan family, and Yuran, acted to save her. Yet, mere days later, and Yuran met with a bizarre and tragic accident that claimed her life. In her final moments, she secretly pressed a dark-hued jade pendant into Yan Zai's hand, her lips moving desperately, spewing blood, but she could not utter her last words. Shortly thereafter, the mistress Lu Yunmei ascended to the position of matriarch of the Yan family. She treated her rival's daughter, Yan Shui, as if she were her own flesh and blood, showering her with affection, while subjecting her own biological daughter, Yan Shi, to relentless torment, discarding her like refuse. Yan Shi could not comprehend the cruelty directed at her. After all, she was Lu Yunmei's biological daughter. Why was the stepmother's malice directed at her with such ferocity? At 18, having gained admission to university, Yan Shi fell in love with her senior, Qin Qi, a scion of a wealthy family. Yet, fate twisted again as Yan Shui also set her sights on this remarkable young man. In a cruel twist, Lu Yunmei feigned concern for Yan Zai's health, only to scald her face with a steaming bowl of chicken soup. Yan Zai's delicate and beautiful visage was left marred and unrecognizable, grotesque beyond belief. Abandoned by Qin Qi, he swiftly fell into a new romance with Yan Shui. Now, as Yan Shui prepared to become engaged to Qin Qi, she sought to eliminate any future competition by ensuring Yan Zai's demise. As flames roared around her, she felt herself consumed by the inferno. A final tear escaped the corner of her eye. Truly, death would not come easily. Should there be a next life, she vowed to exact her revenge. To avenge herself and the bizarre death of an Euron, she harbored a deep-seated resentment. Suddenly, the obsidian jade pendant left to her by an Euron radiated a brilliant golden halo against her chest. In an instant, the door to the basement swung open, revealing a godlike man who strode through the flames towards her. He was tall and handsome, exuding an extraordinary presence, yet his eyes were filled with a ferocity and bloodlust. Undeterred by the scorching inferno, he knelt down and enveloped Shi in a tight embrace. "My dear." He tenderly kissed her forehead, his voice hoarse as he murmured, "I am sorry I have come too late." "Who are you?" Shi nestled against him, struggling to articulate her question. The man's eyes, reflecting the firelight, brimmed with anguish and despair as he kissed Shi, his voice breaking amidst the chaos of flames. "My dear, it is me. I promised to wait for you to grow up so that I could marry you. But I was betrayed, and it was only today that I awakened. I received word to rescue you, yet I still arrived too late. My dear, I shall not allow you to be alone in heaven or hell, I will accompany you. If there is a next life, do not forget to let me find you sooner." In that moment, Shi recalled a time when she was in the hands of human traffickers, cradling a battered boy as she repeatedly reassured him, "Brother, hold on, we will not perish. We will be saved. We will not perish." The boy struggled to lift his hand, cradling Yen's frail face, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Cece, should we survive, upon your maturation, I shall come to claim you as my bride. Remember, my name is Machin." Machin, could it be the Machin of her adulthood who has arrived? She yearned to behold the visage of the man before her, yet her eyes had already been consumed by the raging inferno. She drew her final breath, embracing Machin tightly as they both turned to ashes within the conflagration. If there were a next life, suddenly, Yen's eyes fluttered open. Before her was not the roaring fire, nor the enigmatic man emerging from the flames. Instead, she found herself, emaciated and clad in tattered children's garments, huddled in a corner. Her small hands were slender and fair, resembling those of a child. Raising a hand to touch her face, she found her skin smooth and delicate. She realized with a start that she had returned to the age of 8. Was the fire merely a nightmare, or had she been reborn? Beyond the iron gate, she overheard Lu Yunmei conversing in hushed tones with a trafficker. "This time, you must ensure she is sold to a foreign brothel, where she will be defiled by countless men. Now that an Euron is deceased, there will be no one to rescue her." She shuddered violently, resolving not to be victimized again and allow the tragedies of her past life to repeat themselves. She swiftly rose to her feet, crouching low behind the door. The moment the iron gate swung open and Lu Yunmei and the trafficker entered, she bolted through the doorway. The noise startled Lu Yunmei, who turned to witness the petite figure darting into the night. "The little bitch has escaped." After her, quickly, after her, barefoot, she fled desperately towards the illuminated main road, seeking to escape the clutches of malevolence. Lu Yunmei and the traffickers pursued her relentlessly. "You little harlot, stop right there, or I'll beat you to death." A blinding headlight, accompanied by a piercing screech of brakes, bore down upon her. Crash! Yen's body, like a broken kite, was flung through the air before the vehicle. Simultaneously, at the imperial capital's Yujin Mountain Manor, Qin Emoshen, the unconscious heir of the Qin family, abruptly opened his eyes. His voice, hoarse and parched, uttered, "My dear, I have returned. In this lifetime, I shall not only find you and safeguard you, but I shall also reclaim all that belongs to us. They shall pay for their transgressions in blood." Chapter 2, Ethereal Peach Blossom Paradise. She found herself within an enigmatic, mist-laden expanse. She peered about, disoriented, unable to discern any boundaries, pathways, or her precise location. Had she once again succumbed to mortality? "My mistress, proceed onward," a limpid voice echoed, though no figure was visible. "Continue forth." Deeming herself devoid of alternative routes, Shi complied, advancing forward until objects materialized before her. Initially, a row of immaculate bookshelves presented themselves, replete with an array of ancient scrolls and tomes. Progressing to the subsequent row, she beheld crystals, jade stones, luminous pearls, and a trove of priceless treasures. The third row showcased a diverse arsenal of weaponry, encompassing swords, spears, and even contemporary firearms. Veritably, the collection was all-encompassing. Every conceivable item found its place within this realm. She was overcome with astonishment, questioning whether she was merely immersed in a dream. "My mistress, all that lies here is yours to command. You may avail yourself of anything your heart desires." The surrounding mist began to dissipate, revealing a diminutive, crimson creature fluttering above Yan Shi's head. Its diaphanous, scarlet wings fluttered before her eyes. "Who are you? You're utterly adorable." Yan Shi extended her hand, cradling the small being within her palm. It possessed 6 legs and antennae resembling matchsticks, giving the impression of a magnified, crimson ant. "Have you been the one addressing me?" "Indeed, I am your spirit familiar, mistress. I have been awaiting your arrival." The little spirit pet folded its wings. Standing in Yan Shi's palm with its 2 antennae resembling matchsticks, it explained that the blood of its master had merged with the jade pendant, awakening the spiritual domain. "The spiritual domain?" Yan Shi inquired, lifting the obsidian jade that hung at her chest. "Indeed." The little spirit pet fluttered its transparent wings. "The spiritual domain has been sealed for over 1,000 years, and it was only upon the encounter with the master's blood that it was unsealed. Thus, you are the new master we are destined to protect." Realization dawned on Yan Shi as her voice grew hoarse. "Madam entrusted this jade to me before her death, bestowing upon me such a profound gift. Therefore, I must uncover the truth behind her demise and seek vengeance. Furthermore, she harbored doubts about whether Lu Yunmei was truly her biological mother. Madam had words to share with me before she passed. Yet she never had the chance to speak them. Did she know something of significance?" For the little spirit pet, it was evident that if the master wished to investigate the past and seek retribution, she must first empower herself. It twitched its antennae and said, "You will find the spiritual domain useful in the future. Allow me to show you around." "Very well." Yan Shi tilted her head and asked, "What is your name?" "I do not have a name," the little spirit pet replied, rubbing its antennae together. "You may bestow one upon me." Noticing its cheerful appearance, Yan Shi pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about calling you Gongxi?" "Gongxi? Oh. I now have a name. I am called Gongxi. How delightful." The diminutive spirit pet quivered its antennae, its 6 stubby legs performing a lively dance in Yan Shi's palm. "What must you consume to grow larger?" Yan Shi inquired with delight, bowing her head to Congxi. "My stature is immutable, I have remained this size for a millennium." Congxi exclaimed, fluttering its translucent wings. "I typically subsist on the dew of the spiritual domain, but I also harbor a fondness for the dragon fruit of the outside world, which my mistress may provide at her leisure." "Dragon fruit?" Yan Shi acknowledged with a nod. "Very well, I shall remember that." With the frolicking Congxi nestled in her palm, Yan Shi continued her journey. Huzzah! A stout, diminutive white dragon suddenly bounded before Yan Shi's feet, uttering not a dragon's roar, but human speech. "Mistress, I am the guardian of the demonic spring. Have you come to inspect it?" "You?" Yan Shi crouched down, observing the endearing, clumsy little dragon with curiosity. "You are the guardian of the demonic spring? What is the demonic spring?" "The demonic spring is, well, the demonic spring," the little dragon declared, gesturing with its claw. "The water within is replete with myriad trace elements, beneficial to all living beings. Thus, I have diligently guarded it, never straying for a millennium." "Then let me inspect it." Yan Shi set Congxi down and followed the little dragon to a spring. Indeed, crystalline waters gurgled forth, converging in a pool, yet the pool never seemed to overflow. "Mistress, partake of the demonic spring's water, is it not delectable?" The little dragon produced a dipper from an indiscernible location and presented it to Yan Shi. Yan Shi crouched down and scooped a ladle of spring water, tilting her head back to drink it. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through her entire being, making her feel as though her pores could breathe. She felt light, vigorous, and utterly invigorated. Indeed. Yan Shi touched the chubby little dragon's soft horns, satisfied with the result. "Thank you for your hard work." "Thank you, my master," the little dragon exclaimed, joyfully bouncing around. "Finally, after 1,000 years, I have met my new master." "What is your name?" Yan Shi asked the little dragon. "You are not waiting for me to name you, are you?" "Correct." The little dragon gazed up at Yan Shi, its sparkling eyes glistening with anticipation. "I have been waiting for you to name me." "Then I shall call you Fortune." Yan Shi gently patted the little dragon's head. Together with congratulations, it becomes the auspicious duo of congratulations and prosperity. "Wow, I am called Fortune." The little dragon joyfully leaped around. "We are the congratulations and prosperity team." "Congratulations and prosperity." The two little creatures cheered in unison. As congratulations soared above, prosperity trailed beneath, Yanxi continued her journey. Suddenly, she encountered a half-human tall golden gourd, adorned with enormous, vibrant leaves. My master, congratulations, flapped its wings and said, "This is the healing gourd, it contains extraordinary treasures." Extraordinary treasures? Yanxi furrowed her brow. What are they? My master merely needs to issue a command. Congratulations replied, it will heed your words, say the gourd blossoms, and it shall bloom. The gourd blossoms, Yanxi declared, addressing the golden gourd. The great gourd indeed opened, resembling the blossoming of 9 golden petals. At its core stood a diminutive golden gourd, merely an inch tall. This is it, Gongxi proclaimed, within lies a set of ethereal golden needles born of heaven and earth. With these in your possession, young master, you shall master the art of healing beyond measure. But I do not possess any medical knowledge, Yanxi replied, gazing at the tiny golden gourd. Your master will teach you, Gongxi responded, shaking its tendrils. Moreover, the tomes within this space will enable you to acquire various extraordinary abilities. Master? Yanxi looked around, perplexed. I do not see anyone else. It is the one who collided with your luxury vehicle, he is the master of Taoyuan residence. Gongxi explained, it was your piece of ink jade that summoned your master. He and Madame share a profound connection. So, does Madame truly possess extensive knowledge? Yanxi inquired in astonishment. These enigmas shall await your maturity for resolution, Gongxi replied. Quickly take the golden gourd out of this space, your master is on his way. Very well. Yanxi, filled with anticipation, grasped the tiny golden gourd and tucked it into her pocket. As the thought of exiting the space arose, the ethereal realm before Yanxi vanished. She found herself in a room adorned with ancient charm and opulent luxury. A handsome, refined, and distinguished middle-aged man approached her. Chapter 3, Qin Moshing 9 years had swiftly passed in Taoyuan residence. Shibauer. Shen Haizhou affectionately ruffled Yanxi's hair. The amygdalus trilobosurgi variety is exclusively found in the 8 Immortals Valley, located 1,000 miles away. The Research Institute's requirement necessitates your presence there, my mentor. 17-year-old Yanxi, with her captivating, peach blossom eyes, fluttered them coquettishly as she embraced Shen Haizhou's arm, feigning displeasure. I suspect your intention isn't solely to acquire the amygdalus trilobosurgi, rather. You find my presence irksome and seek to dispatch me. Yet, I am unwilling to depart, I wish to remain dependent on my mentor. You have been under my care for 9 years and have assimilated all my skills. I am now summoned to the Star Island royalty for a parley. A helicopter has been arranged for your transport, and the flight path has been authorized. Make haste with your preparations and depart promptly. Delay will only result in the withering of the amygdalus trilobosurgi. Very well, I understand. Yanxi responded, her lips forming a pout of resignation. Furthermore, Shen Haizhou affectionately stroked Yanxi's head, perhaps you might encounter Qin Moshen. Nothing escapes your notice, mentor, not even the individuals who appear in Yanxi's dreams. 9 years prior, Yanxi's blood unlocked the spiritual realm space. Upon emerging, she beheld Shen Haizhou, the proprietor of the idyllic residence. A man of middle age, distinguished and refined, possessed of immense erudition and immeasurable wealth, in addition to a plethora of enigmatic identities. He took Yanxi as his disciple, dedicating his utmost efforts to her cultivation across various disciplines. Moreover, Yanxi's mastery over the spiritual realm space has enabled her to develop her skills. She is now fully prepared to embark on her own journey. Furthermore, he is cognizant of the profound animosity the girl harbors. Thus, how could she find contentment in remaining by his side within the spiritual realm paradise? The following day, the young girl piloted a helicopter alone, journeying to the distant Baxian Valley. This valley is said to be the sacred ground where the 8 immortals once cultivated their immortality. Though imbued with an ethereal essence, it is also a perilous primordial forest, teeming with venomous snakes and ferocious beasts, while toxic mists pervade the air. Nevertheless, it is home to an array of rare and precious medicinal herbs, among which is the elusive Shiji Haitang. Experimental findings have revealed that it is rich in anti-AI elements, which are crucial for Yanxi's AICL International Research Organization to tackle a significant challenge. As the helicopter touched down on the mountaintop, Yanxi donned a black mountaineering outfit, shouldered her backpack, and ventured deeper into the wilderness. The Shiji Haitang flourished on the steep cliffs of the valley, and she soon spotted a lush expanse of it. However, A massive hornet's nest loomed above, obstructing her ascent. Cautiously, she navigated around it, yet inadvertently provoked a hornet that stung her on the lip. Ouch! She exclaimed in dismay, feeling her mouth swell almost instantly, resembling that of a pig. With one hand gripping the rocky surface, she fished out an ointment from her pocket to tend to her wound. Shin Haijo's miraculous ointment proved as extraordinary as its creator, within mere seconds. The pain in her mouth subsided. Yet, it appeared that the hornet's venom was potent, causing her entire face to swell, indicating that a complete recovery would require time. What a formidable species of hornet this was. Perhaps capturing a couple for breeding in her space would serve her well in the future. As she contemplated. She donned her golden silk gloves and deftly captured a male and female wasp, tossing them into the space of the spiritual realm. "Oh, my dear master." A voice echoed within the space, "Congratulations, it's a dominator wasp. Nurture them well." She replied, "Allow them to breed freely. I shall pluck dragon fruit for you to enjoy later." "Yes, my master." "Thank you." "Congratulations," from the space. Subsequently, with a soft thud, a stone begonia and a large dragon fruit were thrown into the realm. "You may have the dragon fruit, while the stone begonia is abundantly cultivated for future pharmaceutical use," she declared. "Yes, my master." After much effort, the congratulations emerged from beneath the stone begonia and dove headfirst into the dragon fruit. "Master." Within the spiritual realm, cries of prosperity followed. "I want to taste the dragon fruit too." "Aren't you fond of the fish from the spirit river?" She inquired, "Have you turned into a herbivorous creature?" The congratulatory sister remarked that the dragon fruit was delicious, and the little dragon wished to partake as well. With a flurry, she tossed several dragon fruits into the space. "Thank you, my master." "Allow me to sample the dragon fruit." "Munch." "Oh dear, it's quite unpalatable. I think I'll stick to catching fish," she remarked. "This little creature." After harvesting the stone begonia, she gathered additional herbs to fill her backpack. Before carefully descending the cliff. Just as she prepared to return to the helicopter, a rustling sound emanated from the underbrush. A beast? She immediately grasped a sharp combat knife in her hand. Upon a closer look, there were indeed no beasts, but rather a figure seemingly crouched in the grass. A man? In this desolate and untouched jungle, the presence of a small girl was already a rarity. Yet, now there appeared a tall man? "Hey!" She took a step forward and kicked the man who was sprawled on the grass. He was clad in a black suit, with a broad back, a strong waist, and long, straight legs. She tilted her head, estimating that this man's height was no less than 188 centimeters. "What a handsome figure. What are you doing lying here?" She caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent, realizing that the man must be injured. The man let out a grunt. However, in the next moment, he swiftly turned, his black handgun aimed at the petite girl before him. "Who sent you?" "Hey!" She reached out to push aside his gun, raising an eyebrow. "I was trying to help you, and you point a gun at me? Do you think I'm easily frightened?" The man furrowed his brows. Not due to the pain from his wound, but rather because of the girl towering over him with her chubby little face. This girl was neither unattractive nor conventionally pretty. Her round, pale face featured exaggeratedly pouting lips, as if perpetually seeking a kiss. Her eyes, resembling shimmering peach blossoms, were slightly squinted, as if she struggled to open them fully. It appeared that the girl had undergone a botched cosmetic procedure, with her face still laden with unabsorbed botulinum toxin. As Jean Moshing assessed she too was appraising him. Candidly, the man possessed a remarkably sculpted countenance, with sharply defined features, marred only by a disfiguring wound that obscured half of his visage. The unblemished side boasted a prominent nasal bridge, profound eyes, and finely chiseled lips, rendering him exceptionally handsome, a veritable Adonis marred by imperfection. Moreover, blood was copiously issuing from his abdomen. Moved by a physician's inherent compassion, she crouched down. "Hold still." Keen emotions pistol pressed against the girl's forehead. "Dare to trifle with me, and I shall not hesitate to dispatch you." "So, you harbor a death wish, do you?" She retorted, casting a disdainful glance at her still swollen lips. "Even if I were to leave you unattended, the scent of blood would inevitably attract venomous serpents and feral beasts. Do you genuinely believe you could elude them?" Jean Emotion's gaze momentarily shifted towards she's rucksack. This fair-skinned, plump-faced girl appeared to be a forager of herbs, hardly resembling the vengeful adversaries in pursuit of him. Beneath her somewhat drowsy eyes lay an undeniable purity. "Who are you? Were you not dispatched by them?" "I am merely here to gather herbs," Yanxi declared, setting down her rucksack and retrieving medical implements from her dimensional domain. "If you deem me trustworthy, allow me to render assistance. If not, I shall have no recourse but to abandon you here." Qin emotion striking, deep-set eyes narrowed imperceptibly. His private aircraft had been sabotaged by his adversaries, precipitating a calamitous descent in this remote locale. His bodyguards had perished, and his pursuers were relentless in their pursuit, while his aide-de-camp, Zhang Chen, was en route with reinforcements. Their arrival was not imminent. His injuries were grievous, and to remain idle would be imprudent. "Proceed," Qin emotion commanded, scanning him with a cursory glance. Yanxi felt a surge of displeasure at the man's imperious tone, yet, mindful of his injury, she elected to overlook it. After sterilizing the medical instruments with water from the magic spring, Yanxi promptly attended to the man's abdominal wound, meticulously suturing it and applying Shenhaiju's panacea. "There," she declared, clapping her hands as she rose to her feet. "The question remains, how will you depart from this place?" Her unspoken implication was that she had no intention of escorting him out, wary of potential complications arising from her arrival via helicopter. "Someone is coming to retrieve me," Qin emotion responded, his gaze fixed upon her swollen, corpulent face. "You should hasten your departure." He feared that should his adversaries arrive prematurely, the porcine-lipped girl would find herself in dire straits. Yanxi, harboring no desire to remain in his company, slung her backpack over her shoulder, remarking, "You will soon regain your mobility, and with a firearm at your disposal, you should be safe for the nonce." Just as Qin emotion was about to nod in agreement, Yanxi abruptly halted in her tracks. "No, you cannot remain here." "What is amiss?" Qin emotion queried, furrowing his brow. "Is this your territory?" Chapter 4, The Fair Maiden. "I am saying that a torrential downpour will commence within 10 minutes. Yanxi asserted, adding, "Your associates will not arrive within that time frame, will they?" "Preposterous." Qin emotion scoffed, casting his gaze skyward. "Under a canopy of azure skies and pristine white clouds. Not only will there be no rain within 10 minutes, but not even by tomorrow. I have no inclination to engage in idle banter with you," Yanxi retorted, promptly assisting Qin emotion to his feet. "Your wound requires a minimum of half an hour to cicatrize, and exposure to rain during this period will inevitably result in infection and fever." "Cicatrization within half an hour?" Qin emotion nearly erupted in laughter. "This young lady is given to hyperbole." Realizing his skepticism, Yanxi chose not to argue, as the half-hour would soon elapse, and a downpour was imminent. "There's a cavern ahead. We can reach it within 10 minutes, she stated. Too proud to bicker with a mere girl, Qin emotion thought, 10 minutes is nothing. The truth will reveal itself soon enough. As fate would have it, Yanxi escorted the towering man into the cavern just as the heavens unleashed a torrential rain. Had they tarried 2 more seconds, they would have been drenched. Qin emotion glanced at his Patek Philippe. "Precisely 10 minutes. How did you know?" he inquired, his brow furrowed, eyeing the seemingly foolish girl before him. Yanxi, with a pout, merely rolled her eyes and quipped, "Just a guess." The pair sat in the cavern, silent, each lost in thought as they watched the deluge outside. Suddenly, Qin emotion recalled something. He checked his watch again. Half an hour had passed. Lifting his shirt, he examined the wound on his abdomen and was astonished to find it had indeed scabbed over. "Girl, how did you do this?" Qin emotion asked in amazement, only to find the young girl had fallen asleep against the stone wall. Even more astonishing, her porcine features had vanished, her chubby face now slender. She had transformed into a beautiful young woman with a delicate, small face. Qin emotion considered awakening her to interrogate her thoroughly, but she was sleeping soundly, her cherubic face radiating tranquility and charm. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this little being, as if they had once been together. Could she be the very maiden he had been seeking? A wave of tender affection swelled within him, and Qin emotion removed his suit jacket, gently draping it over Yanxi. As he lowered his gaze, he noticed Yanxi's backpack was open, its contents spilling forth, herbs and a small notebook. A notebook? Qin emotion surmised that the contents within might unveil the young lady's identity. He retrieved the notebook, opening it to peruse its pages. Qin Emotion 1? Qin Emotion 2? Qin Emotion 3? What on earth was this? Qin Emotion couldn't help but shudder. How could the pages be filled solely with his name, Qin Emotion? But wait, something was amiss. These Qin Emotions were clearly not him. Qin Emotion 1 was a butcher residing in the northwest, Qin Emotion 2 was a mason dwelling by the Songhua River. And Qin Emotion 3 was a specialist in vegetable greenhouses. Not one of them shared his stature. However, Qin Emotion discerned that this fair maiden was investigating every Qin Emotion in the land. Could he be a part of her scheme? What was her purpose in scrutinizing Qin Emotion? Could she be one of his pursuers? No, if she sought to harm him, she wouldn't have bothered to save him. Who, then, was she? Outside the cavern, the rain intensified. Weariness washed over Qin Emotion as his wounds began to heal, and he succumbed to sleep. Before drifting off, concerned that the young lady might be cold, he extended his long arm and drew her into his embrace. Master Shen, wake up, Master Shen. A male voice roused Qin Moshing from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the enlarged visage of his assistant, Zhang Chen. It dawned on Qin Moshing that Zhang Chen and the others had arrived, but he hastily glanced down to see the little girl in his arms. Where was she? Instead, he found himself cradling a soft little blanket. Where had she gone? As Qin Moshing pondered this perplexity, Zhang Chen gestured toward the cave's entrance. Master Qin, there are 7 individuals outside, and you remain unscathed. How is that possible? What did he mean? Qin Moshing rose to peer outside the cave. The torrential rain had ceased at some point, revealing 7 black-clad assassins sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Thick blood mingled with the rainwater cascading down the mountainside, still oozing. These 7 assassins had met their demise, yet it was not at the hands of Qin Moshing. Who else could it be? That enigmatic girl, possessing the ability to read the heavens, heal injuries, and kill? Find her for me. Qin Moshing commanded Zhang Chen in a low voice. That extraordinary girl was his savior, she had dealt with the 7 assassins on his behalf. Who? Zhang Chen inquired, bewildered. In a flourish, Qin Moshing produced a small porcelain vial from his pocket. This vial had been left to him by the beautiful girl, though he had only now discovered it in his pocket. The elixir within this vial was remarkable. It could cause even the deepest wounds to scab over within half an hour. Naturally, it could also restore his injured visage to its former glory. She was merely a girl of 17 or 18, extraordinarily beautiful, with snow-white skin and large, expressive eyes. After Qin Emotion finished speaking to Zhang Chen raised his hand, intending to touch his master's forehead. Was his master feverish and lost in a beautiful dream? Or perhaps he encountered a 1,000-year-old fox spirit? 3 days. Yet, his master coldly issued an ultimatum: I demand the complete dossier on that girl. Zhang Chen. Is he being compelled to chase after shadows? Chapter 5, The Confrontation. 2 days later, Yan Shi arrived in Haiqing. Her assistant, Xin Yu, was there to assist her in establishing the Haishi group. She also aimed to attend Haiqing University to fulfill her dream of higher education. In her previous life, she had gained admission to university but was persecuted to death by Lu Yunmei and Yan Shui after only half a year. In this lifetime, her yearning and anticipation for university life remained, prompting her to apply once more. She was determined to realize a complete university experience for herself. Furthermore, her choice of Haiqing was strategic, as it was conveniently close to Dijin. She constantly remembered the wicked mother-daughter duo from the Yan family. The debts owed must be repaid in full. Yan Shi handed the Shiji Haitang over to Xinyu and was about to head to the laboratory with her when Xinyu called out to her. Miss, you can leave the experiments to them, now you must complete the task assigned by Mr. Shen and treat the first patient. Oh. Yan Shi patted her head, realizing she had forgotten about that. Her master had said that once she completed 10 challenging cases, a tremendous surprise awaited her. This was the first. Xinyu handed Yan Shi the information: a retired professor from Dijin University, Gusiki. A professor from Dijin University? Yan Shi mused. Could this be the esteemed professor from the prestigious academy she attended in her previous life? Had he retired and relocated to High City? Excellent. Yan Shi accepted the documents. You may encounter the remaining candidates on your own. Mr. Shen will also be available to you at any time, Xinyu continued. No problem. I will certainly accomplish the mission. She slung her backpack over her shoulder, hopped into her sports car, and sped away. An hour later, she arrived at Gusiki's villa, parking the car a distance away. With her backpack, she rang the doorbell, and the gatekeeper opened the entrance. Gusiki sat in his wheelchair, propelled by his wife, awaiting Shi under the eaves. Upon seeing the youthful and attractive girl, Gusiki was taken aback. His wife nudged his back and whispered, "Husband, it's just a girl. Is she up to the task? Since Mr. Shin has sent her, she must be capable." Gusiki responded. "We are not in a position to question Mr. Shin's decisions." Mrs. Gu remained silent, though skepticism lingered in her expression. "Miss Yanshi?" Gusiki activated his wheelchair and approached her. Yanshi nodded with a smile. "Hello, are you Professor Gu?" Indeed, Gusiki patted his legs. They were perfectly fine. "But now I can't move them. I've undergone numerous tests, but the cause remains elusive. I had no choice but to consult Mr. Shin. My mentor is abroad and unable to return," Yanshi said with a smile. "Since I was in High City, I was dispatched in his stead." "Then I am grateful for your assistance, Miss Yen," Gusiki expressed courteously. Just as she was about to crouch down to take Gusiki's pulse, the butler hurriedly approached. "Sir, Miss has returned, accompanied by a doctor who claims to be here to treat you." Gusiki, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at Shi and remarked, "Look at this situation." "No worries." Shi straightened up, "Miss Gu is merely concerned for your well-being, I completely understand." At that moment, Gu Ting arrived, leading a man in his 30s, his steps brisk. "Father, I have brought you the esteemed Dr. Liu from the capital. Do not haphazardly seek treatment from just anyone." As she spoke, Gu Ting cast a disdainful glance at Shi, smirking, "Is that you? Have you even graduated from high school?" "I have been accepted into university," Shi replied candidly, "classes start tomorrow." "Is it proper to treat others before even beginning university?" Gu Ting sneered, "Is the bar for deception set so low these days?" She then turned to Gusiki, saying, "Father, you are not that old yet. So why are you being so foolish? You would trust such a charlatan with your health? Surely, you must have been misled. Miss Yen is introduced by someone of great significance, father trusts her." Gusiki's expression darkened. "You trust her? I find that hard to believe." Gu Ting exclaimed. "If she were to harm you, how would you hold her accountable? Look at her, she appears destitute. Would she even have the means to compensate you?" "Darling." Mrs. Gu, seated in her wheelchair, interjected softly, "I believe what Ting Ting says holds merit, perhaps it is best to let Dr. Liu attend to you." "No." Gusiki's expression hardened, her resolve unwavering. "One should trust those they employ, I have chosen Miss Yanshi." "I disagree," Gu Ting retorted. "Dr. Liu is a renowned physician in the capital. You must be confused to dismiss such a distinguished doctor for a charlatan." "I am not a charlatan." She raised her petite face defiantly. "If Miss Gu doubts my abilities, let us have a contest right here to see who can heal Professor Gu better, myself or this esteemed Dr. Liu. I would never wager my father on such a bet with you, do you even think yourself worthy?" Gu Ting scoffed. "But I agree." Gusiki turned to Lu Jiaxing from the capital. "Dr. Liu, do you concur?" "I also concur." Lu Jiaxing glanced at Shi, intrigued. "I am eager to see how this young lady, with no medical instruments in hand, intends to cure Professor Gu. Will she simply blow some magical air?" "Miss Yen." Gusiki directed her gaze back to Shi. "I truly apologize for putting you in this situation. Now, how shall you compete with Dr. Liu?" "I shall relinquish the initiative to him, I will enjoy a piece of candy first." Shi replied nonchalantly, pulling a lollipop from her pocket, unwrapping it, and popping it into her mouth. "Are you suggesting I should go first?" Lu Jiaxing felt a pang of embarrassment. Here he was, a distinguished physician, yielding to a girl savoring a lollipop. "Indeed," Shi said, savoring her treat. "If you can successfully treat Professor Gu, I shall concede. However, if you cannot, the responsibility will fall to me." "Very well." Gusiki nodded. "I shall witness this contest between the two of you." "Madam," Lu Jiaxing scoffed at Shi. "If you lose, I expect you to cease these blatant acts of deception." "And if you are defeated?" Shi inquired, her beautiful eyes narrowed in a gentle smile. "I shall not be vanquished. I am a doctor of medicine with a doctorate." Lu Jiaxing declared, straightening his posture. How could I possibly be bested by a mere charlatan? But what if? She tilted her head. What if, perchance, you suffer a rather ignominious defeat? Even in the event of such an unlikely occurrence. Lu Jiaxing retorted with a sneer, I would concede with grace and immediately prostrate myself before you as my master. Very well, it is settled. She clapped her hands lightly. Dr. Lu, please, proceed. Lu Jiaxing approached Gusiki, receiving the medical scans from Madame Gu, which he examined meticulously against the light. Gu Ting cast a disdainful glance at Shi, muttering under her breath, daring to compete with a medical doctor, she has no conception of the depths of her folly. Mr. Gu is exhibiting the classic symptoms of neurotrophy, Lu Jiaxing announced, returning the scans to Madame Gu. Fortuitously, I have procured a medication specifically designed to combat this ailment. Mr. Gu should commence intravenous treatment without delay. Intravenous treatment? Gusiki frowned, the mere mention of it causing him discomfort. Madame Gu also hesitated, her expression doubtful. Intravenous treatment? How many days until he recovers? A single vial, requiring only half an hour. Lu Jiaxing replied triumphantly, adjusting his glasses. This is an internationally scarce, highly efficacious drug. Inaccessible to the common person. Its effect is immediate and curative. That is truly wonderful. Madame Gu exclaimed, her face beaming with delight. Dr. Lu, I implore you. Administer the intravenous treatment to my husband without delay. Let us proceed indoors. Gu Ting urged as she pushed her father's wheelchair. Given that it was an internationally scarce miracle drug, Gusiki was filled with anticipation. For him, the outcome was of secondary importance. What truly mattered was finding a cure for his ailment. Lu Jiaxing adeptly retrieved the medication and infusion equipment from the medical kit, skillfully preparing an intravenous infusion for Gusiki. Observing his series of deft maneuvers, Gu Ting felt a surge of pride. She cast a glance at Shi. Inwardly seething, just wait, I shall demand an apology from you. Humph, with that alluring fox-like visage. As the miracle drug coursed coolly through his veins, Gusiki indeed felt a sense of comfort. However, after a bottle of medication was administered and half an hour had elapsed, he still found himself unable to rise. This was perplexing. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, if this truly is a miracle drug, how could there be no response at all? Dad. Could it be that the medication has yet to take effect? Gu Ting's anxiety grew palpable. Perhaps you should wait a little longer? My dear, Gu Madam implored Gusiki. Do give it another try, Dr. Lu's medication must surely work. But after 40 minutes had passed, Shi, savoring the last remnants of her lollipop, blinked her enchanting eyes and exclaimed, Dr. Lu, are you truly capable? Lu Jiaxing furrowed his brow, troubled by the situation. This shouldn't be happening. The efficacy of the medication is undoubtedly intact. The issue lies with you. Shi retorted, you have misdiagnosed Mr. Gu's condition entirely. What? Lu Jiaxing scoffed coldly. The medical imaging is right here, how could I have misdiagnosed? Indeed. Gu Ting, brandishing the medical radiograph, addressed Shi, are you deliberately blind, or simply incapable of diagnosis? Chapter 6, Buy one, get one free. It is Dr. Lu who lacks medical acumen, merely addressing symptoms, not the root cause. Shi retorted with a cold sneer. Mr. Gu's ailment lies within the cerebrum, obstructed cerebral meridians lead to spinal nerve atrophy. Treating the nerves directly, while neglecting the brain, is inherently ineffective. Lu Jiaxing was momentarily dumbfounded, finding the young woman's words remarkably insightful. However, he inquired of Shi, without conducting a cerebral CT scan. How did you ascertain the presence of a cerebral issue? Can a CT scan detect obstructed cerebral meridians? Shi stated calmly, I discerned it from Mr. Gu's eyes. From the eyes? Lu Jiaxing was now even more astounded, wondering if the young woman was merely boasting or genuinely possessed such extraordinary abilities. Cease your unfounded pronouncements. Gu Ting raised an eyebrow. Instead of endless rhetoric, why not heal my father here and now? Agreed. Shi smiled, retrieving invisible golden needles from her satchel. Before anyone could clearly perceive her actions, she had already administered over a dozen needles to Gusiki. The golden needles shimmered faintly, appearing both tangible and like mere beams of golden light in the shape of needles. This spectacle left Madame Gu, her daughter, and Lu Jiaxing utterly dumbfounded. Even the nearby servants craned their necks to observe. Good heavens, what kind of needles are those? They appear quite extraordinary. This young woman must possess some skill. The needles alone suggest she is no ordinary practitioner. Ah! Gusiki exclaimed, I suddenly feel clear-headed and light on my feet. I should be well now. Dad. Remain composed and wait a little longer. Gu Ting chided, casting a sidelong glance at Yan Shi, don't be deceived by charlatans. Indeed. Madame Gu concurred with a nod. Lu Jiaxing remained silent, his expression somber. He feared that once Yan Shi cured Gusiki, he would have to fulfill his promise and kowtow to her as his master. If word of this reached the capital, how could he ever face his peers in the medical field again? But a promise made is a debt unpaid. And he couldn't retract his words. He could only hope that this little girl was merely boasting and wouldn't be able to cure Gusiki. But time's up. Yan Shi waved her fair hand gently, and a dozen invisible golden needles vanished into her palm. Mr. Gu, please rise and take a few steps. Gusiki. Supporting himself on the wheelchair with trepidation. He actually stood up. Then, he moved his left leg, taking a step forward, followed by his right leg. Taking another step. I can stand, I can walk, I'm healed. Gusiki, emboldened, strode around the living room twice. Madame Gu, Gu Ting, Lu Jiaxing. And the onlookers were all astounded. I knew that anyone sent by Mr. Shen couldn't be wrong. Gusiki exclaimed, grasping Yan Shi's small hand excitedly. Miss Yan. Name your price, whatever you desire. Then I won't be modest, Yan Shi replied with a smile. Is 1 million too much? A million? Mrs. Gu exclaimed. Are you robbing me? You haphazardly administered a dozen needles and now demand 1 million? Have you lost your mind? Such audacity. Gu Ting's face darkened. What kind of trickery is this? How can it possibly be worth 1 million? Let it be. Yan Shi tilted her head. Then I shall administer the treatment back to Mr. Gu. No. Gusiki interjected, not just 1 million, even 5 million would be worth it. This leg belongs to me. And I have no desire to spend the latter half of my life confined to a wheelchair. He turned to the butler and commanded him to fetch a checkbook from upstairs, issuing Yan Shi a cash check for 1 million. Yan Shi accepted the check. Her bright eyes blinking, for Mr. Gu's sake, I shall offer a buy one get one free deal. Buy one, get one free? Gu Ting glowered. What other tricks are you trying to pull? This is all for Miss Gu's benefit. Yan Shi replied, gazing at Gu Ting, you've suffered from body odor since childhood. Haven't you? You've sought numerous renowned doctors, yet hasn't it only worsened? Gu Ting froze, her breath hitching. This wretched woman dared to publicly reveal her secret. Especially in front of Lu Jiaxing. Yes, she did have body odor, and it was quite pungent. Over the years of seeking remedies, not only had it not improved, but it had actually intensified. She had to spray countless times with perfume daily, which still failed to conceal it entirely. Now, this little woman had the audacity to expose her in front of everyone. It was utterly humiliating. Gu Ting's face flushed crimson, nearly bleeding with shame, as she aimed to win Lu Jiaxing's affection. How will Lu Jiaxing perceive her now? A beautiful woman, with a dazzling exterior, yet possessing an unbearable body odor. Oh dear. It's truly overwhelming. Miss Gu, fret not, Yan Shi reassured, since you have encountered me, this troublesome issue shall be but a memory, I guarantee a remedy. Really, truly? Gu Ting replied, her voice wavering with uncertainty. At that moment, she found herself wishing fervently that Yan Shi was indeed her savior. Absolutely. Yan Shi declared, deftly concealing her small hand with her backpack as she retrieved a gourd filled with magical spring water from her mystical domain. This water will cleanse the affliction, once to eliminate the odor, twice to stabilize it, and thrice to eradicate it entirely. Gu Ting snatched it eagerly and rushed into the restroom. A few minutes later, she emerged with radiant eyes. Mom. Dad. My dreadful condition has vanished. I no longer smell foul. Ahahaha. I am odor-free. Before Gu's parents could respond, Lu Jiaxing suddenly knelt before Yan Shi with a thud. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Joy abounded, as Gusiki exclaimed, today, I shall treat everyone to dinner. Please stay. I have other matters to attend to, Yan Shi waved her hand dismissively. Let us postpone the meal for another day. As it became evident that she could not be persuaded to stay, the starry-eyed Gu Ting chimed in, Yan Shi, darling. If we can't share a meal, could we at least take a photo together? Yes. Yes. A photo. Lu Jiaxing eagerly echoed. Having bowed to such a remarkable young teacher, how could he not share this moment on social media? That night, in the imperial capital, at the Yujing Manor. Standing before the expansive window in his study, Qin Emotion gazed out at the starlit night sky. With one hand casually in his pocket and the other holding a stemmed glass, the ruby liquid within shimmered alluringly. Every gesture exuded the refined elegance of nobility. The disarray he had experienced in Baxiangu was now imperceptible. Adorned in a lavish black silk robe, he appeared both languid and distinguished, with a touch of captivating allure. Beads of moisture, lingering from his bath, trickled down his bronzed chest, disappearing into his Adonis belt. As he raised his glass, the sleeve of his robe slid back, revealing the profound opulence of his peacock blue Patek Philippe watch. "Little one, where could you be?" he mused. "Do you have any idea I'm searching for you?" Qin Emotion took a sip of the bittersweet wine, his brow furrowing. The wispy clouds resembled that enchanting young girl, seemingly beckoning to him, close yet unattainable. A wave of agitation washed over him. He yearned to turn the world upside down to find her. "Master Shen." Zhang Chen's excited voice broke the silence. "Take a look, could this be her?" Qin Emotion whirled around, his piercing eyes narrowing. "Have you found her?" Chapter 7, The Campus Bell. "I can't say definitively," Zhang Chen replied, holding up his phone. "But based on the portrait you drew, it's likely to be her." "Likely?" Qin Emotion exclaimed, tossing aside his glass. "There must be absolute certainty." "Then, take a look at this shared post. This girl, having weathered countless trials." Zhang Chen felt his words falter, and he opted to hand his phone to his master. Qin Emo took the phone, his gaze intent. In an instant, he nearly crushed the device in his grip. "Little imp, it truly is you." "Master?" Zhang Chen inquired anxiously, eyeing his phone, "Is this young?" I mean," Zhang Chen hastily corrected, "is this delightful young lady the one?" "It is she." Qin Emo returned the phone to Zhang Chen. "Share this photo with me. And in 3 minutes, furnish me with her complete profile. Then, dedicate all resources to locating her current whereabouts." Zhang Chen, 3 minutes? Barely half a minute had elapsed since his master's command, leaving a mere. Suddenly realizing the urgency, Zhang Chen clutched the phone and sprinted off to rally support. 2.5 minutes later. "Master." Zhang Chen presented a file, panting. "The young lady is named Yan Shi. Formerly the heiress of the Yan Corporation in the capital. Allegedly born to a mistress, her records are blank after the age of 8. Only recently reappearing with her admission to Haiqing University." "Yan Shi?" Qin Emo shuddered, his eyes gleaming with sudden brilliance. "It truly is her?" "Moreover," Zhang Chen continued, "tracing the origins of that shared moment, we've ascertained that the initial poster was Lu Jiaxing, a physician from the capital, currently in Haiqing. He took a photo with the young lady this afternoon. Prepare the aircraft." Qin Emo commanded tersely, "We fly to Haiqing." The following day marked Yan Shi's first day of school. After finishing breakfast, Xinyu assisted Yan Shi in retrieving her backpack. The keys to a sports car clutched in her hand. "Shall I drive you, or will you be taking the wheel yourself?" "I'll manage on my own," Yan Shi replied, sipping from her cup of magical spring water. "But I think I'll forego the sports car, it's the first day of school. So I'd rather keep a low profile." "Then how will you get there?" Xinyu frowned. "Please don't tell me you plan to ride that second-hand electric bike." "You guessed it." Yan Shi giggled. "Otherwise, why would I have bought it?" Xinyu understood that once the young lady of the house had made up her mind, no amount of persuasion could change it. Reluctantly, she nodded. "Very well then, thankfully our villa is within the school district. I'm off." Yan Shi declared as she took the black backpack from Xinyu's hands. "I'm leaving the Haishi group entirely in your capable hands. I want to have the time to oversee things, I trust you to handle it." Xinyu affectionately ruffled Yan Shi's hair and reminded her, "Be careful." "Got it." "Moi." Yan Shi said, slinging the backpack over her shoulders and clutching the keys to the electric bike as she dashed downstairs. At the school gate, upperclassmen were welcoming new students with signs. "Biology Class 1, assemble over here. Biology Class 1, this way." It was her own class. Yan Shi pushed her electric bike forward. Dressed in a black, internationally limited edition tracksuit and a matching baseball cap pulled low, she still could not conceal her strikingly beautiful features. Notably, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled beneath the brim, reminiscent of a brilliant starry sky reflecting on the surface of the sea. Wow! A stunning beauty. Look over there. The biology class has reported on an extraordinary beauty, the kind that appears once in a millennium. Indeed. With such beauty, she must be our campus flower, right? A group of male and female classmates, upon seeing Yanxi, gathered nearby, pointing and whispering about her. I believe so. One female student remarked. I've heard that the young lady from the Miao family has also been admitted to Haicheng University. She is undoubtedly a privileged beauty. Reigning as the campus flower at Haicheng High School for 3 consecutive years. Does this mean that her title will soon be transferred to Haicheng University? After completing her registration and necessary formalities, Yanxi wheeled her electric bike onto the campus. At this moment, the square was bustling with preparations for the opening ceremony. Teeming with people. Yanxi, pushing her bike, found herself uncertain of where to park it. She decided to lean it against a large tree. Bending her left leg and resting it against the trunk while unwrapping a lollipop to pop into her mouth. In her leisurely and carefree demeanor, she seemed to exist apart from the world, exuding an ethereal charm that instantly attracted another crowd. Yanxi, darling. Suddenly, a warm voice called out. Yanxi adjusted the brim of her baseball cap and, upon looking, was surprised to see Gu Ting approaching. Gu Ting appeared to be in her 20s. Likely not a university student. Just as Yanxi pondered this, Gu Ting pulled a young girl closer and said, Cousin. This is the little miracle doctor I told you about. She is the savior of both my father and me. Wow, you are the little miracle doctor. You look so young. Which class are you in? Suyin exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, approaching Yanxi with familiarity. Yanxi greeted Gu Ting and then answered Suyin's question, I am in class 1 of biology. I am also in class 1 of biology. Suyin suddenly broke free from Gu Ting and clung to Yanxi's arm. So we are classmates. Wow. I am so fortunate to be in the same class as the little divine doctor. And perhaps, you might even be the new campus belle. I was captivated by you from afar. Yanxi smiled faintly, dismissing the notions of campus belle and campus hunk. She had no desire to contend for such meaningless titles. Just as she was about to speak, a commotion arose, and everyone turned to look behind them. A voice exclaimed, the young lady of the Miao family, Miao Yun, has arrived, the reigning campus belle of Haicheng High School for 3 years. Wow, Miao Yun has also been accepted into Haicheng University, my goddess. Let us go welcome her. My goddess is here. The students who had initially gathered around Yanxi now surged towards the parking lot like a tide. There, a red Panamera was parked. And a young girl in a light yellow dress elegantly stepped out. Her skin was fair, her features striking, and she wore an air of haughty superiority. A throng of admirers surrounded Miao Yun, as if she were the sun and they, mere stars. Miss Miao, after a summer break, your skin has become even fairer. You've grown taller, and your figure is truly enviable. Wow, I am so envious of your naturally chestnut hair, it looks so sophisticated. However, a significant number of classmates remained around Yanxi, casting sidelong glances at Miao Yun. Does having a prestigious family background truly matter? Is it not simply reliant on the meager wealth of her family? Indeed. Suyin grasped Yanxi's hand, asserting that Miao Yun's appearance pales in comparison to our cherished Yan Bao, lacking even a semblance of elegance. I, too, believe this classmate surpasses Miao Yun in beauty. The campus belle of Haicheng University undoubtedly belongs to you. Miao Yun, descending from her luxurious automobile, had noticed Yanxi even before she parked her vehicle. The young girl, clad in a black tracksuit, a matching baseball cap, and carrying a black backpack, suckling on a lollipop, radiated a brilliance under the morning light, standing out with an air of defiance. Even this heiress felt overshadowed in her presence. The intangible aura surrounding Yanxi made Miao Yun suddenly feel a pang of insecurity. Yet, how could the usually proud and haughty Miao Yun swallow such indignity? Pushing through the crowd of admirers, she strode toward Yanxi in her high heels. Folding her arms, she first examined the second-hand electric bike in front of Yanxi. Then, lifting her fashionable shoe, she gave it a gentle nudge. The already unstable bike toppled over with a loud crash, its plastic tires shattering into fragments. Oh dear, classmate, I am truly sorry. Miao Yun feigned panic. I had no idea such a poor quality item could be so fragile. How could it fall apart so easily? Chapter 8, the male god Yan Shi, savoring her lollipop. Squinted at Miao Yan's theatrics, smiling silently. Did you ride such a dilapidated contraption to school? TSK, how pitiful. If it rains or the wind blows, wouldn't you end up drenched like a drowned rat? Whether or not I get drenched in the rain is my concern. Yan Shi smirked slightly. Miss, you have damaged my private property. Are you not going to compensate for it? I am a person of refinement, so of course I shall compensate. Miao Yan feigned nonchalance as she produced 200 yuan bills. Will 200 suffice? If not, I can offer you more. Pray tell, how much do you desire? Miao Yan, what do you mean by this? Suyin was displeased. Isn't this a veiled insult? I mean it sincerely. Miao Yan held up the 200 yuan. Do you have any idea how challenging it is for university students from such impoverished backgrounds to succeed? Some female students resort to clandestine endeavors just to pay for their meals. Stop with your nonsense. Suyin was furious. They are all working diligently to support themselves. Not as you imply. You simply do not understand. Miao Yan cast a sidelong glance at Yan Shi. The more one considers herself beautiful, the higher the likelihood of engaging in such activities. Some take advantage of their alluring looks to become mistresses to married men, securing their financial support. Slap. Yan Shi suddenly raised her hand and delivered a sharp blow to Miao Yan's face. You struck me? Miao Yan, dazed and seeing stars, shouted angrily. You wild girl from the mountains, how dare you hit me? Dear miss, how could I possibly dare to strike you? Yan Shi extended her palm. I merely noticed a filthy fly landing upon your lips and feared that its excrement might taint your mouth. The crowd turned to look, and indeed, in Yan Shi's fair and delicate palm rested a dead fly, stuck there with its remnants. Oh dear, it truly has left a mess. How utterly revolting, she exclaimed, feigning disgust. Did you witness that, miss? I trust one was of assistance? Otherwise, you might have found yourself in a rather unsavory predicament. A wave of mirth erupted from the assembled students near the school gates. Extended a thumb toward, declaring, You're absolutely marvelous. I'm sticking with you. Cradling her swollen and disfigured face, teetered on the brink of a tantrum, but the students abruptly surged toward the front of the platform. Incredible, my idol has arrived. One exclaimed. Is my idol about to address the freshman class at the opening ceremony? Heavens! Also matriculated to university? Another cried. How wonderful. I can continue to admire my idol from the past 3 years of high school. An idol? Piqued by curiosity, craned her neck toward the platform, eager to catch a glimpse of this celebrated figure. However, a sudden commotion rippled through the crowd as someone shouted, Oh no, she's fainted. She's convulsing. Isn't that the heiress of the family? I heard she suffers from epilepsy. Is she having a seizure? Epilepsy, brow furrowed, recognizing the potentially fatal consequences of such a condition. She adjusted her baseball cap and strode purposefully into the throng. Make way, make way. Let our little prodigy examine her, lest a life be lost. With arms outstretched, cleared a path through the crowd, volunteering as assistant. The pair reached side, finding her prostrate on the ground, limbs jerking uncontrollably, frothing at the mouth. And her eyes rolled back. Promptly, Yan Shi proffered a lollipop, inserting it into the girl's mouth to forestall any self-inflicted injury. Subsequently, with a swift gesture, a collection of ethereal golden needles materialized in her palm. Deftly, she seized the needles and began to administer them to Chiyu. What are you doing? Miao Yan exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Yan Shi's arm. Chiyu is my cousin, are you trying to harm her? Yan Shi is endeavoring to save her, not harm her. Suyin retorted, pulling Miao Yan away. Do not impede my family's physician from administering aid. Her? Miao Yan scoffed, gesturing towards Yan Shi. She hasn't even attended a single day of university and already claims to be able to heal people? Do you take us for fools? Indeed, indeed. The students began to murmur amongst themselves. If she presumes to treat her and the patient dies, it would constitute intentional homicide. Would our school not also bear responsibility? Considering today is the first day of enrollment? Brother Xiaoshen. Miao Yan implored, seizing Xiaoshen's hand. Are you not going to restrain this wicked woman? She is attempting to implicate our school. Esteemed classmate. Xiaozhen began, his brow furrowed, about to request Yan Shi to cease her actions when Chu Yu, who was on the ground, ceased convulsing and gradually sat up. Did I suffer another episode? She inquired. Whenever I behold my idol, I become so agitated that I fall ill. It was our Yan Shi who rescued you, Suyin proudly declared to Chu Yu. Are you not going to express your gratitude to our little prodigy? As Chu Yu was about to extend her thanks to Yan Shi, Miaoyan interjected, cousin. What do you mean by that? Are you aware that Xiao Shan and I are childhood sweethearts, yet you still regard him as your idol? Cousin, Chu Yu murmured to Miaoyan, it is entirely natural for me to regard young Master Xiao Shan as an idol, given his exceptional qualities. So many girls adore him as well. While I cannot concern myself with them, as your elder cousin, should you dare to covet Xiao Shan, I shall promptly inform Auntie. Chu Yu's eyes turned red, rendering her speechless as she turned to Yan Shi. Thank you for your help just now. I never anticipated you would come to my rescue. It was merely a trifling effort, Yan Shi replied nonchalantly, her hand sweeping through the air, capturing the golden needles in her palm. Yet, in the past, whenever I fell ill, it would take me quite a while to recover, but this time. What kind of medical skill did you employ that allowed me to feel so much better instantly? I merely administered a few needles, Yan Shi responded to Chu Yu. But there is a foreign object in your mind, and to fully cure you, it must be removed. A foreign object? What sort of object could be in my head? Chu Yu's face paled in fear. Previous doctors had examined her and found nothing amiss. They simply did not conduct a thorough examination. Yan Shi activated her X-ray vision. Inspecting Chu Yu's head, she discerned that the long, writhing filament within her mind was likely a tapeworm. However, she refrained from alarming Chu Yu with this revelation. You should consider going back to the hospital for a checkup, Yan Shi advised, gently tapping Chu Yu's temple, instructing her to have them pay close attention to the area beneath the left frontal lobe. Chu Yu nodded, grasping Yan Shi's hand, and said, Thank you. My name is Chu Yu, I shall follow you from now on. Which class are you in? In biology class 1, Yan Shi replied with a hint of indifference. How delightful. I am also in biology class 1. Chu Yu exclaimed, leaping with joy. We are classmates now, this is wonderful. You're in biology class 1 as well? Miaoyan cast a sidelong glance at Yan Shi. If you're considering working part-time, you can come to me, my family's hotel needs someone to wash dishes. How annoying. Yan Shi shot Miaoyan a glance, choosing to ignore her. Instead, she discreetly conjured a wasp from her spiritual domain and released it into the air. She had detected the scent of rose perfume emanating from Miaoyan, whose lips were adorned with rose lip balm. Her little spirit companion had previously mentioned that wasps were particularly fond of the fragrance of roses. Let Miaoyan indulge in the delightful chaos of her encounter with the wasp. Chapter 9, A Bond of Devotion. As soon as Yan Shi finished her thoughts, Miaoyan shrieked from behind, where did this hornet come from? Ah! It stung me. My lips and face are swollen. Woe is me. Yan Shi pulled out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. With one hand casually tucked into her pocket, she turned and strolled toward the campus. Yan Shi, wait for me, called out Suyin, followed closely by Chu Yu, both eager to align themselves with their newfound leader. From the school office building, Qin Mo Shen and Zhang Chen observed the entire spectacle unfold. A smile filled with affection and satisfaction graced the corners of Qin Mo Shen's lips. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Chen exclaimed, So, Master Shen, everything you said is indeed true? Miss is truly remarkable. My woman, of course, would never be weak, Qin Mo Shen affirmed. His starry eyes gleaming, the corners of his handsome lips curving into a subtle smile. His woman? Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The relationship hadn't even begun. Yet Master Shen had already claimed this young lady as his own? This was too fast, wasn't it? Was the perennial bachelor, Master Shen, finally about to blossom? Let's head back first, Qin Mo Shen said, glancing at his Patek Philippe. I'll come early, before the noon dismissal. Yes, Master Shen. The school's opening ceremony concluded a little after 11. A Rolls-Royce, understated yet luxurious, was already waiting quietly at the school gate. Qin Mo Shen, leaning his head on one hand, watched the school entrance intently. It was almost noon, shouldn't that little thing be out of school by now? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, day students began to stream out of the campus. Yan Shi, with a backpack slung over her shoulder, walked among them, flanked by Suyin and Chu Yu. both of whom wore expressions of adoration. Upon seeing this, Qin Moshen in the Rolls-Royce produced a silver half-mask and placed it on his face. "Master, what's with this getup?" Zhang Chen asked, eyeing the exposed half of his master's face. "That day, half of my face was injured," Qin Moshen explained. "That girl probably only remembers this half of my face." "How thoughtful," Zhang Chen muttered under his breath, careful not to let his master hear. The chauffeurs from the Chu and Su families escorted the two young ladies away, leaving Yan Shi to proceed on foot. Both Chu Yu and Su Yin had initially vied to escort her, but Yan Shi declined their offers. Her dilapidated electric scooter was being repaired. Thanks to the assistance of the school's gatekeeper, Yan Shi intended to reach the secluded corner ahead, where she planned to retrieve a motorcycle from her spiritual domain. However, a large hand suddenly reached out from behind, seizing her slender arm. Reacting swiftly, Yan Shi retracted her arm from the grasp and retaliated with a punch aimed at the assailant's face. As her small fist reached mid-air, the other party extended a large palm, poised to envelop her. Feigning a punch, Yan Shi altered her attack, delivering a diagonal chop with her other hand. However, her wrist was twisted, causing her to stumble into a broad chest, followed by a resonant and pleasing voice near her ear. "Little one, don't strike, it's me." The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Yan Shi ceased her assault and inquired, "Who are you?" Qin Emotion released her hand, stepping in front of Yan Shi, and smiled warmly. "It's me?" Yan Shi raised her eyes, beholding a tall and imposing man standing before her. He was clad in a well-tailored black bespoke suit, accentuating his refined elegance and graceful demeanor. A silver mask adorned half of his face, while Yan Shi recognized the other half. "Oh, it's you, uncle. What a surprise." "CLE?" Qin Emotion's brow furrowed slightly. Zhang Chen, who was standing not far away, chuckled audibly. Fortunately, Qin Emotion's attention was solely focused on the little one before him, and he did not hear the sound. Furthermore, Yan Shi gestured towards Qin Moshen's mask. "I left you some ointment, did you not apply it?" "Indeed, I did," Qin Moshen responded, his profound eyes gleaming. "Its efficacy is quite remarkable." "Then why do you still wear the mask?" Yan Shi inquired, tilting her head inquisitively. "I presumed you hadn't used the ointment and that a scar had formed." "Was it not to ensure you would recognize me?" Qin Moshen jested with a smile. "You only glimpsed half of my face last time." "Then reveal your entire face to me," Yan Shi requested, pointing at the mask. "Remove it, please." A sense of anticipation stirred within her, wondering if the other half of this partial Adonis's face was equally as handsome. Qin Moshen raised his hand, grasping the silver mask, and slowly removed it. Instantly, Yan Shi was met with a visage as flawless as a Grecian sculpture. Deep, starry eyes, a prominent nose, and sensuous, well-defined lips. He was truly a man of exquisite beauty. However, in the subsequent moment, this handsome face merged with the one from Yan Shi's dreams. The man from her dreams, fearlessly traversing the inferno, approached her. Yan Shi felt a sudden wave of disorientation and furrowed her brow involuntarily. "What troubles you, little one?" Qin Moshen inquired, holding her small shoulders. "Have I startled you?" "No," Yan Shi replied, shaking her head. "I am merely feeling a bit peckish, a touch of hypoglycemia. I must return home for luncheon." "Enter the vehicle," Qin Moshen stated. "Allow me to treat you." Without awaiting Yan Shi's response, he tenderly embraced the young woman, ushering her into his opulent automobile. "However, sir," Yan Shi demurred, gently distancing herself, "you still haven't elucidated your presence here, seemingly awaiting my arrival. Have you forgotten that you twice rescued me from peril?" Qin Emotion, gazing upon the visage he had so ardently yearned for, responded with infinite tenderness. "You delivered me from harm, naturally, I must reciprocate. Thus, I await you here." "Reciprocation?" Yan Shi inquired, a glint of roguishness dancing in her luminous eyes. "Pray, how do you intend to repay me?" Qin Emotion leaned closer, his breath caressing her ear. "A pledge of lifelong devotion. Would you entertain such a proposition?" Yan Shi furrowed her brow, retorting, "I perceive no necessity for such a gesture. I harbor no desire for a man. Yet countless women dream of possessing me." Qin Emotion countered, his brow furrowed. "Might I implore you to reconsider?" "Nay, I shall pass," Yan Shi demurred, disdainfully pushing him away. "I require no recompense. I suggest you retract your proposition." Qin emotion was left momentarily speechless. From the driver's seat, Zhang Chen erupted in suppressed laughter. He had finally witnessed the spectacle of the coveted Mr. Qin, whom so many women vied for, being rejected outright by this young lady. Attend to your driving. Qin emotion snapped, turning his ire upon Zhang Chen. And the partition, was it intentional that you neglected to raise it? Do you wish to forfeit your monthly bonus? Such a lack of discernment. A mere half-hour later, the Rolls-Royce arrived at the picturesque Bisham Manor, nestled between mountains and sea. Observing the ceaseless rhythm of the waves crashing against the coastal rocks, she found her spirits lifted. Uncle. My name is Qin Mosheng. Qin Mosheng grasped her small hand and led her towards the main building of the white European-style architecture. Qin Mosheng? She was taken aback. Her little head snapping back, do you also go by Qin Mosheng? Chapter 10, when she grows up, he will marry her. Indeed. It seems you are searching for Qin Mosheng? Qin Mosheng flashed a smile at the little girl, am I one of them? If you truly bear that name, then of course you must be one. She blinked her big eyes, but I don't know if the person I am looking for is indeed you. You haven't yet told me, what do you need Qin Mosheng for? Qin Mosheng inquired. She sighed, her expression somewhat melancholic, to be honest, I do not know. I merely dreamt of a man who claimed his name was Qin Mosheng. So the little girl does not remember? Qin Mosheng's brows furrowed suddenly. In his past life, he was crippled by the usurpers of his family and sold to organ traffickers. In his last moments, the 8-year-old girl held him tightly, repeatedly comforting him, brother, hold on. We will not die, we will be saved. Ultimately, they were indeed rescued, he was saved by his father's bodyguards, while she was rescued by a beautiful woman. He had promised her then that if they both survived, when she grew up, he would marry her. Yet upon returning to the Qin family, he was rendered a vegetable by the usurpers. It was only when he realized her life was in peril that he awakened. He rushed to save her, but alas, it was too late. In the midst of the raging inferno, they embraced, consumed by the flames. Yet, astonishingly, the young girl had no recollection of these harrowing moments from a past life. How was he to convey this to her? Moreover, even if he did, she would undoubtedly find it hard to believe, for who would accept the notion of a previous existence? Therefore, in this lifetime, he would devote himself entirely to rekindling her affection, to earn her trust and reliance. Was it merely due to a dream? Qin Mosheng gently caressed Shi's little head, asking, which version of Qin Mosheng that you recorded resembles him from your dream? I must make a comparison. Shi fluttered her dark, enchanting eyes and replied, without a comparison, how can I discern which one is more akin to him? This is easily resolved. Qin Mosheng affectionately wrapped his arm around her small shoulders, let us dine first, and afterward, you may visit my study. My computer contains all the data and photographs of Qin Mosheng for you to compare. You? Shi exclaimed in surprise, how do you possess their information? Qin Mosheng playfully pressed her little nose, his starry eyes twinkling with mirth, of course, it is because of you, it was a deliberate investigation. Upon seeing the handsome young master return with a beautiful girl, the butler felt a surge of joy. Who could ignore the fact that their master, at the age of 27, had remained a solitary figure, indifferent to the charms of women? This had caused old Master Qin, the patriarch of the Qin family, to worry that the vast family legacy might lose its next heir. But now, it seemed that the prospect of a successor was within reach. The butler quickly instructed the servants to prepare a lavish lunch spread. She was not fastidious about food, consuming whatever dishes Qin Mohen placed before her. By the end of the meal, Qin Mohen had satiated her appetite completely. All right. Shi exclaimed, we can proceed to your study now. Indeed. Qin Mohen responded, turning to instruct a servant to deliver a fruit platter to his study. Subsequently, he clasped Shi's delicate hand, and the two ascended the stairs together. Once the servant had deposited the fruit platter and departed, Qin Mohen closed the study door and activated his computer. Opening a specific folder, he extended his arm to draw Shi onto his lap. Observe these individuals, do they all bear the name Qin Mohen? Shi, taken aback by his assertive gesture, swayed slightly. Instinctively, she reached out and encircled her arms around the man's neck. The man seemed pleased by her reaction, his countenance radiating warmth and affection. Indeed, there are quite a few Qin Mohens. Shi remarked, her gaze fixed on the computer screen. I shall present their visages to you one by one. Chin Mohan proceeded to open the first file, revealing a pig farming specialist. Scrolling down with the mouse, a man in his 30s appeared on the screen. Characterized by a plump face and a pair of spectacles, exuding a simple and honest demeanor. A graduate of an agricultural university, he was unable to secure employment, leading him to return to his hometown to engage in pig farming. His business is quite prosperous. However, Yanxi began, scrutinizing the pig farmer's chubby features. He is not the person who appeared in my dream. Although I did not obtain a clear view of the man's appearance in the dream, I intuitively know that it is not him. Then let us proceed to the next, Chin Mohan suggested, a civil servant from a small county, also in his 30s. Behold, a diminutive man with a receding hairline appeared on the screen. Certainly not him. Yanxi pouted, Uncle, couldn't you unearth a more credible likeness? Then observe this. Chin Machin responded, I have scrutinized them all, and this visage bears the closest resemblance to the true Chin Machin. Allow me to peruse it, Yanxi said. Her anticipation piqued. Chin Machin then unveiled another file, scrolling down to reveal a man's countenance. His cheeks were chiseled and cold, his eyebrows sharp as swords. His eyes like stars, his nose a proud bridge, and his lips thin, sensual, and well-defined. Yanxi, fixated on the screen, exclaimed, Uncle. I dare say this one bears a striking resemblance. Are you certain? Chin Machin inquired. Yanxi nodded. My very essence tells me that this is quite close to the person I seek. Then cast your gaze upon this, Chin Machin said, gently seizing the girl's chin. Turning her to face him, is not the very man you seek standing before you? Ah. That explains the familiarity. Yanxi nearly leaped from his embrace. So it was you all along, Uncle. In essence, the Chin Machin you seek is I, he affirmed. But what is the purpose of your search? Yanxi tilted her head in bewilderment, gazing at the handsome face before her. You do not owe me money, do you? Perhaps, he teased, therefore. You must hasten to recall, lest I become a defaulter. Yanxi blinked her large, luminous eyes, knowing that Chin Machin was jesting. However, the purpose of her search for this man remained elusive. Her innocent expression filled Chin Machin with both affection and tenderness. He cupped the back of her head and planted a fervent kiss upon her forehead. Little girl, let us begin anew. I believe you will fall in love with me once more. Once more? Yanxi was taken aback by the word once. However, her delicate face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears when the man unexpectedly kissed her. Noticing the girl's embarrassment, Chin Emotion deftly pierced a piece of fruit and placed it in her mouth. Yanxi bit into the fruit, using the moment to evade Chin Emotion's lingering gaze, turning her attention back to the computer screen. At 27, a hereditary earl of the royal family of Xingzhou. Uncle. Yanxi's sharp eyes returned to Chin Emotion's face. You are a hereditary earl of the Xingzhou royal family? Indeed. Chin Emotion nodded. I possess royal blood from Xingzhou. I inherited my grandfather's title. Impressive, uncle. Yanxi playfully pinched Chin Emotion's handsome face. I truly did not expect to have saved a member of the aristocracy. Thus, I am yours in body and soul, you have nothing to lose. Chin Emotion chuckled with narrowed eyes. Agree, will you, little one? Chapter 11, The Future Young Mistress. Absolutely not. Yanxi immediately shook her head. I am merely 17. Still a minor, you cannot impose upon the youth. Very well. I possess ample patience. Chin Emotion gently ruffled her fluffy little head. I shall wait for you to grow up, after all, it is just a year. Yanxi stifled a long yawn. Having eaten her fill and stared at the computer for quite some time, fatigue began to overtake her. She wrapped her arms around Chin Emotion's neck, nestling her small head into the nook of his shoulder, feeling somewhat drowsy. He cradled her in his arms and carried her to the master bedroom, gently placing her upon his bed. The moment her head touched the pillow, she drifted into slumber. Her raven tresses cascaded across the pristine white pillowcase, resembling an exquisite ink wash painting. Her rosy cheeks possessed a delicate, youthful plumpness. He draped a light blanket over her and reclined beside her, enfolding her in his embrace. In her dreams, she was once again haunted by the cataclysmic fire of her previous life. Mother, mother! Why? Why did you kill me? She murmured in terror, her small frame curling into a ball. Baobei, fear not, I am here. I shall not allow anyone to harm you. He held her close, blanket and all, within his protective embrace. Sensing the breadth and reliability of his chest, she snuggled closer, falling into a deep sleep. This time, a faint smile graced her lips. Seeing her fast asleep, he rose and quietly descended the stairs. Master Qin. The butler approached him. This young lady is. So that we may better care for her in the future. She is your future young mistress. A sweet smile played upon his lips. You must take exceptional care of her. Yes, Master Qin. The butler, feeling vindicated in his assumptions, beamed with delight. Their master was a man of extraordinary stature. And only a girl as ethereally enchanting as she could be his match. Furthermore, Master Qin turned to instruct Zhang Chen. Transfer the deed to the Emerald Cloud Manor to the young mistress's name, as well as that limited edition Aston Martin. Zhang Chen was utterly perplexed. Was it truly the case that a gentleman would lavish such extravagant gifts upon a lady he had only just met? On their very first day together, he was presenting her with luxury cars and a villa, and, to top it all off, himself. She would be studying in Haicheng for 4 years. Qin Moshing asserted that with a car and a house here, she would feel secure. Who said I had to stay here for 4 years? A soft, melodious voice floated down from the staircase. Perhaps I might skip a grade and graduate early? Everyone turned to see a drowsy little girl descending the stairs, resembling a tender child. Her sleepy demeanor instantly captivated Qin Yi. Shi Baoer, how did you wake up? Qin Moshing bounded up the stairs and scooped the girl up. Her tiny bare feet dangling in the air. I need to go to school. Yan Shi rubbed her little nose. It's the first day of school. And you want me to skip class? Then I shall take you. Qin Moshing settled on the sofa, holding her, while accepting the shoes from the butler. Carefully putting them on her one by one. But uncle. Yan Shi recalled Qin Moshing's earlier words and softly replied, I don't need your car or house. I have a place to stay and also a car. I have already checked, Qin Moshing countered, you are staying at a woman named Xin Yu's house. And your car is merely a second-hand electric scooter. Yan Shi, besides, you have saved me twice. Once by healing my wounds and the second time by shielding me from the assassin sent from Xingzhou. Therefore, it is only fitting that I offer you a car and a house. Unless. Qin Moshing lowered his voice, saying, you promise to devote yourself to me. As for the car and the house, they are of little consequence, for I am worth far more than both. Then I shall still require the car and the house. Yan Shi took a sip of the water the butler had handed her, swallowing it with a soft gulp. In the afternoon, Qin Moshing attended to a business matter concerning the Haicheng branch. After school, Yan Shi rode home on the electric bike that the gatekeeper had kindly repaired for her. The villa purchased in Xin Yu's name, known as Yulong Garden, was merely a 10-minute journey away. Upon her cheerful return home, she found Xin Yu waiting for her. Aren't you at the office? Yan Shi inquired as she removed her backpack. How did you return so soon? I came back to discuss something with the young lady. Xin Yu took the backpack and hung it up, then poured a glass of milk for Yan Shi. Our Haishi group has been established quite smoothly, thanks to Mr. Shin's recommendations to Mayor Wu. In response to Mayor Wu's request, we are to host a grand charity auction. This is both to build our reputation and to raise substantial funds to support several welfare projects in the city, so I need to consult with you. Just go ahead and make the arrangements. Since this is a favor for a friend of our master, we must show our support. Yan Shi took a sip of milk, her lips transforming into a delightful little cat's mouth. However, I would like to invite the young lady to observe, Xin Yu remarked, after all. We have invited influential business magnates from Haicheng. Familiarity will undoubtedly benefit Haishi's future development. Absolutely. Yan Shi nodded in agreement, yet, this time, I shall participate in a personal capacity. If I find a suitable partner, I shall consider the next steps in approaching them. Indeed. Xin Yu acknowledged, I have anticipated this. Which is why I have prepared a VIP card for the young lady. There are only 2 such cards for the entire auction, one is for our distinguished guest. And the other is for you. This will allow you to come and go freely, making things more convenient. Very well. Yan Shi nodded, but who is this distinguished guest? The president of the largest financial consortium in Huaghua, the Qin Tian Group. Xin Yu explained, the headquarters of Qin Tian is in the capital. And they have branches spread across the nation and even abroad. That sounds quite impressive. Yan Shi took another sip of milk. It seems I must make a good impression on him. Indeed. Xin Yu nodded, however, I have yet to meet the president of Qin Tian. to manage such a vast enterprise. He must be an elderly gentleman in his 60s. Moreover, if our Haishi group can establish a relationship with Qin Tian, it will be significantly easier for you to secure your position when you venture into the capital. I will remember this. Yan Shi replied, when is the auction scheduled? Saturday at 10 in the morning, Shin Yu responded, it will not interfere with your schooling. Perfect, tomorrow is Saturday, Yan Shi nodded, tucking the VIP card away. The following morning at 9:30. Yan Shi donned a pristine white casual outfit, her dark hair cascading freely as she rode her electric scooter towards the venue of the charity auction. After approximately 20 minutes, she arrived at the designated 7-star hotel, recently acquired by the Haishi group for a substantial sum. This acquisition alone had sent shockwaves through the business community of Hai City. It is worth noting that for a well-established and profit-generating hotel to be wholly purchased, the buyer must not only possess financial strength but also considerable influence. Who would relinquish a lucrative enterprise without due cause? Consequently, despite being in the preparatory phase, the Haishi group had already instilled a sense of significant pressure within the local business sphere. Particularly alarming was the group's publicly declared business ventures, which spanned 6 major sectors, including real estate, jewelry, pharmaceuticals, and shipping. This prompted the titans of these industries to feel a sense of urgency to forge favorable relations with the Haishi group. In the square before the hotel, luxury vehicles congregated, and the guests were all either affluent or influential. Yan Shi's modest electric scooter screeched to a halt in a parking space, instantly attracting a wave of ridicule. Has this girl lost her mind? Riding such a shabby scooter to such a grand auction? Does she think this is child's play? Chapter 12, the esteemed guest unfazed by the mockery, Yan Shi secured her scooter, unwrapped a lollipop, and popped it into her mouth. With her hands tucked into her pockets, she strolled towards the opulent, coffee-colored revolving crystal doors. Suddenly, a female voice called out, Yan Shi? She turned to find that it was none other than Miao Yun who had arrived. Trailing behind her was a middle-aged woman of aristocratic bearing, presumably her mother. Accompanying them was a girl, whom Yan Shi recognized as Miao Yun's sycophantic follower, a classmate named He Lin. The swelling from the hornet stings that had disfigured Miao Yun's mouth the previous day had yet to subside, and despite the mask she wore, the protrusion was still evident. Such was the potency of the hornet's venom, beyond the reach of ordinary remedies. So, it is you? Miao Yun exclaimed, advancing with haste, her eyes gleaming with malice. A pauper from the backwoods, attending the Haishi group's charity auction? You've hit the nail on the head with your porcine pronouncements. Yan Shi retorted, tilting her head with a smile. Does my presence displease you? You. Miao Yun sputtered, her face contorting with rage. He Lin, ever the obsequious lackey, chimed in, of course. Miss Miao is displeased. A destitute country bumpkin, scraping by on meager rations to attend university, only to steal Miss Miao's thunder on the very first day. Have you no sense of self-awareness? You are beneath her. Do you even comprehend who Miss Miao is? She is the scion of the Haiqing Miao Corporation. What right does such a base creature have to vie for attention with Miss Miao? You seek to attract the notice of young Master Qiao Shen, even to the point of poaching Miss Miao's beau? Indeed. Precisely. Miao Yun affirmed, her eyes reddening. Yesterday, I observed her casting glances at brother Qiao Shen, attempting to beguile young Master Qiao Shen with that repulsive visage? He Lin spat, her voice laced with contempt. Such audacity. Qiao Shen? Yan Shi mused, narrowing her eyes, recalling the affluent young man who had emerged from a luxury vehicle at the school gates the previous day. All the female students had hailed him as a deity, and Qiyu had even suffered a fit of epilepsy at the mere sight of him. Alas, with a dismissive shake of her head, Yan Shi lamented. Your beloved Qiao Shen does not capture my interest, you may continue to treasure him yourself. How dare you slander Qiao Shen? Miao Yan retorted indignantly. Are you aware that he is also a guest today and will be accompanying Elder Master Qiao? I couldn't care less. Yan Shi quipped, as she sauntered through the revolving crystal doors, lollipop in mouth. Miao Yun, fuming, linked arms with her mother and followed the other guests inside. The grand hall was teeming with hosts adorned in ceremonial sashes, and guests were queuing to present their invitations. The Miao family was no exception, as they joined the line with their invitation in hand. Suddenly, Miao Yun spotted Yan Shi heading towards the exclusive VIP lane. She promptly nudged He Lin, who then accosted Yan Shi, exclaiming, "You impoverished hillbilly, you don't have an invitation, do you? Trying to sneak in, are you? Let me tell you, that's the VIP lane. The security guards will break your legs." Miao Yun, with arms crossed and head tilted, watched Yan Shi with smug anticipation, eagerly awaiting her ejection by the security personnel. However, in the next instant, Yan Shi flashed her exclusive VIP card to the guard and hostess at the entrance of the lane. The security personnel and hostess immediately bowed deeply. "Welcome, esteemed VIP. Please, come in." What? What? Miao Yun, who was in the queue, felt as though she had been slapped in the face, blurting out, "Yan Shi, why are you entitled to use the VIP lane? You're just an impoverished girl from the mountains." Her outburst caused many of the queuing guests to turn their attention to Yan Shi. Indeed, a little girl clad in sportswear and carrying a backpack boldly sauntered into the prestigious passage. "Who is this young lady? What is her background? I must report this." Heilin exclaimed, "I declare that woman is a fraud, do not allow her to deceive you. How could someone of such lowly stature possibly be a distinguished guest of the Haishi group?" Indeed. The nearby guests began to murmur. "I distinctly saw her arrive on an electric bike, how can she possibly be a VIP? She must be a charlatan. A country girl arriving on an electric bike cannot attend such a high-end auction. Someone should summon security to expel her. We cannot have her disrupting the order of the auction." At this moment, Miao Yun felt emboldened and exchanged a knowing glance with Heilin. Heilin rushed to the security personnel, pointing at Yan Shi, declaring, "You should open your eyes and see, this woman is a fraud from the mountains. She has come to this elite setting with the intent of seducing wealthy men. Why have you not thrown her out yet?" With that, Heilin cast a cold smile towards Yan Shi, her expression conveying a sense of impending doom. Rather than appearing flustered, Yan Shi leaned against the passageway, tilting her head to observe Heilin. "Are you implying that the professionally trained security personnel here are blind to the truth? They cannot even identify a fraud?" "That is not what I meant." Heilin, wary of offending the Haishi group's security, quickly retorted, "I merely wish to alert them that you are indeed a fraud. According to school records, you hail from a remote mountainous area, how could you possibly be a distinguished guest of the Haishi group? You must be deceiving everyone." "Indeed. I shall attest to that. I am the young lady of the Miao Corporation." Miao Yun, unable to contain herself, emerged from the queue, pointing at Yan Shi. "Observe her attire, this sportswear. While the fabric may appear passable, it lacks any insignia, clearly an imitation of an international brand found on a common stall. Does this not suffice to demonstrate her deceit?" With that, Miao Yun deliberately puffed out her chest, allowing her French haute couture dress to be fully displayed. "Perhaps." Yan Shi turned to the security guard and the female receptionist, "You should verify my credentials, otherwise, your work will be compromised." "Esteemed and most honored guest." The receptionist bowed to Yan Shi, stating, "There are only 2 supreme cards in existence. We are incapable of mistaking the identity of such a distinguished personage. Please, enter." Miao Yun and Heilin were instantly dumbfounded. How can this be? A destitute student from a remote mountain village, a supreme VIP of the Haishi Corporation? This is clearly a mistake. What machinations has Yan Shi employed to deceive these individuals? "I demand to speak with your superior." Heilin exclaimed. "All of you have undoubtedly been swayed by the favors of this little harlot. Who is causing such a commotion?" A man of average stature approached. Appearing to be in his 30s, clad in a well-tailored suit, exuding an air of authority. Miao Yun immediately noticed the identification badge on his chest, which read, Zhao Jun, Director of the Secretariat of the Haishi Corporation. Director of the Corporation's Secretariat. A figure second only to the highest authority. Director Zhao. Miao Yun exclaimed, "Your arrival is opportune. I must report that this woman is an impostor attempting to disrupt the charity auction of the Haishi Corporation." Bystanders, upon seeing Director Zhao, murmured among themselves. This young woman is doomed. To deceive Haishi Corporation is an egregious error. Her legs will likely be broken, and she will be ostracized from Hai City. I heard she recently matriculated into university, now her academic pursuits are likely to be curtailed. Humph. You are finished. Heilin and Miao Yun hissed through gritted teeth, glaring at Yan Shi. Zhao Jun's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze shifted to Yan Shi. He then took the supreme card from her hand. His expression hardened. And his countenance altered as he hastily bowed to Yan Shi, saying, "Esteemed VIP, my tardiness is regrettable. I apologize for any distress you have endured." Zhao Jun was unaware of Yan Shi's identity, but he knew that only two supreme cards existed, both bestowed upon individuals of extraordinary importance. Zhao Jun's words were met with silence, broken only by the sound of strained breathing. What was transpiring? Could this young woman be more than she appeared? To be a supreme VIP of the Hai Shi Corporation implied a remarkable status. "Director Zhao, there must be some mistake?" Miao Yin inquired, her voice betraying her trepidation. "Indeed. You must be mistaken." He Lin asserted, "Observe this woman, does she resemble a VIP in any way?" Chapter 13, A Past Life's First Love. "Madam, I implore you to speak with civility," Zhao Jun retorted, his face darkening. "She is a distinguished guest of the Hai Shi Corporation. Do not waste your breath on her." Yan Shi gestured to Zhao Jun, "Dispose of this sycophant." "Yes." Zhao Jun nodded respectfully, instructing the security to remove the woman. The security personnel promptly approached He Lin. And as Miao Yun was about to intervene, Zhao Jun added, "Record her information and inform all major businesses. Henceforth, this woman is prohibited from entering any venue." Miao Yun was taken aback. Was this not tantamount to a banishment of He Lin? She refrained from pleading on He Lin's behalf, fearing entanglement in the situation. "Miss Miao, save me!" He Lin cried, her chubby legs kicking as she was unceremoniously thrown out. Upon entering the main hall, Yan Shi settled into a corner. Suddenly, she found herself surrounded by numerous guests. Everyone brandished business cards, discount cards, and membership cards, pressing closer to her. "Miss, I am the general manager of the innovation group. Here is my card. I look forward to your guidance. I represent the Changhong group. I am from the Wangpai group." Though Yan Shi had no inclination to accept these trivial offerings, it would be impolite to decline when they were thrust before her. "Yan Shi. I am with the Chao group, here is my grandfather's card." Suddenly, a slender, fair hand extended towards her, presenting a business card. Upon hearing her name, Yan Shi lifted her clear, bright gaze. In that fleeting moment, she felt a wave of nostalgia, as if she had glimpsed her former lover, Qin Qi. Yet he is clearly not Qin Qi, he is that wealthy young master, Qiao Shen. "Brother Qiao Shen, she is nothing but a fraud. And even you have fallen for her trick." Miao Yin exclaimed, grasping Qiao Shen's arm in an attempt to snatch the business card away. "Do not be foolish." Qiao Shen replied sternly. "I am following my grandfather's instructions." He shook off Miao Yun and turned to Yan Shi, saying, "Classmate Yan, my grandfather is over there. If you are interested, you may join him for a cup of tea." Yan Shi glanced towards the guest area and spotted an elderly gentleman with white hair waving at her. She returned the gesture with a polite smile, accepting the business card from Qiao Shen's hand. Miao Yan's face, partially concealed by her mask, darkened with rage. "Yan Shi, how did you manage that?" she asked through gritted teeth. Yan Shi felt that the previous display had been rather ostentatious, and she feared her identity might be exposed. Waving the supreme card playfully, she smiled, "I won this in a lottery, I am merely a fortunate individual." Miao Yan's eyes lit up instantly, and she shouted, "I told you all. You have been deceived. She is not a supreme VIP, she merely drew a supreme card in a lottery, and you have all been tricked." With that outburst, the guests who had previously handed Yan Shi business cards, discount cards, and membership cards surged back towards her. "The card I gave you was a 20% discount card. You, a mere commoner, cannot afford such expenses, please return it to me." Another guest exclaimed. "And our membership card, how could someone from the mountains possibly enter such an upscale establishment? Please return my business card as well, it is of no use to someone of your status." The guests had enthusiastically offered their cards to Yan Shi, but now they were scornfully demanding them back. In the end, only the card from the old Mr. Qiao remained. "Aren't you going to take it back?" Yan Shi asked Qiao Shen, holding up the card. "Aren't you afraid of wasting it?" "My grandfather won't misjudge people," Qiao Shen declared. "In the future, I hope for your consideration of the Qiao family." "Brother Qiao Shen, have you lost your mind?" Miao Yun was green with envy. "You believe the words of a charlatan?" Qiao Shen didn't reply. Yan Shi then said, "Then I'll go over and get acquainted with your grandfather." Qiao Shen was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Miss Yan, this way, please." Miao Yan stamped her feet, nearly fainting with rage. Yanxi approached the old Mr. Qiao, sat down, and exchanged a few pleasantries with him. Then, she took his pulse. Xiaoxin was astonished. Fellow student Yan, what are you doing? Mr. Qiao. Yanxi lowered her voice and said to Qiao Hanting, dismiss everyone around you. I have something to say. Qiao Hanting was not only not angry, but he was also very cooperative, immediately dismissing everyone except Qiao Shen. Little friend Yan. What have you discerned? He asked Yanxi in a low voice. You've been afflicted by witchcraft. Yanxi's eyes were profound. It's been quite some time. How did you perceive it? Qiao Hanting asked quietly. There are shadows of insects in your pupils, and your pulse is beating abnormally. Indeed. Qiao Hanting said softly. It's been 3 months. My health has been deteriorating, and doctors can't figure out what's wrong. Only recently did an expert suggest that I might have been targeted by witchcraft. Regrettably, the esteemed master is currently traveling afar and thus unavailable to assist me. However, after Miss Yan's elucidation, it appears this matter is indeed genuine. Yanxi turned swiftly, retrieving a gourd of demonic spring water from her spatial dimension, and presented it to Qiao Hanting, saying, this water can temporarily help you eliminate the insects. However, to ascertain the specific type of witchcraft you've been afflicted with, eradicate all the larvae, and thoroughly cleanse your system, a comprehensive blood examination is necessary. Qiao Hanting opened the gourd and took several hearty gulps of the demonic spring water. Moments later, his eyes gleamed with renewed vitality. And he exclaimed to Yanxi with delight, this water is truly miraculous. I feel instantly rejuvenated. Indeed, Yanxi responded, once the witchcraft is purged from your system, you will experience even greater health and vigor. Then, let's arrange a suitable time, Qiao Hanting said in a hushed tone. The situation surrounding me is intricate. And we must ensure everything is secure before contacting you, Miss Yan. Very well, Yanxi nodded in agreement. Just then, a commotion erupted, and someone exclaimed. The true distinguished guest of honor has arrived. Let's see who the real VIP is. The guest surged towards the entrance of the hall. And Yanxi rose to her feet, craning her neck to get a better view. Xinyu remarked, the other supreme card was given to the commercial magnate of Hua, the president of the Qin Tian group. I wonder what this legendary figure looks like, she mused. Is he perhaps a sagacious old gentleman in his 60s? As she pondered, a tall, slender man in a silver suit strode through the VIP passage towards the main venue. He was followed by a retinue of 5 or 6 bodyguards, all clad in black suits and sunglasses, exuding an aura of ruthless efficiency. Her diminutive frame trembled subtly, her countenance paling precipitously. This man, the president of the Qin Tian Corporation? Absurd. She recognized him as Qin Qi, her paramour from a prior existence. This very man had once pledged eternal devotion, only to cruelly abandon her after her disfigurement. Before her very eyes, he had engaged in amorous dalliances with Yan Shui, her half-sister, their entanglement a grotesque spectacle. Such a reprobate, regardless of any presidential title at Qin Tian, was unworthy of even being a mere guest of the Haishi Corporation. Indignant, Yanxi retrieved her cellular device, poised to contact Xinyu, intent on banishing Qin Qi to the furthest reaches imaginable. Before the call could be initiated, Qin Qi began to speak. Esteemed hosts of the Haishi Corporation, I am Qin Qi, the emissary of the Qin Tian Corporation of China. Our most distinguished guest is my uncle, the president of Qin Tian. However, due to pressing matters, he departed for Longguo last night. Therefore, I shall attend this charitable auction in his stead. I appreciate your consideration. Yanxi, gritting her teeth, exhaled in relief. So, this scoundrel was not the distinguished guest after all. Rather, his uncle held that position. It seemed his uncle was likely no better. Chapter 14, the president of Qin Tian Corporation. In her previous life, Yanxi was ignorant of Qin Qi's lineage and affluence. Now, she realized he was a member of China's foremost financial dynasty. No wonder Yan Shui was so desperate to usurp him from her. This man was not the president of Qin Tian Corporation? Murmurs began to ripple through the auction hall. Amidst the murmurs, the question lingered, who exactly is the president of Qin Tian Group? All these years, we haven't even heard a name. If what this representative says is true, and the president is his uncle, he must be in his 50s or 60s by now. If we could ingratiate ourselves with the Qin family, our business would ascend to unparalleled heights. In a flurry, the guests surged toward Qin Chi. Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin. I'm the president of Chuangxin, here's my card. I'm from Changhong, this is our membership card. Miao Yun, abandoning her attempts to cozy up to Qiao Shen, pulled her father, Miao Jia, to present Qin Chi with a business card. The Miao family has been struggling these past few years. If we can align ourselves with the Qin family, we could be revived. Miao Jia exclaimed. Don't worry, Dad, I'll make sure young Master Qin notices us. Miao Yun surreptitiously applied lipstick and spritzed perfume. However, before she could approach Qin Chi, she and the other guests were intercepted by bodyguards. In a corner, Yan Shi lounged in a chair, legs crossed, observing the commotion with detached amusement. After a period of uproar, the auction officially commenced. The auction was divided into two segments. The first segment featured items provided by Haishi Group, including jewelry, jade, and antiques. All proceeds would be donated to the city to fund welfare initiatives. The first item, a jade necklace, was displayed with a starting bid of 500,000. The guests quickly escalated the price to 1 million. 1,200,000. Han's investment called out. 1,500,000. Zhuang's real estate countered. I bid 2 million. Miao Yun declared. 2 million for the Miao family, whispered the guests, murmuring amongst themselves that this set of jade was hardly remarkable. A valuation of 150,000 would have sufficed. It appears that the Miao family truly possesses abundant wealth. Do not heed their boasts, interjected another guest. The Miao family is currently struggling. Word has it their financial chain is precarious and could collapse at any moment. As the auctioneer noted the absence of further bids, he struck the gavel thrice. 2 million. This exquisite jade necklace goes to the Miao family. Miao Yun cast a triumphant glance at Yan Shi, her face adorned with mockery and disdain. Yan Shi merely smiled, tracing two letters in the air with her finger, SB. This jade necklace had cost a mere 300,000 at Haishi Jewelry Company. If Miao Yun spent 2 million on it, was she not a fool? Miao Yun was enraged, her complexion paling as if she might faint. Yet, in such a setting, she was obliged to uphold the image of a high society young lady and could only seethe in silence. In a bid to salvage her dignity, Miao Yun gritted her teeth and spent an additional 300,000 to procure a jade bracelet for her mother. Her father, Miao Jia, glowered, his face darkened with anger, muttering under his breath, do not inflate your importance, now we've spent 5 million. You are truly a squanderer. Do not worry, father. Miao Yun replied. I shall certainly help you establish connections with the Qin Tian group. This 5 million can be recouped with a mere flick of the fingers. That would be ideal. Miao Jia said, begrudgingly. The first auction concluded with great fervor, and the second session commenced, featuring items provided by the Qin Tian group. Miao Yun lifted her skirt and approached Yan Shi. With no money to my name, I suppose I am merely here to witness the festivities? Am I the subject of your jest? Yan Shi turned with a smile, urging patience, for is it not the second half that truly begins? Miao Yun scoffed. I see that for you, any endeavor is futile. Is it so difficult to accept the harshness of reality? The latter part of her remark remained unvoiced, for she dared not utter it aloud, lest she tarnish her reputation. How she wished for He Lin's presence, as all the unsavory words could be entrusted to her, allowing Miao Yun to merely play the role of the gracious mediator, thereby showcasing her own poise and refinement. We have brought forth an array of items for auction, including antiques, jade, and 7 exquisite pieces of calligraphy and painting. Qin Chi began to speak, adding that one of the paintings was crafted by his uncle, the president of the Qin Tian group. Whoever successfully bids for my uncle's painting will be invited to dine with him upon his swift return from Langua. What a stroke of fortune, akin to a pie falling from the heavens. Finally, the opportunity to behold this colossal figure had arrived. I shall bid on all 7 pieces of art. The auction rules for these paintings are. Qin Chi concluded. Each person is limited to bidding on only 1 piece. The crowd responded with astonishment, is it not merely a game of chance? In their eagerness to secure a painting, the guests were animated. The preceding lots of antiques and jade were swiftly auctioned off. Then, the first painting was unveiled. It was a serene landscape, depicting distant mountains with brushwork that was both ethereal and vivid, embodying both form and spirit. Many guests believe that anyone referred to as uncle by Qin Chi must be at least 50 years of age. This painting indeed aligns with that demographic. Consequently, the first artwork was auctioned starting at 1 million and ultimately fetched a staggering 27 million, purchased by Innovation Group. The second piece was a calligraphy work titled Qin Yuan Chun, Snow. Its strokes were vigorous and its grandeur commanding, exuding an air of dominance reminiscent of President Qin Tian's style, ultimately selling for 29 million to Changhong Group. Both entities were convinced they had acquired a genuine masterpiece from President Qin Tian and eagerly anticipated dining with the legendary figure. The third piece was an oil painting, characterized by its bold colors and expressive style, which was purchased by the Miao family for a handsome sum. Yanxi, I must say, you merely stand there gaping, utterly impoverished, yet dare to attend such an auction. Miao Yun began to mock Yanxi again. This afternoon, I shall dine with President Qin Tian. Are you not filled with envy and resentment? Of course, your understanding is so limited, you have no idea what President Qin Tian represents, so even if you feel envy, it is unfounded. Yanxi paid no heed to Miao Yun, as she was captivated by a watercolor painting that had just been unveiled. The artwork was clumsily rendered, to the extent that when the canvas was revealed, it elicited not a single ripple in the audience. No one would believe that such a poorly executed watercolor could originate from the esteemed president of Qin Tian Group. How could such a powerful, extraordinary man, who dominated the world, possess such elementary artistic skills? Yet, Yanxi was irresistibly captivated by the watercolor painting. The image depicted a fierce blaze, with a man embracing a girl, engulfed in flames. The simplistic style, the vivid crimson hues, and the man holding the girl stirred something deep within Yanxi. How reminiscent this was of a dream she once had? Chapter 15, The Peculiar Watercolor Painting. I shall take this painting, Yanxi declared without hesitation, regardless of the artist's identity. Be it the renowned President Qin or another, her determination remained unshaken. Ha, Yanxi! Miao Yun chuckled, do you believe this painting will not attract any bids? With a starting price of 900 yuan, you can afford it, right? Congratulations! You are correct. Yanxi raised her paddle, 1,000 yuan, I will take this painting. Laughter erupted throughout the venue. This poorly executed watercolor was priced so low that they deemed it less valuable than toilet paper. This girl from a humble background was indeed suited to purchase such a piece. After all, she would not leave empty-handed, let her indulge. 1,000 yuan for the first time, 1,000 yuan for the second time, 1,000 yuan for the third time. Bang! Sold. Congratulations to this young lady for acquiring Rebirth for 1,000 yuan. The painting was titled Rebirth? Yanxi's eyes glistened with emotion, it resonated profoundly with her sentiments. Who could possibly capture the essence of her dreams in art? After all 7 paintings were auctioned, it was Qin Chi who ultimately unveiled the mystery. The guests who had captured the exquisite paintings each clutched their cherished pieces with eager anticipation, envisioning the prospect of dining alongside the magnates of the foremost financial consortium, and subsequently witnessing their family enterprises ascend to unparalleled heights. The calligraphy by the president of the Qin Tian Group bore the title Rebirth. As Qin Chi's words resonated, the guests, holding their artworks, cast fearful glances at their own pieces. Surely, theirs could not be labeled as Rebirth? After all, Rebirth was a watercolor purchased for a mere 1,000 yuan by that impoverished student. With a gasp, several individuals, including Miao Yun's father, Miao Jia, succumbed to faintness. The business landscape was already perilous, and now, having spent 30 million on a worthless painting, it was a calamity. A situation exacerbated. How could the enterprise sustain its operations in such turmoil? Upon regaining consciousness, Miao Jia's first act was to deliver 2 resounding slaps to Miao Yun. Get out! You harbinger of misfortune, you have brought ruin upon your father. Miao Yun's face, already swollen, became even more grotesquely inflated, turning a deep shade of purple. Yanxi! She seethed internally, you wretched creature, you shall pay for this. Qin Chi communicated with the organizers, requesting to meet the individual who had purchased Rebirth. However, Zhao Jun from the organizing committee informed him that the person had already departed. Qin Chi gazed towards the entrance, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a slender, graceful figure vanishing. A jolt of recognition coursed through him, that silhouette seemed strikingly familiar. Later that afternoon, Yanxi succumbed to slumber. Having barely roused herself from slumber, she reached for her ringing phone. An unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. With languid movements, she answered. This is Qin Qi, project manager at Qin Tian Group. The voice jolted Yan Shi into full wakefulness. A wave of recollections washed over her, transporting her back to her previous life. The memories were fragmented. Yet she retained the agonizing demise of An Yuran, the persecution inflicted by Lu Yunmei and Yan Shui, the fleeting romance with Qin Qi, his callous derision, and his heartless abandonment. A surge of anguish and resentment welled up within her. Yan Shi clenched her fingers. The latter part of Qin Qi's message lost in the torrent of emotions. All that registered was the time and location for a dinner engagement with the president of Qin Tian Group. Very well, Yan Shi responded, I shall be there promptly. The moment for settling scores with Qin Qi had not yet arrived, thus she harbored no desire to meet him. However, an audience with the president of Qin Tian Group was imperative. Firstly, the future growth and prosperity of Hai Shi hinged on the support of various influential entities. And what entity could be more powerful than this preeminent financial conglomerate? Secondly, she was consumed by curiosity as to how this elderly gentleman had managed to depict her dreams. Scarcely had she terminated the call with Qin Qi when her phone rang once more, this time with Qin Moshen on the line. A smile played upon Yan Shi's lips as she greeted him with a languid and endearing voice, Uncle? Little one, I have returned. Did you miss me? His deep, resonant voice resonated in her ear. Why would I miss you? Yan Shi's heart fluttered with affection, yet she retorted, You're not currency, after all. Very well, Mr. Qin remarked. In the future, I shall have banknotes printed with my likeness. Amused, Yan Shi responded, You are truly remarkable, sir. What brings you here? I am hosting a dinner gathering and would be honored by your presence, he replied, his deep, resonant voice sending shivers down her spine. Perhaps another time, Yan Shi demurred, recalling the elderly gentleman from Qin Tian Corporation with a touch of reluctance. I already have plans for this evening. Very well, Mr. Qin conceded with a hint of disappointment. I shall arrange for a chauffeur to escort you. That won't be necessary, Yan Shi replied. I can simply take a taxi. Tomorrow, Mr. Qin declared. I will have the property deed and sports car delivered to you. Considering the alternative of potentially having to accept the gentleman's personal commitment in lieu of payment, Yan Shi acquiesced, Very well, consider it my consultation fee. As a hereditary Earl of Singapore, you are certainly worth the price. At 5:30. Yan Shi donned a simple dress, slung a backpack over her shoulder, and hailed a taxi to Cloudsea Manor. The elderly gentleman from Qin Tian Corporation had arranged for them to dine together there. A uniformed attendant at the entrance guided her inside, where she encountered Qin Qi, who was awaiting her arrival. Yan Shi felt a surge of unease and attempted to avert her gaze. However, Qin Qi had already spoken. Madam, have we met before? Yan Shi responded with a sardonic smile, I was raised in the mountains, a simple rustic. You, sir, are a celestial being. How could our paths have possibly crossed? Qin Qi, oblivious to the mockery in Yan Shi's words, took her statement as a compliment, which greatly pleased him. Indeed. There are many in this world who bear a resemblance to one another. Please, come inside. However, the avarice in his gaze was unmistakable. The young woman possessed such exquisite beauty that to call her an unparalleled vision would not be an overstatement. Her eyes, shimmering with a captivating allure, could ensnare any beholder. Her delicate, fair complexion, flushed with a rosy hue, incited an irresistible urge to caress it. Her lips, as tender and vibrant as flower petals, exuded a captivating charm, stirring affection at first glance and an uncontrollable desire for a kiss upon further contemplation. Her long eyelashes fluttered, imbuing her with the vivacity of a sprightly fox. Such a bewitching and lovely beauty should not capture the attention of the young uncle. However, it matters not, for the young uncle is known to be indifferent to women, rumored to be an unyielding, perennial iron tree. Thus, Qin Qi cast a profound glance at Yan Shi, a sinister smile creeping upon his face as he clenched his palm. Little woman, you will be mine in the future. The two continued inward, where a group of servants stood around a pavilion. The uncle is waiting inside. Qin Qi stated, I shall not intrude. He held a deep-seated fear for the man of high rank and immense authority within. Very well. Thank you for your trouble. Yan Shi nodded and proceeded toward the pavilion. Rounding the covered corridor, she beheld the man seated in the primary position beneath the pavilion. He wore a black silk shirt, his broad back exuding strength, his figure exuding nobility and grace. Partially obscured by verdant bamboo, his mere silhouette conveyed an aura of overbearing dominance and exceptional distinction. Is he not supposed to be an elderly man in his 60s? The figure did not seem to align with that description. Yanxi frowned, and as she pondered, the man seemed to sense her presence, turning his head, his deep eyes like stars. Yanxi was instantly stunned, blurting out, "How could it be you?" Chapter 16, Qin Emotions. Achilles' heel. Qin Emotion arose and hastened to greet her as Yanxi approached him with swift steps. At the threshold of the pavilion, Qin Emotion swept her into his arms. "It's truly astonishing. Was it you who acquired that painting?" "Hush." Yanxi playfully chided in his embrace. "I suspect you've been visiting me in my dreams." A tender stirring welled up within the man as the corners of his lips curved into a smile. That was no mere dream, but a glimpse of their previous existence. Amidst that conflagration, he had held her close, whispering, "If there is a next life, allow me to find you, to protect you, to shield you from all harm." Yet now, cradling her delicate form in his arms, she remained oblivious to their shared past. No matter, he mused. He would gradually guide her to accept him, to rekindle her love for him. His cherished darling would never elude his grasp. Qin Emotion's embrace of Yanxi was witnessed in its entirety by Qin Qi, who lurked behind a cluster of flowers. His worst fears had materialized. No sooner had he set his sights on this woman than she had become entangled with Qin Emotion. Why must Qin Emotion always vie with him for everything? The mantle of family heir, a position of prominence, immeasurable wealth. Damn that man. Just you wait. But what virtues did that woman possess that enabled her to ensnare the aloof and esteemed heir of the Qin Empire? This woman was undoubtedly more than met the eye. And she was assuredly Qin Emotion's weakness. A sinister smile crept across Qin Qi's face as he stealthily retreated from behind the floral arrangement. Qin Emotion. With Yanxi nestled in his arms, settled at the jujube table within the pavilion, as servants promptly poured wine. "Let us forego the wine," Yanxi remarked. "I shall suffice with plain water." Qin Emotion waved his hand toward the servant. How lacking in discernment, how could a child drink alcohol? "Fetch some water." "I have some with me." Yanxi had already procured a gourd of magical spring water from her space. "This water is sourced from the mountains, it is delightful." "Uncle. Do have a taste," she said, pouring a cup for Qin Emotion. "How amusing, to carry water wherever you go." Qin Emotion chuckled. "Yet this is a commendable habit, a young girl ought to learn to safeguard herself, steering clear of food and drink offered by strangers." "Are you referring to me?" Yanxi playfully tilted her head at him. "I am not speaking of you, but of others." Qin Emotion gently tapped her petite nose. "You and I. We have known each other from a past life." "I am inclined to believe that," Yanxi exclaimed, retrieving a painting from her bag, which seemed to hint at something significant. "This painting tells a story." Qin Emotion's gaze deepened as he looked at the little girl before him. "When you are ready to listen, I shall share it with you." "Why not tell it now?" Yanxi innocently tilted her head. "I am eager to hear it." Qin Emotion ruffled her fluffy little head, shaking his head. "You would not believe it if I told you now. It is better to wait until later." Yanxi did not press the matter, lowering her head to sip her water, while Qin Emotion lifted his cup to drink as well. Upon swallowing a mouthful of the refreshing magical spring water, his expression brightened. "This water is exquisite. It is unlike any other." He sniffed slightly. "I had a mild case of rhinitis, but after a sip of water, I felt instantly rejuvenated." "If it's delicious, do indulge." Yanxi smiled, filling his cup with more from the gourd. The servants brought out dish after dish until the table was laden with an array of culinary delights, their enticing aromas wafting through the air, making one's mouth water. Unable to resist, Yanxi licked her lips. In her previous life, she often went hungry, subsisting on spoiled food, as Lu Yunmei never allowed her to eat her fill. Thus, in this life, she had transformed into a little foodie. Qin Mo could see the longing in her eyes, reflecting on the hardships the young girl had faced in her past. "Eat whatever you desire, if it's insufficient. I shall have the kitchen prepare more." He picked up the serving chopsticks and piled her small dish high with food. "Thank you, uncle," Yanxi exclaimed joyfully as she began to eat. "By the way, how did you come to participate in the Haishi Group's charity auction?" "Well," Yanxi replied, "I won a supreme card in a lucky draw, quite by accident. Had I known you were attending, I would have sent someone to bid on things you like." Yanxi shook her head, everything was provided by the Haishi group. Could she not simply take what she wanted? I only fancy the painting you created, the rest doesn't pique my interest. The two enjoyed their meal and engaged in light-hearted conversation, time passing peacefully and pleasantly. However, a sudden scream shattered the tranquility. Little uncle, there's an assassin. In the next moment, Qin rushed over, clutching his blood-soaked arm, followed by a dozen masked figures in black, armed and pursuing him. Qin deeply pressed Yanxi beneath the table, swiftly drawing his pistol to eliminate the foremost black-clad assailant. Crouched under the table, Yanxi gnawed on a pig's trotter, contemplating the difficulties faced by this uncle. How many enemies must he have to carry a firearm at all times? With a flick of her wrist, she tossed the bone, striking down another black-clad figure. The assailant, oblivious to the source of the projectile, felt the shattering of his kneecap. Qin, frustrated by the lack of progress, signaled to the black-clad man behind him. He had already conferred with them, if Qin could not handle the situation, they would capture the young girl. Once they secured her, would Qin not surrender? Yanxi peeked out from beneath the table, having already taken down 2 assailants, with another 8 or 9 still remaining. It was uncertain whether Qin gun could fend them all off, while ensuring their safety remained intact. With this thought in mind, Yanxi emerged from her hiding place. Get back, little girl. Qin bellowed, bullets do not discriminate. But I urgently need to use the restroom. Yanxi pleaded pitifully, Uncle, where is it? With a resigned gesture, Qin indicated, over there. I'll cover you. Covering her head, Yanxi crouched low and dashed towards the restroom in the courtyard. Upon spotting her, Qin immediately signaled to a black-clad operative. Receiving the command, the assailant stealthily approached the restroom, gun in hand. As Yanxi concealed herself inside. Having just retrieved a sniper rifle from her hidden space, the black-clad man burst in. With a forceful strike of the rifle butt, he was rendered unconscious. And Yanxi swiftly ascended to the roof of the restroom through the window. Amidst a fierce confrontation with a cadre of men clad in black, Qin found himself embroiled in a hail of gunfire that had transformed the garden into a war zone, as his bodyguards arrived to reinforce him. Perched atop the restroom roof, Yanxi took aim with unwavering precision, each pull of the trigger resulting in a fatal blow. With a series of sickening thuds, 8 or 9 assailants instantly met their demise. Discarding the sniper rifle into her spatial dimension, she slipped into the restroom, seizing a mop handle. As she feigned innocence, Qin and Qin burst through the door. Sheer, are you unharmed? This lecherous fiend dared to intrude upon my privacy. I struck him down with a single blow. Yanxi pouted, feigning indignation. Qin was taken aback. Were these assassins made of paper? Qin mused. I had forgotten the young lady's extraordinary abilities. Guards. Qin commanded his entourage, remove this man and subject him to thorough interrogation. Uncle, allow me to handle this matter. Qin interjected, his countenance shifting. You are wounded. Qin frowned, concern etched upon his face. Attend to your injuries first. Qin, despite his unease, dared not disobey. Instead, he lashed out at the prone assailant. Damnable wretch. As the guards moved to haul the black-clad figure to his feet, they discovered a trickle of blood emanating from his lips. He had taken his own life. Damn it all. Who is responsible for this outrage? Qin thundered. Uncle. Temper your anger. Qin stammered, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. I vow to uncover the truth. Uncover the truth, you say? Yanxi retorted, her face hardening. I believe you bear full responsibility. Qin, already in a state of agitation, paled visibly. Miss, what do you imply? Is there any need to belabor the point? Yanxi exclaimed. Mr. Qin is entertaining guests here, yet you failed to maintain security. Aren't you deliberately undermining Mr. Qin? Qin Mohan's piercing gaze abruptly fell upon Qin. He had always been dissatisfied with this nephew, and now the old man had insisted on bringing him along. Uncle. Qin panicked further. If he revealed any weakness, the man before him would show no mercy. I didn't. It's just that this villa is new, and the security system isn't yet complete. I don't know how the assassin got in. In other words, you're incompetent. Yanxi sneered disdainfully. Qin was speechless. Leave, Qin Mohan said. His face dark as he waved Qin away. Qin lowered his head and slunk away. Qin Mohan embraced Yan Shi as they left the restroom, examining her from head to toe. My dear, were you hurt? No, Yan Shi replied, looking up at him. But uncle, how many enemies do you have? From the moment I met you, you've been pursued. Chapter 18, Chairman. Preliminary investigations indicate that there are two groups pursuing me, Qin Mohan said, his brow furrowed slightly. One from Xingzhou, and the other from within China. However, I haven't yet ascertained their specific identities. How many people know about your presence at Yunhai Villa? Yan Shi inquired. Only these individuals, Qin Mohan replied. Myself, my bodyguards, the servants, and my nephew from the capital. So, there must be a mole among your inner circle. Yan Shi exclaimed, her eyelashes fluttering. Uncle, you mustn't let your guard down. Such a clever little imp. Qin Emotion chuckled, ruffling her hair. So precocious, you've even considered what I have. Anyway, Yan Shi said, her bright eyes narrowing, I find your nephew rather disagreeable. Qin Qi? Qin Emotion's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed. Yan Shi affirmed. A pretty boy. Undoubtedly cunning and deceitful. Suddenly, Qin Qi sneezed twice in quick succession, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He had discovered that most of the black-clad assassins he had deployed had fallen victim to sniper rifles. Sniper rifles? A chill ran down Qin Qi's spine. Could it be that Qin Emotion had a hidden, undetected assassin in his retinue? He hastily reported this alarming discovery to his superiors. The following day, a Sunday. Yan Shi had no school. Xinyu had gone to the corporate headquarters early in the morning. After rising, Yan Shi practiced martial arts in the courtyard for a while and ate the breakfast she had prepared. She then donned casual attire and took a taxi to the Hai Shi Group's headquarters to inspect the operations. Whom are you seeking? The receptionist inquired. Do you have an appointment? I'm here to see Xinyu, Yan Shi replied, but I do not have an appointment. I'm sorry, without an appointment, our CEO is unavailable. Please schedule one in advance. I see, Yan Shi acknowledged, nodding before turning to leave. Half an hour later, she returned, riding a courier tricycle and clad in a Shintong Express uniform. The parcel addressed to Mr. Shen requires a personal signature. She brandished a courier bag at the front desk. Mr. Shen is on the top floor, you may take the elevator up, the receptionist informed her. Yan Shi, clutching the parcel, proceeded towards the exclusive elevator for the chairman. Oh, that one's not correct, you cannot enter there, you should use this elevator, the receptionist attempted to clarify. However, before she could finish, Yan Shi had already extended her petite hand, and with a fingerprint recognition, the elevator door swung open. Although she had never visited the Hai Shi Group building before, she was determined to fulfill her duties for Xinyu without fail. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback, stunned for a couple of seconds, before hastily contacting the security department. This is bad, there's an issue with the chairman's exclusive elevator, how can just anyone enter? The head of security rushed over with detection equipment. After a series of checks, he asserted, indeed, only the chairman's fingerprint can unlock it, no one else can gain access. But I clearly saw that woman enter. Are you sure you didn't mistake her for the chairman herself? The receptionist, exasperated, retorted, she's merely a courier, if she were the chairman, then I would be the president myself. Upon reaching the top floor, Yan Shi, under the pretense of delivering a parcel, located Xinyu. Xinyu swiftly pulled her into the president's office. My dear aunt, why didn't you let me come down to meet you? Wasn't it to avoid revealing my identity? Yan Shi replied with a smile, this way is much more entertaining. Xinyu poured her a glass of water, observed her take a few sips, and then guided her through the various departments. I understand, General Shen. Yan Shi winked at Xinyu, stating that she would personally collect packages from each department as needed. Xinyu sighed, feeling helpless against the little master. After inspecting the work, Yan Shi descended via the chairman's exclusive elevator. A receptionist rushed to greet her, little girl. Are you really a courier? Yan Shi produced her work ID, declaring, here it is. My employee number is 007. Half an hour earlier, she had applied for a position as a delivery person. It was remarkably simple, being healthy, adept with smartphones, and capable of riding a tricycle sufficed. While returning the tricycle to the courier company, she encountered a row of luxury cars on the road. Sucking on a lollipop, she disdainfully pouted, what extravagance! Inside one of the luxury vehicles, Zhang Chen was on the phone with Qin Mosheng. Sir, our young lady is working a part-time job. Part-time? Qin Moshing's brows furrowed. What kind of part-time job? Chapter 19, Exorbitant Medical Fees. I saw her swiftly navigating the streets on an extraordinary tricycle. Zhang Chen remarked. In that case, Qin Moshing continued. Let's send her the property deed along with a sports car, a selection of international high-end women's clothing, bags, shoes, and hats, plus a global black card. All right. Zhang Chen replied, we're almost there, let's turn back and retrieve the global black card. She returned the courier tricycle and made her way back to Yulong Garden. Just as she opened the front gate, Zhang Chen's entourage arrived behind her. A line of 8 luxury cars, the second of which was a silver limited edition Aston Martin. This scene seems rather familiar, doesn't it? Before she could recall anything, Zhang Chen approached with a bow, addressing her as Miss Yan. Who are you calling Miss? She retorted with a stern expression. Oh, right. Zhang Chen quickly corrected himself, it's sister. Am I older than you? She rolled her eyes at him. Aren't you afraid of calling me old? Then, Zhang Chen pondered, well, shall I call you little ancestor instead? You are the little ancestor, who are you scolding? Zhang Chen remarked. The future young mistress of the great Qin is truly hard to please. Forget it. She waved her hand, let us stick with sister, but what brings you here? On Master Xing's orders, we are here to deliver your medical fee. All right then, I agreed to it. Come in. Zhang Chen gestured towards the several vehicles behind him. Consequently, a dozen bodyguards began to carry numerous large boxes into the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished. The labels on these boxes belonged to prestigious international luxury brands, including clothing, shoes, hats, and jewelry. Finally, Zhang Chen presented a meticulously crafted gift box with both hands. Upon opening it, she found the property deed for Bixia Mountain Villa, the registration and keys for an Aston Martin, along with a global black card. Just then, the 2 hourly workers hired by Xinyu arrived. They coordinated with the bodyguards to carry items upstairs while they hung them in the cloakroom. After 3 solid hours of effort, the task was finally completed. Miss. Zhang Chen rubbed his hands together, nodding and bowing to Yanxi, this way, I can report back. If you are still unsatisfied, feel free to reach out to Master Shen later. I am quite satisfied, please thank him on my behalf. Yanxi waved her hand dismissively at Zhang Chen. Once Zhang Chen departed with his entourage of bodyguards, Yanxi decided to reward her 2 housekeepers with bonuses. The 2 housekeepers beamed with delight, their spirits lifted. And they worked with renewed vigor. As Yanxi was about to ascend the stairs, her phone rang, it was her classmate, Su Yin calling. Yanxi? Su Yin's voice chimed, it's the weekend, let's go out and have some fun. What shall we do? Yanxi inquired, not one to shy away from leisure, especially at her youthful age. She was eager to familiarize herself with the various facets of Haiqing. A new club has opened, called Golden Years. I've gathered a few classmates. You should join us. Sure. Send me the address, and I'll head over shortly, Yanxi replied. Su Yin promptly sent the location. And Yanxi hurried upstairs to take a shower. Opening her wardrobe, she gazed at the exquisite array of garments gifted by Qin Moshing. She chose a lovely cherry blossom-colored dress, removing all tags before slipping it on and admiring her reflection in the mirror. How did Qin Moshing know her size so precisely? Did that insufferable man measure her while she was asleep? She glanced down at her chest. Oh well, it's fine, she still has time to grow. After all, she is still quite young. At 5:30, Yanxi, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, took a taxi to Golden Years, only to be unexpectedly halted by the receptionist upon arrival. Excuse me, madam, our establishment operates on a membership basis. Would you perhaps prefer that your acquaintance greet you at the entrance? As Yanxi was about to decline, stating that she would acquire a membership herself, a voice resonated from behind. Yanxi, is it possible to avoid encountering you at every turn? Yanxi turned to discover Miaoyan approaching. Perhaps it is she who seems to be omnipresent, Yanxi mused. Miaoyan haughtily lifted her chin, proclaiming with an air of superiority, what is it? Is the rustic girl from the mountains intimidated by such a refined establishment? Implore me, and I may consider escorting you inside. Chapter 20, Protection. I perceive that your articulation has improved since your recent swelling, Yanxi retorted with a sardonic smile. You. Miaoyan raised a hand to her mouth, exclaiming, do not remind me of unpleasantries. I dare say you are incapable of recalling anything pleasant, Yanxi mocked, Have you already forgotten your performance at yesterday's auction? The resounding impact of your father's blows must have been quite painful, wouldn't you agree? Miaoyun was mortified. At that moment, Suyin emerged, accompanied by a young man. Shi Baoer. Suyin exclaimed with delight, you have arrived. I was just about to greet you. I have only just arrived and was about to enter. She responded with a smile. Miaoyun followed the sound of Su Yin's voice and her countenance shifted. The young man accompanying Su Yin was none other than Xiao Shen. Brother Xiao Shen, you are here as well? Why did you not extend an invitation to me? Miaoyun inquired with a hint of desperation. Xiao Shen glanced at Yan Shi before replying, I accepted the invitation of Su Yin and did not intend to include you. However, Miaoyun glanced at her friends beside her, feeling quite troubled. She had already made plans with them. And to abandon them for joining Xiao Shen would be exceedingly impolite. It was important to note that the individuals she had invited were all from prominent families, she could not afford to offend them. Yet, her hesitation to align with Xiao Shen stemmed from a fear that he might be seduced by that little vixen, Yan Shi. Although, in truth, Xiao Shen was never truly hers to begin with. As she watched Su Yin link arms with Yan Shi, while Xiao Shen, ever the gentleman, followed behind, Miaoyun felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. She stomped her high heels against the floor, gritting her teeth, Yan Shi, you little wretch, just wait. If you dare to take the first step, don't blame me for retaliating. Upon entering the private room, Yan Shi discovered that several classmates had already gathered. Being of similar ages, it was easy for everyone to engage with one another, especially since they were classmates. In no time, they became engrossed in revelry, eating, drinking, singing, and playing, thoroughly enjoying themselves. As the clock struck 11, the gathering finally began to disperse. Xiao Shen offered to escort Yan Shi home, but she, slightly tipsy, shook her head. There's no need. I can take a taxi. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Xiao Shen reluctantly acquiesced. At the entrance of the club, they bid farewell to one another. Yan Shi, with her backpack slung over her shoulders, strolled along the road, feeling the cool breeze against her skin. As night enveloped the world in silence, memories of the past surged within her heart. The thought of Rant's tragic demise pierced her with anguish. That gentle and kind-hearted woman, who was not her biological mother, had cared for her more than her own mother ever did. Yet, after saving her, she had met an inexplicable and tragic end. Who could have perpetrated such a heinous act against her? The bloated, grotesque visage of Lu Yunmei resurfaced in her mind's eye, along with Yan Shui's chilling smile. Each instance of their malevolence had pierced her to the very marrow of her being. How could she ever expunge such animosity and resentment? Her eyes welled with crimson tears as Yan Shi embraced her own arms, seeking solace and warmth. A dark blazer was gently draped over her shoulders, enveloping her in its comforting embrace. A deep, resonant voice whispered in her ear, "Little one, didn't I provide you with a vehicle? Why haven't you been utilizing it?" Yan Shi turned her gaze to behold the towering figure of the man, an ethereal presence in the nocturnal ambience. His handsome features exuded an alluring charm, his profound eyes shimmering like distant stars, capable of captivating the soul. "Uncle?" With a fragile demeanor, Yan Shi nestled into his embrace, succumbing to the warmth and security it offered, a sensation for which she yearned. "It's quite late, and you're just a young lady. Don't you realize the potential perils?" Qin emotion enfolded her in his arms, his voice tinged with a husky timbre of reproach, yet imbued with an overriding sense of concern and tenderness. For he was cognizant of the profound pain concealed within the depths of this young woman's heart. "I haven't yet reached the age to acquire a driver's license," Yan Shi murmured softly. "But uncle, what brings you here?" She lifted her gaze to meet Qin emotion's eyes, her dark irises radiating a gentle, tender light. "I was merely passing by." Qin emotion's heart experienced a wave of tenderness as he relieved her of her satchel, slinging it over his own shoulder. He refrained from disclosing that he had been trailing her since she had exited the gates of Yulon Garden. "It's far too late. I shall escort you home." With these words, the man bent down and tenderly gathered the young woman into his arms. Subsequently, with a furrowed brow, he remarked, "Little one, it appears you've indulged in spirits, and quite a bit, haven't you?" Chapter 21, The Allure of the Distinguished Gentleman. Just a touch, nothing more. Yan Shi gestured with her petite hand, her head tilting as she drifted into slumber in his embrace. The distinctive, delicate fragrance of medicinal herbs emanating from her soothed Qin emotion's heart. Her tender form nestled against him, alleviating the solitude in his chest and filling him with unparalleled serenity. My precious, I vow to shield you from all who would seek to harm you. To protect and cherish you for all eternity. As if in response, Yanxi murmured softly. Half an hour later, the opulent, extended Rolls-Royce returned to the Bisha manor. The head butler was delighted to see their master carrying the young lady from the previous occasion once again. It seemed the prospect of their master embracing parenthood was not so distant after all. Master, shall I prepare a late supper? The butler inquired softly. Considering her deep slumber. What purpose would it serve? Qin Emotion responded with gentle warmth, I shall carry her upstairs to bed first. The butler nodded hastily, his heart filled with warmth. It was the first time their master had spoken with such tender inflection. It appeared this age-old iceberg was about to be melted by their future mistress. Qin Emotion carried the young girl to the master suite on the second floor, gently placing her upon the plush bed. Gazing at her sweet, innocent face, he felt a sense of happiness he had never before experienced. His profound eyes were replete with tenderness and affection. Bending down, he gently placed a kiss on the girl's forehead, then lay down beside her in his clothes. She bowed, dear, sleep well, I shall remain here with you. Uncle. Yanxi seemed to murmur in her dreams, turning over and draping her short legs across Qin Moshing's waist. Then, her delicate white arms stretched out to encircle his neck. You promised you would protect me, don't let them hurt me again. In her slumber, her little nose wrinkled, as if she were on the verge of tears. She nestled her small head deeper into Qin Moshing's embrace. She bowed. A pang of sorrow gripped Qin Moshing's heart as he pulled her closer. Fear not, no one dares to harm you again. He tucked the blanket around Yanxi. Then stood and walked to the window, drawing the velvet blackout curtains closed. He then took out his phone and called the capital, come over tonight. I have a task for you. Understood. Came the reply, I will set out immediately. The following morning, Yanxi awoke early. She remembered it was Monday. And she had school. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she looked around, this was not her home in Yulon Garden. It was a suite with a living room. And she found herself in the master bedroom, adjacent to a study and a second bedroom. The entire room was adorned in a white color scheme, with ivory European-style furniture exuding opulence. Yanxi recalled that this was Qin Moshing's Bisha villa. No, it should be said that this villa was now hers, as the property deed had already been transferred to her name. However, this bedroom belonged to Qin Moshing. At that moment, the elegant European-style door gently swung open. Qin Moshing entered with an air of grace. Dressed in a black silk shirt and black casual trousers, he exuded a cold, mysterious charm, strikingly handsome like a painting. His sculpted features were breathtakingly exquisite, and his every movement radiated an aura of opulence. Yanxi was momentarily captivated. How enchanting this gentleman was. Yet, how curious it was that such a charming man seemed never to have a woman by his side. Her adorable expression filled Qin Moshing's heart with affection as he gently touched her small face and asked, Are you still not awake? Yanxi snapped back to reality and looked at him, her voice soft and tender, How did I end up here? You drank too much last night and fell asleep in the car, so I brought you back. I still need to go to school, it's quite a distance from here. As she spoke, she attempted to throw off the covers and get out of bed. Upon realizing she was clad in a white silk nightgown, she swiftly lay back down. Her large eyes fixed on Qin Moshing. Qin Moshing couldn't help but chuckle at her little antics, ruffling her tousled hair as he reassured her, the housekeeper changed your clothes. There's nothing to worry about. Yanxi let out a sigh, her toes awkwardly scratching at the blanket. Knock. Knock. The bedroom door was tapped upon. And the housekeeper entered with fresh clothes. Yanxi quickly snatched the garments, her cheeks flushed, and hurried to the bathroom. Chapter 22, Why is there no woman by your side? Qin Moshing observed her flustered little figure, a tender smile playing at the corners of his lips. His starry eyes brimming with affection. Having completed her ablutions and donned a delicate lavender garment, Yanxi emerged from the lavatory. Her alabaster countenance and luminous, amorous eyes presented a vision of youthful vibrancy, akin to a dew-kissed blossom beneath the morning sun. This captivating sight stirred Qin Moshing's heart, causing it to falter momentarily. He felt an overwhelming desire to enshrine this precious darling, shielding her from the covetous gazes of all but himself. Allow me to escort you downstairs for breakfast. Qin Moshing offered, taking her delicate hand in his. Yanxi acquiesced to his lead, gazing up at the towering figure beside her. Uncle, she began. May I pose a query? By all means, Qin Machin responded with alacrity. I assure you, I shall answer with unwavering patience. A man of your caliber. Yan Shi broached the subject with candor, must surely be besieged by a multitude of women. Yet, why is it that you remain unattached? Am I not present? Qin Machin jested, gently tweaking her nose. Such a probing question. I am not to be considered, I am still a minor. A subtle hint of regret laced Yan Shi's expression. I am earnest in my inquiry, and I implore you to respond in kind. Then I shall confide in you that I once pledged to a young girl that upon her maturation, I would claim her as my bride. Would you find that credible? Indeed, I do. I hold unwavering faith in your words, uncle. Yan Shi fluttered her long eyelashes. But what of this young girl? Has she reached adulthood? She has indeed. Qin Machin replied, his deep-set eyes fixed upon her, his voice softening. Alas, she has no recollection of me. Therefore, I must endeavor to rekindle her memory with haste. How fortunate that young lady is. I hold her in great admiration. Yan Shi attempted to withdraw her hand from Qin Emotion's grasp, feeling she ought not to monopolize the gentleman. However, Qin Emotion clasped her hand even more firmly, uttering in a tender, husky tone, silly girl. Do you not realize that you are that very girl? What jest is this? Yan Shi responded with a smile of pristine innocence, I must hasten, lest I be tardy for school. As the pair descended the stairs hand in hand, a young man seated upon the living room sofa abruptly sprang to his feet. What is transpiring here? What is the meaning of this? That unyielding ironwood, that perennial iceberg, that Cretaceous stone. Master Qin, he is actually holding a woman's hand. This is explosive news, nay, extraordinarily explosive news. Alas, this news cannot be divulged to the media, or one would not know how one met their demise. M.O. Master Shen, this lady is. Li Qingyun gestured towards the ethereally beautiful Yan Shi, stammering, who is she? My savior. Qin Emotion replied earnestly, the one whom I intend to repay with my very being. Thump. Li Qingyun collapsed back onto the sofa, convinced he must be dreaming. That decisive and ruthless, powerfully influential, cloud-turning and rain-summoning Qin Emotion has a savior? Indeed. He must be dreaming. Yet, Yan Shi's snowy white hand extended towards him, dispelling any notion of a dream. Greetings, uncle, I am Yan Shi. You must be a friend of the gentleman, yes? Yan Shi? UNC uncle? Stunned and slightly disoriented, Li Qingyun felt as though the impact had aged him prematurely. Had he and Qin Moshen suddenly been elevated to the status of elders? And the little fairy was named Yan Shi? Qin Moshen had summoned him the previous night, instructing him to investigate the Yan family of the capital. Could there be a connection to this young lady? Li Qingyun wiped his hand on his lapel, preparing to grasp Yan Shi's hand. Smack. A forceful hand struck, violently knocking his hand away. Qin Moshen, spare me. Li Qingyun. Bully. He reluctantly retreated, clasping his hands behind his back, and greeted Yan Shi with a smile. Hello, little fairy. I'm Li Qingyun, the owner of Qingyun Media in the capital. If you're interested in entering the entertainment industry, get lost. Qin Moshen interjected curtly. Li Qingyun shrank back. After breakfast, Li Qingyun departed, and Qin Moshen personally escorted Yan Shi to school. 100 meters from the entrance of Haiqing University, Yan Shi alighted from the car, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and continued on foot. She preferred to avoid being seen emerging from a luxury vehicle, as it would inevitably incite unnecessary gossip. Just as she reached the school gate, a woman in a blue cheongsam intercepted her. Are you Miss Yan Shi? Chapter 23, Chiyu's Affliction You Are. Yan Shi inquired, puzzled, as she did not recognize the woman. I am Li Wan, Chiyu's mother. I've been waiting here for you for half an hour. Chiyu's mother? Yan Shi responded hastily, hello, Auntie Li. Is Chiyu not attending school today? Li Wan exclaimed that she had suffered another seizure early in the morning and was currently convulsing at home. She resolutely refused to go to the hospital, insisting that only you could save her. Moreover, it was said that you were the one who rescued her last time? Indeed. Saving a life is as urgent as extinguishing a fire. Yan Shi dared not delay and urged, let us leave at once. Very well. My car is parked by the roadside, Li Wan indicated. Just as Yan Shi settled into the luxurious vehicle of the Chu family, Miao Yun happened to descend from her own car. She turned her head to gaze at the luxury vehicle that sped away, her face contorted with malice. Yanxi? She isn't going to school, is she in a hurry to sell something? Yanxi followed Li Wan to the opulent residence of the Chu family, where Chu Yu's father and grandfather stood anxiously in the living room. Upon seeing Li Wan accompanied by a delicate young girl, Chu Jinping remarked, "This is for treating my daughter, not for playing house. What are you doing?" "Dear," Li Wan replied patiently, "I have inquired thoroughly. Last time, when you had her episode at the school gate, it was this young lady who treated her. I informed Chu Yu previously that there is a foreign object in her left frontal lobe. Did you not have it examined?" Yanxi inquired with a chilling tone. "What a joke!" Chu Jinping retorted. "We have explored every advanced method both domestically and abroad for you. She simply has congenital epilepsy. And how could there be a foreign object in her brain? You, young lady, despite your tender age, should not speak so recklessly. It seems you harbor little affection for your own daughter." Yanxi scoffed. "I have explicitly informed you that Chu Yu harbors an anomaly within her cranium, which I surmise to be a sparganum larva. Judging by its dimensions, it has likely been gestating within Chu Yu's brain for at least a decade. However, such a parasite is easily mistaken for a blood vessel or nerve fiber under conventional medical imaging, yet it cannot elude my discerning gaze. Young lady, methinks it is your own mind that is afflicted." Chu Jinping retorted with a sneer. "Since you possess such a vivid imagination, I see no need for you to administer treatment to Chu Yu. Perhaps you should seek medical attention for yourself." He turned to the steward and commanded, "Escort her out." "Truly incorrigible," Yanxi exclaimed, her countenance frigid. "It appears that Chu Yu's suffering has not yet sufficed to elicit your empathy." With that, she pivoted and departed. "Yanxi, how could you presume we are devoid of concern?" Li Wan implored, grasping her arm. "Each time Yor falls ill, my maternal heart is rent asunder. And I yearn to bear her affliction in her stead. I heeded Yor's account that you were the one who previously cured her, swiftly and painlessly. Which is why I personally sought you out to entreat you to ascend and alleviate Yor's current distress." "Waner," Chu Jinping interjected, obstructing his wife's path. "You lend credence to such preposterous fabrications? Son, daughter-in-law." The elder Chu patriarch declared, "I perceive in this Yanxi an extraordinary aura, indicative of exceptional abilities. You would do well to hasten her ascent and alleviate our granddaughter's present agony." "Father, I defer to your judgment." Li Wan escorted Yanxi to the second floor. Entering Chu Yu's chamber, Chu Jinping and the patriarch followed closely, their concern palpable. Upon entering, the muffled, anguished cries of Chu Yu immediately filled the air. The young girl's eyes rolled back as she convulsed on the bed, a towel stuffed in her mouth, her limbs restrained by two maids. Tears welled up in Li Wan's eyes, streaming down her face. Instantly, Yanxi produced her ethereal golden needles and approached the bedside. With a flash of golden light, she swiftly administered over a dozen needles to Chu Yu's head before anyone could fully register her actions. Abruptly, Chu Yu's convulsions ceased, her pained moans subsided, and her eyes gradually returned to normal. The Chu family trio was utterly astonished, not only by the extraordinary golden needles before them but also by their miraculous effect. Is she truly all right?" Chu Jinping's voice trembled. "At the hospital, it would take at least 2 or 3 days for her to regain consciousness." Yanxi reached out, removing the towel from Chu Yu's mouth, and gently inquired, "Chu Yu, how do you feel?" "Yanxi," Chu Yu sobbed. "You've saved me again. I was in so much agony, my head felt like it was splitting open. Only you can help me, but my father wouldn't believe it. Your father was mistaken. Father thought you were merely fortunate last time. I believe you now. I'll take you to the hospital immediately for the most thorough examination," Chu Jinping said. His eyes blurred with tears. He would never intentionally cause his daughter pain, he simply thought she was speaking childish nonsense. "Then let's not delay. Hurry to the hospital for the examination, and then we'll consult with young friend Yanxi to determine how to treat Yor," said Elder Chu, wiping the corner of his eye. Chu Yu was his only granddaughter, and he cherished her as the apple of his eye. He yearned for a house filled with children and grandchildren, yet he found himself with a solitary lineage, only his son, Chu Jinping. Alas, his son inherited his traits, resulting in the birth of a daughter, Chu Yu. No matter how fervently they sought medical assistance, his son remained unable to conceive. Li Wan dressed Chu Yu. while Yan Shi accompanied them in the vehicle as they journeyed to the premier hospital in Haicheng. Following a series of meticulous brain examinations, the doctors, adhering to the Chu family's requests, specifically examined the left frontal lobe. Upon the conclusion of the tests, it was revealed that a remarkably fine line had indeed appeared in that region. This must be a capillary or a nerve fiber, one doctor remarked while observing the multidimensional imaging. I believe it is merely a blood vessel. Quite normal. Another doctor interjected. Have you not noticed that the trajectory of this vessel exhibits differing degrees of curvature between its anterior and posterior sections? Yan Shi scoffed, this is clearly a living sparganum. Sparganum? That is a type of tapeworm I have only heard of, never seen. The doctor chuckled, young lady, are you the physician here, or are we? Of course. You are the physicians. Yan Shi replied, however, if your examinations are insufficient and you misjudge the condition, you are nothing but quacks, and quacks can cost lives. The doctor fell silent. Doctors, exclaimed old Master Chu, I insist that you conduct a thorough examination and meticulous observation. We cannot afford to delay my granddaughter's condition. The Chu family held significant standing in Haicheng, and the doctors, wary of offending them, agreed to perform a more detailed assessment. As they observed the multidimensional imaging screen, they indeed witnessed the vessel in motion. Heavens! A doctor sighed, I am certain that is a tapeworm, albeit one so slender it resembles a strand of fluff. Indeed. Goodness! I have finally encountered what is known as a cysticercus. This must be a consequence of the patient's childhood infection with the eggs of the cysticercus. Yan Shi remarked, thus. The worm has taken residence in her brain, which is the true cause of her epilepsy. However, addressing this issue necessitates a craniotomy. The doctor expressed his dilemma. Ordinary tapeworms are manageable, yet the cysticercus is exceedingly minute. The complexity of such a procedure is truly daunting. Another physician added, moreover, the extensive nature of a craniotomy carries significant risks, and we cannot guarantee that there will be no postoperative complications. My dear. Li Wan anxiously grasped Chu Jinping's hand. What shall we do? Is our Yuer truly so beset by calamity? No. Chu Jinping declared resolutely. I shall spare no expense in seeking out the finest neurosurgeon in the world to perform surgery on my daughter. Please, no. Chu Yu, who had just emerged from the optical room, exclaimed, I do not wish to undergo a craniotomy, having my head shaved, my scalp incised, and my skull peeled back. While instruments probe within my very brain, the mere thought fills me with dread. I adamantly refuse the operation. My precious granddaughter. Elder Chu grasped Chu Yu's small hand, his eyes brimming with tears. Grandfather would never want you to endure such a procedure, it would be more painful than being flayed alive. However, how can Yuer be cured without a craniotomy? Chu Jinping inquired, asserting that the worm would consume Yuer's cerebral medulla, causing her to suffer repeated episodes of life and death. Chapter 25, Clairvoyance Daddy, are you being daft? Chu Yu interjected, seizing Yan Shi's hand. We have a miraculous healer right here, why seek afar and risk your daughter's life? It dawned upon Chu Jinping, his gaze abruptly shifting to Yan Shi. Miss Yan, if you can discern the root of Yuer's ailment, do you possess a method to completely cure her affliction? Indeed, Yan Shi. Li Wan exclaimed, grasping Yan Shi's other hand. Auntie implores you. Please devise a way to save Yuer. Surely, you possess the means. Precisely, young friend. The elder Chu's eyes gleamed with renewed hope. If you can perceive the worm within Yuer's brain with your naked eyes, you are no ordinary individual. You must be able to save Yuer. Before Yan Shi could respond, the doctor interjected with astonishment, what's this? This patient has a worm in her brain, and she discerned it with her naked eyes? Not merely a conjecture? Yan Shi detected it. Chu Yu affirmed, pointing to her head. I suffered an episode near the school entrance that day, and Yan Shi rescued me, stating that there was a foreign object within my head. However, my father disbelieved me, hence the delay until now. How is that plausible? The doctor scoffed. Young children should refrain from fabricating falsehoods, it is irksome. Neither Yan Shi nor I are fabricating or exaggerating. Chu Yu retorted urgently, shaking Yan Shi's hand. Shi Bauer, explain to them how you perceived the worm beneath my left frontal lobe. Indeed, what is seen is seen. Yan Shi declared to the physician before her. You have a duodenal ulcer, you must be mindful of your diet. And you. She pivoted towards another doctor, your hemorrhoids have flared up, causing incessant bleeding. And you're using sanitary napkins. If you don't excise them promptly, are you planning to save them for a festive feast? The latter physician, particularly afflicted with hemorrhoids, nearly fainted. Not only had this young girl seen his hemorrhoids, but she had also witnessed the indignity of a grown man using sanitary napkins. It was a mortification worse than death. Had she also observed that his appendage was rather diminutive? Ha ha ha! Chiyu exclaimed, convulsing with laughter, pointing at the two dumbfounded doctors. What do you have to say now? Besides, our precious she knows every twist and turn of your intestines. The two doctors raised their hands to cover their abdomens, then, after a moment's reflection, each used another hand to shield their groins. Let's not waste words with them, the elder Chu said to Yan Shi. Young Yan, how do you propose we treat your? Find a tranquil room, Yan Shi replied, and I'll draw out the worm. It won't take long. Then we'll have to trouble you both, Chu Jinping said hastily to the doctors. Find the finest room for my daughter. We must report this matter to the director. The doctor said. After all, the patient is in our hospital, and another physician remarked, furthermore, we are eager to witness how this young lady extracts the chorionic villi without performing a craniotomy. Young Ms. Yan, what are your thoughts? Elder Master Chu inquired of Yan Shi. This would be unnecessarily troublesome for me. Yan Shi responded. If the director stages another such spectacle, wouldn't it be an utter waste of time? We will communicate with the director beforehand, the physician assured her. Once you successfully extract the parasite, our director will naturally be silenced. Very well then. Yan Shi said, folding her arms. Kindly expedite the reporting process and prepare the ward promptly, as I must return to school for my studies. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed before the VIP ward was prepared. Chuyu, having changed into a patient gown, reclined on the bed within. Precious Shi, I have unwavering faith in you, proceed without reservation, she said, grasping Yan Shi's hand with a smile, displaying no sign of apprehension. Rest assured, Chuyu. Yan Shi patted the back of her hand reassuringly. Consider it a brief slumber, in no more than half an hour, you will awaken. And all will be well. Very well, then I entrust myself to you. Chiyu's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. The ailment that had plagued her for a decade was soon to be resolved, an event she perceived as dreamlike. Footsteps echoed from beyond the door, followed by the entrance of 3 men clad in white coats, 2 preceding one. The foremost 2 were the hospital's president and vice president, who engaged in discourse as they advanced. I refuse to believe that such a miraculous individual exists. One who can perceive through flesh with the naked eye. One who can extract internal parasites without performing a craniotomy. Nor do I. One exclaimed. If a callow, inexperienced girl could accomplish such feats, I would prostrate myself before her, addressing her as grandmother. As their voices subsided, a 3rd man abruptly pressed forward, seizing Yan Shi's delicate hand. With fervor, he exclaimed, Master, I knew it was you. Chapter 26, Catching Bugs. Yan Shi appeared momentarily taken aback. Lu Jiaxing? The 2 hospital directors were equally astonished. Dr. Lu, what did you just say? Director Sun, Director Lu. This is the master I mentioned to you, whom I apprenticed under in High City. The moment the doctor spoke, I suspected it was her, and I was right. Lu Jiaxing's face radiated with reverence. The 2 directors gazed at the radiant young girl before them. If the expert from the capital vouched for it, it must be true. However, in the next instant, the 2 directors recalled the doctor's report from earlier and instinctively covered their groins. Yan Shi frowned. Fortunately, I don't readily use my clairvoyance, otherwise it would have been a ghastly sight. I don't want to delay any further, she said to the 2 directors. Let's begin. Then let's begin. The 2 directors concurred. Yan Shi then retrieved her small golden gourd from her shoulder bag and extracted a handful of golden needles. Though the golden needles rested in her palm, the onlookers merely perceived a swirl of golden mist, with the faint outlines of needles within. Neither of the 2 directors had ever witnessed such wondrous instruments. Their eyes widened in astonishment. A triumphant smile graced Lu Jiaxing's face. When he had initially spoken of Yan Shi to these 2 directors, they had been skeptical. Now, they were convinced, and even more convincing things were yet to come. With a swift motion, Yan Shi first punctured Chuyu's sleeping point. With a couple of blinks, Chuyu drifted off to sleep. Subsequently, Yan Shi, with fluid grace, Inserted over a dozen golden needles into the acupoints on Chuyu's head. The influx of energy from the golden needles into his brain would compel the tapeworm to become restless, but to extract it, one more element was required. Retain the needles for 10 minutes. Yanxi declared, excusing herself, I'm going to the restroom. Thereupon, she edged her way out of the crowd that was holding its breath in anticipation and made her way to the restroom. Upon closing the door, Yanxi, with a mere thought, entered the spiritual domain. Fa Kai, come see me quickly. Little mistress, what brings you here so suddenly? Songshi greeted her as he flew over. What do you need Fa Kai for, little mistress? I'm here to borrow something from Fa Kai, Yanxi replied. Where is Fa Kai? Little mistress, Fa Kai is here. With a bound, the chubby white dragon leaped over. What does master need Fa Kai for? Give me some of your dragon saliva, Yanxi requested, to save someone. How can mortals use my dragon saliva? The chubby dragon exclaimed. A single drop of dragon saliva extends one's life by 10 years, that would disrupt the karma of the mortal realm. I'm not having people ingest your dragon saliva. Yanxi clarified. You are the king of all insects, big and small, must obey you. I only need 2 drops of dragon saliva to lure out a tapeworm. Then I shall obey little master and give you 2 drops of dragon saliva. The chubby dragon raised a paw, plucked a leaf, and spat upon it. Here, take it. If it's not enough, I can spit out 2 more mouthfuls. This is sufficient. Thank you. Yanxi accepted the leaf. Exiting the spiritual domain, Yanxi emerged from the restroom, leaf in hand. As everyone observed, the little girl emerged from the restroom, astonishingly holding a leaf. Was there a leaf in the restroom? They had no time to ponder this unusual occurrence, as they witnessed Yanxi placing the leaf at Chuyu's nose. Instantly, a peculiar fragrance emanated from the liquid on the leaf, enchanting all present. Master. What is this potion? Lu Jiaxing inhaled deeply, utterly captivated by the delightful aroma. This is my exclusive elixir. Yanxi proclaimed, just wait and see. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation, fixated on Chuyu, who had golden needles piercing his temples and a leaf positioned beneath his nose. Within a mere 10 minutes, a chilling spectacle unfolded. From one of Chuyu's nostrils, a writhing, white, thread-like creature emerged, inching its way towards the leaf, eager to absorb the fragrant essence. Yanxi delicately maneuvered the leaf, guiding it aside. Gradually, the white creature fully extricated itself, measuring nearly 10 centimeters in length. Li Wan gasped softly, her eyes rolling back, succumbing to unconsciousness and fright. Chu Jinping, drenched in cold sweat, hastily supported her. The 2 doctors, the 2 directors, Lu Jiaxing, and the elderly patriarch of the Chu family stared in wide-eyed astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could fit a duck egg within. All right. Let's capture this specimen in a test tube. Yanxi instructed the doctors, then with a flick of her hand, the golden needles glimmered and returned to her palm, safely tucked back into her small golden gourd. The 2 directors, now revived from their stupor, wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Indeed. Capture that creature and send it to the pathology lab. Furthermore, this matter must remain strictly confidential and not be disclosed to the outside world. Chapter 27, A Soul Heir. Subject to adjustment, the 2 doctors hurriedly used tweezers to secure the larva into a glass vial before hastening to the pathology lab. Today has truly opened my eyes. However, such miraculous occurrences must be kept secret, as the director has insisted. Before long, Jiyu awoke, his eyes remarkably bright. Shibauer, am I better now? I feel an unprecedented clarity in my mind, and my vision has improved. Oh, I cannot express how splendid I feel. Director Liu, look. Lu Jiaxing nudged Director Liu, will you call her grandmother or apologize to my master? Director Liu's face flushed with embarrassment. The young lady is so youthful and beautiful, it would be inappropriate to address her as grandmother. Perhaps an apology would suffice. I truly am blind to beauty. A frog at the bottom of the well. Young lady, please forgive me. How about this? Director Sun said with a nod and a bow towards Yanxi. We would like to offer you a generous remuneration to consult at our hospital 1 day a week, if that pleases you. That won't do. Yanxi shook her head. I still have to attend school, and on weekends, I intend to indulge in rest and leisure activities. The 2 directors displayed expressions of regret and discontent. I can suggest a path for you, Yanxi continued. You may collaborate with the newly established Haishi group. They are on the brink of producing many remarkable medicines. Moreover, through this partnership, you would gain access to their advanced medical equipment and technology. How splendid! Today, we shall pay a visit to the Haishi group. Both deans have expressed their intentions. Chiyu is resting briefly in the hospital room and will soon be discharged. The doctor, the deans, and Lu Jiaxing have all bid farewell to Yanxi and exited. As Lu Jiaxing was about to leave, he earnestly said to Yanxi, Master, I won't be returning to the capital just yet. Whenever you have time, I would be delighted to treat you to a meal. Let us discuss that later. Yanxi waved her hand lightly, urging him to attend to his matters. The room fell into a serene hush, and Li Wan awoke, sitting by her daughter's bedside. Clutching her hand tightly. You are well again. I can hardly believe it. Oh, my daughter has endured so much suffering. It's all right now, mother. Chiyu smiled gently, comforting her. I am well, you should be happy, not in tears. Smile for me, when you do, you are the most beautiful. The mother and daughter exchanged laughter, and Yanxi turned to Chu Jinping, saying, Initially, I did not intend to meddle in your affairs. But I see that you are a devoted husband and father. Therefore, I wish to assist you. Would you accept my help? Help me? Chu Jinping was taken aback. What help? Silly boy. Old Master Chu raised his hand and playfully tapped Chu Jinping on the head. Regardless of the specifics, you must agree and express your gratitude to Miss Yen. Enlightened, Chu Jinping nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grain. I accept, of course I accept. Thank you. Miss Yen. Little friend Yen, Old Master Chu grasped Yanxi's hand. I had a feeling you wanted to assist my son. How about granting me a few more grandchildren? You have guessed correctly. Yanxi remarked. The genetic issue in your family, the Chu lineage, is indeed one of direct descent, but it can be adjusted. I have a remedy here that your Uncle Chu should take for a month, and I assure you, Aunt Li will certainly show signs of change. Upon hearing this, Li Wan approached from beside the hospital bed, asking, Yanxi, are you suggesting that my aunt could still conceive? It is not you who has the health issues. Yanxi replied to Li Wan. As long as Uncle Chu makes the necessary adjustments, you may still have children, but there is a prerequisite. Yanxi paused. Li Wan, Chu Jinping, and the elderly gentleman all inhaled sharply. Yanxi, what is the prerequisite? Li Wan inquired cautiously. The condition is whether Uncle Chu is faithful to you, Yanxi stated. If he has affairs outside, then it would be better for him not to be able to conceive. Chu Jinping suddenly appeared flustered, thumping his chest as he declared, Miss Yen. I am utterly devoted to my wife and children, my family, this is a truth the heavens can attest. Is he speaking the truth? Yanxi asked Li Wan. You are gentle and kind, reminding me of a departed friend, and I do not wish for you to suffer harm. Chapter 28, Testing Difficulties. Li Wan's eyes turned red instantly, her throat tightening. She patted Yanxi's hand and said, Dear child, thank you. But you need not worry. Uncle Chu is truly devoted to me. Then that is settled. Yanxi said, retrieving a vial of medicine from her bag and handing it to Chu Jinping. 1 pill a day, a total of 30 days. Once you have completed this course, I shall be ready to congratulate you. In a sudden burst of exhilaration, Chiyu sprang from her sickbed, exclaiming, Oh, how wonderful! I am no longer alone, I shall have younger siblings. Long live Shi Baoer. However, remnants of the torment she endured lingered in her mind, necessitating a brief respite at home for 2 days. Yanxi retrieved a gourd of magical spring water from the spatial realm for her. This elixir would aid in the restoration of her injured tissues, rendering her body healthier than ever before. Thank you, Shi Baoer. Chiyu embraced Yanxi, tears brimming in her eyes as she expressed her gratitude. The elder Chu wiped his tear-streaked eyes and remarked, Young Yan, you have saved my dear granddaughter and given me hope for more grandchildren. I shall express my heartfelt thanks to you later, do not refuse. Then I shall thank you in advance, Grandpa. Yanxi replied, shouldering her backpack. However, I must hurry back to school now, lest I incur a loss of credits. I shall have the driver take you, Chu Jinping offered. Very well. Yanxi nodded in agreement. Upon her return to school, the third period had just concluded. Students poured out of classrooms, some heading to the restroom while others sought fresh air in the corridors. Suddenly, Miao Yan stepped directly in front of Yan Shi, obstructing her path to class. Yan Shi. After causing such a commotion this morning, you still return to class? Is your waist not sore, your legs not weary? What do you mean, Miao Yan? Yan Shi retorted, her eyes narrowing as she furrowed her brow. What soreness or weariness are you speaking of? Am I not considering your feelings? Miao Yan remarked. Having been whisked away by a luxurious vehicle early in the morning, only to return now. Goodness, it's been 3 hours. With such stamina, don't you feel utterly exhausted? With a sharp clap, Yan Shi retorted, one cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth. How dare you strike me? Do you not recognize that I am the esteemed young lady of the Miao family? To me, you are nothing. Yan Shi scolded, step aside. At that moment, Xiaozhen emerged from the classroom, drawn by the commotion. Miao Yan immediately rushed towards him, exclaiming, Brother Qiao, Yan Shi hit me. Xiaozhen pushed her away, replying coldly. Is it not natural to be punished for uttering such unpleasant words? I am merely looking out for her. Miao Yan, covering her face, lamented. Having just emerged from a life of poverty, she may be unable to resist temptation and could easily be deceived by unscrupulous men. This morning, I witnessed her being picked up by a luxurious car right at the school gate. Brother Qiao, do you not think Yan Shi is being kept by a wealthy man? Classmate Yan is not that kind of person. Xiaozhen asserted, she must have her own matters to attend to, so cease your unfounded speculation. You're just protecting Yan Shi. Miao Yan protested, stamping her foot. Brother Qiao, we have grown up together, yet I can't measure up to this newly arrived wild girl. It's truly exhausting to deal with you. Xiaozhen gently urged Yan Shi, please, let us head to the classroom, class is about to commence. As Yan Shi was about to step inside, a sharp voice called out from behind, Yan Shi, halt. The head teacher approached with the sharp staccato clicks of her high heels, her voice laced with severity as she declared, Yan Shi. Your absence from class this morning, without prior notification, warrants a deduction of academic credit. Furthermore, you shall compose a contrite apology to be recited before the entire class. Miao Yan cast a triumphant glance at Yan Shi, a malicious smirk playing on her lips. Witnessing Yan Shi's departure in a luxury vehicle that morning, she had promptly reported the incident to the head teacher, embellishing the details to provoke the teacher's indignation. A destitute student from the mountains, devoid of self-respect, prostituting herself for mere monetary gain. And without even seeking leave. Such disrespect and disregard for discipline cannot go unpunished. Miao Yan fanned the flames, indeed. Make her deliver a self-reproach before the whole class. Precisely. It infuriates me. Chapter 29, Testimony Head Teacher. Yan Shi stated with composure. I acknowledge the deduction of credit for my failure to seek leave. However, a self-reproach seems unwarranted, as I have committed no wrongdoing. Still feigning innocence? The head teacher retorted, arching a delicate eyebrow. Poverty should not equate to a lack of integrity. Is honest labor insufficient to sustain you? Must you resort to selling yourself to affluent men, disrupting families, and willingly becoming a mistress? Yan Shi chuckled in exasperation, replying. Head teacher, where is this coming from? How have I sold myself, or become someone's mistress? Which of your eyes witnessed this, or which of your ears heard it? Your face alone is enough. The homeroom teacher exclaimed with jealousy. You youngsters, relying on your youthful beauty, think you can entice men at will. You shall pay a heavy price for this. You are bringing disgrace to our biology class. Miao Yan fanned the flames, insisting that she should make a public apology in front of the entire class. We cannot allow one rotten apple to spoil the reputation of all the girls in our biology class. Miao Yan, you are going too far. Xiaozhen interjected sharply. Brother Qiao, are you still deceived by her? Are you also enchanted by her looks? Can you not see that her sole purpose in getting into university is to lure wealthy men and escape her impoverished fate? The female students voiced their agreement in unison. Indeed, Miao's words ring true. We cannot allow Yan Shi to tarnish the reputation of the girls at Haiqing University. She must apologize, publicly, before all the female students. Miao Yan cast a cold glare at Yan Shi, her eyes conveying a message, wretched girl, your end is nigh. Miao Yan's sycophant, He Lin, shouted, Yan Shi. Shameless wretch. Impoverished fool. Hurry and make your apology. Apologize. Apologize. Do not bring shame upon us. A commotion erupted at the classroom door. And spittle flew as the crowd nearly drowned Yan Shi in their scorn. Miao Yun, brimming with self-satisfaction, nearly burst into laughter. Silence! A sudden, furious voice commanded. As the principal hurried in, flanked by two impeccably dressed elderly gentlemen exuding an air of distinction. Upon seeing them, Yan Shi could not help but chuckle. The two elderly gentlemen are Professor Gusiki, who appears relatively younger, and Chuyu's grandfather, who is somewhat older. She girl. Professor Gusiki was the first to notice a petite girl in sports attire, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Uncle Gu, what brings you here? Yan Shi inquired with a smile. I came to have tea with Principal Chen. Gusiki replied. Upon hearing old Chu mention that he was here to issue you a leave of absence, I realized that the little girl must be facing some troubles. It's nothing serious, just a bunch of gossiping folks, Yan Shi replied nonchalantly. Young friend Yan. Old Chu interjected. Is it that you failed to request leave in a timely manner and faced difficulties from your class? No worries, Grandpa is here to vouch for you. It's a trivial matter. Yan Shi chuckled, it's just that both of you elders have come here. Is this the homeroom teacher? Old Chu addressed the teacher. I am here to clarify that Yan Shi did not take leave, she was at the hospital to treat the sick and save lives, contrary to your unfounded claims. Treating the sick and saving lives? The homeroom teacher scrutinized Yan Shi. She has only attended university for 3 days, and with 2 of those being weekends. How could she possibly have the capability to treat the sick? Do you doubt my words, old Chu? The elder's expression darkened. It seems that the support for Haiching University has been in vain. Calm down, old Chu. The principal hastily intervened. This homeroom teacher is inadequate, I will demote her. Demote her? The homeroom teacher's face turned pale with fear as she shot a glance at Miao Yun. Miao Yun pointed at Yan Shi and declared. We will not accept this. The school cannot shield her. Just because she pricks a few needles, does that mean she can treat the sick and save lives? What a farce. Indeed, we find this treatment unacceptable. He Lin took the lead in voicing her discontent. I then remarked, yet, Yan Shi has also cured my ailment. Gusiki interjected, the last time I visited, I was confined to a wheelchair. It was Yan Shi who administered a few acupuncture needles, as you can see. I have walked in here on my own. Chapter 30, daring to provoke her at this, the classmates fell silent, and He Lin sealed her lips. Professor Gu, esteemed and revered, has nurtured countless distinguished graduate students, he would not speak frivolously. What Professor Gu asserts is indeed true, and I can affirm this. Just as Suyin emerged from the restroom, she raised her hand and declared, my cousin is utterly in awe of Yan Shi, and I too vow to follow her. Yan Shi is a miraculous healer. It appears to be genuine, Yan Shi truly possesses the gift of healing. I mentioned previously that she cured the ailing Chuyu during the opening ceremony. Old Master Chu spoke again, dear students. My granddaughter Chuyu has suffered from epilepsy for over a decade, and today, under Yan Shi's care, she has been completely cured. Which has regrettably delayed Yan Shi's education. To express my gratitude, I have come to the school to present her with a fee for her services. Thanking her for saving my precious granddaughter. As he spoke, Old Master Chu produced a cash check and extended it towards Yan Shi with both hands. Young lady. You have saved Chuyu, such kindness deserves no less than this fee, please accept it. Nearby classmates craned their necks to glimpse the check, instantly rendered astonished. Goodness. The amount on the check is 3 million. Yan Shi did not hesitate to accept the check, smiling as she remarked, having cured Professor Gu last time. I received his consultation fee, and today, after treating Chuyu, I shall also claim this 3 million. The classmates exchanged glances, astonished. Who would dare to claim that Yan Shi was impoverished? Who would suggest that she sold her body for money? Merely treating a patient had already brought her millions. It was clear that she was a miraculous healer, a veritable money-making prodigy. There was no need for her to resort to such measures. Miao Yun, it seems. You were mistaken. Miao Yun, we followed your misguided lead. We sincerely apologize to you, Yan Shi. Divine healer Yan, henceforth, I shall follow your path. And I too. With that, the classmates enthusiastically surrounded Yan Shi. The homeroom teacher shot a fierce glare at Miao Yun and whispered, you have misrepresented the situation without clarity. You have put me in jeopardy. I have been demoted, and you shall not find respite either. The following day, during a school meeting, the homeroom teacher indeed faced demotion. Becoming an ordinary instructor. Miao Yun was summoned to the restroom. When Miao Yan emerged, her eyes were swollen to the size of peaches. Clearly, she had endured the wrath of the former homeroom teacher. The classmates were well aware of the sharp tongue of their former teacher, it was truly like a knife. 2 days of school passed in quietude. On Thursday afternoon, Yanxi was in the library, engrossed in her research. Before she knew it, it was already 7 in the evening. Xinyu sent a message, "Young master, are you not coming home for dinner? I have prepared your favorite sweet and sour pork. And I am now cooking beef bone congee for you." Upon reading the message, a smile graced Yanxi's lips. Sister Xinyu is truly an epitome of perfection. She possesses striking beauty, remarkable business acumen, martial skills, and, most importantly, she excels in the culinary arts. Any man fortunate enough to wed her will undoubtedly reap the rewards of a lifetime of blessings. Yanxi replied, "I'll be home as soon as your porridge is ready." Setting aside her books, Yanxi slung her backpack over her shoulder and departed from the library. Under the bike shed at the corner of the school, she mounted her electric scooter and made her way back to Yulong Garden. Just as she exited the school gate, Yanxi sensed a sleek black sports car tailing her closely. A smirk curled at the corner of her lips. Who dares to disturb her tranquility? With a swift twist of the throttle, she veered onto the mountain path behind the school. This route also led to Yulong Garden. And it was indeed a shorter distance, albeit more secluded, with no vehicles or pedestrians at this hour. As expected, the sports car followed suit and turned onto the same path. In the rearview mirror of her scooter, Yanxi caught a glimpse of the driver. It appeared to be Miao Yan. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Miao Yan. A cold smile crept across Yanxi's face. This was a predicament of Miao Yan's own making. She twisted the throttle of her scooter with vigor, propelling it forward at great speed. Miao Yan, in the sports car, sneered, "Yanxi, you impoverished wretch. Do you think your scooter can outrun my car? Just wait, today, I shall reduce you to ashes." With a twitch of her lips, Miao Yan slammed the accelerator. Her car hurtling towards Yanxi with reckless abandon, seemingly destined to collide with her. However, an inexplicable occurrence took place, in an instant. Yanxi and her scooter vanished from view. Miao Yan was taken aback. Had she not yet struck her target? Could it be that the wretched woman has vanished along with her vehicle beneath the car? Chapter 31, The Great White Dragon. Miao Yan hastily parked the car, flung open the door, and bent down to peer underneath. To her astonishment, there was neither a soul nor an electric scooter in sight. Had Yanxi simply disappeared into thin air? How could this be possible? Unwilling to concede defeat, Miao Yan searched along both sides of the roadside and in the thickets. Yet there was indeed no one and no vehicle to be found. A chill of dread coursed down her spine. Was she witnessing a ghost? Or had she merely succumbed to a fleeting illusion? Where were Yanxi and her dilapidated electric scooter? The more Miao Yan pondered, the more she sensed something amiss. Circling around her car in a frenzy. Meanwhile, in the realm of the spirit domain, Yanxi was leisurely sucking on a lollipop, enjoying the spectacle. "My dear master, this vile woman truly deserves a proper reprimand." The red ant congratulated, perched on Yanxi's shoulder. "Punishing her is exceedingly simple." Yanxi replied, "I simply cannot be bothered." "Then let us leave it to Fa Kai." The chubby little dragon exclaimed, picking up a stone and hurling it into the air. Thud. A stone plummeted from above, striking Miao Yan on the forehead. She cried out in pain, instinctively reaching up to touch the wound, only to find blood trickling from the gash. "Yanxi!" Miao Yan screeched, "You despicable creature, where have you hidden yourself? Come out this instant." The mountain winds howled around her, the trees swayed ominously, but there was no reply. As dusk descended upon the secluded mountain path, Miao Yan found herself increasingly frightened, turning to open the car door and hurriedly clambering inside. Igniting the engine in a desperate bid to flee. Suddenly, a colossal white dragon emerged before her. A dragon? Miao Yan believed she must have lost her mind. How could dragons possibly exist in this world? Yet, atop the dragon sat a beautiful girl with flowing hair, blissfully sucking on a lollipop. The girl gazed at her with a gentle smile. Who else could it be but Yanxi? Miao Yan hastily shut her eyes, convincing herself that she was either losing her sanity or merely hallucinating. How else could she see Yanxi, whom she loathed to the core, perched upon the back of a great white dragon, obstructing her path? It had to be a mirage. However, when Miao Yan opened her eyes, the scene remained unchanged. Yanxi was indeed riding atop the magnificent dragon, smiling sweetly at her. And the massive dragon head was opening its gaping jaws toward her. Ah! Miaoyan felt herself losing her mind, recklessly pressing the accelerator to crash forward. But suddenly, everything vanished before her eyes, and her car spiraled out of control, careening toward the roadside embankment. Crash! Crash! The railing on the side of the road shattered. This section of highway was flanked by mountains. And beneath one side lay a steep drop of over 10 meters. Should the car plunge down, Miaoyan would surely meet a gruesome fate. Ah! Terrified, Miaoyan screamed in sheer panic. Suddenly, the great white dragon reappeared, and Yanxi wrapped her arms around its neck, whispering something to it. Then, with a flick of its tail, the dragon halted Miaoyan's racing car. Although the vehicle was spared from tumbling down, its front half dangled precariously in midair, teetering on the brink. Miaoyan, paralyzed with fear, cried out with all her might, "Yanxi, please save me. I don't want to die. I wish to live. So why are you following me?" Yanxi languidly licked her lollipop. I won't dare anymore. Is it not enough that I've changed?" Miaoyan pleaded, tears streaming down her face. "How can I trust that you have truly changed?" Yanxi replied. "Show me." "Show you?" Miaoyan paused for a moment, then raised her hands, striking herself 4 times across the face. Her desperation was palpable. She executed the slaps with fervor, causing both cheeks to swell instantly. Yet Yanxi shook her head, declaring, "This display lacks intensity. What more do you wish me to do?" Miaoyan sobbed, paralyzed with fear of losing balance and tumbling down the valley to her demise. 10 slaps. Yanxi commanded. "I want to hear them resonate. If I don't, I'll have Fa Kai tuck his tail in." "No. No. I will obey you," Miaoyan exclaimed. 10 slaps, is it?" She lifted her hands once more, resuming her self-inflicted punishment. Smack. 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 Chapter 32. Do not treat me so well. After delivering 10 vigorous slaps, Miaoyan felt dizzy, stars dancing before her eyes. Her stomach churned, threatening to expel its contents. She slumped against the steering wheel, weakly murmuring, "Yanxi, I beg you to spare me. I feel utterly wretched." After a moment of silence, with no response, Miaoyan suddenly lifted her head. To her astonishment, her sports car was parked safely on the road. There was no sign of a great white dragon. Instead, Yanxi, still savoring her lollipop, leaned against the electric bike. Her long, slender legs elegantly crossed, smiling playfully as she tilted her head to gaze at her. Everything that just transpired felt akin to an eerie dream. Ah! A ghost. Miaoyan twisted the steering wheel, and the car careened along the mountain path as if intoxicated. Upon returning to Yulan Garden, Yanxi encountered Xinyu, who emerged from the kitchen carrying a clay pot. "Sheer, why are you so late today?" Xinyu inquired, ladling beef bone and minced meat porridge for Yanxi. "I was at the library reading," Yanxi fibbed without a moment's hesitation, and lost track of time. "Impressive as ever," Xinyu exclaimed indulgently. "Hurry and wash your hands. It's time for dinner. By the way, sister," Yanxi said, "could you please buy me a few fresh carp tomorrow?" "Fresh carp?" Xinyu queried. "Do you wish to eat carp?" "Not quite," Yanxi replied. "It's for a classmate of mine named Fa Kai. He loves carp but can't afford to buy any." Meanwhile, within the spatial realm, a certain plump dragon mused, "Have I become the classmate of the little master? And I still lack the funds to buy fish? Are those splashing around in the Ling River all loaches? Of course, the large carp from the outside world are also quite delectable, ha ha ha." After dinner, Xinyu retreated to her study to attend to work. Yanxi settled in the courtyard, on the swing beneath the towering Chinese parasol tree, practicing her internal martial arts. The technique of using the invisible golden needles requires a certain level of internal and spiritual energy. The last time she treated Gusiki's legs, her internal and spiritual energy were minimally depleted. However, treating Chuyu this time would demand a relatively greater expenditure, should she encounter an even more severe and perplexing ailment. The consumption of internal and spiritual energy would be significantly higher. Therefore, she needs to expedite the cultivation of her martial arts to a more advanced echelon. The screen of the mobile phone on the adjacent stone table suddenly illuminated, displaying the appellation uncle. A sweet smile graced Yanxi's lips as she picked up the phone and swiped the answer key. A deep, magnetic voice emanated from the other end, "My precious." What are you occupied with? Just finished eating, digesting. Yan, she responded with a soft, charming tone. Did you prepare the meal yourself? Qin Emotion inquired with a tinge of concern. I'll dispatch 2 nannies to you tomorrow. Don't. Yan, she demurred, unwilling to have unfamiliar individuals around her. I have sister Shinyu. Shinyu? Qin Emotion questioned, the landlady of Yulon Garden. She also undertakes to cook for you? Only then did Yan she realize she had inadvertently revealed too much, covering her mouth, unsure how to rectify the situation. Furthermore, Qin Emotion continued, I had someone investigate. And this Shinyu seems to be the same person as the president of the newly established Haishi group. Am I mistaken? Yan, she pouted her lips. Although she didn't want to conceal her affairs from Qin Emotion, it didn't seem like the opportune moment to divulge everything. Little one, why aren't you answering my question? Qin Emotion probed from the other end, are you tacitly acknowledging it? I said I'm not entirely certain. Yan, she equivocated. Why don't you draw your conclusions based on your investigation? Ungrateful little thing. Qin Emotion retorted, I'm merely concerned for your safety, nothing more. I have no interest in the privacy of others. Uncle. Yan, she exclaimed, I feel very safe beside Sister Shinyu, so you needn't worry. And, what else? Qin Emotion gently inquired. You mustn't be so kind to me. Yan, she's voice quivered slightly, otherwise, I might become fearful. Little girl. Qin Emotion chuckled. Shouldn't you be delighted by my kindness? Why would you feel fear? I fear that one day you may treat me poorly, Yan, she confessed. Haunted by the menacing visage of Lu Yunmei, her biological mother, who ought to be the one treating her best but repeatedly sought her demise. How could she trust anyone else? Having endured the torment of her past life, she had developed an innate sense of vigilance. There is no kindness without reason. Nor hatred without cause. Just as Lu Yunmei's cruelty stemmed from her motives, so too must Qin Emotion's kindness hold its own rationale. Little girl. Qin Emotion's voice grew hoarse, I will always treat you well, even when you grow up, find me bothersome, or tire of me. I shall continue to cherish you. Even if it means silently watching over you from behind, I will always be there for you. So, do not be afraid, I will always be by your side. But why? Yan, she felt increasingly anxious, why do you wish to be kind to me? You silly girl. Qin Emotion replied. Do you remember that little girl I promised to marry when she grew up? Yan, she bit her lip, recalling the promise. Indeed. Qin Mshn remarked. Did I not mention that the girl I spoke of was you? YNX inhaled deeply. Uncle, have we perhaps been acquainted in the past? Would you believe me if I said we were? Qin Mshn countered. I would. YNX affirmed, I've seen you in my dreams. Ah. You are such a tormenting little imp. Qin Mshn said with affection. I possess ample patience to await your gradual recollection of your memories of me. Were I to reveal it myself, you might suspect I was merely placating you. Very well then. YNX playfully pouted. You had best not have treated me poorly in the past, or I shall seek retribution the moment I recall it. You truly exasperate me. Qin Mshn exclaimed. I intended to call you this evening to inform you that I must travel to Xingzhou to attend to certain affairs. Please take good care of yourself. I shall be fine. YNX nodded, though a sense of attachment stirred within her upon learning of his impending departure. Good girl. I shall bring you a gift upon my return. Very well, uncle. Grant me a kiss. Unsuitable for minors. A kiss on the cheek, perhaps? Smooch. YNX promptly bestowed a kiss upon her phone. On the other end, Qin Mshn raised his hand to caress his cheek, his gaze tender. And a sweet smile graced his lips. Friday afternoon, upon dismissal from school, Chi Ozhn intercepted YNX. Miss YN. Do you recall the matter of my grandfather being afflicted by witchcraft? YNX nodded. Of course, I remember it well. My grandfather is aware of your identity. A smile graced Xiaoshen's lips as he conveyed that his grandfather had made arrangements to invite her to administer treatment. Yan, she chuckled. Recalling the previous instance when Grandpa Qiao mentioned that a sage had cautioned him about being afflicted by witchcraft, and that this very sage was traveling abroad. It became evident to her who the sage was. Regrettably, Xiaoshen said, scratching his head, no matter how I inquired, my grandfather remained tight-lipped. He merely stated that you are no ordinary person. Yan, what exactly is your true nature? The same as you, Yan, she replied playfully, shaking her backpack. A student in biology class 1. She retrieved 2 lollipops from her pocket, offering one to Qiao Shen. Here, this is for you. Thank you, but I shall pass. Qiao Shen responded, adopting an air of profound maturity. A grown man has no business consuming lollipops, such confections are only suitable for young girls. Having spoken thus, he gazed at Yan Shi with an expression of tender affection. Yan Shi, however, remained oblivious to his expression. The presence of the handsome young man beside her evoked memories of Qin Qi from her previous existence. Back then, Qin Qi was equally pure. His gaze upon her filled with similar tenderness. It was only with the intrusion of Yan Shui that Qin Qi's deplorable nature began to surface, little by little. Alas, she mused, could this pure and gentle Qiao Shen possess another facet as well? With these thoughts, Yan Shi could not resist raising her head to scrutinize the young man before her. Why do you gaze at me so? Qiao Shen inquired with a soft chuckle. Chapter 34, Acceptance of the Qiao family's invitation. Yan Shi merely shrugged, offering no definitive response. In the corner, Miao Yan observed the exchanged glances between the two with keen interest. Yet, she dared not reveal herself before Yan Shi. The mere sight of Yan Shi filled her with trepidation, making her feel as though she were not of this world. Indeed, she perceived her as a malevolent enchantress, a little demoness who wreaks havoc upon others. And now, this very demoness was ensnaring her dear brother, Qiao Shen. Miao Yan's palms bore the marks of her nails, pressing so fiercely that they drew blood. Through gritted teeth, she murmured, Yan Shi, I shall unmask your true nature and ensure that Qiao Shen distances himself from you. Just wait. Yan Shi and Qiao Shen walked side by side, as Qiao Shen continued. My grandfather asked me to inquire if tomorrow suits you. If so, I shall come to escort you to the old estate to treat his ailment. Treating his illness is straightforward, especially since your grandfather is acquainted with that esteemed practitioner. It appears he is not a stranger. Yan Shi lifted her gaze to meet Qiao Shen's. However, your grandfather has fallen victim to witchcraft. Have you not considered the reason behind it? After your last reminder, my grandfather and I deduced the situation, Qiao Shen replied. Someone seeks to harm my grandfather, and he has already surmised the culprit's identity, albeit lacking concrete evidence. We must not only cure your grandfather but also unearth the one who cast the curse, thereby thwarting their sinister plot. Thus, you and your grandfather must be prepared. The day of treatment may very well devolve into chaos. I have a plan. Qiao Shen nodded solemnly. To involve you in such peril is truly regrettable. I am untroubled, Yan Shi asserted. Therefore, you shall come to the Yulon garden to fetch me tomorrow morning. All right. Qiao Shen assented, watching the girl's lithe form disappear into the bicycle shelter. She mounted her dilapidated electric scooter, executing a graceful turn before departing. In the wee hours of the night, Yan Shi entered the ethereal realm of her spiritual domain, cultivating amidst the swirling mists of celestial energy. Beneath her, she was seated upon a slab of billion-year-old black jade. The jade's spiritual essence flowed into her body with each breath, accelerating her cultivation at an astonishing rate. Her cultivation method, known as the Xuanji True Scripture, was gleaned from ancient texts. Under Shen Haizhou's tutelage, she had reached the 10th level in 9 years. Upon achieving the 10th level of completion, she would unlock even greater and more wondrous abilities. For instance, she had already made considerable progress in telekinesis. In her previous trials, she could freely manipulate objects weighing over 100 kilograms with her mind. Furthermore, she could accelerate or decelerate the perceived speed of moving objects. Acceleration allowed her to anticipate the trajectory and position of objects, while deceleration enabled her to discern the minute details of their movement. This allowed her to intercept objects in time or even alter their course. After her midnight cultivation, Yan Shi felt invigorated and full of vitality. Oh, my mistress! Hong Ant exclaimed with delight, your eyes are practically glowing. How far can you see now? Yan Shi chuckled, I can't say for sure. But I can clearly see ants on a tree 100 meters away washing their faces. Wow! Hong Ant cried out, if I were to run off and misbehave, would I not be able to escape your gaze, mistress? Indeed. Yan Shi quipped triumphantly, did you think I didn't witness you pilfering honey from the bumblebee hive? Only to be chased relentlessly by the enraged bees? And might I add, she continued, addressing a flitting, crimson-winged insect, the reproductive prowess of those bumblebees is quite remarkable. They've multiplied into a boisterous swarm, utterly lacking in organization. Perhaps you could dedicate some time to training them? I could even command them in battle. Their combat abilities are unparalleled. Yanxi mused. Furthermore, their venom is an exquisite remedy for rheumatism. Therefore, let the bumblebees continue to propagate, the more, the merrier. Contemplating this, the insect rubbed its antennae together, envisioning the spectacle of its young mistress leading thousands of bumblebees in formation, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Chapter 35, The Dearest of Kin. As the insect pondered this, a plump dragon suddenly bounded over. Mistress, my gratitude for this morning's carp, it was utterly delectable. That was my token of appreciation for your assistance in deterring Miao Yun yesterday. Yanxi responded, affectionately ruffling the dragon's head. I hadn't anticipated that upon exiting the spatial realm, your size would increase so dramatically. The dimensions outside are of a lower order, the dragon explained, thus, upon venturing out, my physical form expanded manyfold. Does the same apply to the insect? Yanxi inquired, turning to the crimson ant. Indeed. The ant affirmed. The dragon and I are native to this dimension, hence our diminutive size. Were we to enter the human dimension, I would stand over a meter tall. Alas. Yanxi remarked. You must refrain from venturing into the space. Should anyone catch sight of a red ant towering over a meter in height, they might mistake it for an extraterrestrial creature. It could be captured for research. Fatsai, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, Congratulations. You must exercise utmost caution. Gingxi, clutching his 6 appendages and rubbing his antennae, nodded repeatedly. Indeed, Fatsai. Yanxi then patted the little plump dragon's head, saying, when you find time, please gather a few gourds, hollow them out, and dry them. I intend to use them for storing the magical spring water. The machine has already commenced mass production. The little plump dragon, fluttering its large eyes, responded, drying and hollowing. All in one service. That sounds splendid. Keep up the great work. Next time I visit, I shall bring you dragon fruit and large carp. Excellent. Thank you, my master. Cheered the red ant and the little plump dragon. Upon exiting the space, Xinyu had yet to rise. Yanxi proceeded to the kitchen, utilizing the magical spring water to prepare porridge for breakfast. She wished for Xinyu's robust health, hence she frequently encouraged her to use the magical spring water. Additionally, she would gather the finest honey for her to consume. Consequently, Xinyu appeared exceptionally radiant, with vigor surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Once breakfast was ready, Xinyu awoke. Observing the lavish spread on the table, she was not surprised. After all, her young master was a prodigy, and culinary endeavors were akin to a gentle drizzle for her. After completing breakfast, Xinyu drove to the Haishi group. Yanxi then donned a white tracksuit, slung a black backpack over her shoulders, and awaited the arrival of the Qiao family. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was a call from Shenhaizhou. Elated, Yanxi answered the call, instantly adopting a coquettish tone. Master. You still remember you have a disciple like me? You ungrateful wretch. A fond chuckle emanated from Shenhaizhou on the other end of the line. I raised you with my own hands, you're like a daughter to me. How could I forget you? I'm more likely to remember our guard dog. Stop it. Yanxi pouted and muttered, once I get a holiday, I need to hurry back to Peach Blossom Abode. I miss Da Huang and Xiao Hei so much. You don't need to miss those 2 dogs. Shenhaizhou feigned displeasure. The servants have fed them until they're as round as gourds. I just watched a video. You should think of your master more often, you're such an ungrateful little thing. Yanxi giggled at his words. In truth, she thought of her master every day. Countless times a day. She was an orphan without parents, and her master was her closest and dearest person. Shenhaizhou's tone turned serious. I'm calling you today to remind you about your trip to Qiao Hanting's place. The situation there is complex, so you must be extra careful. I had already considered that, master. Yanxi nodded. Rest assured. Shenhaizhou said. Qiao Hanting wields considerable influence. Curing him will aid you in entering the imperial capital in the future. Yanxi's throat tightened. She knew that her master was also concerned about her seeking revenge. Her master was helping her plan. I understand, master. I will cure him. My precious shear is so well behaved. Shenhaizhou ended the call. Yanxi's phone rang again. It was Qiao Shen. I have arrived, Miss Yan, and am presently situated just outside the gates of the Yulong Garden. Very well. I shall be out directly. She concluded the call. Upon exiting the main gate, she observed 3 vehicles parked by the roadside. Flanking a Rolls-Royce Phantom in the center were 2 large, black SUV escort vehicles. Xiao Zhen, attired in a distinguished silver suit, exuded refined elegance as he opened the door of the rear escort vehicle for Yan Shi. "This arrangement is for enhanced security, I trust you understand," Xiao Zhen stated. "The central vehicle serves as a diversion." "Is someone seeking to end my life?" Yan Shi queried, a faint smile playing on her lips. "It is the Qiao family that has inadvertently implicated you, my sincerest apologies," Xiao Zhen expressed. "It is of no consequence. Should anyone dare to target me, I shall personally settle the score," Yan Shi responded, before stepping into the vehicle, followed by Xiao Zhen. The convoy of 3 vehicles departed from Yulon Garden, proceeding along the intercity route toward the Qiao family manor. The Qiao family's ancestral estate was located on the eastern mountainside, encompassing a vast expanse of land. As they approached the turn onto the mountain road, 4 vehicles suddenly emerged from the adjacent intersections, effectively isolating the front and rear escort vehicles. The 4 vehicles surrounded the Rolls-Royce, and with 2 sharp reports, the tires were punctured. Xiao Zhen, his brow furrowed, remarked, "Grandfather's prediction was accurate, they have indeed arrived." He turned to Yan Shi, saying, "Please brace yourself, we shall endeavor to return to the estate at full speed." "Is there still sufficient time?" Yan Shi's gaze shifted to the window. Xiao Zhen turned back, his expression instantly hardening. He observed more than a dozen individuals emerging from the 4 vehicles, not only encircling the Rolls-Royce but also aiming firearms in their direction. Evidently, they anticipated a feint and were determined to intercept every vehicle. "Prepare for combat," George explained to his bodyguards, then instructed the driver, "Once we disembark, evacuate Miss Yan immediately." "Yes, Master George," the driver acknowledged. Subsequently, George and his bodyguards swiftly exited the vehicle, somersaulting onto the ground. As the driver prepared to accelerate, initiating a rapid departure, Yan Shi preemptively struck a pressure point, rendering him unconscious over the steering wheel. The ensuing exchange of gunfire between George's party and their adversaries was intense. Yan Shi, with remarkable agility, ascended the hillside, taking cover behind a rock formation. Retrieving a sniper rifle from her interdimensional inventory, she targeted the assailants. "Since I am your quarry," she mused, "reciprocity dictates an appropriate response." Bayou. 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 With each shot, a head exploded like a melon, decimating half of the hostile force in mere moments. The remaining bandits descended into disarray, lamenting their fate. George, too, noted the sudden influx of overwhelming force and wondered about its source. However, he could not afford to be distracted, as half of the enemy contingent remained. Yan Shi continued her calculated assault, each shot resulting in another cranial detonation, until all the adversaries were vanquished. Securing her sniper rifle, she returned to the vehicle, reactivating the driver with a touch to his pressure points. "Let us depart," she stated calmly. The driver, perplexed by the preceding events, mechanically complied, driving away. They arrived at the imposing, ornate bronze gates of the George family estate, where the elderly butler, George Ford, was anxiously awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing the young lady alight from the bodyguard vehicle, Qiao Fu hurriedly inquired, "You must be Miss Yan, correct?" "Indeed, it is I," Yan Shi replied. "I arrived first. Xiao Zhen and the others will follow shortly." "Does this mean young Master Sun is unharmed?" Qiao Fu asked. "He is quite well," Yan Shi assured him. "Now, please lead me inside." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qiao Fu guided Yan Shi onto the shuttle and brought her before the main building. As they traversed the grand entrance into the resplendent hall, several individuals stood within. The striking appearance of the young girl clad in white athletic wear, carrying a black backpack, left everyone momentarily speechless. With a slender figure, skin as fair as snow, and flowing, lustrous black hair, she exuded an aura of youthful elegance. Her delicate lips, adorned with a lollipop, and a cherubic face bestowed upon her an innocent charm. Yet, her mesmerizing peach blossom eyes, deep and mysterious like a tranquil abyss, evoked a sense of trepidation in those who gazed upon her. "Halt!" A man in his 40s stepped forward. "I am Qiao Yi, the second master of the Qiao family. Are you the miraculous physician my father summoned?" "Indeed." Yan Shi nodded. "However, I encountered bandits along the way, which caused my delay." "Bandits?" Qiao Ye's expression shifted with alarm. "What transpired?" All of the bandits were neutralized, Yanxi shrugged. Young Master Qiao Shen is currently clearing the area. I am uncertain if there will be any survivors. Qiao Ye's gaze flickered with apprehension as he clenched his fists. These despicable scoundrels dared to target the Qiao family. It is evident they wish to prevent me from treating grandfather Qiao, thus threatening my life. Yanxi smiled gently. So, second Master Qiao. What should I do if I uncover the mastermind behind it all? Chapter 37, The Mastermind with Your Capabilities? Song Rong, Qiao Ye's wife, approached with her arms crossed. Disdain evident in her tone. Such bravado from a mere child. Are you implying that you do not trust me? Yanxi maintained her serene smile. Children often harbor grudges. And I am precisely the type to repay every slight. That blind mastermind had better start praying from this moment on. Or I shall ensure his demise is anything but graceful. Qiao Yi interjected, you truly have a flair for the dramatic. Song Rong scoffed. I suspect you are not here to treat the old master but rather to amuse him. Let us be honest, with your youthful visage. Even an old bull would be tempted by tender grass, the old master is bound to be fond of you. Just be cautious. For his health is fragile, don't provoke him, or it could be fatal. Pfft. The lollipop in Yanxi's mouth struck Song Rong's face, causing her to stumble back. You wretched girl. She clutched her face, ready to retaliate, when a middle-aged matron intervened, exclaiming furiously, Song Rong. How dare you speak so? Big sister-in-law. Song Rong shot a cold smile at Li Shuxian. When has the old man ever regarded me as a daughter-in-law? Although Qiao Yi is not his biological son. Was he not raised by the old master? After my brother's death, how much has Qiao Yi sacrificed for the Qiao family? Why then does the old master still designate your son as the heir? Is this fair to us? I may be inarticulate. But I will not be outmaneuvered by your words, Li Shuxian retorted, adding, there must be a rationale behind father's actions. Despite his age, he is not senile. Senility is not the issue, I surmise his demise is imminent. Song Rong exclaimed, pointing at Yanxi. Since this hussie's arrival, father's journey to the afterlife has been expedited. And you dare allow this hussy to attend to him? Guards! Remove this hussy from my sight. Dare to lay a finger on me, Yanxi sneered. Others use their mouths to speak, you use yours to spew filth. In that case, you are better off without it. Smack. Smack. Yanxi delivered 2 fierce slaps, instantly swelling Song Rong's mouth. You dare strike my wife? Qiao Yi lunged forward, only to be felled by Yanxi's kick. She is not a wife, but a harbinger of misfortune. Yanxi incited discord. Having such a wife will invariably lead to your downfall. Rid yourself of her presence at once. Qiao Yi. Guards. Seize her. Song Rong shrieked, beside herself with rage. Throw this wretched girl out, into the valley for the wolves. I dare any of you to touch her. A frosty voice echoed from the doorway, it was Qiao Shen's return. Son. Li Shuxian rushed forward. Are you unharmed? I am unscathed, Qiao Shen replied. Today. I encountered assistance from a skilled individual, a dozen bandits were felled by a sniper rifle. However, from the lips of the last dying man, I extracted the mastermind behind this. With a piercing gaze, he glared at Qiao Yi, who shuddered in fear and was subsequently steadied by his wife. Do not heed his words. Song Rong whispered to Qiao Yi, that little rascal is surely deceiving you. Those bandits are mercenaries bought at a high price. They will remain silent even in death. With newfound confidence, Qiao Yi straightened his back and declared, rest assured, nephew, your second uncle will investigate this matter. However, Qiao Shen ignored him and turned to Yanxi, saying, classmate Yan, let us ascend, grandfather is still waiting. As Yanxi made her way upstairs, the expressions on Qiao Yi and his wife turned pallid. Do not be afraid, my dear. Song Rong grasped Qiao Yi's hand and murmured. She is merely a naive little girl, she cannot possibly cure the old man. The Miaojiang witchcraft I procured is utterly unbreakable. Upon reaching the second floor, Yanxi followed Qiao Shen and Qiao Fu into the master bedroom, where they found Qiao Hanting lying on the bed. Upon seeing Yanxi, he attempted to lift his body but found himself unable to do so. Ah, little girl, you have finally arrived. Is my body on the brink of demise? Chapter 38, The Miaojiang mother and son curse you are not in danger, grandfather, I will heal you, so do not worry. Yanxi took Qiao Hanting's pulse and examined his eyes. Then, with deft movements, she pricked his fingertip, drawing forth a drop of thick black blood. The viscous blood dripped into a small bowl handed to her by Xiao Fu, and she added several drops of a special elixir. Instantly, the black blood transformed into a transparent liquid, teeming with writhing worms. Ah! Li Shuxian gasped in shock, how could this be? This is the Miaojiang mother and child Gu. Yanxi furrowed her brows and said, Grandpa Qiao has been afflicted by the child Gu. Which means there is someone in this villa nurturing the mother Gu. Xiaozhen inhaled sharply, his voice barely a whisper. Is it true that such things exist in this world? The realm of science can only explain so much. Yanxi replied. The unknown world you have yet to encounter does not imply its non-existence. Xiaozhen cast a glance at Yanxi. This lively and youthful girl truly astonished him. Is this insect difficult to exterminate? Xiao Hanting inquired with concern. Not at all. Yanxi reassured him, however, merely eliminating the child Gu within you will not suffice. I must locate and eradicate the mother Gu as well. Otherwise, she will stealthily return, continuously laying her eggs within you. How terrifying. Li Shuxian exclaimed softly, Dad. There are insects laying eggs on you, and you remain oblivious? Grandpa Qiao surely has no idea. Yanxi explained, Gu worms are the product of toxins and curses. Without special measures, ordinary people cannot perceive them. They can traverse the winds, entering through the cracks of windows or doors, embedding themselves within Grandpa's skin to lay eggs. How could Grandpa possibly know? At most, he would only feel an itch afterward. Indeed. Xiao Hanting added, I thought I had been bitten by mosquitoes. As I was left with small red spots, yet there wasn't a single mosquito in the bedroom. Yanxi rolled up Xiao Hanting's sleeve to take a closer look, revealing numerous minuscule red dots on his skin. This is the aftermath left by the mother Gu after laying her eggs beneath the skin. Yanxi remarked that her grandfather's blood was already teeming with Gu insects, which corrode the internal organs, yet medical devices are utterly incapable of detecting them. Even if her grandfather were to pass away one day, he would merely be diagnosed with hyperlipidemia and organ failure. How sinister. We must hasten to treat grandfather. Xiaozhen implored Yanxi, asserting that he would serve her devotedly if she were to cure his grandfather. Healing and saving lives require compensation. Serving me is another matter altogether. Yanxi replied. You all may step outside, I will first eradicate the insects and cleanse the blood. We shall wait at the door. Xiaozhen asserted, closing the door behind him. Yanxi first retrieved a specially formulated medicine, administering it to the elderly gentleman with the enchanted spring water. Moments later, Xiao Hanting remarked, I suddenly feel considerably lighter, and my breathing has become more effortless. That is due to the insects being gradually exterminated. Yanxi explained. Your internal organs have also begun to undergo initial restoration, yet there remains an excessive amount of insect eggs and carcasses in your blood. This refuse must be eliminated. Hence I shall perform a blood cleanse. Very well. I entrust myself to you, you are a disciple of Shen Haizhou, and I have faith in you. My master has also instructed me to ensure your recovery, so you need not worry. With that, a flash of golden light appeared as an invisible needle penetrated Xiao Hanting's forehead, and he succumbed to slumber. Yanxi then retrieved a precise blood exchange apparatus from her spiritual domain, severed Xiao Hanting's major blood vessel, and commenced the cleansing of his blood. Subsequently, she gently parted his lips and administered a panacea, mending his damaged internal organs. For the better part of an hour, his blood underwent a complete purification. The blood that flowed back into Xiao Hanting's body was now a pristine, vibrant red. Yanxi put away the blood exchange device and administered over a dozen acupuncture needles to Xiao Hanting. The ethereal golden needles unblocked his meridians and infused Yanxi's vital energy, which could facilitate the old man's swifter recovery. After half an hour, Yanxi retrieved the golden needles and inquired, Grandfather, how do you feel? Chapter 39, The Gu Cultivator. My dear girl. Xiao Hanting awoke, his eyes remarkably bright, his voice considerably more resonant. Grandfather is well. Grandfather feels like a completely different person, as if he has been rejuvenated by more than 20 years. Hush. Yanxi said with a smile, please, do not make it known yet, we must still mislead our adversaries. Only when we capture the Queen Gu and find the one who cultivates it will our victory be complete. Very well. I shall heed my little Shishi's counsel. Xiao Hanting was overjoyed and sat up from the bed. Xiao Zhen and Xiao Fu, along with Li Shuxian, entered the room. Upon seeing the old man's radiant vitality, They knew that Yanxi had achieved a resounding success. Xiao Zhen. The old master Qiao said excitedly, let us cooperate with little Shishi, concealing my condition. So that little Shishi can apprehend that Queen Gu and find the evildoer who cultivates the Gu. Indeed. Qiao Zhen said. Only by finding the person behind the Gu cultivation can we eradicate our enemies. Seeing that it was already midday, Xiao Fu went downstairs to instruct the kitchen to prepare lunch. Xiao Yi and Song Rong came over to inquire, how is the old master? Can he be healed? Jiao Fu. His countenance grave, intoned, it is not as facile as it seems. Alas, we must remain patient and observe. Song Rong and Xiao Yi exchanged glances, each betraying a smug, sardonic smile. In the master bedroom on the second floor, the patriarch, clad only in his boxer shorts, sat upon the bed, engaging in jovial conversation with the assembled company. His torso, with Qiao Zhen's assistance, was entirely coated with Yanxi's specially formulated unguent. Should the queen parasite attach itself, its true form would be immediately revealed. The vigil extended into the depths of the night. Just as weariness began to take its toll, Jiao Fu emitted a soft exclamation of surprise. Uncle Fu, do you perceive it? Qiao Zhen inquired. Behold, upon the patriarch's chest. Jiao Fu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, pointing towards Qiao Hanting. What is that creature alighting upon him? In unison, the eyes of all present converged upon the designated spot, Qiao Hanting himself casting his gaze downward. There, clinging to his chest, was a vermilion, centipede-like insect of grotesque mien. Ah! Li Shuxian nearly succumbed to a faint, Jiao Fu swiftly steadying her. Qiao Zhen reached out to seize the insect. Do not touch it, it will bite you. Yanxi cautioned. Its body is now imbued with my concoction, rendering it incapable of further oviposition. It must return to its place of origin, or it will perish. Then we shall follow it and unmask the perpetrator. Qiao Zhen vowed, his eyes suffused with crimson determination. As predicted, the queen parasite, its form now exposed by the unguent, detached itself from Qiao Hanting and scurried rapidly across the floor. Follow it. Yanxi urged in a hushed tone, then summoned the bodyguards to safeguard the patriarch. The bodyguards stood in the hallway outside. I've already given the instructions, whispered Qiao Fu. Very well, replied Yanxi. The mother Gu is about to leave the room. Let us see where it goes. The Gu worm slithered through the crack of the door, swiftly ascending along the wall. The guards at the entrance were left in astonishment as Qiao Zhen gestured for silence. Yet, every pair of eyes widened in disbelief, resembling the size of copper bells. Having grown up, they had never encountered such a grotesque and terrifying creature. The Gu worm swiftly coiled its way up to the third floor, arriving before the door of Qiao Yi and Song Rong. It then darted through the gap in the door. With a loud bang, Qiao Zhen kicked the door open. The couple, caught in a moment of intimacy, scrambled to cover themselves with garments in alarm. As the lights flickered on, they beheld a blood-red, fearsome worm hastily making its way towards Song Rong's vanity. Song Rong, who nurtured Gu, had never laid eyes on the mother Gu before. Each midnight, she would open the jar containing the Gu and seal it again by morning. Upon seeing the crimson creature, Song Rong let out a terrified scream. The mother Gu swiftly crawled into the nurturing jar, submerging itself in a concoction of toxic liquid that contained human brain matter. Yanxi rushed forward, sealing the small jar's opening. Trembling, Song Rong inquired, What is that? Why is it so terrifying? In truth, she had already begun to suspect the answer. You are indeed bold. You dare to rear such a creature? Yanxi remarked, holding the small jar towards Song Rong. You must understand. If you inadvertently attract the lure onto yourself, this mother Gu will lay its eggs within you. Furthermore, as the prime incubator, the procreation of the initial larva within you begets an even more formidable entity. Are you cognizant of the inherent peril? Chapter 40, Dog Eat Dog Eye. I was unaware. Song Rong exclaimed, utterly aghast. Was that the prime larva just now? You apprehended it? Indeed. Yanxi affirmed, nodding. The voodoo insects of Miaojiang are notoriously impervious, yet even the most potent sorcery is not infallible. With that, she stowed the diminutive porcelain vial into her rucksack, intending to consign this malevolent entity to the sanctuary of her spiritual domain for meticulous examination, given the arduous process of its cultivation through cerebral marrow, venom, and incantations. Qiao Yi, aghast and pallid, grasped Qiao Zhen's hand, beseeching mercy. Cousin, I implore you, this transgression was not of my doing but rather at the instigation of your aunt. She was the one who cultivated the voodoo insects. I beseech you to implore Grandpa to show leniency. I shall mend my ways and never again dare to repeat such an offense. Husband. Song Rong wailed, clinging to Qiao Ye's leg. How could you betray me thus? Everything I did was for your sake. Begone. Qiao Yi retorted, kicking her away with a furious bellow. Indeed. Misfortune befalls one who consorts with a woman such as you. Song Rong. Prodigal son. Xiao Hanting entered, his octogenarian frame still imposing and commanding. I was truly blinded to adopt such an ingrate from the orphanage. From this day forth, you are no longer my son. Depart from the Qiao household. Taking Song Rong with you. Father. Father. I acknowledge my transgressions. I implore you to forgive me. Qiao Yi knelt before Qiao Hanting, repeatedly bowing his head. Yet Qiao Hanting remained unmoved. Qiao Yi. Xiao Zhen exclaimed, do you now realize your mistakes? Had our grandfather not encountered the miraculous physician, your actions could have cost a life, and would you not have achieved your desires? Xiao Zhen. It is you. You forced my hand. Were it not for the old man's decision to have you inherit the Qiao family, I would not have resorted to such desperate measures. Qiao Yi retorted, rising abruptly to seize Xiao Zhen by the throat, only to be kicked to the ground by Xiao Zhen. To be so obstinate and yet blame others. Do you think grandfather is unaware of your dark intentions? Little Zhen speaks the truth. Xiao Hanting interjected, Qiao Yi, you have harbored ill thoughts since childhood. I have endeavored to correct your path and never abandoned you, yet you not only refuse to amend your ways but have escalated your transgressions. To contemplate patricide is an unthinkable betrayal. I truly regret adopting you. Begone. Leave the Qiao family and never let me see you again. Qiao Yi. In a state of disarray, rose and attempted to flee with Song Rong, only to be intercepted by Yan Shi. Do not rush, we still have accounts to settle. We are not acquainted, what accounts could possibly exist between us? Qiao Yi replied, his eyes darting. We are indeed strangers. Yan Shi retorted with a cold smile. Yet you did not hesitate to hire an assassin, intent on eradicating me along the way. Should we not settle this score? Indeed. Xiao Zhen affirmed. I went to fetch classmate Yan, only to be ambushed on the way by over a dozen armed assassins, clearly intent on our complete annihilation. However, you appear unscathed. Having returned without injury? Exhorted Qiao Yi, attempting to deflect the situation. That is owing to the sudden intervention of a formidable expert who aided us. Retorted Xiao Zhen with a piercing gaze. Otherwise, we would have perished at the hands of the assassins you dispatched. That is of no concern to me. I did not send assassins to murder you. Qiao Yi turned, pointing at Song Rong. It was all her doing, this woman's doing. I merely heeded her counsel. Seek her out. Qiao Yi. Song Rong exclaimed, her face paling. How could you do this? How could you place all the blame upon me? I did these things for you. Lies. Qiao Yi roared. I was merely swayed by your instigation. You claimed my father was unjust to me. That if I were to harm him, I would inherit the Qiao family. Now, you have left me with nothing. I am filled with regret. A grown man. Devoid of any moral compass, lacking principles, heeding the counsel of a wicked woman in all matters. What purpose do your ears serve, then? With that, Yan Shi produced a dagger from her hand. Chapter 41, encountering peril with a swift flourish of her petite hand, Yan Shi executed a precise strike. Shwa shwa. With two sharp sounds, Qiao Ye's ears were severed. Aya! Qiao Yi shrieked, clutching the bloody wounds on his head, writhing on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Song Rong turned to flee. Yan Shi swiftly moved, and with a schwa, the 3 fingers on her right hand were cleanly severed. You fancy yourself a conductor. Do you not? Let us see how you will direct from now on. Without uttering a word, Song Rong collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Yan Shi sheathed her dagger and addressed Xiao Hanting, saying, I apologize, I am a person who repays enmity with enmity and kindness with kindness. Please forgive me. Grandfather does not hold it against you. Xiao Hanting replied, those 2 beasts intended to harm me from the outset. If it weren't for you, my dear Shi, grandfather would have been devoured by the goo worms. Bring them out. Xiao Hanting commanded. Dispose of this beast far away. They must never set foot in the Qiao family again. Understood, sir. Qiao Fu swiftly led people to carry Qiao Yi and Song Rong away. Qiao Hanting produced a cash check for 10 million and presented it to Yan Shi with both hands. My dear Shi, your life-saving grace cannot go unacknowledged. Please accept this as a token of gratitude. The payment is unnecessary. Yan Shi replied, however, I do not wish for cash or a check this time. Then would you prefer a bank card? Qiao Hanting inquired. It was my oversight, I will have my assistant arrange it immediately. No. Yan Shi insisted. I only wish for grandfather to promise me one thing, and that shall suffice as my payment. One promise? Qiao Hanting furrowed his brow. Child, I assure you. As long as it is within my ability, I can promise you 10. Speak quickly, what do you wish me to commit to? I knew you would agree readily. Yan Shi smiled. I want grandfather to promise that he will assist the Haishi group in advancing into the imperial capital soon. Haishi group? Hi. Shi. Qiao Hanting's eyes brightened as he nodded eagerly. Rest assured. Grandfather will fulfill Shishi's request. I extend my gratitude to you, Grandpa. Yan Shi exclaimed with a radiant smile. Bowing slightly. I must take my leave now. Xiao Zhen. Qiao Hanting gestured grandly. Ensure that Miss Yan is escorted home safely. Yes, Grandpa. Xiao Zhen responded promptly. During their journey, Xiao Zhen inquired of Yan Shi, Miss Yan, what is your motivation for enlisting my grandfather's assistance for the Haishi group? What is the nature of your connection to the Haishi group? Well, care to venture a guess? Yan Shi responded playfully, tilting her head. Guess? Xiao Zhen pondered. Scratching his head. You and Grandpa are shrouded in mystery. Where should I even begin to guess? The following morning, Yan Shi rode her dilapidated electric scooter to school, opting for the familiar shortcut through the mountain path behind the school, near the reservoir. Suddenly, 2 gunshots reverberated through the air, causing a vehicle ahead to come to an abrupt halt, riddled with bullets. Yan Shi swiftly braked her scooter, leaping off and taking cover behind a rocky outcrop. She observed several men descending from the hillside, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the vehicle before fleeing. A gust of wind carried a strong scent of gasoline. This is dire. They've ruptured the vehicle's fuel tank, they intend to incinerate those inside. Without hesitation, Yan Shi raced toward the burning vehicle, every second precious. With a deafening roar, the vehicle erupted in flames, escalating the urgency of the situation. An explosion seemed imminent. Reaching the vehicle, Yan Shi attempted to open the driver's side door, only to find it locked. Peering through the window, she saw the occupant slumped unconscious, already engulfed in flames. This is truly a predicament. Yan Shi reached into her spatial realm and retrieved a sturdy hammer, swiftly shattering the car window with 2 strikes. She reached inside to unlock the door and opened it. A fierce blaze surged towards her face, prompting Yan Shi to instinctively retreat. She summoned a fire extinguisher from her spatial realm and unleashed a torrent of foam into the driver's cabin. The flames diminished slightly as she grasped the unconscious man and attempted to drag him out. However, his towering stature proved to be a formidable challenge, and her efforts to move him were in vain. Hey, wake up! Wake up! She urged, desperate to rouse him and escape the vehicle. Yet, the man's severe burns and gunshot wounds left him barely clinging to life. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, and the car was engulfed in flames. Chapter 42, A Life Saved in the Final Moment. Yan Shi enveloped the man in her arms and retreated into her spiritual domain. Thud. She landed on the grassy expanse of her realm, clutching the man tightly as the shockwave from the explosion threw her to the ground. Grimacing in pain, she felt as though her backside had shattered into a myriad of pieces. The man, too, was unceremoniously tossed aside. Turning to examine him, she was struck by the sight of his severely burned face, rendering his features unrecognizable. Nevertheless, his elongated figure indicated he was likely a young man. At that moment, a joyous figure with translucent red wings fluttered over, exclaiming in excitement. Young master, who have you brought here? He looks frightfully scorched. I am saving him. Yan Shi replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. Do you understand the concept of saving a life? Of course. Of course. The little red ant chirped, settling onto Yan Shi's shoulder. Isn't saving a life worth more than constructing 7 grand towers? What are you babbling about? Yan Shi retorted disdainfully. That's an act of merit surpassing the construction of 7-tiered pagodas. My apologies, my memory failed me. Hong Mai sheepishly averted his gaze. Fortune. Fortune. Yan Shi exclaimed. Where have you wandered off to, little chubby dragon? Here. 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 The diminutive, snow-white dragon somersaulted through the air. What is it, little mistress? Why the air of such urgency? The dragon inquired. There's indeed a conflagration. Yan Shi gestured towards the prone figure on the ground. Had I arrived any later, this man would have been consumed by the inferno, reduced to nothing more than ashes. And what is it you intend to do with such vast riches, little mistress? The little chubby dragon tilted its head, its innocent inquiry brimming with naivety. To procure the mystic spring water, of course. Yan Shi flicked its forehead playfully. This man is injured, I intend to heal him. First, I shall administer the mystic spring water to replenish his vitality, and then I shall cleanse his wounds with it. Fortune understands. The mystic spring water shall be delivered forthwith. The little chubby dragon bounded off to retrieve the water. Yan Shi gently moved the man into a chamber within the spirit garden abode, placing him upon a low bamboo couch. Shortly thereafter, the little chubby dragon returned. However, Yan Shi did not immediately perceive the dragon, but rather two towering, ambulatory gourds, each reaching half her height. Upon closer inspection, she discerned the little chubby dragon laboring beneath the massive gourds. Little mistress, is this quantity of mystic spring water sufficient, or shall fortune procure more? Heavens! I'm utterly exhausted. Why have you brought back such an abundance of water? Yan Shi questioned, do you presume our mystic spring water is without cost? The magical spring water is a divine essence bestowed by nature, and it is not to be squandered lightly. The chubby dragon remarked. Isn't it the young master who instructed us to cleanse this man's wounds? Just look at him, he has been charred completely, and with so little water. How can it suffice? Yan Shi glanced at the man, who lay on the bamboo couch, barely clinging to life, and nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. His body is severely burned, mere cleansing will not suffice. We must nourish his charred skin to revive his vitality. Let's place him in the bathtub and soak him in the magical spring water. The chubby dragon concurred with this notion. He set down 2 massive gourds and turned to drag a bamboo bathtub over. Yan Shi employed her telekinetic abilities to lift the man into the bathtub and gently remove the scant remnants of his clothing. Then, using her telekinesis, she raised one of the enormous gourds and poured the magical spring water into the bamboo bathtub, submerging the man within. Having completed these tasks, there was a brief pause. Suddenly, Yan Shi realized she had not attended school and had not requested leave. Oh no! In the midst of her endeavors, 2 classes were nearly over. However, the injured man could not be left unattended. She hastened to write a leave request. Yan Shi entered her study, took out paper and pen, and composed her note. Afterward, she emerged from her space and stood before the office of her new homeroom teacher. The new teacher looked up and was surprised to see the lively young girl standing at the door. Yan Shi, I was just about to call you. Why haven't you attended class? I have an urgent matter, teacher, and I came specifically to request leave. Yan Shi replied. What urgent matter do you have? The homeroom teacher is displeased. Whatever the situation, it must not hinder our education. Chapter 43, Training the Soldier Bees. I am hastening to heal the sick and save lives. Yan Shi remarked, for human lives are of utmost importance. The new homeroom teacher recalled the previous incident involving the Chu family. The former homeroom teacher had been dismissed for a similar situation. The new teacher dared not speak further but issued a caution nonetheless. Student Yan. While I can grant you leave, you must not neglect any of your subjects. Should you fail to graduate, do not blame me for not having warned you. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. Yan Shi replied, passing over the leave request. I will do my utmost. The homeroom teacher accepted the note, glanced at it briefly, and was about to agree when, lo and behold, the young girl had vanished. The teacher stepped out of the office only to find the long corridor devoid of her presence. With wide eyes, the teacher wondered if they had seen a ghost. Having returned to her space, Yan Shi scribbled another note and tossed it onto Xingyu's large desk. Xingyu was engaged in a video conference when a piece of paper fluttered down. I am occupied with saving lives and will not be going out for the next 2 days. Xingyu, fully aware of the situation, tucked the note into her pocket. Seizing the opportunity while the individual was immersed in the magic spring water, Yanxi ventured out to seek the tyrant bees. She had learned the methods of beekeeping and taming from ancient texts and discovered that the tyrant bees were remarkably intelligent creatures, inherently adhering to order, with unparalleled obedience and execution capabilities. Yanxi snapped 2 twigs and blew a whistle in front of the beehive. The queen bee, already well acquainted with her, emerged as if she had always regarded her as the master. Following her were bees of various ranks. Yanxi addressed them in the language of bees and then began to wield a branch to command them. Remarkably, these creatures displayed a certain intelligence, surpassing that of an average human. Before long, Yanxi had taught them how to form ranks and organize themselves into formations, advancing, defending, flanking left, and breaking through right. With a chuckle, Yanxi exclaimed, "You little ones have truly impressed me. Tell me, what reward do you desire?" The queen bee responded in the bee language, which Yanxi understood. They wished for roses. "Then let us commence the mass planting of roses, varieties from all over the world." The swarm of bees buzzed with delight, soaring gracefully through the air, soon forming a large shape. "Given your enthusiasm, I shall immediately gather a plethora of rose seeds from around the globe and plant them for you." The bees resumed their flight, this time arranging themselves into a grand heart shape. Meanwhile, the man, whose body had been scorched, soaked in a bamboo tub for an entire day. The charred skin began to change hue, showing signs of vitality. His facial features and contours became discernible. The 2 gunshot wounds on his body also healed under Yanxi's care. After another day of soaking, the charred skin transformed into vibrant flesh, though some scars remained. However, his visage was now fully revealed. He appeared to be around 26 or 27 years old, possessing a handsome profile defined by his nose and mouth. It's a pity her eyes were shut, the windows to her soul yet to open. However, it can now be ascertained that this man possesses a comely countenance, his appearance of above-average caliber. At this juncture, unbeknownst to Yanxi, Qin Emotion was beside himself with worry. He returned from Singapore today and, upon landing, immediately attempted to contact the young lady. Yet, the young lady's mobile phone proved unreachable. It wasn't switched off, it simply could not be connected, displaying a state of no signal. Originally, Qin Emotion intended to inform Yanxi that he had returned to the country but would be staying in the imperial capital for a few days. As he couldn't establish contact, he decided against returning to the imperial capital and instead headed straight back to High City. He contacted High City University, only to be informed that Yanxi had taken leave. Despite all attempts to reach her, the young lady remained incommunicado. Left with no alternative, Qin Emotion went directly to the royal garden. Xinyu was at home, enjoying tea, when she witnessed a retinue of bodyguards escorting an imperious and aloof man of regal bearing, barging in with an air of menace. Xinyu surmised that this man must be Qin Emotion, the one the young master was seeking, so she was not surprised. "You have 1 minute to divulge Yanxi's whereabouts and explain what has happened to her. Why is she not answering my calls?" Qin Emotion seated himself grandly upon the pristine sofa, crossing his long legs with an air of haughty arrogance. "Huh?" Xinyu retorted, mimicking his posture, "I have neither the right nor the obligation to disclose Miss Yan's private affairs to you. That would be impolite. You are Yanxi's landlady." Qin Emo intoned with chilling severity. "Yanxi has vanished while under your roof. If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall not hesitate to summon the authorities immediately." "By all means." Xinyu concurred, nodding her assent. "I shall extend my full cooperation to the police investigation. However, you would do well to consider the potential repercussions that may befall you thereafter." "Repercussions?" Qin Emo scoffed derisively. "You are the first to dare to threaten me. Very well. Then, guards!" the man bellowed abruptly. "Since she refuses to accede to reason, seize her and consign her to the dungeons forthwith." Instantly, Zhang Qian and his retinue of bodyguards encircled them. Xinyu, not one to be trifled with, launched a preemptive strike, hurling a teacup at Zhang Qian. Subsequently, employing a diversionary tactic, she aimed a swift kick at the foremost bodyguard. Zhang Qian scrambled to intercept the teacup. Yet the scalding tea within splashed onto the back of his hand, causing him to grimace in agony. The bodyguard, reacting with alacrity, evaded Xinyu's kick, retaliating with a counter-kick aimed at her calf. Xinyu, using the table for leverage, executed a swift aerial maneuver. unleashing a series of rapid kicks that targeted the bodyguard's face. "Subdue her!" Zhang Chen exclaimed, clutching his reddened hand. "She dares to defy us in the presence of Master Qin." 7 or 8 bodyguards arrayed themselves in a strategic formation, encircling Xinyu, poised to engage in physical confrontation. "Spare me the theatrics." Qin Mo interjected impatiently, his countenance grave. "I harbor no qualms about striking a woman, depending on her conduct. Since she remains obstinate in divulging Shier's whereabouts, take her into custody. I shall conduct the interrogation myself. I dare anyone to lay a hand on me." Xinyu exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Qin Machin. "Are you not afraid of incurring Shibauer's wrath upon her return?" "Shibauer?" Qin Machin's eyes narrowed, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "My acquaintance is beyond your familiarity. What gives you the audacity to address her as Shibauer?" "I am aware that Mr. Qin is not a stranger," Xinyu stated. "In truth, I am Yan Shi's special assistant, Xinyu." "I am cognizant of your name, Xinyu, but you..." Qin Machin's brow furrowed. "Are you the personal assistant to that little imp?" "Indeed," Xinyu affirmed with a nod. "Yan Shi is my young mistress, and I am in her service." "What, then? Is your affiliation with the Haishi Corporation?" Qin Machin inquired. "I recently discovered that the president of Haishi Corporation also bears the name Xinyu." "That would be me," Xinyu disclosed. "You are among my young mistress's most trusted confidants, so I see no need for concealment." "So, Haishi is, in fact, that little lass's domain?" Qin Machin exclaimed, a mixture of astonishment and elation in his voice. "I knew from our very first encounter that this young lady was extraordinary, and indeed, she is." "My young mistress has departed to heal the afflicted and rescue the imperiled," Xinyu revealed. "You need not fret over her, she has stated that her return is imminent." "Very well," Qin Machin conceded with a nod. "It eases my mind to know that the little one is safe. Upon her return, please inform her that pressing matters have called me back to the imperial capital, but I shall return to seek her out as soon as my affairs are concluded." "Understood," Xinyu acknowledged. "I shall convey your message faithfully." As Qin Machin departed from the royal garden, Xinyu glanced at her wristwatch. 2 full days had elapsed. Was her young mistress not finished yet? On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Yan Shi continued her training of the formidable bee soldiers. The bees are remarkably intelligent, now capable of comprehending numerous gestures. They also understand Yan Shi's whistling signals. A long note indicates assembly, a short note signifies disbandment, 2 long notes denote encirclement, and 2 short notes command an attack. The synergy between one person and a myriad of bees is truly exquisite. "Young master, congratulations, the man has awakened," a voice chirped, flapping wings in excitement. "Oh dear. It seems he looks quite handsome. Do you also possess the ability to read fortunes?" Yan Shi teased the chubby little dragon. "I believe you could set up a stall beneath the overpass and predict fates." "All I did was take a glance at the Mai Shenyang that young master casually opened," the little dragon replied bashfully, rubbing its plump hands. "I must hurry to see him." Chapter 45, Sister Angel Yan Shi instructed the wasp leader to disperse and hastily return to the red brick, green-tiled Lingyuan pavilion. Indeed, the man was seated in the bathtub, wrapped in a white towel. His face and body, previously marred by burns, were now completely healed without a trace left behind. This miraculous recovery was thanks to the regenerative and restorative properties of the magic spring water, as well as the rare medicinal herbs that Yan Shi had provided. His body not only healed entirely but was now even more robust than before. The little girl who appeared before him left the man in awe. "Goodness! This child is breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin, as delicate as jade, her long lashes like feathers, bright eyes shimmering, and lips blooming like flowers. With a slender figure. She donned a light, snow-white linen dress, while her inky black hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders. Did you rescue me? Or have I already passed on? Am I in paradise? You must be an angelic being." Yan Shi smiled. "Answer my questions first. Who are you?" The man's voice faltered. "It matters not to say now. As my family has perished, and I find myself in paradise. Here, there are no longer adversaries. My surname is Hua, and my given name is Yuenjia." "Hua Yuenjia? That's quite a pleasing name," Yan Shi remarked. "Adorn yourself with these garments, and I shall escort you to a certain place." "Is it to face the judgment of the celestial emperor?" Hua Yuenjia inquired. Very well, for in my brief existence, I have been upright and honest, never having committed a transgression. I do not fear the final reckoning. She chuckled softly, raising her hand to toss him a set of azure linen clothes and shoes for a man. These were garments she had procured from her master's abode in Peach Blossom Haven. Huiyuan's stature was akin to her master's, so they should fit him well. She turned her back, and Huiyuan quickly donned the attire. Angelic being, I am ready. She turned around to behold the man. Indeed a figure of remarkable talent and dignified bearing. She suddenly felt that this man and were somewhat well matched. Giggling, she couldn't help but smile. Tossing Huiyuan a handkerchief. Cover your eyes with this. Are there so many customs in paradise? Huiyuan said. Must one cover their eyes and not look at the path when meeting the celestial emperor? The path to paradise is not for mortal eyes to behold. She retorted. I bid you to cover your eyes, so cover them. Huiyuan, following her instructions, covered his eyes and extended his hands, inquiring, Is it all right now, Sister Angel? Yes. It's perfect. Let us go. She said, linking her arm with his, and in a fleeting thought, they materialized in the grand hall of the main building of Yulong Garden. Xinyu had just concluded her day's work and entered after changing her shoes at the entrance. She poured herself a glass of red wine, swirling it without taking a sip, when she was startled to find two unexpected guests on the sofa beside her. Oh! Xinyu exclaimed, taken aback. If it were her young master alone, she would have been unfazed. However, her young master had brought along a young man. Who is this fellow? All right. She exclaimed, pulling away the cloth from Huiyuan's face. Tidy? Huiyuan suddenly opened his eyes, meeting Xinyu's striking visage, and was momentarily stunned. He blinked, shifting his gaze from Xinyu to Yanxi. Sister Angel, is the tidy a woman? And dressed in a suit, holding a glass of red wine? Huigu, wake up. You're not dead. Yanxi declared. This is Yulong Garden in Haiqing, and this beautiful lady before you is my sister. You are a commercial genius from Dijing, so from now on, you shall work alongside my sister, serving the Haishi group. Huiyuan was left even more bewildered. Having just returned from the clutches of death, he found it overwhelming to assimilate so much information at once. Having perused the accounts regarding your family, Miss Yan has informed me that the Hu lineage, once titans of commerce in the imperial capital, suffered a precipitous downfall due to the machinations of vengeful adversaries, resulting in the demise of your parents and a relentless pursuit of yourself. Indeed, Mr. Hu responded, his eyes tinged with crimson. I sought refuge in High City. Yet I could not elude them. It was they who intercepted my conveyance that fateful morning. Subsequently, I sustained a gunshot wound and was engulfed in flames. Thereafter, my recollections cease. It was our cherished Yan who rescued you, Madame Shen interjected. On your account, she absented herself from her studies for 3 days. Furthermore, a certain individual came seeking her whereabouts. I comprehend now. You are not merely an angelic figure, but my benefactress, Mr. Hu declared, making a gesture as if to kneel before Miss Yan. Such formalities are unnecessary, Miss Yan demurred, gently restraining him. As the adage goes, those who survive great tribulations are destined for future prosperity. You possess a prodigious talent for commerce, which must not be squandered. Henceforth, you shall be affiliated with the Haishi Corporation, serving as a vital asset to my sister. Haishi Corporation? Mr. Hui inquired. Is that the Haishi Corporation that emerged in High City overnight and achieved immediate renown? Precisely, Miss Yan affirmed. My sister, Madame Shen, is the chief executive officer of Haishi. You shall be under her direction henceforth. Very well, Mr. Hui assented solemnly, extending his hand to Madame Shen. Madame Shen, I eagerly anticipate your guidance in the times ahead. In his fervor, Mr. Hui's grip was excessively firm. A sudden flush suffused Madame Shen's countenance, her bashfulness evident in her expressive eyes. Leaning towards Xinyu, she whispered, Elder sister, I think this man would be a suitable choice as my sister's husband. Xinyu, you little rascal, you were waiting for me to say that, weren't you? The following day, Xinyu escorted Huiyuan to Haishi Group, appointing him as vice president. Huiyuan, no pushover himself, identified several issues immediately upon assuming office. Implementing sweeping reforms, his efforts yielded instant results. Xinyu and Yanxi were highly satisfied with his performance. A business prodigy is indeed a business prodigy, truly exceptional. Yan Shi continued to attend school according to her routine, and before she knew it, a week had passed. The class held its first unit test. Yan Shi, who studied intermittently, surprisingly scored full marks in every subject. This feat further amplified Yan Shi's fame. She was not only the campus belle and a divine healer, but now also an academic genius. She completely overshadowed Miao Yun, who had been excessively praised. After school, Chiyu approached Yan Shi, saying, Shi darling, I have something to tell you. What is it? Yan Shi inquired. Chiyu retrieved an invitation from her backpack. Tomorrow is my 18th birthday. And since my health has improved, my grandfather is hosting a birthday celebration for me. He insisted that I invite you. All right. Yan Shi accepted the invitation without hesitation, noting that the reception was scheduled for Saturday. You must be there on time, Chiyu said, revealing her dimples. You are our family's benefactor. My grandfather said that the most important guest is you. Rest assured. Yan Shi waved the invitation. I will be there on time. And I will also prepare a gift for you. Thank you, Cici. You are truly my guardian angel, Chiyu exclaimed, embracing Yan Shi and jumping twice in excitement. On the way back, Yan Shi rode her electric bike, taking a turn towards the city center. Tomorrow marks Chiyu's birthday, and she needs to purchase a gift. She had just checked on her phone and discovered an upscale boutique that specializes in gifts favored by girls. Upon arriving at the store entrance, she parked her bike and ventured inside to select a present. Yan classmate. A clear male voice called out, Are you here as well? Yan Shi looked up in response. And to her surprise, she saw Qiao Zhen, holding a gift bag. Qiao classmate, you are here too? She replied. Indeed. Qiao Zhen nodded. Aren't you here to buy a gift for Chiyu? That's right. Yan Shi responded, Did you also receive an invitation? Yes. Qiao Zhen confirmed. The Qiao family and the Chu family have business ties. Chu's family invited my grandfather, but since he couldn't attend, he sent me in his place. So, you are the heir of the Qiao family. Yan Shi smiled, Your grandfather is certainly grooming you for success. I am aware. Qiao Zhen nodded, however. Navigating these social intricacies can be quite taxing. As you know, the business world is rife with mutual interests and cunning rivalries. Reflecting on her own expansive Haishi group, Yan Shi felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her mentor for introducing her to Sister Xinyu, and now, the commercial prodigy Hui Yuanjia from the capital. Otherwise, no matter how capable she might be, the thought of managing such intricate matters would surely cause her a headache. What do you plan to buy for Chiyu? Qiao Zhen inquired, Shall I assist you in choosing? Chapter 47, Her enchantments There's no need, Yan Shi said with a smile, shaking her head. I'm quite alright on my own. Once you've finished your shopping, feel free to head back. Yan Shi. Qiao Zhen's gaze suddenly deepened. His voice low and husky as he began, Actually, I've been meaning to. Brother Qiao Zhen. A delicate, crisp voice called out from behind them. Without even turning, it was clear that Miao Yun had arrived. In a flurry of pink, she rushed forward, seizing Qiao Zhen's arm. However, Miao Yun hadn't noticed the girl behind the display rack, Yan Shi. Now, face to face, Miao Yun's complexion paled, and she blurted out, Sorceress. Enchantress. Miao Yun. What are you saying? Qiao Zhen retorted, shaking off Miao Yun's hand with distaste. How can you treat a classmate like that? Brother Qiao Zhen, you don't understand. Yan Shi is a sorceress. I saw her with my own eyes, riding a dragon. Huh. Yan Shi chuckled. Riding a dragon? Oh my, how thrilling. Two young women shopping nearby overheard Miao Yun's words and began to laugh. They turned to look at Miao Yun as if she were deranged. It's true. Miao Yun insisted. Growing frantic. The dragon was white, several meters long, and Yan Shi was riding on its back, eating a lollipop. Ha ha ha. The two girls beside them burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Miao Yun stamped her foot, pointing at Yan Shi. This woman is an enchantress. She's even trying to steal my boyfriend. She's simply not a good person. Miao Yun, what nonsense are you spouting? Qiao Zhen said with a frown, his voice laced with anger. Who is your boyfriend? Isn't that so, brother Qiao Zhen? Miao Yun reached out once more to grasp Qiao Zhen's arm. Throughout our 3 years of high school, didn't we get along famously? Everyone considered us a couple. You're mistaken. Xiaozhen retorted, shaking off Miao Yan's hand yet again, and departed with a somber expression. What a lunatic. 2 girls nearby muttered under their breath, the man doesn't even acknowledge her. You're the lunatics. Your whole family is. Miao Yun, infuriated, turned to berate the 2 girls. Don't bother reasoning with a madwoman. The 2 girls scoffed disdainfully and turned away. Miao Yun, her face ashen with rage, swung her bag, aiming it at Yan Qi's face. It's all your fault. You seduced brother Xiaozhen, you're nothing but a harlot. A sorceress. Yan Qi dodged, and Miao Yan's bag missed her, striking a display stand instead. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Qi subtly exerted her mental power, nudging the stand. With a resounding crash, the display stand toppled over, courtesy of Miao Yan's bag. A cacophony of shattering sounds filled the air as the items on the stand plummeted to the ground. Miao Yun, utterly dumbfounded, stumbled backward, leaning against another display stand. Yan Qi, invoking her mental power once more, caused that stand to collapse as well. The store's sales staff swarmed around, cornering Miao Yun. How could you knock over our display stands? Are you unaware that these are luxury items on display? Well, now you've done it, prepare to compensate us handsomely. It's going to be millions. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Miao Yun exclaimed, pointing at Yan Qi. She's the one who cast a spell. Are you truly having some sort of mental issue? The sales assistant suggested calling the police and having her parents come. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived. Accompanied by Miao Yan's mother, Li Jing, who rushed over in a flurry. In the shop, they explained the situation and cooperated with the police to review the surveillance footage, which confirmed that Miao Yun had indeed knocked over the 2 display stands. The total cost of the damages amounted to 5,600,000. You have brought this upon yourself. Li Jing, with a grim expression and gritted teeth, admonished Miao Yun, saying, the Miao family's financial chain is already under threat. And your father just warned me not to allow us to spend extravagantly. And here you are, causing a loss of over 5 million. How am I supposed to explain this to your father? All of this is the fault of that vixen. Miao Yun, her eyes reddened, pointed accusingly at Yan Qi, claiming, it is she who has cast her wicked spell upon me. She even stole my brother Xiaozhen from me, and now he won't even acknowledge my presence. This is all the doing of that wretched girl, I am not to blame. With that, she lunged at Yan Qi, intent on tearing into her, but was swiftly restrained by the police. Once the investigation is complete, you may leave, the officer informed Yan Qi. Yan Qi tilted her head and flashed a smile at Miao Yun before shouldering her backpack and departing. Wretched girl. Li Jing clenched her fists, glaring at Yan Qi's retreating figure. You bully my daughter, I see you are courting death. Chapter 48, 18th birthday. Upon returning to Yulon Garden, Yan Qi sipped from a cup of enchanted spring water. Having failed to procure a gift, she contemplated retrieving a fitting piece of jewelry from the spirit domain to present to Chuyu. At that moment, Xinyu and Hui Yuanjia returned. Hui Yuanjia had yet to find suitable accommodation and was temporarily residing in Yulon Garden. After all, in the vast mansion, it was merely Yan Qi and her servant who occupied the space. What occupies your thoughts? The perspicacious Xinyu discerned instantly what her young master was contemplating, selecting a gift for her classmate's impending birthday. A female friend, I presume? Xinyu produced a skincare set from her bag. Would this be suitable, do you think? It's from our newly launched Haishi line. It's formulated to brighten the complexion, hydrate and seal in moisture, and diminish the appearance of acne scars and dullness. The results are truly remarkable. This particular series was commissioned by foreign royalty. Hui Yuanjia added. Presenting this to your classmate should certainly not be an embarrassment. Excellent, this will do nicely. Yan Qi accepted the skincare set, concurring that it was indeed a fitting gift. The following morning, Yan Qi received a call from Xiaozhen. Yan Qi, I'm on my way to collect you. We shall proceed to the Chu residence together. There's no need, I can simply take a taxi. Yan Qi was not yet 18 and therefore unable to drive herself. I am already nearing your home, Xiaozhen replied. Given the heat, a taxi would be inconvenient. Allow me to serve as your chauffeur for once. Reluctant to rebuff his intentions, Yan Qi conceded, very well, then. Moments later, Yan Qi observed Xiaozhen's sports car at the front gate. He was attired in a white suit, complemented by a silver tie, presenting a refined and scholarly appearance. He alighted from the vehicle to open the door for Yan Shi, graciously inviting her to enter. Simultaneously, within the expansive living room of Yunhai Manor, a certain gentleman, with furrowed brow, gazed intently at the display screen on the opposite wall, his voice a low, irate murmur. Who is that young man? Has he been thoroughly investigated? Zhang Chen watched as Qiao Shen's sports car, with Yan Shi aboard, sped away from the scene. He retracted his gaze and said, deep. That young man is the heir of the Qiao family and also the young madam's classmate. According to our investigation, that young man has not overstepped any boundaries with the young madam. Today, he came to the door to pick up the young madam to attend a classmate's birthday banquet. Prevention is paramount. Qin Emotion said with a dark face, tell the president of Haiqing University to transfer Qiao Shen to another class, or he can forget about the funding for the second half of the year. Yes, deep. Zhang Chen hurriedly responded, feeling a monstrous wave of jealousy surging up. That young master of the Qiao family had no idea what was happening, and he was overturned in the wave of jealousy. Hachoo! Hachoo! Qiao Shen sneezed twice in a row as the sports car arrived in front of the Chu family's villa gate. In front of the bronze-colored carved gate, Chu Yu, dressed in a princess dress, was welcoming guests with her mother, Li Wan. Seeing the two people getting out of the sports car, Chu Yu's eyes lit up. She. Bauer, you came with young Master Qiao. Li Wan also saw Yan Shi. The snow-white and delicate girl was beautiful and fresh, exuding an ethereal aura, causing the other guests to pale in comparison. Chu Yu, like a happy little bird, ran over with open arms and hugged Yan Shi. You look so beautiful today. No. You are beautiful every day, but especially beautiful today. You are the most beautiful. Yan Shi said with a smile, you are today's princess. Moreover, my idol. Qi gazed at Qiao Shen with affectionate eyes, exclaiming, you look incredibly handsome today. I am so delighted that you could come. I brought you a gift. Qiao Shen showcased the gift box in his hand and warmly replied, we'll open it shortly. Thank you, young Master Qiao. Thank you, Cici. Qi Yu's face radiated happiness. Li Wan approached with a gentle smile, first greeting Qiao Shen. As the heir of the Qiao family, she felt compelled to show him respect. However, her gaze then fell upon Yan Shi, and she found herself momentarily captivated. The young girl's dress bore no labels. Yet it was evident that it was not of ordinary brand. In fact, it appeared to be a bespoke creation from royalty. If she was not mistaken, Yan Shi's attire was crafted from the finest materials. This girl must possess an extraordinary background, she mused. Chapter 49, Birthday Gift. Li Wan thought to herself as she reached out to grasp Yan Shi's delicate hand. Shibao, you have arrived. Auntie. Yan Shi greeted Li Wan with a smile, you look stunning today. Thank you, my dear. Li Wan replied warmly, it brings me great joy that you could join us. You are the esteemed guest of our family, a benefactor to us all. You flatter me, Auntie. Yan Shi's cheeks flushed. I merely happen to be here. It's a serendipitous connection between me and Chu Yu. If you don't mind, could we become sworn sisters? Li Wan beamed with delight. Then I shall have another daughter. Auntie will soon welcome a little baby. Yan Shi smiled, and there will be younger siblings for Chu Yu. My presence is inconsequential. Indeed. I must express my gratitude to the precious Yan Shi. Li Wan discerned that Yan Shi did not acquiesce to her request and thus conceded defeat. Yet, she felt a sense of regret within her heart. She was fairly certain that this delicate and innocent young girl was no ordinary individual. If Chu Yu were to forge a connection with her, he would undoubtedly reap significant benefits in the future. As the number of guests swelled, members of the Miao family also arrived. Miao Yun, following closely behind her mother, immediately spotted Qiao Shen and Yan Shi standing together, and her expression darkened. Mother! Miao Yun tugged at Li Jing's sleeve, look at that enchantress, she is once again trying to captivate brother Qiao Shen. It is well understood by our entire family that he and I are meant to be together. Let that wretched girl wait. Li Jing gritted her teeth and replied. I will devise a plan to have your aunt drive her away. But Yan Shi is the savior of Chu Yu, how could your aunt heed our wishes? Just watch. Li Wan clenched her palm fiercely, if your aunt does not cooperate, I will take matters into my own hands. Miao Yin knew her mother was quite formidable. How could a mere young girl like Yan Shi contend with her mother's prowess? Crossing the courtyard to the main hall, they found it bustling with guests. alive with festivity. Yan Shi presented a gift to Chuyu. This is a skincare product just launched by the Haishi Group. I have brought you a complete set. It is said to be remarkably effective, capable of erasing blemishes, locking in moisture, and brightening dull skin. You should give it a try. I was just lamenting my acne scars. Accepted it with glee, declaring it was precisely what she desired and expressing her gratitude too. What are you prattling on about? And her mother approached, with retorting skeptically, a new product from the Haishi Group, unavailable on the market, and you can procure a set with such ease? Such boastfulness is untaxed. Upon hearing's remark, several other affluent ladies echoed in hushed agreement. Indeed, Haishi Group's skincare products are rumored to contain rare, natural ingredients, rendering them unobtainable in stores. How can this young lady simply produce them at will? A counterfeit, perhaps? Another wondered aloud. She's but a callow youth. What means does she possess to acquire Haishi's new products? Assuredly, it's a fabrication. Scornfully cast a glance at, asserting, deceiving others is one thing. But attempting to deceive us, the ladies of distinguished families, is utterly puerile. Actually, the matter is quite straightforward. Calmly responded. Whether it's a genuine Haishi product can be ascertained by a simple scan of the code. Why not verify it yourselves? Indeed, a scan would reveal its authenticity. Another affluent lady remarked. Allow me. Exclaimed, retrieving her phone and opening the scanning application. Retorted with displeasure, cousin, are you being deliberately antagonistic? I perceive you're singling out. I merely seek to prevent you from being deceived, retorted, adding, given your predisposition to acne, what if you were to damage your complexion with counterfeit skincare? Indeed. Chimed in, your mother and I are sisters, would your aunt ever wish harm upon you? Chuyu. Yan Shi remarked nonchalantly, since they are curious. Let them scan the code to verify, there's no need to waste words. That works. Chuyu replied, clutching the skincare gift set. Turning to Miao Yun, he added. If the verification confirms it's genuine, you and your aunt must apologize to Yan Shi. Miao Yun hesitated for a moment, having witnessed Yan Shi's extraordinary qualities herself. However, her mother immediately interjected, rest assured. Last time I spent a fortune trying to acquire Haishi's skincare products, and I couldn't even get my hands on them. How could a poor girl from a mountain village possibly access Haishi's products? It's simply ludicrous. Yun, scan the code, I refuse to believe this absurdity. Chapter 50, Apology. Encouraged by her mother's confidence, Miao Yun picked up her phone and scanned the barcode on the product. Several affluent ladies gathered around, eager to uncover the truth. The phone recognized the product, confirming it was indeed from the Haishi Group, complete with a noted patent number. I knew it. Chuyu exclaimed joyfully. How could she give me a counterfeit product? This is undoubtedly a sought-after new release from the Haishi Group. How is that possible? Li Jing shook her head. How could a poor girl possibly obtain the latest product freshly developed by the Haishi Group? Aunt, facts speak louder than words. Chuyu insisted. You and Sister Yun should promptly apologize to Yan Shi. Li Jing, this. Miao Yun. I always said Yan Shi was enchanting. Cease your vacillation. Protested. Auntie made the promise publicly, surely she doesn't intend to renege? Indeed, Madame Miao. A wealthy woman, harboring a disdain for Li Jing. Interjected with arms crossed, one must honor their word, lest their reputation precede them in future dealings. Precisely. A tarnished reputation is a blight. Li Jing's countenance alternated between ashen and pallid as she addressed Yan Shi. I am willing to offer an apology, but first, I must know the provenance of this young girl's product. Despite my monetary entreaties, I have been unable to procure it. Indeed, my dear. Fluttered her eyelashes. I, too, am consumed with curiosity as to how you acquired this product. It's quite simple, Yan Shi replied with nonchalant ease. I engage in supplementary employment for Haishi, which grants me access to their products. Engaging in supplementary employment for Haishi? Li Jing's brows furrowed ominously. Several other wealthy women then encircled Yan Shi. Young lady, I offer you 1 million for your assistance in acquiring a set of Haishi skincare products. I bid 1.5 million, procure a set for me as well. And I, 2 million. Ladies, please, a modicum of patience. Yan Shi entreated. Haishi Group's diverse range of novelties, encompassing pharmaceuticals, health supplements, cosmetics, and jewelry, will soon be unveiled with considerable fanfare. I encourage you to attend to Haishi's movements and the forthcoming product launch. How marvelous! It is said that Haishi's health supplements are purely natural. I shall certainly acquire a substantial quantity. I am in need of Haishi's miraculous medicine. My husband is unwell. And my entire family is eagerly awaiting the release of Haishi's extraordinary remedy. I desire Haishi's exquisite jewelry, as I have heard that their design standards are of the highest international caliber. The conversation among everyone was fervent and animated. Chiyu addressed Li Jing and Miao Yun, saying, "Auntie, cousin, are you not going to apologize to Yanxi? Shall I summon a reporter?" "No. No." Li Jing replied with a stern expression. "How embarrassing would it be to call a reporter? Do you still recognize your aunt? Then there is no need for further discussion. Quickly apologize to my benefactor." Chiyu tilted his head. Yes, I apologize," Li Jing said, giving a slight bow to Yanxi. Realizing she could not evade the matter, Miao Yun, with a composed demeanor, also said to Yanxi, "I am sorry." "Now that is more like it." Chiyu took Yanxi's hand and said, Shishi, darling, let us ignore them and go over there to eat." "Wait." Li Wan approached with a beaming smile, saying, "I have yet to formally introduce our esteemed guest. The benefactor of the Chu family, the precious Yanxi." "This young lady is the benefactor of the Chu family?" An astonished noblewoman exclaimed. "What could she have possibly done to earn such a title?" Li Wan continued, "As you may have heard, my daughter has suffered from an ailment since childhood, which has deterred any young gentleman from pursuing her. However, this extraordinary Miss Yan she has completely cured my daughter's complex condition. Moreover, Miss Yan she possesses the extraordinary ability to alter the fate of the Chu family, which has long been bound to a singular lineage." One might wonder, is Miss Yan she not the great benefactor of the Chu family? Chapter 51, Not an Ordinary Lollipop. It turns out that it was this young lady who cured Chuyu's ailment. Truly remarkable. She can also treat infertility, enabling the Chu family to bear offspring once more. She is nothing short of a divine healer. Indeed. Yan she is a celestial physician. Xiaozhen approached with a glass of red wine, regarding Yan she with admiration as he remarked, "Miss Yan has also healed my grandfather's affliction. She is indeed a benefactor to the Chao family." What an astonishing revelation. It has certainly caught everyone's attention. Guests in the hall began to express their admiration. A noblewoman tugged at her husband and approached, saying, "Divine physician Yan, my husband suffers from the after-effects of a cerebral infarction, and his mobility has been compromised. Could you assist in his treatment?" Yan she raised her hand and delicately felt the man's pulse. With a swift motion, her palm revealed several shimmering, ethereal needles. Before anyone could fully comprehend, the invisible golden needles had already been deftly placed at various acupoints on the man's body. The onlookers were captivated by the young girl's deft technique and the extraordinary nature of her golden needles, holding their breath in anticipation. In just 5 or 6 minutes, with a graceful wave of her hand, the ethereal needles were retracted back into her palm. The man immediately felt a surge of vitality. He straightened his posture, his eyes gleaming, and the once crooked corner of his mouth returned to normal. He released his wife's hand and took several steps, walking with newfound steadiness and agility. "I am healed. I am completely well. I shall no longer be a burden. Indeed, my husband is healed. Miss Yan has truly cured him." The couple exclaimed ecstatically, eager to venerate Yan she as a deity on the spot. "It was but a minor ailment, and a simple remedy on my part. Please, no need for such formality." Yan she responded with a modest smile and a wave of her hand. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, Yan she retreated to a quiet corner, producing a lollipop to savor. Shishi, you have quite the fondness for lollipops, don't you?" Chiyu remarked with a smile as she approached. "Here, have one to try." Yan she offered a rabbit-shaped lollipop to Chiyu. "It's made with special ingredients that are beneficial for your health." "I knew it. My revered Shishi wouldn't indulge in ordinary sweets," Chiyu replied, accepting the lollipop, unwrapping it, and placing it in her mouth. Her eyes immediately sparkled. "Oh my, delicious. It's certainly not ordinary candy. One taste, and I feel instantly refreshed." Yanshi's smile widened, her eyes crinkling. She enjoyed the company of pure-hearted individuals like Chiyu. Come over here." Li Wan called out to Chiyu, beckoning her to assist in receiving guests. Yu, lollipop in mouth, skipped over to join them. Xiaoshan approached Yan Shi, leaning in to whisper, Yan Shi, would you do me the honor of being my dance partner later? Yan Shi declined with a smile. I'm sorry, but I cannot. Won't you grant me the chance to prove myself? Xiaoshan asked, his expression hopeful. Yan Shi, still smiling, shook her head. Today is Yu's birthday, and you are her idol. If you were to ask her to dance, it would bring her joy for an entire year. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoshan nodded with a smile, deeming it a commendable notion. He expressed his sincere wish for Chu's well-being and happiness. Yan Shi responded with a smile and a nod, commending Xiaoshan's ability to let go and move on, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. While the two conversed amiably, Miao Yan's countenance darkened with displeasure. Li Jing harumphed resentfully, sashaying over to Li Wan's side. Sister, she began, is that little enchantress the one you consider a benefactor? Her behavior is utterly disgraceful. She's brazenly attempting to seduce Yunyan's boyfriend. Sister. Li Wan responded in a hushed tone. I was unaware that the young master of the Qiao family was Yunyan's boyfriend. We resided in the same villa district during our childhood, Li Jing retorted. Her voice carefully modulated, and their blossoming romance was common knowledge. The young master of the Qiao family is the son-in-law our Miao family has tacitly approved of, she continued. Yet observe that shameless vixen, shamelessly attempting to ensnare him. As Li Wan was about to speak, Xiaoshan turned and approached them. He went directly to Yu's side. Extending a graceful invitation in a gentle voice, esteemed birthday celebrant, may I have the honor of requesting a dance? Overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, Yu was momentarily speechless, her mouth still occupied with a lollipop. Her expression was endearingly naive. Xiaoshan inclined his body, extending a courteous gesture. With a soft exclamation, Yu reached out and took Xiaoshan's arm, nodding eagerly. My idol, she exclaimed, I am willing, I am of course willing. Xiaoshan responded with a tender smile, gently embracing Yu as they glided onto the dance floor. Sister. Li Wan shrugged at Li Jing, it seems you have affection, but he has none. Your Yunyan needs to put in more effort. Li Jing. Meanwhile, observing Xiaoshan dancing with Yu, Miao Yan's lovely face turned a liverish hue with anger. With a twist of her slender waist, she strode purposefully in her high heels toward Yan Shi. Yan Shi. You must have said something to Xiaoshan to make him dance with Yu. That only suggests your inadequacy. Yan Shi retorted with a cold smile, otherwise. Would Xiaoshan disregard you? Yan Shi. Miao Yan's eyes suddenly flickered, and her expression softened. Could there be a misunderstanding between us? Is there? Yan Shi said with a faint smile, I only recall that on the first day of school, you seemed to think I had desecrated your ancestral graves. I wish to converse with you, Miao Yan said softly. It's chaotic here, shall we sit in the garden for a while? Miao Yan's sudden shift made Yan Shi suspicious. Such abrupt changes are often deceptive. Curious about her intentions, she readily agreed, very well. Turning to head toward the entrance, Miao Yan surreptitiously grabbed a fruit knife from the fruit table. She then signaled to Li Jing, who nodded and followed her into the garden. Speak. What do you wish to discuss with me? Yan Shi, seated on the swing, gently swayed back and forth, addressing Miao Yan. I harbor no fondness for you, Yan Shi. Miao Yan exclaimed through gritted teeth. Ever since your arrival, my life has been thrown into disarray. Especially concerning brother Xiaoshan, who used to treat me with such kindness. Yet now he deliberately distances himself from me because of you. That is of no concern to me. It is your own shortcomings that are at fault. Yan Shi shrugged. What you ought to do is engage in some self-reflection. What do I have to reflect upon? Everything is your fault. Miao Yan retorted. Seizing the swing's rope and pulling Yan Shi closer, her voice laced with venom. Wretched girl, do you think if I marred your face, brother Xiaoshan would still heed your words? With that, she brandished a fruit knife. Wretched girl, I shall transform your visage into that of a grotesque creature. Fear not. This place is devoid of surveillance, you cannot thwart me. Ha ha ha. Indeed, your thoughts align closely with mine. Yan Shi laughed in response. Do you truly believe you can prevail against me? Alone, I certainly cannot. Miao Yan sneered. Do not forget, I have accomplices. Yan Shi, sensing the imminent threat, caught sight of Li Jing emerging from behind, brandishing a wooden stick aimed at her head. In a split second, she propelled herself off the swing. Li Jing's strike missed its mark, and she stumbled, falling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Miao Yun, too, was unceremoniously flung from the swing, landing amidst the grass. Giggling, Yanqi remarked, "Two foolish girls, do you truly believe such trivial tricks can contend with me?" Undeterred, the duo rose to their feet, intent on restraining Yanqi. Taking advantage of the swing's momentum, Yanqi leaped onto the adjacent tree branch with a whoosh. Perched upon the bough, she put her fingers to her lips and emitted a sharp whistle. Instantly, the overlord bees within her spirit realm, having received her command, swarmed forth en masse. With a casual gesture, Yanqi snapped off 2 twigs and began directing her bee troops. Left, once. Right, twice. Advance. Encircle. The bee troops immediately formed a ring, surrounding the duo of Miao Yun and her mother. "Ah, not these giant hornets again!" Miao Yun exclaimed in terror. "Heavens, have mercy! It was these very hornets that stung me last time. Where did so many giant hornets come from?" Li Jing cried out in alarm, clutching her head. "Someone, help us! Save us!" Chapter 53, He is nigh divine. The dragonfly-sized overlord bees surrounded the mother and daughter, gradually herding them forward. With no escape in sight, the two were driven step by step into the rose bushes. "Ah! Thorns, they're piercing me to death. Aya! I'm bleeding, someone save me!" The overlord bees buzzed, forming 2 large letters above the heads of the pair. SB. Mortified, enraged, and terrified, the mother and daughter desperately struggled. The more they fought, the more they stumbled among the rose bushes. Their bodies and faces were lacerated by the sharp thorns, drawing copious amounts of blood. The commotion attracted onlookers. With a wave of her hand, Yanqi commanded the overlord bees to vanish instantly, returning entirely to the spirit realm. However, Li Jing's nose had already swollen, transforming her face into that of Pixie. Miao Yun's eyelid had also swollen, resembling a peach. The mother and daughter were a wretched sight, as comical as they were pathetic. Having alighted from the tree, Yanqi brushed her hands, ready to depart. "Don't let her leave," Li Jing exclaimed. "My daughter is correct, this woman is an enchantress. She wields sorcery. Seize her." Li Wan and her husband, Zhu Jinping, emerged, the scene before them causing them to pause in astonishment. "Sister, Yun Yun," Li Wan uttered in surprise. "What has happened to you two? Why are you in the flower beds? Roses have thorns, you're both injured." "We didn't enter of our own volition," Miao Yun said, covering one eye. "Yanqi used witchcraft, compelling hornets to force us in. The hornets stung my mother and me. But there are no hornets in the garden," Zhu Jinping said, his face grave. "Even if you and Wanner are not on good terms, you cannot come to our home and make false accusations." "I am not lying." Li Jing pointed at Yanqi. "This woman used sorcery, summoning a swarm of hornets to sting us. Look at my eye, and my mother's nose," Miao Yun said. "Isn't it evident that hornets stung us?" Among the guests was a physician, who examined the injuries of the mother and daughter and immediately nodded. Indeed, they were stung by hornets. And rather peculiar ones at that. But where are the hornets? Could it be that this young woman truly possesses magical abilities? Good heavens! This is terrifying. Could there truly be someone in this world who can wield sorcery? And her medical skills, could they also be witchcraft? Goodness, I'm frightened. Seize her and take her to the police station, don't let her wreak havoc. Indeed. Contact the authorities. Apprehend her and bring her to the station. Emerging from the floral arrangement, Miao Yun confronted Yanqi, demanding, "What justification do you have? You shall provide a thorough explanation at the police precinct." "You vixen." Li Jing raised her hand, poised to strike Yanqi's face. However, before her hand could make contact, the young girl was enveloped within a broad and sturdy embrace. The subtle and refreshing aroma of cool pine filled her senses, and Yanqi's heart was warmed as she gazed up at the man cradling her. The man behind her, possessing an unparalleled beauty and an imposing aura, was reminiscent of a deity. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Yanqi inquired, her face lighting up with joy. "I am fortunate to have arrived, lest you be besieged by them alone?" Qin Emotion responded with affection. His voice deep and gentle as he looked down at the petite figure in his arms. "It is not quite like that, I am unharmed," Yanqi replied, tilting her head and smiling, her charming demeanor causing Qin Emotion's heart to soften. I witnessed that woman attempting to strike you, and you did not retaliate. Qin Emotion's piercing gaze swept over Li Jing before he turned his attention back to Yan Shi, asking, "My dear, what resolution do you desire?" The man's palpable murderous intent and the overwhelming aura he exuded left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Who was he? His otherworldly beauty, chiseled features, and captivating presence were enough to enthrall anyone who beheld him. His luxurious and understated bespoke black suit, tall and statuesque frame, and refined elegance were all indicative of his noble bearing. The peacock blue Patek Philippe adorning his wrist cast a brilliant and dazzling light. He was a sovereign, looking down upon the world, noble and extraordinary, inspiring submission. Good heavens, who is this man? He is like a god. Throughout my life, I have never encountered such an extraordinary man. It feels as though I am in a dream. Oh dear, someone please save me, my heart cannot take this. Chapter 54, The son of the starry realm. Miao Yun held her breath, pressing a hand against her chest. How could this be? How could that vile woman, Yan Shi, that enchanting little sprite, possess such a peerless man? Such a man should rightfully belong to her. Sir, Miao Yun said, covering one eye. Do not be deceived by this woman's appearance, she wields sorcery and can bring about death. Zhang Chen. Qin Moshing replied coldly without raising his head, strike her. Upon his command, Zhang Chen swiftly slapped Miao Yun twice, the sound echoing through the room. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, leaving her stunned. This man is so fiercely protective of his wife? How dare you strike my daughter? Li Jing exclaimed, rushing forward. Yan Shi is just. Slap. Before they could utter another word, Zhang Chen silenced Li Jing with a quick motion. The guests around them instinctively took a few steps back, wary of this kingly figure. Qin Moshing held Yan Shi in one arm, seemingly oblivious to the surroundings. With his other hand, he produced a sleek jewelry box from his pocket, opening it to reveal a dazzling diamond necklace recently acquired from Xingzhou, featuring the gem known as the Son of the Starry Realm, valued at 1,900,000,000. Do you like it? Dazzling diamonds and immense amber rubies left Yan Shi bedazzled, despite her indifference to jewelry. It was impossible to dislike such exquisite beauty. Onlookers were equally stunned by the breathtaking, exorbitant necklaces. Envy and resentment gleamed in the eyes of all, men and women alike. The women's animosity was directed at Yan Shi, while the men's was aimed at Qin Mochen. How could a man of such godly stature be so incredibly wealthy, beyond compare? And how could this young woman bask in the favor of such an emperor-like man, along with his immeasurable riches? Standing among the crowd, Xiaozhen frowned. Realizing why Yan Shi had been indifferent to him, she had such a powerful man by her side. But who exactly was this man? Hearing the commotion, Master Chu hurried over and immediately recognized Qin Mochen as a man of considerable importance. Esteemed sir, he said, I am Chu Jiangdong, chairman of the Chu Group. Now that you're here, would you care to join me for a cup of tea? You are not worthy to invite me for tea, Qin Mochen retorted, his piercing gaze sweeping over Chu Jiangdong. My precious Yan Shi has been wronged in your establishment. Do you have an explanation? Chu Jiangdong hastily replied, I am ashamed. It was my fault for failing to protect Miss Yan Shi. It's all right, uncle, Yan Shi said, tugging at Qin Mochen's sleeve. It's not Grandpa Chu's fault. Those two women simply disliked me, and I've already dealt with them. Only then did Qin Mochen turn his attention to Li Jing, his deep, icy voice warning. The Miao family, is it? If you have a death wish, speak up now. Startled, Li Jing stammered, summoning her courage, we, the Miao family, are a distinguished clan in Haicheng. Our fate is not yours to decide. You may test that assertion, Qin Mo retorted, a frigid sneer playing upon his lips. Turning to Zhang Chen, he instructed, you are aware of the necessary course of action? Before Zhang Chen could respond, Yan Shi interjected, uncle. Allow the Miao family to persist for the time being. My amusement has not yet reached its zenith. Qin Mo's gaze softened as it returned to the young girl's countenance, becoming as gentle as a tranquil spring pond. He affectionately stroked her downy head, assenting with a smile, as you wish. When your amusement wanes, simply inform me. Very well. Uncle. Yan Shi responded with elation. In a swift motion, Qin Mo's arm encircled the young girl's waist, lifting her into his embrace. Let us depart. This place is excessively clamorous. As the imperious man departed, cradling the exquisite young girl, the guests in the garden regained their composure. Heavens! Who is that man? To offend him is akin to incurring the wrath of the King of Hell. Chapter 55. This space is eternally reserved solely for you. It appears that young lady is no ordinary person. The Miao family is doomed, having provoked a formidable adversary. Henceforth, we must maintain our distance from that young girl. Indeed. Precisely. The guests concurred, their voices a chorus of agreement. I refuse to believe such nonsense. Li Jing shrieked. Her voice laced with exasperation. They are merely bluffing, engaging in mystification. Precisely. Miao Yin chimed in acrimoniously. That man is undoubtedly an actor hired by Yan Shi to aid her in this charade. How else could he possess such striking looks? Furthermore, that necklace, the so-called stellar sun, is nothing more than a bauble of glass. Do not be deceived. And furthermore, Li Jing gritted her teeth, that little hussy. Wasn't she supposedly working part-time at Haishi Group? Haishi's jewelry division is currently sourcing raw materials, and our Miao family now monopolizes the jade supply. Unless Haishi wishes that little hussy's demise, they shall not obtain a single piece of rough stone. An excellent stratagem. Miao Yin exclaimed with a ferocious expression. Yan Shi. I shall ensure your demise is beyond your comprehension. Humph. Li Jing sneered. So, they wish for the downfall of the Miao clan? We shall see who perishes first. Upon returning to Yunhai Manor, within the opulent and resplendent hall, a colossal crystal chandelier cast a luminous and pellucid glow. Upon the sofa, the girl, bathed in the light, possessed skin like congealed cream, vermilion lips, and teeth as white as snow, her dark hair like flowing ink. The sofa dipped beside her as the man, having removed his suit jacket, took a seat. Extending a long arm, he lifted the girl, placing her upon his lap, enfolding her within his embrace. Forehead to forehead. His voice deep and doting, he murmured, such a worrisome little thing, you must not leave my side for even a moment. How can that be? Yan Shi responded with a smile. Have I not been full of vim and vigor these past days? I have not witnessed it. Qin Mo's profound gaze deepened. I only saw so many assailing you, you so fragile and small. I was seized with the desire to unleash utter carnage. The Chu family are good people. Do not commit wanton slaughter. Yan Shi implored. By the way, you still have not told me how you suddenly came to be at the Chu residence? Was it merely a lack of trust in you? Qin Mo uttered, his voice a profound and husky timbre. To be precise. His unease stemmed from the presence of Qiao Shen around his cherished one. Ironically, Qiao Shen was blameless, while the actions of the Miao women had ignited his fury. To dare mistreat his precious darling was an act of utter recklessness. Even my whereabouts are known to you? Yan Shi pouted, her lips forming a delicate curve. Is there no room for personal liberty? It is merely that I cannot bear the thought of any harm befalling you, my sweet simpleton. Qin Mo gently tapped the tip of her dainty nose. The sensation of being cared for was, in truth, quite pleasant, and Yan Shi's heart was warmed by the sentiment. Her limpid eyes gazed deeply into the man's. Why do you regard me in such a manner? Qin Mo's lips curved into a subtle smile. Do you perhaps find yourself longing for me? Yan Shi extended her lithe arms, encircling his neck, and nestled her head into the hollow of his collarbone. Qin Mo. Will you forever be kind to me? Will you change? Shall I then lay open my heart for you to behold? Qin Mo guided her hand to rest upon his chest. Within this space, you alone shall reside, eternally. The corners of Yan Shi's eyes flushed crimson, her vision becoming somewhat obscured. It was truly astonishing that this man, akin to an emperor, had appeared in her life, showering her with unwavering care. Could it be true, as he claimed, that she was the one he had been seeking? But what memories had she, in fact, forgotten? Why do you remain silent? Qin Mo gently lifted her chin, his affectionate gaze meeting hers. Does something weigh upon your heart? Could it be that you have already fallen in love with me? Yan Shi's cheeks flushed, her long lashes veiling her eyes as she playfully retorted, her lips forming a delicate pout, you flatter yourself exceedingly. No worries. I have patience for you. Qin Moshing gently kissed her forehead, yet he would be leaving again tomorrow. In my absence, you must take care of yourself. Where are you going again? Yan Shi blinked her long lashes, reluctant to part. Are you heading to Xingzhou once more? Chapter 56, The Monopoly of Raw Stones, returning to the imperial capital. Qin Moshing remarked that the old man had suddenly arranged an important banquet. I initially intended to take you along, but I am uncertain of the old man's true intentions, hence I cannot allow you to take any risks. Please be cautious, Yan Shi replied, recalling how assassins had unexpectedly appeared last time, raising suspicions. I am aware of the situation. Qin Moshing assured, thus I have assigned 5 bodyguards to you. To prevent them from targeting my vulnerabilities. As for the bodyguards, no thank you. Yan Shi shook her head, the thought of several burly men trailing her was quite discomforting. I know you possess remarkable abilities. Qin Moshing teased, pinching her small nose, but you must still obey me, otherwise, I cannot rest easy. The thought of soon parting from the little girl left him feeling irritable and discontent. He longed for a moment of intimacy with her but feared scaring her away. Forcing himself to endure. Very well. Yan Shi nodded, but unless I grant permission, they may only remain in the shadows, not revealing themselves. Everything is as you wish. As long as you are safe, I shall comply with whatever you request. He embraced the little girl, fearful that she might slip away from him at any moment. Yan Shi felt her heart brimming with his affection and instinctively wrapped her arms around his firm, lean waist. Her petite and delicate form nestled intimately within the confines of his ample and comforting embrace. Having lingered at Cloudsea Manor until the twilight hours, Yan Shi finally returned to the Imperial View Garden. Before long, Xinyu and Hui Yuanjia arrived home from their respective workplaces. I am absolutely livid. Xinyu exclaimed, collapsing onto the sofa. What exactly is the provenance of this Miao Corporation? I have conducted an investigation, Hui Yuanjia replied. Miao Corporation was once a highly esteemed enterprise in High City. However, in recent years, it has experienced a steady decline, with its operations in a state of disarray. Furthermore, it is rumored that their financial resources are on the verge of depletion, and they are merely clinging to survival. In that case, what emboldens them to so brazenly monopolize the supply of jade raw materials? Xinyu inquired. If their gamble pays off, they stand to gain a substantial profit. However, if it fails, they risk losing everything. Whether they suffer losses or not is of no concern to us, Hui Yuanjia stated. The crucial issue is that Haishi jewelry is currently devoid of raw materials. Sourcing alternative partners from overseas and arranging for immediate transportation is a case of distant water being unable to quench an immediate thirst. Precisely. Xinyu declared, clenching her fist. In my opinion, Miao Corporation is deliberately targeting Haishi. I share that sentiment, Hui Yuanjia concurred. I shall attempt to contact them by telephone to ascertain their true intentions. Excellent. Xinyu affirmed. Make the call without delay. I cannot bear to wait a moment longer. Very well, Hui Yuanjia responded. Retrieving his mobile phone and locating the Miao Corporation's number, he initiated the call. The call was promptly answered by the director of the marketing department. This is Hui Yuanjia from the Haishi Group, he announced. I wish to discuss a matter with you. The Haishi Group? The individual on the other end of the line expressed surprise. And to whom am I speaking? Do you possess the authority to make decisions? I am Vice President Hui Yuanjia. Does your authority extend to that domain? Hui Yuanjia furrowed his brow, unaccustomed to such an abrupt telephone greeting. My authority does not. Came the reply, but our president's wife has been anticipating your call, and indeed, it has arrived. Then allow your president's wife to answer the phone. Hui Yuanjia stated icily. He and Xinyu were not mistaken, the Miao Corporation was indeed targeting Haishi, evidenced by their anticipation of Haishi's call. Soon, a female voice emerged, I am Li Jing, the president's wife of the Miao Corporation. Are you seeking to discuss the matter of jade raw materials? Precisely. Hui Yuanjia affirmed. Tianqing Jade Products is Haishi Group's supplier of jade raw materials, yet they announced today that all of their materials have been monopolized by the Miao Corporation. Does the Miao Corporation's action constitute malicious competition, deliberately disrupting the market? The Miao Corporation has no intention of disrupting the market. Li Jing retorted. We are also in a predicament. A predicament? Hui Yuanjia inquired, his brow furrowed. Employing such a scorched earth tactic, what issue are you attempting to resolve? Our quandary is also your quandary. Li Jing sneered. I am aware that Haishi is in dire need of jade raw materials for processing, otherwise, the launch of your new products will be delayed. To avert such losses, you must accede to a condition of mine. We knew you were targeting Haishi, Hui Yuanjia remarked, glancing at Xinyu as he activated the speakerphone. State your terms. In Haishi, there is a part-time employee named Yan Shi, is there not? Li Jing delved into the topic. Little Master? Hu Yuanjia and Xin Yu exchanged glances, and Yan Shi, who was descending the stairs, appeared momentarily taken aback. The female voice on the speakerphone sounded remarkably like Miao Yun's mother. If I recall correctly, such a person does exist. Hu Yuanjia remarked, she is merely a minor part-timer. What do you mean by mentioning her? I want Haishi to dispose of her. Li Jing hissed through gritted teeth, even if I cannot eliminate her entirely. I want her limbs broken and cast out of Haiqing. Hu Yuanjia inhaled sharply at her words, and Xin Yu's expression turned grave. Yan Shi on the staircase curled her lips into a faint, silent smirk. I do not comprehend, Hu Yuanjia stated, how this part-timer has offended the Miao family? That is none of your concern. Li Jing retorted coldly, your sole responsibility is to maim this woman and expel her from Haiqing. I will immediately supply you with a large quantity of raw materials from Tianqing Yupin. What if I refuse? Hu Yuanjia scoffed. Li Jing scoffed back. Do you think it appropriate for Haishi Group to sacrifice its reputation and delay the market for a worthless part-timer? You should be more aware than anyone of what truly matters. I am certainly aware. Hu Yuanjia began, but Yan Shi conveyed a message through lip reading. Hu Yuanjia understood and turned to Li Jing, saying, very well, I accept. When shall we proceed to select the raw materials? Tomorrow will suffice. Li Jing exclaimed triumphantly. I knew you would crush that wretched woman as easily as squashing an ant. Hu Yuanjia ended the call, while Xin Yu held Yan Shi's delicate hand, inviting her to take a seat on the sofa. My dear, how did the Miao family get entangled with you? Aren't they just inviting misfortune upon themselves? Yan Shi chuckled. They insisted on charging at my gunpoint, what can I do? And as for the chairman, how do you intend to handle this matter? Hu Yuanjia inquired. Yan Shi glanced at her rosy nails and replied, tomorrow, we shall head to Tianqing to select raw materials. Since the Miao family has dug their own grave, let us hasten their departure. The following morning, Yan Shi, Xin Yu, and Hu Yuanjia drove to the raw material base of Tianqing Jade Products. Tianqing Jade Products is a subsidiary of the Tianqing Group, specializing in jade and serving as the largest supplier of jade raw materials and semi-finished products in Southeast Asia. Meanwhile, representatives from the Miao family also arrived, led by Miao Jia, followed closely by Li Jing and Miao Yun. Miao Jia had initially hesitated to take such a significant risk, but he was compelled to vent his frustrations for the sake of his wife and daughter. However, Li Jing urged him on, asserting that once they seized control of Tianqing's jade materials, there would be no doubt that Haishi would bow to the Miao family for supplies. At that point, they could sell at double or even triple the cost, reaping substantial profits. After contemplating, Miao Jia found the plan feasible. Father, rest assured. My mother and I are certain this idea is foolproof. Miao Yun, with one eyelid slightly swollen and donning sunglasses, continued with pride. Not only will we eliminate that wretched Yan Shi, but we will also establish a supply relationship with Haishi. In the future, all jade materials for Haishi can only be procured from us. Given Haishi's considerable wealth, wouldn't this result in immense profits for us? Let us hope so. Miao Jia remarked that, at present, Haishi lacks its own jade mine, otherwise, we would indeed be taking a significant risk. The primary warehouse for Tianqing's goods cannot be acquired for mere billions. Darling, Li Jing interjected, linking her arm with Miao Jia's. We are merely providing a deposit to Tianqing, not the entire payment. We are leveraging Tianqing's goods to resell to Haishi. This is a lucrative venture, akin to borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. Humph. Yan Shi. Miao Yun retorted through gritted teeth, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Just wait to be crippled by Haishi and tossed out of Haiqing. You impoverished, lowly woman. Do you truly wish to contend with me for a lifetime? However, as her words fell, the trio was left utterly stunned. Chapter 58, Tianqing Jade Products. From a distance, 2 luxury cars and a bodyguard vehicle approached the parking lot. The first luxury car, leading the procession, had its door opened respectfully for the second vehicle. From the elegant and noble interior emerged none other than Yan Shi. What is happening here? Miao Yun was immediately flustered. Dad, Mom, I can't be mistaken, right? You're not mistaken. Li Jing gasped in disbelief. Even if that woman turned to ashes, I would recognize her. It is indeed Yan Shi. Weren't you both saying she was merely a part-timer at Haishi? Miao Jia was also taken aback. Why does she seem to exude more authority than those 2 CEOs? At this moment, Xin Yu and Hui Yuanjia, accompanied by 5 bodyguards, were escorting Yan Shi toward the number 1 Jade warehouse. Mr. Li Yixuan, the general manager of Tiancheng Group, was waiting respectfully at the entrance with 2 staff members. He recognized Xin Yu and Hui Yuanjia, the president and vice president of Haishi, respectively. However, he wondered who the young lady was whom they were escorting. At first sight, Mr. Li was captivated by the young lady's stunning beauty. Her refined and ethereal aura, coupled with her otherworldly charm, made her seem like an ethereal being. Her vibrant spirit was particularly refreshing, as if she had cleansed his soul. Mr. Li was convinced that this young lady was no ordinary person. However, Xin Yu and Hui Yuanjia did not seem inclined to introduce her to him, much to his disappointment. Yan Shi! Miao Yan exclaimed, rushing over in a frenzy. What is a mere wage earner like you doing meddling with the president of Haishi? Li Jing approached as well, scolding behind her mask. Didn't Haishi promise to banish you from Haicheng? Why have they brought you here today instead? Yan Shi paused and said with a smile, Madam Miao. Before I am banished from Haicheng, I want to witness firsthand how severely you have controlled Haishi's jade raw materials. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace. Humph. Li Jing retorted with a dark countenance, we have already paid a deposit to Tiancheng. All the raw materials now belong to the Miao family. If Haishi wants to procure them, they must agree to my terms. But have you asked whether I agree? Yan Shi responded with a smile. You are merely a destitute laborer, what right do you have to dictate your own fate? Miao Yan scoffed. At present, you are nothing but a pawn in our hands. We shall manipulate you as we see fit. Is that so? Yan Shi turned to Xin Yu and said, President Shen, you must take charge, this game is quite amusing. If it proves to be dull, let us alter the rules. Xin Yu proposed. What kind of rules does my dear Shi wish to establish? Since Haishi is not short of funds, I suggest we offer 3 times the price to Tiancheng for all the jade raw materials. Furthermore, let Haishi cover Tiancheng's penalty for breach of contract. Yan Shi declared. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuanjia's heart skipped a beat. He understood that purchasing this warehouse of raw stones at such a premium was akin to a reckless gamble. Who could predict what treasures lay within those stones? Just as Hui Yuanjia was about to intervene, Xin Yu cast him a knowing glance. When it comes to discerning the intentions of the young mistress, Xin Yu was unparalleled. Hui Yuanjia fell silent, awaiting further developments. Very well. Xin Yu promptly acquiesced to Yan Shi's demands and turned to Li Yixuan, saying, Did you hear what was just proposed? Mr. Li? We shall purchase these raw stones at triple the price, and we will also cover the breach of contract penalty owed to the Miao family. Li Yixuan felt that Tiancheng Jade had indeed struck a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Such a lucrative deal was impossible to refuse. However, Miao Yan immediately interjected, No. These raw stones were initially reserved by the Miao family. Our agreement stands. But I consent. Li Yixuan countered. Tiancheng Jade shall compensate for any resulting breach of contract at the established price. We are willing to offer 5 times the price, that is, 500 million. Li Jing declared. In any case, these raw stones must belong to the Miao family. Indeed. 5 times the price. Miao Yan echoed. If Haishi wishes to acquire the stones, she must first deal with that wretched Yan Shi, driving her out of Hai City, otherwise she shall not lay claim to a single raw stone. With the launch of Haishi Jewelry's new collection approaching, Li Jing added fuel to the fire. Is it truly worth your time to squander it over this insignificant person? You two have lost your minds. Miao Jia exclaimed in frustration. 500 million for these untested stones? What if they yield little value? The Miao family would be at a tremendous loss. Chapter 59, the stones worth 500 million. Then let us see what price Haishi is willing to pay to procure them from the Miao family. Miao Yan said confidently. We certainly will not engage in a losing transaction. Very well. Yan Shi replied. Since the Miao family is so affluent, it seems that Haishi cannot contend with you. You are truly willing to take all these raw stones for 500 million? We shall secure them, they asserted. And we demand that you leave Hai City. Let my matters be set aside for now. Yan Shi turned to Li Yixuan, such a lucrative deal, Mr. Li. Why not finalize it promptly? Agreed. Li Yixuan replied with enthusiasm, let us amend the contract immediately, adjusting the price to 500 million. His secretary presented the contract, opening it for Miao Jia to sign on the spot. With a dark expression, Miao Jia picked up the pen and affixed her signature to the contract. Consequently, the deposit must also increase. Li Yixuan remarked, Mr. Miao, please ensure timely payment. With gritted teeth, Miao Jia nodded, placing all his hopes on Hai Shi's procurement efforts. Looks like I'm finished. Yan Shi shrugged, resigned to working for Hai Shi until she was utterly defeated and cast out of Hai City. Yan Shi, if you know what's good for you, you'll kowtow and apologize. Miao Yan sneered, perhaps I could persuade Hai Shi's two presidents to be a little more lenient with you. How very thoughtful of you. Yan Shi retorted. What will be will be. For now, let me assist Hai Shi in acquiring some raw materials from you. Ha ha ha. Li Jing erupted in laughter. I knew it would come to this. Yan Shi, you're doomed. Very well. Miao Yan said with arms crossed, I'll grant you a few minutes to prolong your existence. Let's proceed to the warehouse. As they turned towards warehouse number 1, Hui Yuanjia tugged at Shen Yu's sleeve, whispering, President Shen, what does the young master intend? I'm utterly perplexed. How much money would we have to gamble if we were to purchase raw jadeite from the Miao family? Just wait and see. Shen Yu replied. The young master has never disappointed us. Li Yixuan was equally puzzled, wondering what Hai Shi Group's strategy was. Were they simply allowing the Miao family to exploit them with exorbitant prices? The Miao family trio, trailing behind, were overjoyed. Dad! Miao Yan exclaimed. I told you Hai Shi would be forced to buy our raw stones, didn't I? Indeed. Li Jing smugly added, it's like buying a pig in a poke. Let's see how many raw stones they have to purchase to sustain their production and processing, especially since we dictate the prices. It seems that the 500 million can indeed be recouped by the Miao family. Miao Jia's heart was reassured. Upon entering warehouse number 1, she found it brimming with raw stones of various sizes. A piece, standing at half a person's height, greeted her with a window already opened, revealing a hint of green, resembling the exquisite imperial green variety. Mr. Hua! Li Jing exclaimed, if I were Hai Shi, I would first purchase this stone, it might contain a superb jadeite worth billions. How unfortunate. Yan Shi scoffed, how could Hai Shi possess someone as foolish as you? You little wretch, dare you insult me? Li Jing raised her hand, intending to strike Yan Shi. Shen Yu swiftly grasped her wrist, pushing her away. Madam Miao, do you not wish for us to purchase your raw stones? If you do not wish to sell, then keep them for yourself. Hui Yuanjia remarked, after all, the contract between Miao and Tiancheng has already been signed. Li Jing was at a loss for words, she certainly could not afford to hoard so many raw stones, as they represented a fortune. As they ventured deeper, Yan Shi activated her X-ray vision, scanning each stone. Miao Yan sneered, stop pretending, these stones Haven Tea even had windows opened. Can you truly discern treasures just by looking? What do you mean? Yan Shi replied coldly, should I pay you, and then let Hai Shi cut open each stone to inspect? Otherwise? Miao Yan challenged. Do you think your naked eyes can provide Hai Shi with sufficient raw materials? I only need to find the valuable ones within. Yan Shi asserted. I certainly won't be foolish enough to spend money on a room full of worthless stones. Refrain from being obstinate. I am eagerly anticipating the moment when Hai Shi implores me. Miao Yan proclaimed triumphantly, asserting that the instant Hai Shi begs her, she will be the first to ensure your incapacitation. Chapter 60, the numbskull. Your pronouncements are hardly intimidating. I jest, opting to assuage my feigned trepidation with a confection. Yan Shi extracted a lollipop from her pocket, divesting it of its wrapper before depositing it into her mouth. Subsequently, her gaze alighted upon an unremarkable stone. Employing her faculty of clairvoyance, she discerned within it a violet glass variety of jadeite. While not as financially rewarding as imperial jade, it still possesses the potential to yield a valuation exceeding 100 million for a pair of exquisite jewelry sets. This one, perhaps. Yan Shi remarked casually, gesturing toward the stone. This one? Miao Yan chuckled derisively, exclaiming, Yan Shi, your naivete in the realm of gem prospecting is truly astounding. This stone is unequivocally a worthless piece of refuse. Are you resolute in your decision? My proficiency in observation is admittedly limited, Yan Shi conceded. I am operating solely on intuition. If you deem it worthless, then so be it. Regardless, it is my object of choice. My family is engaged in the business of jewelry and jade artifacts. Miao Yan declared with pride, adding, from my formative years, I have been the recipient of tutelage in the lore of jade. Therefore, my judgment is infallible. Your perspicacity is indeed remarkable. Yanxi retorted, evincing a disinclination for protracted discourse. I am simply enamored with this particular stone. What is the pecuniary consideration? Haishi shall undoubtedly rue your extravagance. Miaoyan sneered, before adding, in consideration of our shared history as classmates, I shall adopt a magnanimous posture and bestow this worthless stone upon you as a complimentary gift. Such munificence is greatly appreciated. Yanxi responded, savoring her lollipop. It shall spare me Haishi's censure for profligate expenditure. She turned to address Hui Yuanjia, stating, Mr. Hua, this specimen is now our possession. We shall dissect it anon for closer examination. All right, young lady. Hui Yuanjia managed to swallow the words little master. Miaoyan exchanged a glance with Li Jing, awaiting the next stone to make an exorbitant demand. In this way, if Yanxi wished to achieve her procurement target, a small quantity would not suffice. By betting on one stone after another, the Miao family would have no problem recouping their investment. After all, they had the authority to dictate the prices themselves. Yanxi circled around once more, her gaze akin to an X-ray machine, penetrating through the stones. The Miao family dared to use these stones for gambling. Truly blinded by greed. As far as Yanxi could discern, there were not many stones with valuable contents. Currently, at least, she had yet to discover any top-grade jade. A stone in the corner caught her attention. It was a stone that had already been opened with a window, but the exposed jade material was of poor quality. It seemed that further opening would undoubtedly reveal coarse stone. However, Yanxi spotted a jade core the size of a basketball deep inside the stone. The verdant luster, deep and lustrous, was undoubtedly imperial green. Such a large piece of imperial green could be worth hundreds of millions, especially after being processed into ornaments. This one, then. Yanxi pointed at the stone with her lollipop and said to Miaoyan. Miaoyan chuckled again, Yanxi, your eyesight is truly impaired. This one has already been opened, and it's obvious that there's no valuable material inside. Do you really want this kind of worthless thing? I do. Yanxi nodded. Miss. Li Yixuan could not bear to watch any longer. This is even worse than the last one. Taking it would be a waste of money. Are you sure? I'm sure. Yanxi affirmed, let's have classmate Miao name a price. Ms. Shen, you mustn't indulge the younger generation to such an extent, it's akin to raising a spendthrift. Li exhorted Xinyu, before adding, are they squandering your wealth? Indeed, we are indulging them. Is that a concern for you, Mr. Li? Xinyu retorted. Li demurred. As you wish. Turning to Yanxi, Miaoyan lamented, your inherent penury is showing. How am I to appraise such a wretched stone? Couldn't you have selected something more visually appealing? Wouldn't that entail greater expenditure? Yanxi responded, sucking on a lollipop. I lack the funds, I cannot afford to gamble. It's truly impossible to associate with the impoverished, Miaoyan scoffed, rolling her eyes. I won't exploit you on this piece, I'll offer 10,000. 10,000 is insufficient. Li Jing interjected. We've incurred costs as well, it must be at least 300,000. 300,000 is rather excessive, Yanxi demurred. A slightly lower figure, perhaps? I shall grant you a concession, Li Jing declared. 250,000, and it's a transaction. Very well, 250,000 it is, Yanxi acquiesced. Adding, as long as you're not an imbecile. Whom are you calling an imbecile? Li Jing bristled. I merely stated, as long as you're not an imbecile, Yanxi clarified. Why can't you discern good intentions? Li Jing was left speechless. Chapter 61, From What Sacred Place? Yanxi then instructed Hui Yuanjia, Old Hua, this one as well. Dissect it later. After several more rounds, Yanxi selected 10 exquisite stones and 20 ordinary ones from the entire collection of rough stones. Even with the Miao family's exorbitant prices, the total expenditure amounted to less than 70 million. However, the worth of merely 10 supreme-grade jade pieces already surpasses several billion. Not to mention the more commonplace jade materials. I am weary. Let us cease here for the present. With that, Yanxi stretched languidly, like a kitten. Xinyu promptly proffered her a vial of enchanted spring water, while Hui Yuanjia produced a folding fan to create a gentle breeze. The bodyguard, with keen perceptiveness, had already brought forth a cushioned chair. Yanxi settled into it with evident comfort, and with a delicate wave of her hand, she declared. Commence the cutting of all the jade materials now. Should they fail to meet Haixi's stipulations, I shall sever my own limbs and depart from Hai City. How much material can be extracted from these rough stones? Miao Jia inquired, adding, perhaps upon cleaving them, there will be nothing within at all? Should that occur, they must continue selecting, Miao Yin responded with a smug smile. As they persist in choosing, and eventually amass sufficient material, our capital will be nearly recouped. This strategy is indeed advantageous. Li Jing chimed in, equally pleased. After all, the rough stones remain within our control. As evidenced by this very moment. We have already vended 70 million. Ha 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 ha. Miao Yin chuckled, exclaiming, this is truly an enterprise of minimal investment yielding maximal returns. While the Miao family trio reveled in their triumph, the jade-cutting artisans employed trolleys to transport the rough stones selected by Yanxi to the machinery. The first piece to be cleaved shall be that which Miao Yin gifted gratis. This particular stone was of modest size, and within a mere 2 minutes, it was cleaved asunder. Immediately, Li Yixuan emitted a gasp of astonishment. The Miao family, initially dismissive, swiveled their heads in unison. Upon beholding the sight, Miao Yun was utterly stupefied. Impossible. Impossible. How could such an unremarkable stone yield a glass like lavender jade? Oh my goodness! Li Jing exclaimed in exasperation. Such a large piece of violet jade, of such exquisite quality, it must be worth over 100 million. Yet, this stone was given to me for free. Miao Yun felt a wave of darkness wash over her, her heart racing, nearly fainting from the shock. She grasped Li Jing's arm and pointed at Yanxi, saying, Yanxi, you must be joking, right? I have no understanding of stone gambling. Yanxi replied. I merely followed my instincts, I never anticipated my intuition would prove so accurate. Intuition can be deceiving. Miao Yun's face turned pale as she responded. You cannot always rely on luck. But you seem to have forgotten, Yanxi retorted with a smirk, that with this piece of violet jade you gifted me, I've already recouped my investment. At this, Miao Yun truly felt the world around her darkening, nearly collapsing. Li Jing quickly supported her, shouting at Yanxi, there's another piece. The next one must be worthless. Very well. Yanxi said to the craftsman of Jiayu, let us continue cutting. I am eager to see what the next piece holds. The second piece had already been partially revealed and was discarded as gravel in a corner. Yanxi sat leisurely in her chair, tilting her head to watch the cutting machine. As the machine sliced through, the craftsman sprayed water to clear the dust from the cut surface, and everyone present, except for Yanxi, struggled to maintain their footing. Imperial green. The realization struck. Such a substantial piece of imperial green. Valued at 600 to 700 million and possibly more. Thud. 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 The 3 members of the Miao family sank to the ground. Li Yixuan was taken aback, regaining her composure after several seconds as she grasped Xinyu's arm tightly. Shen. Miss Shen, who is this young lady? Coughing lightly, Xinyu glanced at her little master. She is Haishi, a part-time worker. The young girl, no, the little princess. Li Yixuan suddenly fell to her knees in front of Yanxi, nearly bowing before the chair. The Tianqiang Yupin offers an annual salary of 100 million. And we humbly request you to accept the position of Director of Purchasing. An annual salary of 100 million? The Miao family sat on the ground, their faces pale, exchanging bewildered glances. Who exactly is this Yanxi? Chapter 62, There is only one in the world yet. Yanxi shook her head, responding to Li Yixuan. I merely rely on luck, Ms. Li, please do not take me seriously. Indeed. She only relies on luck. Miao Yin exclaimed anxiously, Ms. Li. You must not fall for her tricks. She has just been fortunate these past 2 times. The next time certainly won't be the same. Exactly. Yanxi added to Li Yixuan, what if I fail to guess correctly for an entire year? Wouldn't your 100 million just go down the drain? Li Yixuan. Continue. Continue. Miao Jia rose from the ground, her eyes already reddened. I refuse to believe in this misfortune. With 2 exquisite pieces already revealed, the craftsmen were invigorated. Such high-stakes gambling was inherently thrilling. The craftsman, as if fueled by adrenaline, immediately opened another rough stone. It was yet another piece of imperial jade. Opening another one, it was still imperial jade. Billions were now within reach. Miao Yin suddenly sprayed blood from her nose, while Miao Jia collapsed to the ground. Li Jing, pale-faced, cried out, "My husband has fainted. Please, let him not suffer from a cerebral hemorrhage, someone save him." What a predicament. Yanxi rose from her chair, swiftly administering acupuncture to Miao Jia. Gradually, he awakened, letting out a wail, "Just let me die." "Husband." Li Jing urgently reassured him, "Do not despair. We still have plenty of raw materials. Once we release this warehouse, recovering our costs will be a breeze." "Madam Miao, you are overly optimistic," Yanxi interjected. "I have selected a total of 30 pieces of rough stones, each of exceptional quality. Beyond these 30, the entire first warehouse is filled with ordinary jade. And much of it is mere refuse. Even 500 million would not be worth it, not to mention 50 million. Those who gamble on stones are not foolish. The stones in this warehouse will only serve you." With a thud, Li Jing also collapsed to the ground, and Miao Jia began to convulse. "Am I to blame for this?" Yanxi lamented, kneeling once more to administer acupuncture to revive the two. Meanwhile, Li Yixuan was left astounded, quietly inquiring of Xinyu. "Director Shen, where did you find this young lady? Not only does she possess expertise in jade appraisal, but she is also skilled in medicine." "Should I?" "You need not concern yourself with that," Xinyu replied. "My precious Shibao is one of a kind in this world, those who covet her shall meet their demise." Cold sweat trickled down Li Yixuan's forehead as he contemplated this. Li Jing regained consciousness, grasping Miao Jia's arm in distress. "Husband. What shall we do now?" With resounding force, Miao Jia delivered 2 sharp slaps across Li Jing's face. "It's all your and your mother's harebrained schemes. Now Miao's financial chain is severed, Miao is finished, utterly ruined. You two can go beg for alms." Li Jing stammered, "But, President Miao." Li Yixuan produced the contract. "Do not forget the agreement we signed. Even if this were a warehouse of stones, you would still have to pay me 500 million. Miao Jia lamented. "Even selling everything, it wouldn't be enough." Yanxi turned to Hui Yuanjia, "Old Hua. Acquire Miao's holdings, and ensure Miao's complete disappearance from the commercial sector." Miao Yun, her face smeared with blood, lunged forward, only to be kicked away by a bodyguard. "Someone you cannot afford to offend." Yanxi sneered. "Why must you drive Miao to utter ruin?" Miao Yun wailed. "I know I was wrong, can't that be enough? I shouldn't have provoked you. I'll kowtow to you." "It's too late." Yanxi scoffed. "I had no intention of being at odds with Miao, but your narrow-mindedness led you to take a dislike to me for no reason. Setting traps for me time and again. You dug your own grave, insisting on burying yourself and Miao within it. How could I not oblige you? It would be a disservice. Pity your father, to have such a daughter who is so adept at ruining him. He must be turning in his grave." Miao Yun collapsed to the ground, her dress soaked with urine. She knew she was utterly doomed. Without Miao, she would be less than a beggar. How ironic that she mocked Yanxi, only to have the karma rebound onto herself. Chapter 63, The Young Lady Under the Guidance of Li Yixuan. Yanxi surveyed warehouse number 2 once more. This space was filled with raw materials accumulated over the years, none of which had been procured through gambling. Li Yixuan elaborated on the details. With her hands clasped behind her back, Yanxi strolled through the warehouse. Activating her scanning ability, she meticulously examined each stone. With a firm resolution, she turned to Li Yixuan and declared, "Set a reasonable price, I shall take this entire warehouse." Li Yixuan was taken aback. Could the stones in this warehouse truly be sold? Was it possible that this young lady had discerned the presence of something extraordinary within? Perhaps he should retain some for himself. "Do not entertain any ulterior motives." Yanxi called him out directly. "This warehouse contains few valuable materials. I merely intend to procure some ordinary items for Hai Shi. If you wish to keep some for yourself, rest assured, no one will contest you." Li Yixuan pondered for a moment. If he kept the materials and they turned out to be of little worth, he would incur a loss. It would be more advantageous to offer a favor in return. Hai Shi had already helped him earn 500 million today. This second warehouse was merely a collection of outdated stock. He would gladly present it to Hai Shi as a gesture of goodwill. After all, we have many days ahead of us. "You're quite shrewd," Yanxi responded. "Let us collaborate, I will provide the expertise, and you will supply the manpower and equipment. Together, we can open several jade mines in Myanmar." Li Yixuan believed he had misheard or was perhaps deluding himself. Yanxi's next statement jolted him back to reality. You can discuss this matter with President Hua. Do not tire my sister Yaya. Li Yixuan inhaled sharply. Pondering to herself, could this young girl possibly be? After a busy morning, Li Yixuan earnestly requested to treat Yanxi and her companions to lunch. However, Yanxi declined and returned to Yulong Garden. Xinyu ordered a meal from the Grand Hotel under Hai Shi's name to be delivered to Yulong Garden. While waiting for the meal, Hu Yuanzhe mustered his courage to ask Yanxi, Chairman, do you have knowledge about mining and jade extraction? Yanxi rolled her eyes, remarking that if permitted, she could even provide the technology for nuclear weapon manufacturing. Hu Yuanzhe was taken aback, exclaiming, that's an outrageous claim. It could lead to disaster. Don't jest with me, just wait. Yanxi responded, I shall retrieve some materials for you from my study. With that, she rose and ascended the staircase. Upon entering her bedroom, Yanxi swiftly transitioned into the spirit realm. She first retrieved 2 books on jade mining from her bookshelf, followed by a modern military text containing information on nuclear weapon manufacturing. Returning to the living room on the first floor, Yanxi handed the jade mining books to Hu Yuanzhe. Study these diligently, I won't charge you tuition, she declared. Thank you, esteemed master. Hu Yuanzhe quickly accepted the books. And this? Yanxi revealed the nuclear weapon documents in her hand, instructing, just take a glance, then return it to me. Hu Yuanzhe, suspicious, took the documents and flipped through a single page before collapsing onto the sofa, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his complexion paling. This, esteemed master. Where did you acquire this? This should be classified information, right? Understanding is sufficient. Yanxi retrieved the documents and casually tossed them aside, allowing them to return to the spatial realm. Where have you placed the documents? Hu Yuanzhe inquired, his unease evident. Although he had been brought into the spiritual domain by Yanxi, he remained oblivious to the means of his departure, believing it to be merely a certain estate. I forgot to mention that I also possess a talent for magic. Yanxi pouted, I've hidden the information on nuclear weapons, it's not something an ordinary person could locate. Before long, the hotel's meal was delivered. Yanxi beckoned the 5 bodyguards left by Qin Moshing to join her for dinner, saying, this way. Your master won't accuse me of mistreating my subordinates. We would prefer to dine elsewhere, the bodyguards respectfully replied. It is already a tremendous honor for us to be acknowledged by the young mistress today. Young mistress? Yanxi frowned, while Xinyu turned to regard her. And Hu Yuanzhe wore a look of astonishment. Ah, indeed. The bodyguard quickly clarified, this is how Master Shen instructed us. Qin Mosheng. Yanxi huffed, puffing her cheeks in irritation, you certainly know how to take liberties. Chapter 64, The Alliance in the Imperial Capital, at the Yujing Mountain Villa. A certain gentleman in his bedroom sneezed twice in succession. Then, a slight smile graced his lips as he mused, could it be that the little one is missing me? Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his phone and dialed the number of the little one. At that moment, Yanxi was preparing to eat when her phone screen illuminated, displaying the words Big Uncle. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and feeling a pang of guilt, she glanced at Xinyu and Hu Yuanzhe before excusing herself from the dining room. Mr. Shen, Hu Yuanzhe whispered, our young master isn't in love, is he? Do not ask what you should not, Xinyu Abai shot him a glance. Just focus on your duties. Hu Yuanzhe shrank his neck and picked up his chopsticks to serve Xinyu some food. This is nutritious, you should eat more. Xinyu glanced at Hu Yuanzhe again, her gaze softening. Yanxi approached the window with her phone and finally pressed the answer button. Qin Mosheng? On the other end. Qin Mosheng was taken aback. Why did the little one suddenly address him so formally? His full name meant trouble was brewing. Little one, darling, what's wrong? I wanted to ask you. Yanxi replied coldly, you tell your bodyguard to address me how? Qin Mosheng quickly understood. I have already declared that you are the future young lady of the Qin family, there is nothing wrong with that. I believe you are the one with issues. Yanxi fired back with a series of questions. Did you seek my consent? Do you intend to forcefully take me? Are you certain you can contend with me? Qin Mosheng replied softly, you think I couldn't take you by force? After all, my life belongs to you. Please, be merciful and accept me. Don't cast me aside. Yanxi was left speechless. What on earth is this maneuver? Shi Baoer, young master, are you even listening? The man had transformed into a devoted husband, humbling himself. Well, never mind. Yan Shi pouted. I'm hungry, I'm going to eat first. The call ended. And Yan Shi's mind was still whirling. The cunning of older men is beyond the comprehension of young girls, yet, her cheeks are undeniably flushed. And her heart races incessantly. Meanwhile, Qin Mosheng, holding his phone, playfully blew a kiss at the screen, a devilishly charming smile blossoming on his lips. Suddenly, a surprised voice echoed from the doorway, Brother Xing, have you fallen in love with your phone? Qin Mosheng abruptly lifted his gaze. Only to find Li Qingyun standing at the entrance, his brows furrowed in confusion. Why didn't you knock? You're being so sneaky. The door was ajar. So I just walked in, my apologies. Li Qingyun scratched his head. Despite their brotherly bond, he was well aware of how quickly this man could turn hostile. Speak your mind. Qin Mosheng commanded, I still need to change clothes before heading to the old man. I have some fresh intelligence. Li Qingyun settled onto the sofa and began his report. Firstly, the old man has suddenly arranged a banquet for your public engagement. With that, the man in casual home attire across the room rose to his feet, the formidable aura he exuded causing Li Qingyun to stumble backward. Engagement? Which family seeks their own demise? 5 families, to be precise. Li Qingyun mustered his courage to continue, all personally shortlisted by the old man, and you, Brother Xing, will ultimately decide which young lady to choose. Qin Mosheng snorted disdainfully, his handsome face maintaining its composure. And what is the second point? Secondly, Li Qingyun mentioned that upon your request, he investigated the Yan family. 9 years prior, they indeed had 2 daughters, but one purportedly passed away at the age of 8. The other is the current heiress, Yan Shui. This revelation seems to align with certain facts. Qin Mosheng furrowed his brow, surmising that the deceased daughter was, in reality, sold to traffickers, but the young girl managed to escape. Consequently, they publicly announced her death. She must be sheer. Chapter 65, The Qin Family So. This Yan Shui. Li Qingyun hesitated. What about Yan Shui? Speak your mind without delay. Qin Mosheng retorted impatiently, his heart aching at the thought of the torment Yan Shi had endured since childhood. I was about to say that this Yan Shui is also among the 5 families involved in today's arranged marriage. Li Qingyun stated. Crack. Qin Mosheng's knuckles audibly cracked as he clenched his fist, his handsome face turning as cold as glacial ice. A pair of unfathomable eyes ignited with flames of fury. The Yan family daughter responsible for Shier's tragic fate is also part of this alliance? Shinji. Li Qingyun probed cautiously, are you going to observe the situation? Or are you going to abandon the event altogether? Qin Mosheng's eyes flashed with murderous intent, I will assess the situation first, and then make a decision. Shinji. Li Qingyun was startled by his aura of menace, we are not yet certain if this Yan family is the one you are seeking. Please refrain from indiscriminate violence. I am aware. Qin Mosheng said coldly, as he headed into the dressing room to change his attire. At this moment, in the grand ancient-style living room of the main hall, Qin Heron sat regally in the master's Rohan chair. Beside him were his second wife, Gu Xian, and his second son, Qin Mobin. Qin Heron had 3 sons in total. His eldest son, Qin Maji, and youngest son, Qin Mosheng, were born of his first wife, who hailed from the royal family of Xingzhou. After giving birth to Qin Mosheng, she discovered her husband's infidelity and the existence of a mistress who had borne him a son. Proud and indignant, she succumbed to illness in a fit of rage. Gu Xian then brought her son, Qin Mobin, into the Qin family, ascending to the role of Madame Qin. The eldest son, Qin Maji, had passed away 9 years prior. That same year, the 18-year-old Qin Mosheng inherited the title of his maternal grandfather from the Xingzhou royal family and took over the Qin family business. In the subsequent years, he single-handedly established the Qin Tian Group, creating a multinational commercial giant. In contrast, the second brother, Qin Mobin, possessed nothing more than his identity as a wealthy young man. Fortunately, he had a son, Qin Chi. Thus, Qin Mobin harbored dreams of his son becoming the heir to the Qin Empire. At this moment, Qin Chi was at the entrance, welcoming guests. Assisting him was his cousin, Huang Ying. Huang Ying had been raised by Qin Chi's mother, Gu Xian, and had lived in the Qin household since childhood, making her somewhat of a Qin family member. Little Qi, why hasn't Qin Mosheng arrived yet? Huang Ying inquired. peering into the courtyard. Are you so eager to see him? Qin scoffed. Cousin, in terms of seniority, my uncle is your uncle too. You shouldn't harbor any inappropriate thoughts. What's wrong with my uncle? There's no blood relation between us. Huang Ying rolled her eyes. Among all the men in the capital, he is the one I have my eyes on. Qin rolled his eyes, thinking to himself. How bold you are to covet Qin Emotion, you must have a death wish. That man was sinister and domineering, wielding power like a king of hell. A distinguished guest from the Yan family has arrived. The butler announced loudly from outside. Qin and Huang Ying hurried to receive them. Before them appeared Lu Yunmei, the wife of the president of the Yan group, accompanied by her daughter Yan Shui. Qin felt a spark of admiration, his gaze fixated on Yan Shui's face. In his life, he believed the most beautiful woman he had ever seen was Yan Shi from the last encounter. Following her was this exquisite daughter of the Yan family. How curious it was that both enchanting women shared the surname Yan. Yet, soon after, a bone-deep jealousy surged within him. The last ethereal beauty, Yan Shi, was Qin Emotion's woman. And now, this stunning daughter of the Yan family was here to forge a union with Qin Emotion. Damn Qin Emotion. Why must all the good fortune belong to you? At that moment, Yan Shui also caught sight of Qin instantly. She was captivated by his handsome and refined demeanor, his gentle and affectionate nature. Her exquisitely painted eyes could not help but linger on him a moment longer. Their gazes locked, and for a brief moment, neither could avert their eyes. Miss, Lu Yunmei gently tugged at Yan Shui, whispering, you are here to form a union with the heir of the Qin family. This man is clearly not the one. Yan Shui cast one last lingering glance at Qin before reluctantly lowering her false eyelashes. Chapter 66, Choosing a Woman. With a final glance at Qin, Yan Shui demurely lowered her false eyelashes and brushed past him. Gulp. Qin swallowed hard. Esteemed guests from the Sun family have arrived. Esteemed guests from the Zhou family have arrived. The butler continued to announce. The 5 daughters of wealthy families initially selected by Qin Heron had all arrived, and other guests were also gradually arriving. Master, Gu Xian said softly to Qin Heron. Why hasn't the 3rd young master arrived yet? Is he perhaps displeased with this matter? He has no say in this. Qin Heron retorted. He's already 27 or 28 years old and hasn't married or had children. How will Qin Tian group be passed down in the future? But Gu Xian glanced at Qin who was standing at the entrance. Isn't there still your grandson, Qir? Qin Tian group was founded by Shin'er. Qin Heron cast a sidelong glance at Gu Xian. Do you think your opinion matters? Gu Xian. Dad. Qin Mobin interjected. Don't forget that 3rd brother is also a hereditary earl. It's only natural for him to allocate a portion of the assets to Qir. Don't forget that Qin Tian was developed on the foundation of the Qin family. Shin'er won't mistreat Qin in the future. Qin Heron stated. But it's impossible for Qin to inherit Qin Tian. You all know better than I do what Qin capabilities are. Qin Mobin. That old geezer. Young Master Shen has arrived. The old butler's voice trembled with excitement. Qin Moshan had arrived. Ah, I am finally able to behold the splendor of Master Shen. Heavens. My breathing quickens, I feel faint. The affluent heiresses and matrons within the hall grew apprehensive. The legendary President Qin Tian, the aristocratic Earl Qin Emotion of the Star Island royal family, has finally made his appearance. Huang Ying, near the entrance, hastily retrieved her cushion compact to touch up her makeup. Turning her head, she observed 2 rows of bodyguards in black suits advancing in unison, forming a double line at the doorway. Qin and Huang Ying were displaced to a corner. There emerged a tall, imposing young man in a black suit, his presence exuding an overbearing aura as he strode through the ranks of bodyguards. His exquisitely chiseled features, eyes as profound as the coldest stars, a prominent aquiline nose, and sensuous, bow-like lips caused the breath of every woman to catch in her throat, their hearts skipping a beat. With each bold and vigorous swing of his arms, the diamond cufflinks on the man's sleeves emitted a light of noble extravagance. The sheer force of his presence and the weight of his authority caused the atmosphere in the hall to cool abruptly. Even the men held their breath, involuntarily inclined to submit at his feet. Qin Emotion? Yan Shui seized Lu Yunmei's arm. Mother, is this Qin Emotion? This man is simply divine. It is a pity that Qin Emotion never allows anyone to photograph him. Transgressors face death. Otherwise, the flashes alone would have blinded him. Haha. Lu Yunmei chuckled smugly. If not for my perspicacity in those years, would you have become the eldest miss of the Yan family, enjoying the honor of marriage with the Qin family? Yan Shui was oblivious to the words of Lu Yunmei, as her entire being was irresistibly captivated and thoroughly enchanted by the regal man before her. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the young lady from the Sun family fainted on the spot, causing a minor commotion. The family doctor from the Qin household hurried over, applying pressure and pinching until she regained consciousness. The daughters of several prominent families nearby immediately began to whisper amongst themselves. With such a fragile constitution, how could she ever be worthy of Shaoxin? They should retreat while they still can. Yan Shui scoffed disdainfully, clearly unaccustomed to such grandeur. Qin emotion. With unwavering focus, traversed the hall and approached Qin. He ran directly. Father, why did you not consult me about today's matters in advance? Consult in advance? Qin he ran scoffed. If I had mentioned it beforehand, would you have agreed? The outcome would have been no different. Qin emotion, his expression cold, replied. You made your choice, if you like it, keep it. I do not want any part of it. Chapter 67, The 5 Distinguished Ladies. Impudent boy. What do you mean by that? Qin he ran's face darkened. Everything I do is for your own good. For my own good? You presume to unilaterally thrust women upon me? Qin emotion retorted disdainfully. Then what do you propose? Qin he ran shot back angrily. With your lack of attention? When will you ever marry and have children? I will arrange my own affairs, Qin emotion asserted. When the time comes for a wife and children, I will have them, without exception. Do not try to deceive me. Qin he ran huffed coldly. Since you are here, you may as well feel at ease. Father has helped you through the preliminary selection of the 5 prominent ladies. You may choose one among them. The one selected will become the esteemed mistress of the Qin household. As Qin Heron uttered these words, the 5 ladies eagerly stepped forward, tugging at each other's sleeves and stepping on each other's skirts, fearful of losing their chance to be chosen. Qin Mo, with his profound and intimidating gaze, swept his eyes over them, a flicker of menace crossing his countenance. Very well. He boldly settled into the armchair beside Qin Heron, lifting the teacup to sip with an air of nonchalance. His dignified demeanor exuded a regal presence, causing the 5 ladies to gasp in awe. They all dreamt of being the woman by this man's side, a position that represented unparalleled glory, second only to one. Setting down the teacup, Qin Mo coldly addressed the 5 ladies. Which of you bears the surname Yan? The mention of the Yan surname ignited a spark in Yan Shui's eyes, her expression akin to that of someone who had just won a grand prize. The lady behind her, Lu Yunmei, was equally astonished, then joyfully urged Yan Shui, quickly. Speak up. Young Master Shen, my surname is Yan. I am Yan Shui, the daughter of the Yan group. Is the woman behind you your mother? Qin Mo inquired with narrowed eyes, his tone indifferent. This question momentarily startled Yan Shui, but she quickly responded, No, she is my stepmother. My biological mother is the original wife of the Yan family. I am the legitimate daughter of the Yan family. Indeed, indeed. Lu Yunmei hastily remarked. Our young lady is the daughter of the Yan family, I merely entered later. Second mother. Qin Moshing's brow furrowed suddenly. Initially, he was not entirely certain. But now he had all but confirmed that this Yan family was indeed Yan Shi's original household. Master Shen. Lu Yunmei stepped forward, flattering him. Our young lady is well versed in the arts, possessing a gentle temperament and unwavering obedience. She is also a beauty who brings fortune to her husband and family. Whoever marries her will be immensely fortunate. Unwavering obedience? Qin Moshing's lips curled in a faint smirk. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Lu Yunmei replied on Yan Shui's behalf. Our young lady is as gentle as water, with not a trace of temper. That is splendid. Qin Moshing nodded, but I wonder if your assertions hold any truth. Master Shen's words are like an imperial edict to swear. Yan Shui, with her eyes cast down in a gentle and compliant manner, said, Shui obeys Master Shen without question. Well then. Qin Moshing nodded, if that is the case, why not demonstrate by barking like a dog for me? Yan Shui suddenly lifted her head. Bark like a dog? What sort of request is this? The others were equally astonished. Was the Qin family's selection for a young mistress truly so peculiar? Yet. For the opportunity to become the wife of the foremost financial dynasty in Huagua, perhaps barking like a dog was not such a daunting task after all. Swear, come on. Just do it, it's nothing. Lu Yunmei urged softly from behind. Woof. Woof. Yan Shui indeed complied. The hall was initially enveloped in silence, soon followed by hushed whispers. As some suppressed their laughter. Surely, Master Shen harbors a grudge against the Yan family? One murmured. It seems so. It appears that she is deliberately making things difficult for her. Another added. In her quest to become the young mistress of the Qin family, this woman is truly relentless. Master Shen, are you satisfied? Yan Shui inquired eagerly, her gaze lifted to Qin Mo Shen, her expression a blend of flattery and allure. Your imitation leaves much to be desired. Qin Mo Shen retorted, you ought to strike yourself. Yan Shui was momentarily taken aback, thinking she had misheard him. Strike? Herself? Chapter 68, Punishment. Is it not a given that one must accept punishment for their misdeeds? Qin Mo Shen remarked. I find it distasteful, otherwise. I would take matters into my own hands. In a state of panic, Yan Shui glanced back at Lu Yunmei, her expression pleading, what should I do? Strike. Lu Yunmei urged, exasperation evident in her tone, you must do it. A couple of slaps for the chance to become the young mistress of the Qin family, many would vie for such an opportunity. Indeed. Yan Shui conceded. Recognizing the truth in Lu Yunmei's words. Just look at the daughters of the other 4 prestigious families, even if they had to bark like dogs or strike themselves. They would still envy her. With a resounding slap, Yan Shui swiftly struck her own cheeks twice. Not sufficient. Qin Mo Shen remarked, lowering his gaze to sip his tea. His voice barely above a whisper, do you take me for a fool? Without hesitation, Yan Shui raised her hand and struck herself again, delivering 2 more resounding slaps. Her once delicate and pretty face was now swollen. Xiao Qi. Huang Ying whispered to Qin Qi, isn't Master Shen doing this on purpose? He's doing it on purpose. But I have no idea how the Yan family offended him. Qin Qi said resentfully, it's fine if you don't like her, but I do. You don't have the right to make things difficult for her. What? Huang Ying asked in astonishment, Xiao Qi, are you saying you have feelings for the Yan family's daughter? I fell for her at first sight. Qin Qi clenched his fist. Such a beautiful woman can only be mine. That man is punishing the woman I adore. Mr. Qin. Yan Shui said with aggrieved eyes, feigning a pitiful look as she asked Qin Mo Shen, is this sufficient now? Insufficient. Qin Mo Shen languidly stretched out his long legs. My leather shoes are soiled. Clean them for me with your tongue. Licking shoes? Not only Yan Shui, but everyone in the hall was stunned. Qin He Ran rebuked in a low voice, Shen, what is the meaning of this? Dad. Qin Mo Shen said with a faint smile. Is it you who chooses the woman, or is it I? Qin He Ran was rendered speechless, his expression quite displeased. Even though the Qin family is the foremost aristocratic family in China, they cannot bully others in such a manner, can they? Since it is I who chooses. You must comply with my rules. Qin Mo Shen stretched his leather shoes further forward. Lick. Yan Shui. Mr. Qin. Lu Yunmei said with some trepidation. Stepping forward. May I lick them instead? Who do you think you are? Qin Mo Shen said without raising his eyelids. You are unworthy to lick my shoes. Lu Yunmei. Heavens. The guests whispered among themselves, what does Mr. Qin mean by this? There couldn't be such a rule for becoming his wife. Could there? Is this not apparent? Young Master Shen is clearly doing this on purpose. One can only speculate how the Yan family has offended him. Young Master Shen. Yan Shui tentatively inquired, if I polish your shoes, will you choose me? Huh. Qin Mo Shen sneered coldly, you dare to negotiate terms with me? Who gave you such audacity? No, no. Yan Shui panicked. She had never encountered Qin Mo Shen before, yet she had heard tales of this man. He was ruthless. Merciless, and decisive, crossing him was akin to courting death without knowing how one might perish. Elder Miss. Lu Yunmei said, just endure it, as the saying goes. One must endure hardships to rise above others. Qin Mo Shen's profound gaze sharpened, am I still being courteous to you? Zhang Chen, teach her a lesson. Before Lu Yunmei could react, Zhang Chen's hand struck down. The sound of slaps echoed, for resounding blows. Lu Yunmei's already swollen face transformed into a shade of purple. Who is Zhang Chen? A practitioner of martial arts, his palms were as formidable as iron fans. Lu Yunmei felt as though her teeth had been rattled. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Yan Shui trembled in fear, hastily exclaiming, "Young Master Shen, I will do it. I will do it." She knelt down, lowering her head to extend her tongue to lick Qin Emotion's black leather shoes. The surrounding guests became even more convinced. This was not a matter of young Master Shen taking a liking to the Yan family's daughter, but rather a clear vendetta against her. After licking one shoe, Yan Shui leaned over to attend to the other. Qin Moshing raised his foot and kicked her in the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. With a look of utter disdain, he declared, "Lick my shoes? I find that repulsive." He then turned to Zhang Chen and commanded, "Hurry and bring me a new pair. This is disgusting." Chapter 69, The wife is yet to be nurtured. Zhang Chen turned and retrieved a pristine shoebox from a servant, extracting a pair of black leather shoes which he respectfully placed at Qin Moshing's feet. Qin Moshing swiftly discarded the old pair and donned the new ones, instructing Zhang Chen. "Throw those outside the estate, the farther the better, their presence here is ill-omened." "Yes, Master Shen." Zhang Chen responded, directing the servants to remove the discarded shoes. The guests watched in astonishment, it was undeniable. Master Shen had even prepared new shoes, this was clearly a premeditated act. The Yan family was truly unfortunate. How had they offended this omnipotent figure? "Master Shen." Yan Shui sat on the ground, her pale face streaked with tears. "I do not understand what I did wrong to deserve this punishment." Qin Moshing coldly scoffed, "You and your second mother should reflect on your misdeeds. This punishment is merely the beginning." "Just the beginning?" Yan Shui trembled. "Master Shen, I do not comprehend, please. Get lost." Qin Moshing snapped, his patience worn thin. "Leave the Qin residence at once, do not tarnish my territory." Lu Yunmei nearly lost her composure, hastily pulling the disheveled Yan Shui to her feet as the two of them scurried away under the scrutiny of the crowd. By the entrance, Qin Qi wore a sinister smile, a chilling satisfaction evident on his lips. With the Yan family now adversaries of Qin Mohen, they have become allies of Qin Qi. It is important to note that the Yan Corporation, in the capital, is a prestigious and influential aristocratic family. By consolidating enough power, he would accumulate the strength to contend with Qin Mohen. Why should this man dominate the Qin Corporation and rule with absolute authority, while Qin Qi and his parents could only live under this man's tyranny? As the two women brushed past, Qin Qi removed his suit jacket and draped it over Yan Shui, softly spoken, "Miss Yan, allow me to escort you out." Yan Shui raised her eyes to look at him, tears welling up, delicate and pitiable. Qin Qi lowered his head and quietly introduced himself, "I am Qin Qi, the only grandson of the Qin family." "Wow, so you're young Master Qi." Lu Yunmei's face immediately lit up, "I've heard so much about you. Young Master Qi is indeed a remarkable talent. Then we'll have to trouble you, young Master Qi, Shuer is honored." Yan Shui lowered her head charmingly, half frowning and half pitying, captivating. Qin Qi smiled smugly, his heart fluttering, as he gently supported the delicate young woman out. Order had been restored in the hall, and no one noticed this scene at the door. Qin Mohen said to the other anxious heiresses, "If you don't want to end up like the Yan family, dismiss your respective thoughts, otherwise, get out now." The young ladies, who were originally full of longing and dressed up exquisitely, were now all silent and fearful, bowing their heads to hide. "Shunner," Qin Heron said with a dark face, "how can you be like this? These are all women that Dad carefully selected for you." "Father," Qin profoundly stated, "your earnest intentions are not lost on me, yet my heart is already devoted to another. Therefore, spare yourself any further concern on my behalf." "What? You have a woman?" Qin was taken aback, yet elated. "Why did you not introduce her this time?" "It is fortunate that I did not," Qin retorted, rolling his eyes. Such a spectacle of selecting a bride would have undoubtedly frightened her away. "Well, next time, you must bring her to meet me. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of grandchildren." "Grandchildren?" Qin mused, considering his youth. "My wife is not yet fully nurtured. Perhaps we should defer starting a family for the time being." The banquet in the hall proceeded as usual. Qin procured a glass of red wine and leisurely sauntered to the side. "Young Master Qin," chirped, approaching with a glass of red wine in hand. "May I have the pleasure of sharing a drink with you?" Qin turned away, displaying an aloof and disdainful demeanor. And ignored her. Undaunted, persisted, stepping in front of Qin. I heard you have a woman. Why did you not bring her to introduce her to everyone? Intruding upon my private affairs? Qin scoffed with a cold snort. How many heads do you possess upon your neck? Chapter 70, Assassination. I am merely expressing my concern. Simpered. After all, we have, in a manner of speaking, grown up together. I am not acquainted with you, Qin retorted with a cold and disdainful voice. Keep your distance from me. Persisting, she skewered a piece of fruit and offered it to the man's lips, cooing, I personally prepared this fruit. Would you care to taste its sweetness? Qin Moshing struck down the fruit with a swift motion of his hand. Then retrieved a tissue to wipe his fingers before hurling it into the trash bin with disdain. I told you to leave, do you not comprehend human speech? Huang Ying's smile froze on her face. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, plunging the hall into darkness. The enormous crystal chandelier above came crashing down, striking guests who had no time to evade its descent. Instantly, the air filled with cries of despair and shock, mingled with the sounds of gunfire. Protect the old man. Qin Moshing shouted fiercely, drawing a sleek, exquisite handgun and taking cover behind a pillar. Yet, a sharp pain surged through his shoulder as a bullet pierced his skin, spattering blood onto his face. Had he not concealed himself behind the pillar in time, that shot would surely have shattered his skull. Gritting his teeth, Qin Moshing steadied his arm and, illuminated by the faint light, shot down a nearby armed assassin. Zhang Chen, leading the bodyguards, joined forces with Qin Heron's men to launch a swift counterattack. Within minutes, all 4 black-clad assassins lay dead. Qin Moshing emerged, clutching his bloodied shoulder, and kicked the lifeless body at his feet, a black man. He inspected the other 3 corpses, 2 were also black, while 1 was white, whose unblinking green eyes resembled those of a reptilian creature. From the Star Continent. Qin Moshing's brows knitted in contemplation, who could be targeting him? His enterprises over there were vast and formidable, and it was certain that he had offended numerous factions. Check. Qin Mo's deep voice erupted with a few words, find out who it is, I want him dead immediately. Yes, Master Shen. Zhang Chen responded gravely. Having been injured, their master felt that he had failed in his role as the chief bodyguard. In the corner, Qin Mobin, engrossed in his phone, typed, the bullet missed. The reply came in English, damn it. Qin Mobin texted back, I hope he can't escape next time. The response was swift, he must die. You want Qin Tian? I want the title. After escorting the old master to the bedroom upstairs, Qin Mo returned to his courtyard. The doctor arrived promptly to clean the wound, stitch it up, and administer an intravenous drip. Once the infusion was complete and the doctor departed, Qin Mo tore off the bandage from his arm, intending to apply the given to him by Yan Shi. However, after searching thoroughly, he realized that it must have been left at Yunhai Villa in Haicheng. Coupled with a strong yearning for that little girl, Qin Mo instructed Zhang Chen, apply for a flight route, we are heading back to Haicheng. Meanwhile, in the Yulong garden of Haicheng, Yanxi languidly lounged on the large sofa, legs crossed, savoring a lollipop. She had just returned from school, still clad in her black tracksuit and baseball cap. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the presence of guests in her home. To her left sat Xinyu on a single sofa, while to her right was Hui Yuanjia. Across from them, on the guest sofa, sat Li Yixuan. Tianqing Yupin was founded by my grandfather, Li Tiancheng, and my grandmother, Lin Xiaoshui. My grandmother hailed from a family renowned for jade craftsmanship in Myanmar. I hold no interest in my grandmother. Yanxi fluttered her long eyelashes, urging to stick to the topic as she still had assignments to complete. Indeed. Li Yixuan immediately responded. My grandmother is aware of Miss Yan's miraculous ability to perceive jade and insisted that I come to extend an invitation for a meeting at Yushui Mountain Villa. I am not acquainted with her. Why should I engage in conversation with her? Yanxi licked her lollipop, adding, it is she who wishes to meet me. Not the other way around, it is only proper that she comes to me. My grandmother wished to personally invite Miss Yan. Li Yixuan explained, regrettably. She is gravely ill and could only send me in her stead, thus I hope Miss Yan will be understanding. Your grandmother is seriously ill? Yanxi inquired. Her interest piqued. What ailment does she suffer from? Li Yixuan replied, several years ago, a cervical spine surgery went awry, injuring her spinal nerves, resulting in high-level paralysis from the neck down. He continued, on that day, I witnessed Miss Yan administer a few needles that could heal the Miao family members. So I dared to inquire if my grandmother's condition is treatable? What have you discovered in your years of seeking medical assistance? Yan Shi countered with a question. Li Yixuan's expression darkened as he shook his head and sighed. Hospitals both domestically and abroad have stated that the damage to the spinal nerves is irreversible. There is no hope. Who says there is no hope? Yan Shi lifted her long eyelashes, denouncing the incompetence of the physicians. Upon hearing this, Li Yixuan's eyes sparkled with surprise as he exclaimed, Miss Yan, are you suggesting that my grandmother still has a chance? Indeed. Yan Shi nodded affirmatively. Miss Yan. Li Yixuan lunged forward, attempting to seize Yan Shi's hand. Hui Yuanzhe rose and intercepted him. Let's converse rationally from your seat, don't frighten our precious Sheer. Li Yixuan reluctantly retreated, remaining upright, and earnestly pleaded, that necessitates Miss Yan's visit to the Jade Water Manor to meet my grandmother. Yan Shi extended her delicate hand. Calculating on her fingertips, Gusiki, Chuyu, Qiao Hanting. Of the 10 perplexing cases her master assigned, she had only resolved 3, a considerable deficit. Let's consider the Li family's elderly matriarch as one of my quotas. Very well. Yan Shi acquiesced, I shall ascend to change attire, and then accompany you. Li Yixuan observed the young lady's digital calculation, followed by her assent, and was inwardly astounded. He had encountered a veritable prodigy. A divine being in the guise of a young girl. An hour later, Yan Shi, accompanied by Hui Yuanzhe, arrived at the Jade Water Manor with Li Yixuan. Lin Qiushui, seated in a wheelchair, awaited them in the opulent and resplendent living room. Befitting a family of jade artisans, the room was adorned with exquisite jade carvings. Most captivating were the 8 life-sized statues of deities, each with a distinct countenance. Yan Shi recognized them as the legendary 8 immortals, Taiguai Li, with his crutch and gourd. Eldong Bin, with his sword and dashing demeanor, He Xiangu, the ethereal beauty with her lotus, followed by Han Xiangzi with his flute, Han Zhongli with his fan. Zhang Wolao on his donkey, Lan Saihe with his basket, and Chao Guijiao with his jade tablet. Yan Shi was immediately captivated by the 8 divine statues. She sensed their profound energy and vibrant spirit, these were indeed rare treasures. If she could absorb the spiritual essence of these statues, her power would surely multiply. However, the extent of that enhancement remained unknown to her. Young lady. A voice, aged yet gentle, called out, bringing Yan Shi back to reality. While she was engrossed in observing the 8 immortal statues, Lin Qiushui had been equally transfixed. Her gaze never straying from the astonishingly beautiful girl who had just entered the hall. In her lifetime, Lin Qiushui had encountered countless individuals, and with a mere glance, she recognized that this girl was extraordinary. It was not solely her beauty that struck Lin Qiushui, it was the ethereal aura surrounding her, unparalleled by any mundane being. Come here, dear child. Come to your grandmother. Lin Qiushui beckoned with her slender, delicate hand. Yan Shi withdrew her gaze from the statues and approached Lin Qiushui. Followed closely by Li Yixuan and Hui Yuanzhe. Taking a seat on the sofa, Yan Shi settled in as Li Yixuan adjusted the wheelchair to ensure that both Lin Qiushui and Yan Shi could converse comfortably and face to face. Dear child. Lin Qiushui spoke with warmth, I have heard from Sinner about your skill in jade reading. May I inquire which school you hail from? To be honest, Yan Shi replied. I have studied the art of jade reading from ancient texts, without any formal school or sect. She had delved deeply into numerous ancient manuscripts on the subject. However, her pivotal ability lies in her gift of perception. Yet, this is a secret she cannot divulge to the grandmother. This ancient tome of yours is truly remarkable. Lin Qiushui remarked, yet the old woman suspected that the girl must possess extraordinary talents, otherwise, how could she discern the essence of every raw stone so accurately? Chapter 72, The onset of illness. Perhaps it is merely good fortune on my part. Yan Shi chuckled, this grandmother has quite a discerning eye. Lin Qiushui responded. To always experience good fortune suggests one is favored by the heavens. Furthermore, my grandson Isun has mentioned that Hai Shi intends to collaborate with Tianqing to establish a jade mine in Myanmar. With your expertise, success is undoubtedly assured. Mr. Li can coordinate with Mr. Hua regarding the technical aspects. Yan Shi gestured towards Hui Yuanzhe, our Mr. Hua possesses considerable skills in jade mining. That is splendid news. Lin Qiushui exclaimed, the partnership between Tianqing Jade and Hai Shi will undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Sooner. She addressed Li Yixuan. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a grand feast. Tonight, we shall host Miss Yan for dinner. But, grandmother. Li Yixuan interjected. Miss Yan agreed to come today not for the mining venture. Not for the mining venture? Then what is the reason? Lin Xiaoshui inquired. It matters not. If the young lady has any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. Grandmother will fulfill your every wish. Grandmother, you misunderstand. Li Yixuan replied. Miss Yan not only has the ability to appraise jade but also possesses medical knowledge. She claims she can cure your ailment. Is that truly the case? Lin Xiaoshui exclaimed, her excitement overwhelming as tears welled up in her eyes. Were there a remedy for my affliction, I would readily relinquish half of Tiancheng Group as recompense. Do you comprehend the profound misery of complete paralysis below the neck, wherein the entire corporeal form, save for the cranium, is rendered immobile? Young lady. I implore you to heal me, I entrust myself entirely to your care. I beseech you to restore my health. Allow me to ascertain your overall condition through pulse diagnosis. Said Yan Shi. Quickly. Sinner, hasten to bring me to the young lady's side. Lin Xiaoshui instructed Li Yixuan. However, Yan Shi had already risen and approached the wheelchair, extending her fingers to palpate the elder's pulse. After meticulous examination, Yan Shi arrived at a decision. Grandmother, let us proceed to the chamber for treatment. The parlor is not conducive to such endeavors. Indeed. Sinner, make haste and escort me back to my chamber. Lin Xiaoshui complied. For ease of access. The elder's bedchamber was situated on the ground floor. Upon entering the room, Yan Shi permitted only a solitary maidservant to remain, while the others were excused. The maidservant assisted the elder onto the bed and disrobed her, concealing her actions with her satchel. Yan Shi procured a gourd of demonic spring water from her spiritual domain and instructed the maidservant to administer it to the elder. The elder imbibed nearly the entire gourd with avidity, smacking her lips and exclaiming, "This water is truly delectable. Even merely drinking it, I perceive a considerable amelioration in my physical state." This is no ordinary water, Yan Shi replied with a smile. It possesses the capacity to mend damaged cells and purify the blood, thereby bestowing significant benefits upon the body. Then I shall procure this water from you in the future. Young lady, is this water manufactured by Haishi Group? Grandmother no longer needs to purchase this water solely for drinking, Yan Shi proclaimed. The health supplements and medications from Haishi Group are all produced using this water. Grandmother only needs to acquire products from Haishi Group. That's wonderful. Lin Xiaoshui nodded vigorously. I have also heard about the medications and health supplements from Haishi Group. I will strengthen our collaboration with Haishi Group in the future. Not only to utilize their products myself but also to promote them worldwide. Then let us achieve a mutually beneficial partnership. As Yan Shi spoke, she and the maid carefully turned Lin Xiaoshui's body. Dozens of golden needles, shimmering with light, were skillfully inserted into the acupoints on either side of Lin Xiaoshui's spine. The damage to her spinal nerves was severe and long-standing, constituting a chronic ailment. Yan Shi not only administered the needles but also channeled her spiritual energy through the golden needles to mend the damaged tissues. Some nerve areas had already atrophied or even necrosed, truly depleting her spiritual energy. Beads of sweat began to form on Yan Shi's forehead, while the maid, filled with reverence, meticulously wiped her brow. After approximately half an hour, Lin Xiaoshui's fingers on both hands began to twitch slightly. Shortly thereafter, her toes also curled inward. The maid exclaimed in delight, "Oh my, the old lady's hands and feet can move." Chapter 73, We must have those 8 statues outside the bedroom, Li Yixuan, who was pacing anxiously, brightened at the sound. Grabbing hold of Hui Yuanjia, he exclaimed, "Mr. Hua, did you hear that? My grandmother's hands and feet can move." Understood. Hui Yuanjia pressed down his hand. With our young master taking charge, you need not worry at all. Look at how you're pacing back and forth, it makes me dizzy. My apologies. My concern has led to confusion. Li Yixuan replied, "But what did you just say? Young master? Who exactly is this young lady?" "That is not for you to inquire," Hui Yuanjia stated. "In any case, you should treat her with respect and reverence in the future, that would be wise." "Indeed." Li Yixuan agreed. "Our young master has healed my grandmother, so from now on, she is also my young master. Wherever she points, I shall ensure it is done." "That's the power of our master," Hui Yuanjia exclaimed. Once we finish this task, we shall prioritize opening the jade mines in Myanmar. He has learned enough. It is time to put knowledge into practice, is it not? Certainly. Li Yixuan nodded. With our young master's abilities, I believe she could even discern the underground veins. As the two exchanged fervent dialogue outside, Yan Shi was inside, channeling her spiritual energy continuously into Lin Xiaoshui. Under her penetrating vision, she observed Lin Xiaoshui's withered nervous system reviving like a barren tree blossoming in spring, each branch teeming with vibrant life. However, the excessive output of spiritual energy left Yan Shi's complexion pale, her body drenched in sweat. The maid beside her watched anxiously, sharing in her concern. After a few more minutes, Lin Xiaoshui's nervous system was fully restored, and Yan Shi ceased her efforts. She collected the golden needles back into her small golden gourd and placed them into her backpack. Startled, Lin Xiaoshui rotated her body. Her gaze immediately drawn to Yan Shi's pallid countenance, glistening with perspiration. With heartfelt solicitude, she inquired, "My dear girl, are you quite all right? Your complexion is rather wan." "I am well, merely fatigued," Yan Shi responded. "Grandmother, how do you fare?" "I am capable of movement once more," Lin Xiaoshui exclaimed with fervor. "Behold! I can manipulate my entire body. However, your constitution remains fragile, necessitating medicinal recuperation," Yan Shi cautioned, producing a vial from her satchel. "Administer this medication as prescribed. And within a month, grandmother's health shall be fully restored." This is indeed joyous news. Lin Xiaoshui clasped Yan Shi's perspiring hand, her eyes brimming with tears. "You are truly my savior. Name your desire, and if it lies within my power, it shall be yours." "If I were to name it, would grandmother truly grant it?" Yan Shi pondered, her thoughts drifting to the 8 divine effigies adorning the living room. "Should it be within my means, I shall accede to your request," Lin Xiaoshui affirmed. "Even were you to covet the Tianqing jade artifacts, I would bestow them upon you. Material possessions are ephemeral, nothing surpasses the importance of health." "I have no desire for the Tianqing artifacts," Yan Shi declared, her dark eyes earnest. "I merely covet the 8 jade deities that grace your living room. Would grandmother consent to part with them?" "Ah, is that all?" Lin Xiaoshui exclaimed, slapping her thigh. "That is easily accomplished. I was under the impression it was something significant. I have long considered those effigies to be cumbersome. I shall dispatch a vehicle forthwith to deliver them to your abode." Yan Shi mused inwardly. Does she truly believe a vehicle is required? I could transport them to my spatial dimension with ease. Aloud, she wondered. How can I exhibit my extraordinary abilities in their presence? With a reluctant nod, she replied, "Thank you, Grandma. My home is at Yulan Garden. Lin Xiaoshui instructed Sinner to deliver it to you immediately." With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Xiaoshui added, "But you must promise Grandma that you will join her for dinner." "Let us skip dinner," Yan Shi interjected. "I have expended considerable energy and need to return home to rest. We can have a meal another day. I feel a special connection with Grandma as well." "Then it shall be as you wish." Lin Xiaoshui donned her attire and summoned Li Yixuan. She first instructed him to deliver the 8 divine statues to Yulan Garden and then requested him to write a check for 20 million in cash. "Miss Xiaoxi, consider this amount as a consultation fee, please don't deem it insufficient." "This is unnecessary, the 8 divine statues are ample." "That won't do. Those statues are gifts from Grandma to you. For healing and saving lives, how can one shortchange the consultation fee?" Chapter 74, A World Apart. Yan Shi could not decline any further and reluctantly accepted. "Now, that's more like it." Lin Xiaoshui chuckled. "Once Grandma takes the medicine you provided and feels stronger in a month, she will personally cook and invite you to the villa for dinner." "Very well." Yan Shi nodded with a smile. Hui Yuanzhe noticed the young mistress's fatigue and dared not linger, accompanying her to bid farewell. Li Yixuan drove the car, personally escorting them out of the gates of Yushui Villa. However, as several cars exited the gate, everyone was taken aback. How could a limited edition Rolls-Royce be parked by the roadside? Behind the Rolls-Royce were 3 imposing black armored SUVs. Before the Rolls-Royce, a tall man clad in a black suit stood elegantly, leaning against the vehicle. The setting sun cast a golden glow upon his imposing figure, rendering him as noble and handsome as a deity. Inside the car, Hui Yuanzhe and Li Yixuan, who were bidding farewell from behind, were momentarily taken aback. Who was this regal man, exuding such elegance and authority? What was his purpose for blocking their way? However, Yan Shi, seated within the vehicle, smiled. Feeling a warmth rise within her, she signaled the driver to halt and turned to Hui Yuanjia, saying, "You may return now, I have another driver." With that, she opened the door and stepped out. On the other side, Qin Moshing strode forward, his long legs moving swiftly towards her. Ignoring the curious gazes from the nearby vehicle, he scooped the young lady into his arms and spun her around. "They're watching us, put me down." Yan Shi playfully protested, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Only then did Qin Moshing cast a casual glance at Hui Yuanjia and Li Yixuan's car before ushering the young lady into his own vehicle. The four cars, with an air of dominance, collectively turned around before speeding away, leaving Hui Yuanjia and Li Yixuan in astonishment. Li Yixuan swiftly opened the car door and rushed to Hui Yuanjia's window. "Hua, who is that man?" "You ask me? Who should I inquire?" Hui Yuanjia finally snapped out of his astonishment. "But that man clearly has his eyes on our young mistress." "I thought I. What do you mean, you?" Hui Yuanjia shot a glance at Li Yixuan, recalling Shen's words, "Those who covet our young mistress shall face dire consequences." "But that man. Was that man akin to us?" Hui Yuanjia posed this question rhetorically, more to himself than anyone else. The man from earlier exuded an imperial presence, whereas he and Li Yixuan were, at best, mere courtiers in comparison, a world of difference. As they settled into the back of the Rolls-Royce, Yan Shi nestled close to Qin Mosheng, her energy waning, yearning for slumber. "What's the matter, little one? You seem listless," he inquired. "Exhausted," she murmured, her long lashes casting shadows as she clung to his shirt, resembling a languid kitten. Treating Grandma Lin was arduous, her condition was chronic and deeply rooted. "It nearly drained me." "Must you exert yourself to such an extent?" "It pains me to see you so weary," Qin Mosheng said, stroking her dark hair with a tender, husky voice. "I'm a medical practitioner. To not use my skills to benefit the populace would be to defy providence," Yan Shi responded, her dark eyes gleaming as she gazed at him, a smile gracing her lips. "Don't worry, darling, I'll be fine. You speak as if you're some divinely appointed emissary." Qin Mosheng playfully chided, pinching her cheek with affection. "Can't you simply be a docile darling in my arms?" "Absolutely not," Yan Shi retorted, playfully striking his shoulder with a pout. "Trying to manipulate me, are we?" "No way." Suddenly, Qin Mosheng clutched his shoulder in feigned agony, a crimson stain blooming on his suit. Startled, Yan Shi recoiled, exclaiming, "Darling, you're injured." Having sustained a gunshot wound, Qin Mo frowned, "You've struck me rather painfully. Are you attempting to assassinate your own husband?" "It was unintentional." "How was I to know you had been shot?" Yan Shi responded, flustered. The distress of Qin Mo pained her, and tears welled up in her eyes, her lips pursed as if on the verge of weeping. There, it's nothing. I was merely teasing," Qin Mo reassured her, cupping her face in his hand and drawing her into an embrace, his heart overflowing with tenderness. He reaffirmed to himself that this was the cherished one he had chosen, and he would continue to dote on her, regardless. "Where is the medicinal ointment I gave you previously?" Yan Shi inquired from within his embrace, careful not to jostle him. "It remains at the Cloud Sea Manor." "I came directly from the capital," Qin Mo replied, refraining from confessing his eagerness to see her that had driven him to such haste. "Then allow me to tend to your wound," Yan Shi offered, sitting up and removing Qin Mo's opulent suit jacket. She unbuttoned his black shirt and gingerly unwrapped the bandage. From her backpack, she produced a gourd of magical spring water to cleanse the wound, applied medicinal ointment, and rebandaged it with care. "Is your backpack akin to Doraemon's pocket, with its boundless capacity?" Qin Mo remarked, amused by her cartoonish black backpack. "Do not jest." Yan Shi retorted with a pout, questioning whether he was truly in pain. Qin Mo gazed intently at the petite girl before him, his profound eyes filled with affection. As she tended to his wound, his gaze remained fixed upon her, unblinking. Her earnest and gentle demeanor captivated him, stirring his very soul. At that moment, her delicate, roseate lips moved, yet he remained oblivious to her words. Consumed by an overwhelming desire to lean down and capture their softness, to taste their sweetness. However, he hesitated, merely swallowing hard as his Adam's apple bobbed. Startled by his ardent gaze, Yan Shi's cheeks flushed crimson. She softly inquired, "Uncle, what's wrong? Are you still in pain?" No longer able to resist, Qin Mo reached out, his large hand cradling the back of her head, and swiftly pressed a kiss upon her alluring lips. Ah! Yan, she exclaimed softly, her hand flying to cover her mouth, lamenting the loss of her first kiss. Also mine. The man's voice trembled, a husky and passionate whisper. Though the partition in the Rolls-Royce was lowered, Zhang Chen, seated in the front passenger seat, overheard every word of their exchange. He raised his hand to his mouth, stifling his laughter, lest he be immediately ejected from the vehicle. Their master's first kiss, guarded for 27 years, was now gone. Yan, she inquired, attempting to conceal her embarrassment. Who shot you? People from Xingzhou. Qin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, suspecting the same mastermind behind the incident at Eight Immortals Valley. Is it possible that after such a long time, you have not managed to uncover the truth? Yan, she scoffed, surely the elder would not be so foolish? Do you believe these individuals are easily deceived? Qin Mo replied, I have indeed conducted an investigation. They hail from the royal family of the lizard people, though I currently lack concrete evidence. The lizard people? Yan, she furrowed her brow. I have merely seen references to this family in the media. For instance, many politicians in Country M are said to be lizard people. And it is rumored that the Prime Minister of Country Y is also one. Is that true? It is. Qin Mo affirmed, from the royal family of Xingzhou. My aunt by marriage is a lizard person, which is why my grandfather bequeathed the title of Earl to me before his passing, rather than to my cousin Huasi. Huasi possesses half the bloodline of the lizard people, yet my grandfather held a profound distrust of him. Are the lizard people truly formidable? Yan, she inquired, tilting her head. Do they possess superiority over us? Not in such a mystical sense. Qin Mo clarified, the lizard people are cold-blooded and suspicious. Their muscular builds do indeed render them more resilient. So. Yan, she gazed at Qin Mo, having inherited your grandfather's title. Does your lizard person cousin harbor animosity towards you? His hatred for me runs deep. Qin Mo clenched his fist, thus I suspect these assassins were dispatched by him. Is your cousin easy to deal with? Yan, she asked, although she already harbored her own conclusions. After all, being part of the royal nobility and belonging to the vast and treacherous lizard people family, their influence is indeed formidable. Indeed, Qin Mo deeply shook his head, recognizing the formidable challenge ahead. Even with irrefutable evidence, it might not suffice to sway him. The influence of the lizard men had already infiltrated the royal family. Yan, she nodded, extending her small hand to gently press against Qin Mo's palm, her lips curling into a smile as she said, Uncle, do not worry, I shall assist you. Chapter 76, Bullying. Knowing my precious one possesses great abilities. Qin Mo enveloped her in his embrace, tenderly kissing her hair. But how could I, as a man, allow the woman I cherish to take risks for me? If anyone were to harm even a single hair on your head, my heart would ache terribly. Yan, she remained silent, contemplating how, once the 8 divine statues reclaimed the spiritual domain, she could harness their energy to elevate her own capabilities, thereby finding a way to aid Qin Mo in eliminating those dark and perilous lizard men. After all, this man was also the one she held dear. As the vehicle turned the corner, a girl suddenly darted out from the shadows. She stumbled and fell to the ground, reaching out toward the bodyguard's car, crying, help me. Yan, she immediately engaged the visual slow-motion feature, instantly recognizing that the girl was her classmate, He Lin. Stop the car, she commanded. Qin Mo echoed her words, do as she says. The driver smoothly applied the brakes. What did you see? Qin Mo inquired, his concern evident. It's my classmate. Yan, she had already opened the car door and stepped out. Qin Mo hurried after her, followed closely by Zhang Chen and the bodyguards. Several figures emerged from the alleyway with a rush, encircling He Lin, who was sprawled on the ground. Upon seeing Yan, she striding towards her with a stern countenance. He Lin cried out, Yan Shi, please save me. A woman among the shadows paused upon hearing this and turned to look at Yan Shi. Yan Shi, raising her eyes, recognized the woman as none other than Miao Yun. She swiftly pulled He Lin up from the ground and questioned Miao Yun, what do you intend to do? This is our classmate. Weren't you on good terms with her? That's utter nonsense. Miao Yun's face contorted in rage. My parents divorced, and I didn't receive a single penny. I have no choice but to demand it from her. She used to follow me around, obeying my every word. Now that she sees me in dire straits, she refuses to give me even a single yuan. Tell me, how can I possibly remain amicable with her? Beat her. Beat that opportunistic cur to death. At Miao Yun's command, the thugs lunged at He Lin. Get out of here. Yan Shi exclaimed, delivering a swift, successive kick that felled two of the thugs. The remaining two, yelling, charged forward. Bang! Bang! With a powerful sweep of his long legs, Qin Emotion sent the two thugs flying. Zhang Chen turned his head slightly, and his bodyguard surged forward, dragging the four thugs into a corner for a thorough thrashing. In the light cast by the street lamps, Miao Yun caught sight of the godlike man beside Yan Shi. It was the enigmatic man who had escorted Yan Shi away from the Chu family banquet that day. The man who possessed an imperial nobility, an exquisite elegance, and an irresistible allure. This is unfair. Miao Yun seethed inwardly, cursing, Yuan Shi, you wretched woman. What gives you the right to possess such a perfect man? In a frenzy, she lunged at Yuan Shi. Qin Moshan raised his leg and forcefully kicked her to the ground. Yuan Shi. Help me deal with her. He Lin cried out. Miao Yun has bullied me time and again. She is now devoid of power and influence, I fear her no longer. Miao Yun. So you are still this kind of person? Yuan Shi looked at Miao Yun with disdain. If you had even a smidgen of kindness and treated your friends well, you wouldn't have fallen to such a state. To hell with kindness, to hell with friends, I don't believe in that. Miao Yun, undeterred, launched herself at them again, only to be met by a swift slap from Qin Moshan that sent her spinning. Miao Yun steadied herself against the wall, barely avoiding a fall, then tore open her collar, offering Qin Moshan a seductive smile. Man, don't you know how to cherish a delicate flower? I'm just a sweet little woman. You know? Why don't you tell Yuan Shi to scram and let me keep you company? I'm of age now, my body is ripe and tempting. Would you like to have a taste? Also, don't be fooled by that bitch Yuan Shi, she is not lacking in men. My brother Qiaoshen was snatched away by her, and she only pretends to be innocent in front of you. Chapter 77, The Lizard Man Took Her Away. Slap. Slap. Qin Moshan struck her twice across the face, then wiped his hands with a tissue, tossing the crumpled paper at her face. Get out of Haiqing. And if I see you again, it won't be as simple as 2 slaps. Plummeting to the ground, Miao Yun bled from the corner of her mouth. Witnessing the imperious man escort the petite and exquisite Yan Shi into the car and depart, she pounded the earth and shrieked, Yan Shi, Qin Machin. I will see you dead. Tap. 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 From the shadows, a pair of black leather shoes halted before her. Startled, Miao Yun looked up to see a gaunt man slowly crouching down. His profound eyes glowed with an emerald light, his skin pallid and bloodless. His pupils contracted into a vertical slit, fixated upon her. Ah, who are you? Miao Yun recoiled in terror, only to have the man seize her chin. The royal family of Xingzhou, the lizard aristocracy. The man's lips parted, his forked tongue flicking out as he delivered a sinister sneer. Woman. I can train you to confront that damned man. With that, he hoisted Miao Yun up, his lanky figure swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Escorted home by the bodyguard, He Lin bid farewell as Yan Shi and Qin Machin returned to the Bisha manor. En route, the weary young woman nestled in Qin Machin's generous embrace, succumbing to a profound slumber. Qin Machin cherished her in his arms, doting on her with utmost care, feeling akin to a venerable patriarch. As the vehicle entered the estate, Yan Shi sleep deepened. Qin Machin carried her out of the car and proceeded towards the main residence. The elder butler, Qin Hui, upon noticing the young mistress's arrival, promptly instructed each servant to attend to her with the utmost diligence. Qin Machin carried Yan Shi upstairs to the master bedroom. The nanny hastened to change Yan Shi into comfortable sleepwear. Subsequently, a cup of warm milk was prepared and presented. You may retire now, I will attend to her, Qin Emotion said to the nanny, having changed into his loungewear. The nanny departed with a bow, inwardly marveling at Yan Shi's remarkable ability to transform their young master. After the milk had cooled slightly, Qin Emotion gently cradled Yan Shi's head and coaxed her to drink a few sips. Yan Shi remained fast asleep, undisturbed. Qin Emotion then embraced her through the light blanket and slumbered alongside her. Unexpectedly, Yan Shi's sleep persisted until the following dawn. Had it not been for her even breathing and rosy complexion, Qin Emotion would have feared something amiss. Observing the time, he realized it was her hour to attend university. Contact the president of Haiqing University and request a 3-day leave of absence for the young lady, Qin Emotion instructed Zhang Chen. Yes, Master Shen. Furthermore, inform the president that I will assist him in expanding the campus next semester, adding a new library, laboratories, and sports facilities. Yes, Master Shen. Another entire day passed, yet Yanxi showed no signs of awakening. Qin Emotion offered her a few sips of warm water. Surmising that the young lady was utterly exhausted, he wondered if 3 days would suffice for her repose. Regardless, he had already requested leave, and in any case, the weekend was merely 2 days away. Should she remain asleep, he would allow her to continue resting, remaining by her side. Upon her awakening, he would escort her to Eadu to attend the governor's banquet. As the day waned, Yanxi finally stirred in the late afternoon, stretching languidly. Qin Emotion supported himself on either side of her, his towering figure leaning towards her. Enveloped in his shadow, Yanxi appeared as docile as a kitten. Qin Emotion lowered his head, gently kissing the girl's dewy cheek before enfolding her in his embrace. Little one, after sleeping for so long, did you miss me? How overbearing. Yanxi murmured, looping her arms around his neck and pouting slightly. Must I think of you even in my sleep? Indeed. He asserted. I must be ubiquitous in your life. Then become heir. Yanxi giggled. That way, I can't be without you, even in my sleep. Such a little imp. Qin Emotion responded, planting another kiss on her. Go wash up, and we'll head downstairs for dinner. Afterward, I'll take you for a stroll on the hillside. All right. Yanxi assented, nodding. You go ahead to the dining room, I'll shower and come down. Very well, be good. Qin Emotion said softly. His voice husky as he caressed her face with one hand and kissed her. Don't keep me waiting too long, understood? Chapter 78, Arrival in Eadu. Understood. Yanxi replied coyly, pushing the man away and turning to enter the bathroom. After a warm shower, she emerged wrapped in a towel. Entering the walk-in closet, she intended to find one of Qin Emotion's shirts to wear. However, she discovered that half the closet was filled with a dazzling array of women's clothing. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the sizes were all perfectly suited to her. It turned out that Qin Emotion had prepared all these international designer clothes for her long ago. Yanxi selected a white Raimi house dress, loosely arranged her hair, and descended the stairs. Qin Emotion, along with the butler and nanny in the dining room, all raised their eyes to watch the young woman gracefully making her way down the staircase. Her demeanor was one of pristine grace, exuding an effortless serenity. It seemed she, more than anyone, was the true essence of this abode. Bower, over here. Qin Machin rose, extending his hand towards the girl. Yanxi placed her small hand into his warm palm, and he led her to sit beside him. Which delicacy entices you? Allow me to serve you, the man's deep, resonant voice was so captivating it sent shivers of delight through one's very being. I am not selective, Yanxi replied with an obedient smile. Children with unexacting palates grow swiftly, Qin Machin responded with a hint of impatience, little one, hasten your growth. After their evening repast, Qin Machin escorted Yanxi for a promenade on the hillside behind the manor. The man, tall and statuesque, with a commanding presence, held the small girl's hand as if he were a protective deity. The girl, petite and vivacious, with a lively spirit, followed alongside the man like a joyful fawn. Qin Machin glanced at the girl beside him, a gentle smile playing on his lips, and mused at the exquisite beauty of the moment. With one hand clasped in his, Yanxi retrieved her phone and contacted Xinyu. Yuejia, how fares the operation of Haishi jewelry these past days? All progresses swimmingly, Xinyu responded, barring unforeseen circumstances. Our world-astounding jewelry division shall soon unveil new creations. My gratitude to you and Lao Hua, Yanxi said with a smile, I am quite content as a figurehead. Little ancestor, as long as you are well, I shall offer incense, Xinyu said affectionately, else, what face would I have to meet Mr. Shen's inquiries? Rest assured. Yanxi affirmed. By the way, Sister Yu, were the 8 divine statues from the Li family delivered? Yes, they have arrived, Xinyu confirmed. They are life-sized, which makes their presence in the living room rather imposing. How would you like to handle them, young mistress? I'll take care of it when I return, Yanxi replied. I have a place for them. Xinyu was well aware that her young mistress was divinely chosen and possessed a spiritual realm. It could likely accommodate not only the 8 statues but even 8 great mountains. Perhaps that realm was another higher dimension that her young mistress could freely access. The following day, Qin Emotion escorted Yanxi via helicopter to the world's gambling capital, Macau. The governor's mansion, an edifice of European classical architecture, was situated on a hillside. The building, showing its age, was draped in ivy. The courtyard, though small, was exquisitely arranged with fountains, sculptures, towering greenery, and refined elegance. Before the ivory-white entrance, the butler and several Filipino maids stood ready to greet guests. Yanxi gazed up at Qin Mo Shen and softly inquired, "Uncle, you still haven't told me why we're here." "Today is the Macau governor's wife's 50th birthday," Qin Mo Shen explained. "They invited father, but since he couldn't attend, they requested that Qin Chi and I come instead." "Qin Chi is here too?" Yanxi frowned, a hint of displeasure crossing her features. "What's wrong? You don't like that?" Qin Mo Shen asked, bending his head to meet her gaze. "If you'd prefer, we can leave now." "It's nothing like that," Yanxi demurred. "I simply dislike your nephew." "Are you referring to Qin Chi?" Qin Mo deepened his smile. "Little one, you've only met Qin Chi once, haven't you?" "I told you. Those pretty boys are never what they seem, he's definitely not a good person." Yanxi pouted her lips in indignation. I also think he's no good." Qin Mo chuckled softly. "Actually, I feel the same as you. I particularly loathe Qin Chi." Chapter 79, Two Ladies. Yanxi was surprised that this large man was so amiable and endearing, and she smiled, revealing her dimples. The two continued to walk forward, arms linked. The servants, upon seeing the dignified and commanding man walking alongside the elegant and lovely young lady, hastily bowed their heads in greeting. Evidently, the house manager recognized Qin Mo and immediately turned to announce their arrival inside. Shortly, a slightly plump middle-aged man emerged with his two wives to greet them. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully to Qin Mo, displaying utmost deference. Then, he noticed with astonishment the exquisitely beautiful girl nestled in Qin Mo's arm. "Master Shen. This young lady is my future wife, Yanxi." Qin Mo proudly turned up the corners of his lips. Yanxi felt bashful. She gently attempted to withdraw her hand from his arm, but the man subtly tightened his hold, restraining her. He then turned to her with an adoring smile and whispered, "Sheer, this is the governor of Aodu, Mr. Feng Jixiong." Reluctantly abandoning her attempt to break free, Yanxi offered a polite smile to Feng Jixiong. "Master Shen's future wife is truly an ethereal beauty." Feng Jixiong exclaimed, "If Master Shen hadn't introduced her, I would have truly believed an angel had descended into the mortal realm." The gentleman appeared highly gratified by the commendation, his countenance radiating pride. And his gaze toward the young lady was imbued with an almost palpable tenderness. "I am most grateful for your kind words, Governor," Yanxi responded with a gentle smile. Feng Jixiong proceeded to introduce his spouses. "Allow me to present Su Chenyue, my first wife, and Hu Yanran, my second wife. We extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests." Both ladies offered a curtsy in greeting. Yanxi's gaze lingered momentarily on Hu Yanran's face, a subtle flicker of contemplation crossing her features. Despite their similar ages, the sartorial choices of Feng Jixiong's wives presented a stark contrast. The first wife was adorned in opulent and extravagant attire, bedecked with gold and silver, exuding an air of haughty grandeur. In contrast, the second wife was characterized by her understated elegance, her only adornment being a pair of jade earrings. Her demeanor was marked by a quiet melancholy, tinged with weariness. As the party proceeded into the main hall, Feng Jixiong, accompanied by his wives, departed to attend to other guests. "Shengo, what took you so long?" a boisterous voice exclaimed, drawing their attention. A figure clad in a gray suit bounded toward them. Yanxi recognized the man as Li Qingyun, whom she had previously encountered at the Bisha Manor. As the proprietor of Qingyun Media in the imperial capital, his presence was not entirely unexpected. Before Qin Moshen could respond, Li Qingyun extended his hands toward Yanxi, exclaiming, "Greetings, future sister-in-law. It is a pleasure to meet you again." "Withdraw your paws," Qin Moshen retorted, swatting his hands away with a sharp blow, his piercing eyes narrowing in a stern glare. Li Qingyun promptly concealed his hands behind his back and smiled at Yanxi, saying, "Future sister-in-law, you appear even more stunning than last time. Have you considered embarking on a career in entertainment and joining Qingyun Media?" "Uncle Li." Yanxi chuckled. "I think you should save your breath, otherwise, your gaze might kill." It was only then that Li Qingyun noticed Qin Mosheng, whose penetrating stare felt sharper than a blade. "Please, come in and have a seat. Let us enjoy a drink and take a moment to rest." Li Qingyun shivered slightly, quickly donning a sycophantic expression. Qin Moshing's demeanor softened at this. In the grand hall, several young heirs and heiresses from various prestigious families gathered, intrigued by the captivating man and the young girl. Some, familiar with Qin Moshing, rushed to greet him. Though Qin Moshing did not hold deep impressions of these individuals, he graciously acknowledged each one. In the same hall, the ever-arrogant Qin Qi spotted Qin Moshing. Under the weight of their shared bloodline, he felt as though he had shrunk in stature, his pride deflating considerably. Soon after, his gaze fell upon Yan Shi, who appeared ethereal and enchanting beside Qin Moshing. His eyes instantly filled with greedy admiration. Despite his dalliance with Yan Shui, he remained unabashedly lecherous. After all, as a scion of the Qin family, how could he possibly lack women by his side? Yet, in comparison to Yan Shi, all the women nearby seemed utterly insignificant. Xiao Qi, Huang Ying, just emerging from the restroom, tugged at his sleeve. What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Chapter 80, The Little Ant. Qin Qi held his neck rigidly, staring blankly at Yan Shi without uttering a word. Huang Ying lifted her gaze and immediately recognized the arrival of that godlike man. However, her attention quickly shifted to the young girl nestled in Qin Moshing's arm. The girl appeared to be merely 16 or 17, as fresh and delicate as a blossoming flower. Clad in a water blue dress, she exuded a refreshing aura, imbued with an ethereal charm. Under the crystal chandelier, a necklace adorned with diamonds and rubies graced her neck, shimmering with brilliance. The rubies glowed with a dazzling red, reminiscent of the rising sun. Huang Ying, taken aback, furrowed her finely sculpted brows. Was that necklace the star of the interstellar sun? Who was this girl, adorned with the globally esteemed star of the interstellar sun? A tidal wave of jealousy and resentment engulfed Huang Ying, prompting her to bite down hard on her crimson lips. Meanwhile, the young scions and heiresses continued to surround Qin Mo Shen and Yan Shi, teasing them. Young Master Shen, please introduce us to this young lady. Indeed. Young Master Shen, with your stature, it is unlikely you would associate with just anyone. Pray, do not keep us guessing, young Master Shen. Surely this young lady is your girlfriend? Everyone, please, cease the commotion. Huang Ying sashayed over, her crimson mermaid gown accentuating her radiant allure. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Qin Mo Shen, she turned to Yan Shi with a smile, remarking, this little sister appears to be underage. How could such a mature and charming man as young Master Shen have such an innocent girlfriend? Wouldn't you agree, young Master Shen? Huang Ying playfully looked back at Qin Mo Shen, her tone laced with a teasing charm. I recall that, according to our familial hierarchy, you should address me as your uncle, correct? Qin Moshing narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura permeating the air. Huang Ying, oblivious to the tension, continued to playfully smile. I remember growing up in the Qin household, having been childhood companions with Shen Xiao. In my youth, I even referred to him as brother. Of course, calling you uncle is not out of the question, as it seems more intimate. Allow me to introduce you. Qin Moshing gazed deeply at Yan Shi, stating, Sheer is to be my future wife, thus making her your aunt by marriage. In the presence of elders, you must understand the importance of respect. Huang Ying was taken aback. She had not anticipated Qin Moshing's introduction of Yan Shi in such a manner. Uncle, you must be jesting. This girl is far too young to be considered my elder. Your uncle is not joking. Yan Shi interlinked her arm around the slender waist of the man, pulling him slightly aside, then tilted her head to smile at Huang Ying. I am to be Qin Moshing's future wife, and thus your future aunt. When we meet again, do not forget your manners, for your aunt may very well reward you handsomely. Huang Ying. Ha ha ha. Li Qingyun burst into laughter, turning to Huang Ying. As Shen Ji's brother, does this mean you must also refer to me as uncle? And me? Chimed in another, ensuring they were included. A chorus of young aristocrats joined in the teasing. Huang Ying's face flushed with embarrassment. She stomped her foot and retreated to a corner, hiding behind a pillar. She clenched her fists, muttering fiercely, you little vixen, I shall make you pay. Presently, Qin Qi could no longer evade Qin Mo Shen. He approached deferentially with a glass of wine in hand. Uncle, you've arrived. Qin Mo Shen acknowledged with a nod, then said coolly. Keep an eye on your cousin and prevent her from being a nuisance. Qin Qi lowered his head. Yes, sir. Qin Mo Shen's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with depth and strength. Huang Ying heard every word, her beautiful face instantly darkening. Madam, Qin Shi said, focusing on Yan Shi and attempting to ingratiate himself. If my memory serves me correctly, you were the one who acquired my uncle's painting, Rebirth, last time, weren't you? Your memory serves you correctly. Yan Shi replied indifferently with a nod. It seems you and my uncle share quite a connection. Qin Shi remarked with a hint of envy. Are you familiar with the narrative behind Rebirth? Yan Shi inquired with a sardonic glint in her eyes. It's just an ordinary watercolor painting. Is there a story behind it? Qin Shi questioned. Indeed, there is a story. Yan Shi affirmed. Would you care to hear it? Overjoyed that this enchanting young woman wanted to converse with him, Qin Shi was flattered beyond words. Flustered, he nodded repeatedly. I would be delighted to listen, madam. Please, do tell. Qin Emotion, too, was curious to hear what the young lady would say, and he listened with affection and a gentle smile. Rebirth tells the tale of a young girl who was bullied from childhood by her own mother and her half-sister. At the age of 8, she was sold to traffickers by her mother, and after her adoptive mother rescued her, they killed her. At the age of 18, the girl experienced her first love, only to be met with envy from her sister, who, in collusion with their mother, ruined her beauty with scalding chicken soup. Consequently, her first love turned to her sister, joining forces to torment the girl. As he prepared to propose to her sister, fearing the revelation of their past misdeeds, they imprisoned the girl in the basement, doused her in gasoline, and intended to set her ablaze. Tragically, she met her end in flames, yet her spirit remained unvanquished, granting her a second chance at life. In this new existence, for her own sake and for the love of her only caring adoptive mother, she sought vengeance upon them all, her sister, her mother, and the former boyfriend who had tormented her, all of whom were her sworn enemies. As she uttered her final words, a gentle smile graced her lips. Yet her gaze turned icy and fierce, brimming with murderous intent. Qin Shi shivered, a chill creeping up his spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that everything the girl spoke of seemed eerily connected to him. Moreover, the more he observed her, the more familiar she appeared. Beside him, Qin Emotion furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that his nephew was, in fact, the girl's first love from her previous life? This young girl recalled her unworthy first love but had forgotten the one who had returned to marry her? A pang of bitterness struck Qin Emotion's heart. Little girl, he said, gently placing his arm around Yan Shi's shoulder, have you forgotten that there is still another man? Another man? Who? Yan Shi inquired, fluttering her thick eyelashes and raising her gaze towards him. Alas, have you truly forgotten? Qin Emo tenderly ruffled her small head, suggesting that perhaps it was best for her to recall on her own. In that fleeting moment, Yan Shi's mind briefly flashed back to a past life, where a divine man had plunged into the inferno to rescue her. Yet, salvation was no longer an option. He held her tightly, accompanying her as they perished together in the flames. She had always regarded it as a mere dream. Could it possibly be true? At that moment, a sudden exclamation echoed from the living room. The second madam has fainted. Instantly, a commotion ensued among the guests, all rushing towards Hu Yan ran. Yan Shi grasped Qin Emotion's hand and made her way in that direction. There lay Hu Yan ran, her complexion ashen, beads of perspiration dotting her forehead. Sprawled on the ground, Feng Jixiang supported her head, shouting, Quick, summon a doctor. I shall take a look, Yan Shi asserted. You are a doctor? The first madam, Su Chunyu, interjected, Miss Yan, are you not still a student? How can you treat ailments? My skills have been passed down through my master, age is irrelevant, Yan Shi replied. If we delay any further, the second madam's condition may worsen. I believe you are merely causing trouble. Huang Ying squeezed through, accusingly. Do you harbor ill intentions, wishing for the second madam's demise? How dare you speak such words? Yan Shi frowned, lives are at stake. I am a stranger to the second madam, why would I wish her harm? In fact, I suspect that among all present, there are those with nefarious motives. The second madam has evidently been afflicted by chronic poisoning. As these words were spoken, the tumultuous guests fell silent, their expressions filled with confusion. What? The wife of the governor has been poisoned with a slow-acting toxin? Who possesses the audacity to perpetrate such a heinous act? Feng Jixiang was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Yan Shi, saying, Miss Yan, Yanji is the only woman I have ever loved. Throughout my life, I have failed her, and I am deeply sorry. Please. You must save her. My lord. Su Qinyu tugged at Feng Jixiang, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? How can you trust the words of a mere girl? Yanji lives and shares meals with us, how could she possibly be suffering from chronic poisoning?" "Indeed, Governor." Huang Ying chimed in, "This woman clearly speaks nonsense. Merely seeking to adorn herself with false glory. Do not heed her words, it will only delay the treatment of the second lady." Feng Jixiang remained resolute, "Sheer." Qin Moshan grasped Yanshi's arm, his expression one of discontent. "Enough. Love is love, it is not our concern. However, human life is paramount. And I cannot bear to witness her demise before my very eyes." Yanshi raised her small hand, the shimmering, invisible golden needles already poised within her palm. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, she crouched down gracefully and, with fluid movements, administered several needles to Hu Yanji. Su Qinyu continued to obstruct her, "Do not act recklessly. You will harm my sister Yanji." Yet, within Feng Jixiang's embrace, Hu Yanji had already begun to awaken. "Yanji! Yanji has awakened!" Feng Jixiang exclaimed with joy, while Su Qinyu's countenance turned pale in an instant. "My lord, what is happening to me?" Hu Yanran murmured weakly, nestled in Feng Jixiang's arms. "I was perfectly fine. How did I simply drift off to sleep?" "You fainted!" Feng Jixiang exclaimed. "Fortunately, Miss Yan from Master Shen's family revived you." "My gratitude, Miss Yan," Hu Yanran said. Turning to Yan Shi. "Pardon me for the spectacle. You have been afflicted by a slow-acting poison, are you aware?" Yan Shi inquired. "Had another fortnight passed, you would have succumbed to it." "A slow-acting poison?" Hu Yanran frowned. "No wonder my health has steadily declined over the past 6 months. Yet the hospital could find nothing amiss." "So it was a slow-acting poison, then?" "Indeed," Yanshi confirmed with a nod. "Your kidneys, liver, and heart are severely compromised. However, hospital examinations would only reveal insufficient qi and blood, and organ failure. Therefore, no amount of tonifying your qi and blood would be of any avail." "I understand now." Hu Yanran lowered herself towards Yan Shi, beseeching, "Since Miss Yan has diagnosed the root of my illness, surely you can cure me. I implore you to save me. Moreover, my son suffers from the same ailment, even more severely than I. I beseech Miss Yan to treat him as well." Yan Shi knitted her delicate brows, nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall examine him presently." Qin Imo pondered, "I recall Feng Jixiang having a son of about my age, yet he is nowhere to be seen today. So he is also ill. There seems to be more to this than meets the eye." "Thank you immensely, Miss Yan," Hu Yanran said. Tears of gratitude streaming down her face, and Feng Jixiang echoed her thanks repeatedly. Nearby, Su Chuanyua's face grew increasingly pallid, and beads of cold sweat dotted her forehead. Yuanqi gently swept her hand, collected the golden needles, and said to Hu Yanran, "Let us first check on your son." The group ascended the stairs together, heading toward the guest room. Passing through the small living area outside, they entered the inner chamber where a young man lay on the gray bed. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, with fair skin and delicate features reminiscent of Hu Yanran. Yet, he was emaciated and frail, his very breath seeming to lack vitality. Beside the bed hung an infusion bottle, its clear liquid slowly entering his body. He had only a few days left to live, suffering from severe heart failure. Yuanqi remarked to Hu Yanran, "The infusion is utterly ineffective for him." "Indeed." Hu Yanran wiped her tears, "The doctors have no other options. They simply cannot pinpoint the ailment afflicting my son." "Who usually prepares his meals?" Yuanqi inquired, "Take me to see him immediately." "Well." Hu Yanran hesitated. "Of course, it is prepared in the kitchen. Are you suggesting that someone in our household has poisoned him?" "Yes, Miss Yuan," Su Chenyue said with a grim expression. "As an outsider, you dare to meddle in the affairs of the esteemed Ao family? Are you attempting to sow discord among us? What is your true intention? Are you afraid to allow me to inspect the kitchen?" Yuanqi tilted her head with a cold smile. "Madam, are you worried I might uncover something untoward?" "I have nothing to fear." Su Chuanyue's face paled. "I merely think that as a child, you should refrain from causing a ruckus in front of adults. However, I have unwavering faith in Miss Yan." Hu Yanran declared, "Despite her youth, Miss Yan possesses remarkable medical acumen. Her diagnosis of chronic poisoning in both myself and Yuan resonates with me." "My lord." Hu Yanran implored, clutching Feng Jixiang's arm, allow Miss Yan to inspect the kitchen. We must arrive at a resolution. Indeed, Feng Jixiang acquiesced, nodding. The inexplicable nature of your and Yuan's ailments concerns me. Having already lost my younger son, I cannot bear to lose Yuan, my eldest. My lord. Su Chenyue attempted to interject, but Feng Jixiang had already turned towards the door. The group descended the stairs and entered the kitchen, where Su Chenyue stood with her head bowed, her countenance betraying her unease. My lady. Feng Jixiang said with an apologetic tone, forgive me for the disturbances on your birthday. What are you saying, my lord? Su Chenyue responded with a forced smile. Yanran and I share a sisterly bond, and I am naturally concerned for her and my son's well-being. To have such a wife is a blessing beyond measure. Feng Jixiang said, patting Su Chenyue's hand. Su Chenyue, however, remained apprehensive, her gaze darting towards Yan Shi as if contemplating something. The banquet's cuisine was catered by the Aedu Hotel, so the kitchen was not particularly chaotic. The dishes prepared for the lord, lady, and young master were customized according to their individual preferences. Upon entering the kitchen, Yan Shi's bright eyes surveyed the array of dishes before inquiring. Which dishes were specifically prepared for the second lady and the eldest young master? With a clang, a short, stout cook dropped her spatula onto the floor. Su Chenyue furrowed her brow and admonished, how do you conduct your duties? Are you unwilling to work? My apologies, madam. The short and stout cook stammered in distress. It was my fault for not being steady. Focus on your tasks, I would never suffer a loss at your expense. Su Chenyue employed both kindness and authority. Yes. Yes. Madam, I assure you I will work diligently. The cook replied, bowing her head in trepidation. Tell me. Which dishes are prepared for the second madam and the eldest young master? Yan Shi repeated her inquiry. This abalone oatmeal porridge and these sweet and sour ribs are both favorites of Sister Yanran. Su Chenyue volunteered. And this white-cut chicken and crispy roasted meat are beloved by the eldest young master. Yan Shi then lifted a golden needle and dipped it into the abalone oatmeal porridge, which immediately turned black. Poisonous. Everyone gasped in astonishment, and the cook's face turned ashen. Su Chenyue's gaze sharpened, piercing through her with intensity, causing the cook to tremble. Subsequently, Yan Shi examined the white-cut chicken, and the golden needle changed color, confirming it was indeed poisoned. Feng Jixiang's expression darkened, and he bellowed, who dares to be so audacious as to poison within the confines of the Aedu residence? In an instant, all the servants in the kitchen knelt in fear. The short, stout cook hung her head, curling into a ball. Occasionally, she stole glances at Su Chenyue, who frowned, signaling her with a fierce and stern expression. Miss Yan. Feng Jixiang addressed Yan Shi, what do you propose we do about this matter? Let's leave it to the constabulary, Yan Shi suggested. My purview is healing, not meddling in your personal vendettas. Moreover, the act of poisoning contravenes the law. Reporting it to the authorities would be the most judicious course of action. Very well. Feng Jixiang promptly instructed his butler, summon Elder Zhang from the Aedu Police Department immediately. Yes, sir. The butler hastened to make the call. But Miss Yan, Hu Yanran interjected, if the police investigate, your testimony will be indispensable. Considering you were the one who detected the poison. That presents no difficulty, Yan Shi assured. Please instruct someone to secure the tainted dishes for evidentiary purposes. In the meantime, we should ascend to your chambers, you and your son are still in need of medical attention. I am eternally grateful, Miss Yan. You have truly saved my son and me. Hu Yanran expressed, overcome with gratitude. Feng Jixiang directed his subordinates to collect the poisoned meal, then turned to Yan Shi, saying, during the epidemic 2 years prior, my younger son succumbed to illness. At my age, Feng Linyuan is my only remaining heir. I am deeply indebted to you for preserving my soul bloodline. A sob escaped Su Chenyue, who lamented, oh, my child, why were you so ill-fated? Yan Shi now comprehended that Su Chenyue's son had passed away prematurely. Upon returning to Feng Linyuan's room on the second floor, Yan Shi administered several dozen gold needles. Spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly through the needles, mending the man's damaged internal organs. She then employed the same procedure to treat Hu Yanran. And the mother and son's condition visibly improved. Feng Linyuan opened his profound eyes, utterly astonished by the young girl before him. She was truly a vision of ethereal beauty. How could such a delicate and enchanting maiden exist in this world? Qin Masheng, perceiving Feng Linyuan's infatuated gaze, extended his arm to draw Yan Shi into his embrace, asserting his claim. Yan Shi, feeling somewhat weak, leaned softly against him, her complexion pale, with fine beads of sweat adorning her forehead. This sight filled Qin Masheng with a pang of sympathy, wishing he could bear her burdens in her stead. "Second madam." Yan Shi presented 2 pills to Hu Yanran, saying, "These jade dew pills, one for you and one for your son, will surely cure you both." "Thank you, Miss Yan." Hu Yanran accepted the pills, nearly kneeling in gratitude. After all, it was the grand birthday celebration of the first madam, and the festivities continued in the main hall. The first madam, Su Chenyue, claimed she was fatigued and retired to her chamber to rest. Feng Jixiang accompanied the second madam, Hu Yanran, to the parlor to entertain guests. Surrounded by several peers, Qin Masheng was engaged in conversation while Yan Shi approached the dessert table, selecting her favorite treats. Youthful and invigorated after only a brief respite from her recent exertion, she felt revitalized and full of spirit. "What a lack of ambition!" came the mocking voice of Huang Ying from the side. "Is it necessary to indulge so greedily over a dessert? I am young, hence my fondness for sweets." Yan Shi replied, licking the remnants of salad from the corner of her lips. Unlike some women, who, as they age, experience a slower metabolism and dread becoming as rotund as a pig upon indulging in sweets. "Are you calling me a pig? Who are you addressing? You insolent girl. How dare you insult me?" Yan Shi laughed heartily, having acknowledged her own folly. "Why should I berate you?" Huang Ying finally realized she had been outwitted by the young girl. In a fit of rage and humiliation, she seized a fruit platter and hurled it towards Yan Shi. However, Yan Shi, disinterested in her antics, continued to savor her dessert, her gaze fixed on the incoming platter. With a flick of her mental prowess, the platter veered mid-air, laden with succulent mango chunks drenched in osmanthus honey, and crashed down upon Huang Ying's head. The sound was a cacophony of splattering fruits and sticky syrup, leaving Huang Ying utterly disheveled, her elegant dress now marred by the sticky mess that cascaded down her neckline. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Huang Ying shrieked, jumping about in a frenzy. The commotion caught the attention of all guests in the grand hall, young and old, men and women alike. Qin Mo-shen, concerned for the well-being of his little girl, rushed back to embrace Yan Shi. "What's wrong, my dear?" "I'm fine," Yan Shi replied, shaking her head and pointing at Huang Ying with a smile. "It's just your dear niece here, who has a penchant for honeyed mangoes, but her manner of eating is simply barbaric." Other guests, witnessing Huang Ying's predicament, displayed expressions of astonishment or disdain. "Cousin." Qin Chi approached, his face darkened with concern. "What on earth happened?" "It's all this little vixen's doing," Huang Ying exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Yan Shi. "She made me smash an entire platter of fruit on myself." Look. Qin Chi glanced at Yan Shi, who was being possessively embraced by Qin Mo-shen, leaving her both unable to express her anger and reluctant to voice her thoughts. "My dear niece, I pose a question to you." Yan Shi pouted her small lips and inquired, whom was this plate of fruit meant to be thrown at? "Of course. It was intended for you." Upon uttering these words, Huang Ying immediately realized she had spoken out of turn and stomped her feet in frustration. "Did everyone hear that?" Yan Shi declared, "My niece is unfilial," attempting to hurl the fruit plate at her aunt, only to have it land on herself instead. One must wonder. Is this not poetic justice? Indeed, it is poetic justice. Li Qingyun was the first to support Yan Shi, asserting that such disrespect towards elders would surely invite divine retribution. "You!" Huang Ying exclaimed. "You what?" Li Qingyun turned to the young gentlemen and ladies behind him and asked, "Isn't that so?" Qingyun Media is among the most prominent media outlets in the imperial capital, thus no one dared to offend them. Moreover, the little girl was the cherished darling of Xingyi, who would be bold enough to disregard her? Exactly. Poetic justice. Let us see if she dares to do it again. Qin Chi's niece, right? Yan Shi tilted her chin at Qin Chi, reminding him of his previous admonition to keep a watchful eye on his cousin and prevent her from causing trouble. Initially, Qin Chi felt a surge of excitement when Yan Shi voluntarily engaged him in conversation. However, as soon as she spoke, referring to him as niece and making such remarks, he found himself in a rather awkward position. Huang Ying, with a darkened face and tears welling in her eyes, felt aggrieved as she retreated to the restroom to tidy her attire. The banquet continued as usual. More than an hour had passed, and the banquet concluded, with guests gradually departing from the government house. As the hour was still early, Li Qingyun proposed a visit to the racetrack to witness the horse races. Do you enjoy watching horse racing? Qin Moshing inquired, glancing down at Yan Shi nestled in his arm. It's quite all right. Yan Shi nodded, expressing that it would be delightful to take a look. If you enjoy it, why not place a bet? Qin Moshing handed her a bank card from the region, adding, however, I must attend to some matters at the branch office, so let Li Qingyun accompany you, along with a bodyguard. If you're not going, then I don't wish to go either. Yan Shi pouted, murmuring softly, I don't want to be apart from you, not even for a moment. Her words melted Qin Moshing's heart, and he pulled the young girl closer, planting a tender kiss on her forehead. My dear, it's not appropriate for you to accompany me to the branch office. If I let you return to the hotel alone, I fear you might feel lonely. Let us go to the racetrack instead. If you win, it's yours, and if you lose, it's on me. All right then. Yan Shi nodded, standing on her tiptoes to peck the man's cheek. In that instant, Qin Moshing felt as though the entire world had transformed into a beautiful tapestry. He would do anything for the little girl without hesitation, sparing no effort. The Rolls-Royce from the region first transported Qin Moshing to the Qin Tian branch, then conveyed Yan Shi and Li Qingyun to the racetrack. Qin Qi and Huang Ying followed closely behind in their vehicle, along with several other young masters and misses from the prestigious families of Dijin, all in their luxurious cars. The racetrack in Aodu boasted world-class racing qualifications. In this horse racing event, over 700 horses, all elite contenders from around the globe, have gathered, each meticulously trained. Participants initially placed their bets through a mobile application, engaging in a round of wagering. To everyone's astonishment, Li Qingyun's selected horse, number 8, secured 4th place, resulting in an immediate gain of $30,000 in his account. This sparked an exhilarating atmosphere among the crowd. Although Yan Shi possessed the soul of one who has lived 2 lifetimes, her actual age was still youthful, rendering her restless with anticipation. She briefly examined several betting methods and ultimately opted for a straightforward win, deciding to place a significant wager. Little fairy, Li Qingyun exclaimed, which horse will you choose? Shall I assist you in making a wise decision? I can manage on my own. Yan Shi retorted disdainfully, lifting her gaze. Let me observe a bit longer before I place my bet. I'm an expert in this field. Li Qingyun declared confidently, thumping his chest. If you consult Brother Qingyun, how could you possibly face a loss? Li Qingyun, you claim to be an expert after winning merely 30,000? How boastful. Qin Qi interjected, brimming with self-satisfaction. I, young Master Qi, am seated here and have yet to speak. Indeed. Huang Ying chimed in. I almost forgot to mention, my cousin is a natural at horse racing. I've seen him win consistently since childhood, otherwise, why would he be named Qi? Is he truly that remarkable? Yan Shi pondered, a mischievous idea forming in her mind. Cousin Qi, how about we make a wager? Qin Qi, thrilled by her interest, responded eagerly, yes. I would be delighted to engage in a game with Miss Yan. However, one must honor the wager. Yan Shi fluttered her long eyelashes and asked, if I lose, what would you have me do? Well. Qin Qi glanced around, and noting that the imposing man was not present, he boldly declared, I want you to be my girlfriend. That seems inappropriate. Li Qingyun interjected. Are you attempting to steal your little uncle's thunder? Aren't you concerned that he might retaliate against you? But if Miss Yan loses, it would be entirely voluntary. Qin Qi replied. No matter how domineering my uncle may be, if Yan and I share mutual feelings, he cannot intervene. Then I wish you the best of luck. Li Qingyun retorted angrily, and may you, 20 years hence, still be a worthy man. Uncle Li, you need not worry. Yan Shi smiled, revealing her charming dimples. How can you be so sure that I will lose? Indeed. Li Qingyun's eyes brightened, our little fairy is known for surprising everyone, perhaps she shall emerge victorious. He then turned to Qin Qi, dear nephew, what if you were to lose? I will not lose. Qin Qi thought to himself, confident in his innate gambling prowess. Do not speak so lightly, what if you do lose? Li Qingyun insisted, quickly tell us, what will you do? That is for Miss Yan to decide. I shall abide by her wishes. Qin Shi beamed at Yan Shi, convinced that she would undoubtedly be his perfect match this evening. How about this? Yan Shi pondered for a moment. If Qin Shi loses, he must strip right here and run back to the hotel in the nude. Ah. This is indeed delightful. Li Qingyun exclaimed, envisioning a scene of utmost excitement. However, dear fairy, is he entirely unclad, or merely clad in his undergarments? Let us at least leave him with his shorts. Yan Shi remarked, expressing her concerns that he might end up in a lunatic asylum. The nearby young masters and heiresses erupted into hearty laughter. Qin Shi, his countenance darkened, gritted his teeth and retorted, do not revel too soon. The competition has yet to commence. Just then, a new round of races commenced, and the horses raced with exhilarating speed, competing fiercely. Yan Shi discreetly activated her visual acceleration feature, projecting the galloping steeds at 100-fold speed, revealing that the currently fourth-placed horse, number 9, Qing Song, would ultimately triumph. I bet on number 9, that Qing Song. Yan Shi pointed at the large screen. Haha. Qin Shi chuckled, glancing at the unremarkable number 9 horse, you chose that? Congratulations. You are bound to lose. Victory and defeat are predetermined by fate, let us wait and see. Yan Shi resolutely placed her wager on number 9. I choose number 3. That black whirlwind. Qin Shi declared as he placed his bet. The large screen displayed the betting for this round, with each wager amounting to at least 1 million due to the win-only format, culminating in a total exceeding 70 million. As the betting concluded, everyone fixated on the racetrack, hoping that the horse they had chosen would deliver them a delightful surprise. Heartbeats. Heartbeats. Gasps. Gasps. As the horses pursued each other vigorously, even stumbling at times, the black whirlwind gradually gained the upper hand. A triumphant smile graced Qin Shi's face as he gazed at Yan Shi's delicate countenance. Miss Yan, he said. Wagering entails accepting the consequences. You must carefully consider how to explain to my uncle that it was you who betrayed him, not I who sought to take you from him. Chapter 87, No celestial being can rescue you, you should pray for yourself first. Yan Shi cast a disdainful glance at him. Look. Your black whirlwind has fallen behind. The competition was ever-changing, and in the brief moment Qin Shi glanced at Yan Shi, his once prominent steed, the black whirlwind, had slipped to second place. Fear not, your azure steed still holds fourth place, I cannot possibly lose, Qin Shi declared, his composure unwavering as his eyes greedily roamed over Yan Shi. Huang Ying observed this with keen interest, secretly rooting for her cousin. Should Qin Shi secure this enchanting woman, it would afford her the opportunity to draw closer to Qin Mo Shen. Dear cousin, take another look. Yan Shi's lips curled into a smirk. It appears you may be running naked soon. Are you trying to frighten me? If so, I find it quite enjoyable, Qin Shi replied, laughing as he turned his gaze back to the racecourse. Upon seeing the unfolding events, he straightened in his seat, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? What is this? The inconspicuous azure steed, number 9, has surged to first place? And yet, his robustly built black whirlwind had plummeted to fourth. How could this be? The audience erupted into a cacophony of gasps and cheers, with some even fainting at the spectacle. As the finish line drew nearer, the azure steed extended its lead, creating an insurmountable gap between itself and the trailing horses. With only a few final heartbeats remaining, there was no possibility for the others to overtake. Alas! The azure steed has shattered the crimson silk, ascending triumphantly to the pinnacle of victory. Oh my! Number 9. How could it possibly be number 9? Such a feat seemed utterly impossible. The sole individual who wagered on number 9 was Yan Shi. 70 million pieces of pure gold have securely nestled into her pocket. Fortunately, they were ensconced in the VIP box, where no one could discern the identity of the fortunate winner. Li Qingyun and a host of young masters and ladies were utterly enamored with Yan Shi. Dear heavens, from where did you unearth such a treasure? They mused. Not only is she youthful and exquisite, but her prowess is also unparalleled. Meanwhile, Qin Shi sat brooding in his chair, his expression dark, while Huang Ying sat in stunned silence, too intimidated to speak. Both were preoccupied with thoughts of how to navigate the impending forfeit. Qin Shi, undeterred, insisted on a best-of-5 format. Naturally, Yan Shi was unperturbed, responding with a cold smile, you are the one who is chosen to face the music. Now. Should you lose all 3 rounds, what do you propose as a consequence? I. Qin Shi, despite his despair, believed he could not possibly lose all 3 rounds. And thus proclaimed loudly, then I shall slap my own face. Miss Yan, you may dictate how many times. Let it be 250 times. Yan Shi replied, shaking her head, clicking her tongue in disapproval. Choosing to increase your punishment voluntarily? Even divine intervention cannot save you now. Yan Shi, do not revel in your triumph. Huang Ying interjected, raising an eyebrow. You merely guessed correctly for 1 round, that was simply luck. No one can remain fortunate forever. I assure you. My cousin is a natural at horse betting, I have yet to witness him lose. With a sigh, Yan Shi glanced at her, suggesting, shall we engage in a wager? What shall we bet on? Huang Ying retorted defiantly, I refuse to believe this nonsense. What could a naive girl like you possibly know about winning? Yan Shi scoffed coldly. Let us wager this, if Qin Shi loses all 3 rounds, you'll lie on the ground and imitate a pig's grunt. Rest assured, my cousin will not lose. Huang Ying declared fiercely. And if you lose, you must crawl through my legs. Let us not engage in idle banter, Yan Shi replied. We shall determine the victor on the field. As the next round of the horse race commenced, Yan Shi focused intently on the arena. Activating her quick vision function to identify which horse would emerge victorious before placing her bet. The results came swiftly, once again, Qin Shi faced defeat. With 2 victories under her belt, Yan Shi could have opted to forego the final round, yet she chose to press on, wishing to earn Qin Shi's genuine respect. I'll place my bet first. Qin Shi announced, I'm betting on horse number 5. Unfortunately, Yan Shi had discerned that horse number 5 was unlikely to secure the first position. What was she to do? Chapter 88, left with nothing but underwear, yet she could not allow Qin Shi to triumph, not even once. I'm betting on horse number 3. Yan Shi declared. Miss Yan, you're certain to lose this round. Qin Shi said with a gleam in his eye, horse 5 is a sure winner, I have no doubt. We shall see about that. Yan Shi replied, casting him a disdainful glance. What was meant to be a look of utter contempt, however, made Qin Shi's heart skip a beat. This petite woman is truly captivating, becoming more enchanting with each passing moment. The desire to embrace her and lavish her with affection is overwhelming. As Qin Shi indulged in his fantasy, Yan Shi subtly employed her mental powers, causing horse number 5 to stumble near the finish line. Consequently, horse number 3, on which she had placed her bet, triumphantly secured first place. After 3 rounds, Qin Shi was utterly defeated. Without hesitation, Li Qingyun approached and removed his suit jacket. Qin Shi attempted to intervene, but the affluent young masters and ladies began to jeer. Qi, don't go back on your word. Honestly, remove your clothing yourself, lest we be forced to do it for you. Qi, reneging on your promises will bring ridicule. Are you unable to accept defeat? Qin Shi. Remove. 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 Overwhelmed by the collective indignation, Qin Shi reluctantly removed his garments one by one, until he was left in nothing but his underpants. Fortunately, they were in a VIP suite, and no one else witnessed his humiliation. There are still 250 slaps remaining. Yan Shi declared to Qin Shi, who was crouching on the floor, clutching his arms. Qin Shi deeply regretted his impulsive decision to agree to the 250 slaps. He truly felt like a fool. If those slaps were to land, his lips would be split and his teeth shattered. Qin Shi was at a loss for words, burying his head in his lap in anguish. Qi, what's wrong? Are you confiding in your manhood? Li Qingyun had always known that his grandnephew, Qin Mo Shen, was a reprobate. This was the perfect opportunity to vent his anger on his behalf. Ch Xiao, despite being a man of over 1.8 meters, are you feigning cowardice? Is it merely a matter of 250 slaps? Once you've committed to it, you must see it through, even if it draws blood. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ch Xiao, do not allow the folks from Daijing to look down upon you in the future. A few young masters from affluent families are already fanning the flames. Indeed. Ch Xiao, let us get on with it. I will keep count for you, ensuring you receive no less than you deserve. Do not dawdle. There are so many eyes upon us. Slap. 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 Qin Ch felt as though his heart had turned to ash. He raised his hand, striking his own face with both palms, albeit with caution, as he was aware that 250 slaps required a measure of restraint. one after another. He struck gently. Do not hold back. Lqingyan interjected, are you lacking courage or merely hungry? Is this merely a tickle? Would you like me to assist you? As he observed the crowd around him ready to join in the mockery, Qin Ch had no choice but to increase the force of his strikes. Slap. 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 Lqingyan smirked with amusement. And the other young masters and ladies could hardly contain their laughter. Ynx tilted her head, observing the scene with a sense of calm. Yet, her thoughts drifted back to a previous life, where this scoundrel embraced Yen Su and kissed her, deliberately letting Ynx witness the betrayal. At that time, her face had been marred by Li Ynmi and Yen Su. The derisive and mocking glances from Qin Ch as he held Yen Su were etched in her memory. The once fervent vows exchanged now meant nothing in the wake of Yen Su's advances. What a scoundrel! How wretched you are! In this lifetime, I shall allow you to gradually savor the price of your despicable actions. Slap. 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 With 250 strikes, Qin Chi delivered each blow without faltering. Although the force was not overwhelming, his entire face turned red and swollen, evoking tears in Huang Ying's eyes. Yan Shi. With reddened eyes, she shouted at Yan Shi, you better remember this. I will avenge my cousin. I would have forgotten you entirely if you hadn't spoken. Yan Shi scoffed, perhaps you should ponder how to wipe your own behind. Chapter 89, Learning to Oink Like a Pig. It was only then that Huang Ying recalled her promise to Yan Shi, if Qin Chi lost, she would have to lie on the ground and oink like a pig. What, do you still wish to wriggle out of it? Yan Shi tilted her head, adding, you can forfeit if you give me 20 million. Then you may be spared from the pig impersonation. 20 million? Huang Ying's brows knitted together instantly. Although she had grown up in the Qin household alongside her aunt, she was not the eldest daughter of the Qin family. If it were 200,000, her aunt could manage that. But 20 million? Her aunt would be reluctant to part with such a sum. Cousin. Huang Ying pouted, her face contorted in distress as she turned to Qin Chi. What do we do about this? Is it not just oinking like a pig? Qin Chi's face burned with pain, his frustration mounting as he retorted. I have already slapped myself 250 times, is it so difficult for you to mimic a pig? However, Huang Ying bit her lip in grievance, feeling utterly wronged by Qin Chi's predicament, unwilling to accept her fate. What is it? You just call me? Qin Chi rolled his eyes in annoyance. If I were to give you 20 million, do you think my mother would tolerate you? Huang Ying sniffled and nodded, ready to call out. But then looked up at Yan Shi and said, but how does a pig sound? I have no idea. Neither do I. Yan Shi shrugged, suggesting, why not consult the omnipotent internet? As soon as she said this, everyone took out their phones to search for how a pig sounds. Moments later, the private room was filled with the sounds of oinking. Huang Ying remembered and attempted to mimic the sound. Not quite right. Li Qingyan scoffed, what are you doing? You sound like you're in heat. Try again. Huang Ying felt it wasn't too difficult, so she tried again. You have some talent. Yan Shi nodded, that was acceptable. We can consider this chapter completed. Now, on to the next chapter. Next chapter? All eyes swiftly turned to the scantily clad Qin Chi. He crossed his arms and squatted down, but was abruptly pulled up by Li Qingyun. There's no escaping this, just be generous about it. Get ready, jog on. With that, he playfully slapped Qin Chi's rear. Left with no choice, Qin Chi ran out of the private room, dashing down the aisle among the audience. The spectators at the casino, having likely witnessed such antics before, showed little surprise at someone reduced to just their underwear. However, once he dashed out of the racetrack and onto the road, Qin Chi found himself pursued by patrolling police officers. They swiftly blocked him, and without uttering a word, they escorted him into the back of a police car. Hold on. It's a misunderstanding. Huang Ying called out as she hurried after them, but the police had already turned back. Li Qingyun and the other young masters and ladies who followed behind were convulsed with laughter. Qin Chi was taken to the police station, where he explained the situation and gave a statement. In the end, he realized that his only hope for salvation lay with his uncle. Li Qingyun and his cronies were only interested in seeing him make a fool of himself. Before long, Qin Moshan received a call from the police station. He dispatched Zhang Chen to handle the bail procedures for Qin Chi, while he himself went to pick up Yan Shi along the way. As he embraced the little one, he suppressed a smile and said, "I'm truly perplexed. How did Qin Chi manage to offend you so much that you would do this to him? I've never even met him before." Yan Shi pouted, "I simply took a dislike to him. I have a feeling he must have wronged you in a past life." Qin Moshen said as he stroked the fluffy head in his arms. "A past life?" Yan Shi felt a pang of pain in her heart and sighed softly. "Why must people have past lives? Little one, would you like to hear a story?" Qin Moshen's voice resonated above the little girl's head, deep, magnetic, and filled with affection. "Yes, tell me. I want to hear it." Yan Shi snuggled into his embrace, her small hand clutching the shirt over his chest, her long eyelashes fluttering, docile and tender. Like an endearing, clingy kitten. The little darling in his arms filled his heart to the brim. Qin Moshen lowered his head to kiss her hair and began to narrate softly. Chapter 90, It's so good to have you at the age of 18. I inherited the earldom of my maternal grandfather from the Singaporean royalty. My elder brother, consumed by envy and covetousness, plotted to usurp my position. He drugged me, crippled me, and delivered me into the hands of traffickers who dealt in human organs. In that dim and humid derelict warehouse, there were also 7 or 8 abducted children confined. Among them an 8-year-old girl. Tears streamed down Yan Shi's face as she choked with emotion. I remember this scene. My mother sold me to those traffickers. Had a neuron not risked her life to save me, I would have been disemboweled and killed long ago. But, little one. Qin emotion lifted her face, his profound gaze penetrating deep into her eyes. Do you recall in that dilapidated warehouse, there was an older boy beaten to the brink of death? You embraced him, comforted him, repeatedly saying, "Brother, hold on, we won't die, we will be rescued." If it hadn't been for that little girl constantly calling out to me, I would never have regained consciousness, I would have perished long ago. Yan Shi, my precious, think carefully. Uncle, why do you want me to remember? Are you suggesting that I was the little girl who held you and called you back to life? Qin emotion gave a wry smile. If not you, then who? But little one, why don't you remember? It was unintentional, Yan Shi lamented, tears streaming down her face. Back then, Aunt and Euron rescued me. We had ostensibly escaped the traffickers, but on our way back to the Imperial City, we were intercepted by a luxury car. And Euron alighted to remonstrate with them. But the car suddenly accelerated, ramming into her with ferocious intent. I witnessed Euron being flung onto the windshield, her face and head covered in blood. I was utterly petrified. Therefore, my recollection of the events that transpired in the following days is nebulous, perhaps a subconscious act of evasion. Poor little thing. Qin emotion enfolded Yan Shi in his embrace, kissing her hair, and said in a hoarse, tender voice, I won't press you. I'll wait for you to heal your wounds and gradually remember me. But uncle, regardless, I am truly fortunate to have met you. It's so wonderful to have you. Yan Shi nestled her face into the man's broad, warm embrace, her tears now flowing with happiness rather than sorrow. But uncle, she inquired, lifting her head, what happened to you after I escaped from the traffickers? Qin emotion reflected, in the previous life. After being rescued, he was rendered comatose by his elder brother. It wasn't until a decade later, when he sensed Yan Shi was in peril, that he awoke to save her, only to be too late, and could only perish with her in the inferno. However, in this lifetime, after being rescued by his father's bodyguard, he took the initiative, decisively annihilating his elder brother and his forces in one fell swoop. To have personally shot his own brother dead remains an indelible scar in Qin Moshing's heart. After all, with their mother gone, his brother was his only blood relative. Yet there was no choice, it was either his brother's life or his own. Sighing, Qin Moshing gently ruffled Yan Shi's little head, wishing not to dwell on the past. You must have a profoundly sorrowful place within you, Yan Shi observed, her dark eyes filled with concern as her small hand tenderly caressed his chest. It's all right now, my dear. With you, I feel so much better. Qin Moshing clasped Yan Shi's delicate hand, bringing it to his lips for a fervent kiss. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The Rolls-Royce jolted violently as the driver exclaimed, the tire has been shot out, brace yourself. Before the vehicle could come to a halt, a flurry of bullets struck the armored body and windows. Damn it. Qin Moshing pressed Yan Shi down into her seat, gritting his teeth. Who was responsible for this? Chapter 91, Assassination. My subordinates have failed. Zhang Chen, seated in the passenger seat, declared, I will lead a counterattack immediately. From the bodyguard vehicle behind, the guards had already disembarked, engaging in a fierce gun battle with the assailants. In just over 10 minutes, the enemy forces were completely neutralized. And the gunfire subsided. Qin Moshing exited the vehicle, intent on discovering who the attackers were. Yan Shi followed closely behind. Qin Moshing turned back sharply, admonishing. "Get in the car, this place is unsafe." Before Yan Shi could respond, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the corner, the bullet hurtling towards her head. "Little girl." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Moshing lunged forward, intending to shield Yan Shi with his own body. However, Yan Shi, in a swift motion, turned around and slowed her perception to an astonishing degree. As the bullet neared the fabric of Qin Moshing's suit, she extended her fingers and effortlessly pinched the bullet between them. "Master Shen! Master Shen!" Zhang Qian and the bodyguards were utterly horrified. To their eyes, the bullet moved with the swiftness of light, poised to pierce their master's back. Yet in the next moment, they were all rendered speechless, staring in disbelief at Yan Shi's delicate fingers, which held the bullet. With a flick of her hand, she sent the bullet hurtling back, striking the cornered assailant. The man yelped in pain as the bullet found its mark. Zhang Qian stepped forward, disarming him and firing 2 more shots, shattering his hands and feet. "Are you all right?" Qin Moshing and the little girl echoed simultaneously. "I'm fine." They both replied, shaking their heads in unison. Only then did Qin Moshing, with a mixture of astonishment and delight, whisper, "Little ancestor, you're not human, are you? You can catch bullets with your bare hands?" "I. What do you think?" Yan Shi playfully winked at him. She had not intended to reveal her abilities, but the situation had indeed been perilous. Had she not intervened, Qin Moshing would surely have faced grave danger. Yet, now that she had showcased her extraordinary power, the bodyguards had become aware of her abilities. Fortunately, the gunfire had occurred in an empty street, with not a single pedestrian in sight and all the shop doors tightly shut. Otherwise, one shudders to contemplate what headlines tomorrow might bring. Regarding the recent incident, promptly addressed and the bodyguards. Should anyone dare to breathe a word of this to the outside world, they shall face dire consequences. "Sir, we have witnessed nothing." And the bodyguards prostrated themselves. At that moment, their allegiance extended beyond their master. It was also directed toward the ethereal, seemingly harmless young lady in his arms. "Rise," assented. "Take this wretched individual back to the Qingtian Hotel." Upon their return to the hotel, subjected the assailant to a rigorous interrogation, eventually eliciting a confession. "It was the First Lady of the Feng Commandant's residence who commissioned us to eliminate the young lady. I beg for your mercy, sir." "The First Lady?" And exchanged glances. "I suspected as much, my premonition proved accurate." "I, too, was perplexed," remarked. "I have been racking my brains. And I couldn't think of anyone in the underworld or the upper echelons of Eadu who would dare to challenge me. So it is this presumptuous woman. So she fears that the police might uncover the poisoning and seeks to silence me permanently." Surmised. Evidently, she is burdened by a guilty conscience. This is easily addressed. Instructed. "Take this deplorable wretch, and we shall pay a visit to the Eadu Commandant's residence." "Yes, Master Shen," responded, personally binding the assailant. Half an hour later, entourage of bodyguards encircled the Eadu Commandant's residence. Upon hearing the commotion from within, was immediately thrown into a panic. How can this be? How could Master Shen surround the Commandant's residence? Where have I possibly offended him? "Have patience, sir." Hu Yanran consoled him, suggesting that perhaps Mr. Qin was mistaken and there was a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, the first Madame, Su Chenyue, paled. Did Qin Mochen already know that she had sent someone to assassinate the young girl? But had that meddlesome girl actually perished? Chapter 92, Grievances and Entanglements. Feng Jixiang dared not dwell on it, and without changing his clothes, he hurriedly ran towards the main entrance. Fortunately, the governor's residence had a small courtyard, and in just 2 minutes, Feng Jixiang arrived, covered in sweat, at the carved bronze gates. There he saw the tall, imposing man, exuding an aura of menace, standing outside with his entourage. In front of him, he protectively held a delicate and aloof young girl in one arm. Behind him, a group of bodyguards in black suits openly brandished firearms, radiating a murderous intent. At the forefront, one of the bodyguards had his foot planted on a bloodied man. This scene nearly caused Feng Jixiang to soil himself in terror. His legs weakened, and he knelt down behind the carved gate. Lord Qin, I don't know what has happened. Please, let's talk this over. Qin Machin was known for his ruthlessness and taciturn nature, and when provoked, he would even kill his own brother. This was common knowledge in their circles. Feng Jixiang couldn't help but be afraid. The old steward, trembling, opened the gate, and Feng Jixiang shuffled forward on his knees. Although he was the governor-general, his financial resources, strength, and influence were insignificant compared to Qin Machin. This regal man could allow him to continue as governor-general or make him step down and vanish overnight. Thud. With a murderous tone, Zhang Chen hurled the half-dead thug over, declaring, "Tell your first wife to come and face our master." First wife? Astonishment washed over Feng Jixiang. What qualifications did a mere woman possess to meet Master Shen? She has more than enough. Zhang Chen scoffed, kicking the man on the ground. Ask him. Feng Jixiang rose and nudged the man with his toe, demanding. What is the meaning of this? It was your first wife who ordered it. The man sputtered, blood flecking his lips. Your first wife instructed us to intercept Master Shen's car, demanding the death of those inside, especially the young girl. The revelation struck Feng Jixiang like a bolt from the blue, throwing him into utter disarray. If he had nearly wet himself before, now he was on the verge of complete incontinence. Master Shen. Feng Jixiang clutched at Qin Mohan's leg, pleading, surely there's some misunderstanding? Whether there is or not. Asking your first wife will clear things up, Qin Mohan retorted coldly. Feng Jixiang led the group into the living room, ordering the servants to summon Su Chenyue downstairs. However, a servant soon returned in haste, reporting, Master, the first wife is not in her room. It appears she has packed her belongings and left the back door. Feng Jixiang commanded urgently. Quick, go to the garden's rear exit and bring that profligate woman back. There was no need for interrogation now. Su Chenyue's actions spoke volumes, revealing the truth as plain as day. In less than 3 minutes, Feng Jixiang's men returned, dragging Su Chenyue back with her small suitcase in tow. Feng Jixiang advanced with a forceful kick, sending her sprawling to the ground, and bellowed, You wretched creature, what do you intend to achieve by targeting Master Shen? How dare you lay a hand on him? I want that little girl dead. Su Chenyue snarled, pointing menacingly at Yan Shi. It is all her fault that my plans have been thwarted. Had it not been for her, Hu Yanran, that vixen, and her son would have vanished forever. Big sister. Hu Yanran cried out, Are you implying that you poisoned both me and Lin Yuan? What offense have I committed to earn such hatred from you towards us? You dare speak? Su Chenyue retorted vehemently. You have usurped the affection of the master from me and taken my son's life. Tell me. How could I possibly allow you to live? Enough. Feng Jixiang kicked Su Chenyue again. It is Yanran whom I cherish. Yet, out of respect for my parents' wishes, she has been forced to endure humiliation, allowing me to marry you as my legitimate wife. Over the years, observe how you have treated Yanran, she has borne it all. Yet you still refuse to grant her peace. Who allowed her to bear a son? What of my own child? Su Chenyue wept bitterly. During the plague, you prioritized saving that vixen, neglecting my son's treatment, leading to his demise. You are responsible for my son's death, and thus, I shall ensure that she and her child meet the same fate. You speak nonsense. Feng Jixiang replied furiously. I grieve for my son's death as well. The plague has ravaged our entire city. How many lives have been lost? Can you truly place the blame on Yanran and me? Chapter 93, a key player in 2 companies. You still lean towards her. Today, I shall confront her. Su Chenyue rose and lunged at Hu Yanran. Suddenly, a figure intervened. Forcefully pushing Su Chenyue aside, it was Feng Linyuan. As long as I am here, I shall see who dares to harm my mother. His voice was low and resolute. Son. Hu Yanran choked, this is a matter between me and your aunt, you must not interfere. I am well aware of your affairs. Feng Linyuan retorted. If we are to speak of the mistress, it is this woman who intruded upon the bond between you and my father. You relinquished your position to her, merely because of her noble lineage and the arrangements made by our parents. Yet, she has shown you no gratitude. Instead, she has made your life increasingly difficult over the years, and I have witnessed it all, feeling the pain in my heart. However, this time, she has stooped so low as to threaten our very lives. This is intolerable. Let her be taken to the police station and imprisoned for life. Su Qinyu sat despondently on the ground, her complexion pale, drenched in sweat, a mere shell of herself. Just then, the police arrived. The kitchen worker they had apprehended had already implicated Su Qinyu. Su Qinyu knelt on the floor, begging for mercy from Feng Jixiong. Feng Jixiong, with a grim expression, stated, "You should never have laid a hand on Xinyi. I cannot save you, you must face your sentence in prison." After Su Qinyu was taken away, Feng Jixiong hosted a banquet to apologize to Qin Moshing and Yan Shi. "Master Shen, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. I shall certainly fulfill them." "I have no demands," Qin Mo responded, gazing affectionately at Yan Shi. "Perhaps we should inquire about our young master's wishes? Miss Yan. What do you think?" Feng Jixiong tentatively inquired. "The 2 companies under my lady's name will entirely belong to you, shall it be? Consider it as the medical fees for treating my second wife and son." Yan Shi contemplated for a moment and found it acceptable. "In the future, Shi will venture abroad, and this place can serve as a gateway." "Very well." Yan Shi responded, "I shall take these 2 companies, but for now, I do not have suitable candidates to take over. Do you think I am capable?" Feng Linyuan rose and said, "I graduated from the International Business School. And I manage the Feng family's business. Then it shall be entrusted to you." Yan Shi declared, "But you will report to the headquarters of the Shi group. Someone will come to liaise with you later." "The Shi group?" Feng Linyuan remarked, "Is that the newly established group in Hai City?" "Indeed." Yan Shi nodded. "So, does this mean I am now part of the Shi group?" Feng Linyuan expressed his delight, "That is simply wonderful. I just wonder who our chairman is." "You will gradually find out." Yan Shi smiled as she peeled a lollipop and placed it in her mouth. Qin Mo's hand leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Congratulations. Young lady, you have netted a renowned general." On Sunday afternoon, upon returning to Hai City, they entered Bisha Villa. After dinner, Yan Shi expressed her desire to return to Yulong Garden. However, a certain gentleman encircled her in his embrace and stated, "This is your true home. You are the head of the household, and you ought to stay." "That's a rather one-sided perspective, wouldn't you agree?" Yan Shi remarked with a cunning smile. While number 9, Royal Crest Estate, may be under Sister Xinyu's name, it is, in fact, also my property, including the entire Royal Crest Estate Villa district. However, the man's demeanor transformed instantly into that of an affectionate puppy, as he pleaded with a touch of playful roguery, "You ungrateful little thing. Haven't you realized that I need you even more than your sister Xinyu does?" However, she continued, "I must return to discuss the launch of Shi with Sister Xinyu and brother Huiyuanjia. Tell me, you, a man of immense power and influence, who truly needs me more?" "I concede defeat," the man declared, raising his hands in surrender. "Then, allow me to escort my young mistress back to Royal Crest Estate. But you must promise that tomorrow at noon, after school, you will permit me to pick you up and bring you back for lunch." "Oh, please spare me," Yan Shi retorted, pouting her lips. "If you park your extravagant car there, I'll become the target of everyone's envy and resentment again." Chapter 94, Wings Fully Grown Then. "I shall devise an alternative approach," Qin Emotion said, embracing the young lady and smiling. "Regardless, I must retrieve you tomorrow at noon. After lunch and a brief respite, I shall personally escort you back to school, understood?" "You're such an intractable nuisance," Yan Shi exclaimed, rolling her eyes at him. "I am utterly defeated by you. Now, please take me back at once." Qin Emotion planted a tender kiss on the headstrong young woman's forehead before guiding her out, hand in hand. Upon their return to Royal Crest Estate, Xinyu and Huiyuanjia were awaiting Yan Shi in the living room. Seeing the young mistress enter, backpack slung over her shoulder and hands tucked into her pockets, they swiftly rose to greet her. Yan Shi pointed at the 2 individuals clad in loungewear. "Am I interrupting something?" "Not at all," Xinyu replied, glancing at Huiyuanjia. "We were simply seated on the sofa, discussing work." "It seems we ought to schedule a video conference," Yan Shi teased, sticking out her small tongue. "I really shouldn't have intruded upon your intimate moment." "Little ancestor. What are you saying?" Xinyu exclaimed, her fair cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Huiyuanjia awkwardly averted his gaze, clearing his throat several times in an effort to ease the tension. "All right, I was merely joking." Yanxi pouted, observing the pair's guilty expressions. Xinyu and Huiyuanjia exchanged knowing glances. Wait for me, Yanxi declared. I'm heading upstairs for a shower and to change my clothes. We three shall discuss the launch conference for Haishi. I'll go prepare some fruit. Xinyu hurriedly retreated to avoid being alone with Huiyuanjia. I'll grab the materials from my study. Huiyuanjia also lowered his head, swiftly rising to leave. Half an hour later, Yanxi descended, adorned in a simple cotton linen dress. A lollipop nestled in her mouth. In her hands, she held 2 more lollipops, offering one to Xinyu on the sofa and the other to Huiyuanjia across the way. Both understood that these were no ordinary treats. They were nutritional marvels bestowed by the little master. Without hesitation, they accepted the gifts, each unwrapping and indulging in their sweet delights. Yanxi activated the large projection screen. Outlining the plan, for the real estate segment, we will showcase the Yulon Garden Villa district and the seaside resort villas. Indeed. Xinyu nodded. Haishi had just acquired the ownership of Zhoushan Island, which could serve as a future resort development. I also have the city's most valuable plots in the educational and commercial districts. Huiyuanjia added that although it was still in pre-sale, the subscription rate had already surpassed initial expectations. That's excellent, Yanxi remarked. In the pharmaceutical sector, I will showcase our secret base, the cultivation of rare flora and fauna, as well as the research achievements of the ACL organization overseas, along with some advanced medical equipment's development and production. Huiyuanjia was taken aback. Young master, the ACL organization belongs to you? I have long heard of its renown. Indeed, it does. Yanxi smiled. Among the new products at our launch conference, we have a mature cancer drug, and it is affordably priced, which will save many patients and families. This is truly remarkable, Huiyuanjia exclaimed. To have stumbled into Haishi is indeed a fortuitous twist of fate. But do not forget, Yanxi interjected. In Dijing, there lies the hatred stemming from your family's demise. When we advance into Dijing, you must bring your enemies to their knees. Huiyuanjia's eyes reddened as he nodded vigorously. I remember, Sheer. Thank you for granting me the opportunity for vengeance. Indeed. Yanxi clenched her small fist. Not only rallying for Huiyuanjia but also for herself. After discussing the arrangements for the launch conference, the hour grew late, and the three returned to their respective chambers to rest. Yanxi received a call from Shen Haizhou. Sheer, the master will not participate in the launch conference. Everything will be at your discretion. Good master, Yanxi exclaimed, with Sister Xinyu and the others to assist me, you need not worry at all. Shen Haizhou replied, his voice deep, my little girl has grown up, her wings have strengthened. Soon, she will need me less and less. What are you saying, master? Yanxi pouted playfully. Aren't you hoping that I will grow stronger, so I can care for you in your old age? Ha ha ha. Shen Haizhou laughed. My little girl is still so easily provoked. With just one word from me, she reveals everything. Master, you are so cunning. Yanxi pouted again. You are deliberately trying to trick me. All right. Shen Haizhou conceded, with you by my side. I shall patiently await the day when my little Shibao grows ever stronger, seeks retribution for past grievances, and eventually supports me in my twilight years. He mused to himself, at just 50 years of age, the prospect of an early retirement life seemed quite delightful. The next day, Yanxi arrived at school punctually. During this time, 2 significant events had unfolded in her class. First, the idle Qiaoshen was suddenly transferred by the principal to Class 9 of the biology department. With a total of 9 classes, Class 1 was on the 2nd floor while Class 9 was situated on the 3rd. The arrival of the idol thrilled the girls of Class 9, while those from Class 1 were left disheartened. Of course, this did not include Yanxi. The second event concerned Miao Yun, who abruptly dropped out of school and vanished without a trace. Classmates buzzed with speculation, claiming that the Miao family had gone bankrupt, prompting Miao Yun and her family to return to their countryside home. Yanxi, however, was indifferent to Miao Yun's situation, yet genuinely puzzled by Qiaoshen's sudden change of classes. As noon recess concluded, Yanxi shouldered her backpack and exited the classroom, flanked by Qiyu and Suyin on either side. Oh, Qiao, the male deity, has changed classes. I truly feel a pang of reluctance. Qiyu pouted, her cherubic face reflecting her dismay. Suyin chuckled teasingly, I have heard whispers that it seems you are romantically involved with the male deity? Chiyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully nudged Suyin, exclaiming, who told you that? It is no longer a secret, everyone has been gossiping about it in private. Suyin replied in a hushed tone. Fortunately, that Miao Yun has left, otherwise, with her unreasonable nature, wouldn't she have picked a fight with you? She is simply being overly sentimental. Chiyu retorted. Xiao Zhen has clarified that he does not harbor any feelings for Miao Yun. The laughter of Yanqi and Suyin echoed around them. Suyin pointed at Chiyu, teasing, you've confessed, Little Feather has revealed herself. Little Feather. Yanqi winked at Chiyu. Xiao Zhen seems quite decent, congratulations. Chiyu could only manage a silent response. At that moment, at the stairwell, Xiao Zhen stood with one hand in his pocket, waiting for her. Chiyu's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Ignoring Xiao Zhen entirely, she averted her gaze and hurried past him. Xiao Zhen smiled gently, as if he comprehended the little girl's feelings. He waved at Yanqi and followed Chiyu down the stairs. How envious I am. Suyin lamented dramatically. When will this single dog encounter a male deity to pull me along? Just then, a notification sound chimed from Yanqi's phone. Upon glancing at the screen, a message from Qin Mashing caught her attention. I am at the school gate, license plate number HA523X. 523X? Yanqi furrowed her brow, such an unremarkable license plate. Qin Mashing, what kind of vehicle are you driving? Quickening her pace, Yanqi made her way to the entrance of the school. The area was bustling with the cacophony of vehicles and voices, a lively scene at the school gate. Numerous private cars were parked along the roadside, waiting to pick up the day students. 532X. Yanqi murmured to herself as she scrutinized the rear ends of the vehicles. Suyin approached and inquired. Shishi, darling, what are you looking at? Before Yanqi could respond, a green and yellow taxi pulled up, and the window rolled down. Inside the driver's seat sat a man wearing dark sunglasses, his handsome, alluring face catching her eye. With a smirk, he greeted her, hey there, little sister. Oh dear. Yanqi nearly choked on her breath. Before she could utter a word, Suyin leaped up, handsome brother, may I hail your taxi? Suddenly, a throng of girls surged forward. I saw this car first, I'm the one who flagged it down. No, I called it first, this car is mine. I arrived before you, it's mine. Mine. The girls were on the verge of a catfight, while Yanqi observed with a bemused tilt of her head. She couldn't help but think that this man was truly a disaster. I'm sorry, but I already have a passenger. Qin Mashing stated, opening the car door. Stepping out with his long legs. Chapter 96, the exclusive driver Qin Mashing announced, opening the car door, and stepped out gracefully. He was clad in a crisp, professional white shirt and dark trousers, the shirt tucked neatly into his waist, creating the optical illusion of endless legs. A collective gasp of admiration rippled through the assembled girls. My goodness, what a physique. Must be well over 6 feet. One exclaimed. And just look at the contours of his abs beneath that shirt, a veritable washboard. And those Adonis lines. Another swooned. Handsome, I'll offer you 10 times the fare, take me instead. One girl boldly proposed. No, take me. I'm far more pleasing to the eye. Another retorted. My apologies, Qin Emotion interjected, brushing past the chattering throng. His long strides carried him to Yanqi, who was dressed in a black tracksuit. He reached out, relieving her of her backpack and slinging it over his shoulder. Shall we, my little master? He said, draping an arm casually around her shoulders. The girls could only watch in stunned silence as Yanqi was escorted into a taxi by this devastatingly handsome man. It seems luxury vehicles aren't always the most coveted. Ultimately, it depends on the person behind the wheel. Settling into the passenger seat, Qin Emotion leaned over to fasten Yanqi's seatbelt. Uncle, Yanqi remarked, scrutinizing the somewhat aged taxi, where did you unearth this relic? This is a commercial vehicle. You can't just drive it around, can you? Qin Emotion chuckled. You've hit the nail on the head. I just passed my taxi driver's test today. This vehicle is my bread and butter. Yanqi was momentarily speechless, before bursting into laughter. You're trying to kill me with laughter, aren't you? I certainly don't have any Alipay credit to inherit. The man paused, puzzled. What is Alipay credit? Moreover, you ought to swiftly discontinue the order-taking platform, otherwise you will be perpetually overwhelmed with work. Yen, she couldn't help but laugh to the point of tears, remarking, on your face, which could easily be the target of envy from your peers. How hilariously absurd you are. I have indeed shut down the order-taking platform. Qin Mo Shen, unexpectedly taken aback by the severity of the situation, winked at the little one with his elongated phoenix eyes, declaring that both the vehicle and the driver were now at the service of the esteemed Yen. Ready at your beck and call, operating tirelessly around the clock. I must admit, I have no words to express my admiration for your audacity. Wiping away her tears of laughter, Yen, she produced 2 lollipops as if by magic. After peeling off the wrapper, she held one of the lollipops to Qin Mo Shen's lips, saying, here, this is your reward. Can't it be something else? Qin Mo Shen frowned, questioning the appropriateness of a grown man indulging in a lollipop. Will you eat it or not? Don't regret it if you refuse, Yen, she pouted. I will eat it, I will. If it comes from you, my dear, I shall partake in whatever it is. Qin Mo Shen replied, opening his mouth to savor the lollipop. To his immediate astonishment, his eyes sparkled, and his brows lifted. This was no ordinary lollipop, it possessed a refreshing mint flavor. Delightful, it invigorated his senses. Have you gained some insight? Yen, she asked playfully, tilting her head. This is my specially crafted treat. Designed to enhance energy and replenish trace elements, I rarely share it with anyone. Thank you, dear Shibao. Qin Mo Shen exclaimed, savoring the treat. Surely, this delicacy must be a unique creation of Haishi? This little indulgence is merely for my own amusement. Yen, she remarked that for patented products, one should look to the Haishi Group, as publicly released during its IPO. The Haishi Group's IPO and new product launch were scheduled for Sunday, a day when Yen, she was free from school. At 9 in the morning, the grand conference hall of the Haishi Hotel was filled. In the front row were prominent leaders from Haishi City and heads of relevant departments. Following them were representatives from the Qiao Corporation. Chairman Qiao Hanting and his grandson Qiao Shen, the Chu Corporation, Chairman Chu Jiangdong and his son Chu Jinping, Tianqing Jade, Chairwoman Lin Xiaoshui and her grandson Li Yixuan. Professor Gu Siki from the Imperial Capital University and his prospective son-in-law Lu Jiaxing, Governor Feng Jixiang of Ayamen and his son Feng Linyuan. The final position was occupied by the director of the Secretariat of the Qin Tian Group. Beyond them were major media outlets and news reporters from home and abroad, as well as various merchants and enterprises who, though uninvited, had come seeking potential collaborations. The atmosphere was palpably fervent, with guests from all walks of life thronging the venue. Dressed in a bespoke black suit, Qin Mo Shen, accompanied by Zhang Chen and bodyguards, sat in an inconspicuous corner. Chapter 97, Androgynous at this moment. There was no MC on the stage. However, the massive display screen was showcasing an introduction to Haishi. Beginning with a boundless vista of the Isage begonia planting base for anti-cancer herbs. This clandestine base was estimated to span thousands of acres. However, its precise location, being a trade secret, was not disclosed. Subsequently, the breeding ground for the rare tyrant bee was showcased, where bumblebees, as large as small birds, swarmed in dense, dark clouds, obscuring the sky and stirring up dust wherever they passed, creating a spectacle of considerable grandeur. This apiary appeared to be nestled within a secluded, verdant valley, its precise location undisclosed. The audience was presented with images of hives, each the size of a small dwelling, alongside glistening, translucent honey and the creamy, enticing royal jelly. These were touted as purely organic, unadulterated health supplements, pharmaceuticals, and skincare products, eliciting gasps of admiration and exclamations of wonder from the female attendees. Qin Mo Shen, stroking his chin, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Where are these bases of hers located? Why has she never mentioned them to me? Could this be the first time I've encountered her Baxian Valley? He mused, no, that can't be right. She wouldn't establish her bases so far away, thousands of miles distant, as that would inflate operational expenses. So, where could her bases be? Meanwhile, within the Lingyu space, the red ants were offering congratulations, orchestrating the guerrillas' labor in the fields. Watering, fertilizing, and pest control were executed with meticulous precision. The screen then transitioned to the real estate sector, revealing the Yulon Garden Villa District, seaside resort villas, the maritime village, and prime commercial zones. Such vast financial prowess left the guests astounded, sighing with envy and amazement. The camera then shifted to the IGEL International Cancer Research Organization, triggering an outright eruption of astonishment among the audience. The International IGEL organization was, in fact, a part of the Heishi group? This implied that they possessed the world's leading anti-cancer drugs, a boon not only to humanity but also a colossal commercial asset. What, indeed, was the background of the Heishi group? Behold, even Qin Tian International, the premier financial conglomerate of China, has been engaged by them. The guests murmured amongst themselves, surreptitiously speculating. Could the chairman of Heishi Group be a venerable elder, renowned both domestically and abroad? At that moment, Hui Yuanjia emerged, announcing in a clear, resonant voice, "Now, let us invite our chairman to address everyone." A stir arose. All the guests rose to their feet, and the media buzzed with activity. Mobile phones, flashes, and recording equipment were all directed towards the podium. Qin Mo deepened the curve of his lips in a corner of the room. He, too, was curious to see in what guise his little one would appear. A gown, flowing hair, and graceful poise? Or her usual attire of sportswear and a baseball cap? Lively and quick-witted? Or perhaps, as he pondered, a slender, upright figure, radiating an air of grandeur, strode towards the podium under the bright spotlights. The figure, clad in a black suit with a white tie, hair swept back, and a silver half-mask, stood bathed in light, a sight of breathtaking androgynous beauty. A collective gasp swept through the audience. While marveling at the chairman's youthful handsomeness, everyone speculated about the chairman's gender. Xiao Hanting applauded approvingly, thinking to himself, "This little girl is truly astonishing." Zhu Jiangdong mused, "Little Yen is truly remarkable." Lin Qiushui wondered why her eldest grandson had missed the opportunity to meet such an exceptional young woman. Gusiki gently patted Lu Jiaxing's arm and remarked, "The reason I can agree to your courtship with my daughter is that you have an extraordinary master." Lu Jiaxing was taken aback, unable to fathom why his future father-in-law would bring this up at such a moment. What connection could there be between the Heishi Group's IPO conference and Yanxi? Meanwhile, Xiaozhen furrowed his brow and quietly inquired of his grandfather, "Grandfather, have you noticed that this young chairman seems somewhat familiar?" "You have a keen eye." Xiao Hanting smiled. "When the time is right, you will discover her identity." "So, does grandfather know who she is?" Xiaozhen asked. "Of course." Xiao Hanting nodded proudly. Suddenly, a vivid figure flitted through Xiaozhen's mind. Could it be? Chapter 98, the dazzling Pearl Li Yixuan was also pondering. Could the chairman of Heishi really be that little girl? Both Xingyu and Hui Yuanjia, the vice presidents, referred to her as their little mistress. Feng Jixiang's eyes suddenly glistened with emotion as he patted his son's hand and said, "Lin Yuan, you have surpassed your father. Work diligently with the Heishi group." Yanqi transformed from her usual delicate and innocent demeanor, adopting a cool and commanding tone to introduce the establishment of Heishi Group, its divisions, products, and future prospects. All the merchants present, as well as those watching the live broadcast from both domestic and international locations, expressed a keen interest in Heishi, eagerly anticipating collaboration with the group. Then Xinyu took the stage to introduce the new products from Heishi's major divisions one by one. Real estate, pharmaceuticals, jewelry, medical devices, personal care products, health supplements. Just as the introduction concluded, Director Liu of Haicheng First Hospital rose to make an impassioned declaration. "We welcome Heishi's medical devices, effective medications, and medical technologies to be incorporated into Haicheng First Hospital. We are in need of Heishi." No sooner had he finished his fervent speech than a representative from Qin Tian International Group stood up, proclaiming with fervor, "Our chairman strongly expresses the desire to collaborate with Heishi Group. We will unconditionally procure all new products." A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Other merchants, sensing the urgency of the moment, rushed to the podium, for in the realm of commerce, seizing opportunity is paramount. Qin Mo Shen, concerned for the safety of the young lady given her prominent status, approached with his bodyguards, enveloping her in his arms and, surrounded by the protective escort, led her away from the podium. The remaining matters could be entrusted to Xinyu and Hui Yuanjia. Moreover, there was also Feng Linyuan, who had been appointed as the executive vice president and held an equivalent position to Hui Yuanjia. With both Hua and Feng, Xinyu's support system was thus complete. Consequently, the young lady could devote most of her time to cultivation and studies, while also indulging in a budding romance with Uncle Qin. As she settled into Qin Mo Shen's car, Yanxi removed her mask, revealing her delicate and radiant visage. "My dear, Qin Emotion exclaimed, wrapping an arm around her. His voice a low, husky whisper, such a resplendent jewel, I truly fear that someone may attempt to claim you from me. Is this what it means to feel insecure? Yanxi chuckled, this is certainly not the formidable and domineering Xinyi that I know. You have no idea how radiant you are. Qin Emotion held her tightly. His voice deep and raspy. Fortunately, during the press conference, you appeared in men's attire, otherwise, the Haishi group would have been surrounded by roses. Would I not drown in a sea of jealousy? Would you not feel the same? Yanxi teased him. Even I thought the president of Qin Tian International was an old man, only to discover he is an exceptionally handsome man. If you had made a public appearance, would I not have been submerged in a vat of jealousy? Qin Emotion's lips curled into a smile as he held the young girl captive in his embrace. Saying, my little one has finally spoken the truth, it seems she too can feel jealousy for me? It was only then that Yanxi realized she had let her guard down, her little mouth pouting in embarrassment. Qin Emotion lifted her chin and quickly kissed her petal-like lips. Rascal. Yanxi pushed him away. Well, since you have already taken my first kiss. Qin Emotion laughed, what harm is there in kissing again? Yanxi raised her small hand to strike him but suddenly recalled that this big man had also given his first kiss to her. Pouting her lips, she swiftly bit his thin lip in a playful retaliation, declaring, we're even now. The innocent and pure-hearted teasing of the young girl became an intoxicating temptation for Qin Emotion. He shamelessly felt a reaction and hurriedly pushed her away. Yanxi was taken aback, about to inquire, when Qin Emotion raised his hand to pinch his own forehead. He hunched over, groaning in agony, little one. I implore you, hasten your growth. Chapter 99, An inauspicious encounter. The second day of the Haishi Group's IPO coincided with a new product launch. Beneath the group's edifice, a multitude of luxury vehicles converged from every corner. Merchants and financial magnates from both domestic and international spheres arrived, all vying for the chance to collaborate with Haishi. Yanxi, having received Xinyu's report, also desired to witness the spectacle firsthand. In the afternoon, she took a half-day leave, donning the vest of Shintong Express and arriving on a tricycle. As anticipated, the building's parking lot teemed with opulent cars, license plates from various regions vying for attention. Yanxi parked her tricycle, clutching an empty express delivery bag, and entered the lobby, a lollipop between her lips. The lobby was teeming with people. Clients from across the nation and abroad, all registering at the reception desk, seeking an audience with the three executive presidents. Yanxi was grateful for her timely acquisition of Feng Linyuan, otherwise, Xinyu and Hui Yuanjia would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the present situation. The sharp-eyed receptionist recognized Yanxi at once, exclaiming, Express delivery, don't come here to add to the chaos, our President Shen is exceptionally busy today. But this is her express delivery. Yanxi brandished the package in her hand. It might contain orders worth millions, can you afford the delay? Then wait for the elevator. The receptionist retorted, her tone ill-humored. Everyone is waiting in line, it will be 2 hours before it's your turn. I'll call you grandma then. You'd better save your breath. Yanxi headed directly for the chairman's private elevator. The receptionist's words were not mere exaggeration, the 4 elevator shafts, housing 8 elevators, were in constant motion, ascending and descending without respite. The queue of individuals extended beyond 10 meters, forming 2 distinct lines. Startled, the female receptionist exclaimed to Yanxi, questioning her decision to utilize the chairman's private elevator. She alluded to a previous instance where Yanxi had taken advantage of the situation, implying she was attempting to do so again. Yanxi, without turning back, asserted her urgent need and continued toward the elevator. The exchange was overheard by clients waiting for the elevator. A middle-aged woman at the end of the line questioned the receptionist, inquiring why Yanxi, a mere delivery person, was receiving special treatment while they were forced to wait. The receptionist defended herself, stating her attempts to stop Yanxi. The woman, with a Beijing accent, declared they would no longer wait and instructed her husband to follow her to the private elevator. Yanxi recognized the woman's voice and turned to see her mother, Lu Yunmei, accompanied by her father, Yan Wenguang. Upon seeing her parents, Yanxi felt a chill rather than familial warmth. Memories flooded her mind, and she questioned why her biological mother harbored such animosity towards her, subjecting her to torment and abuse. She struggled to comprehend such behavior from a mother. Unless she was not her biological mother at all. What, then, of Yan Wenguang? He remained indifferent to Lu Yunmei's abuse, turning a blind eye to it. On numerous occasions, she tearfully pleaded with Yan Wenguang, "Father, I implore you, save me. Do not let mother strike me, I shall be obedient. I will not buy with Yan Shui. Get away from me. The mere sight of you disgusts me." Yan Wenguang would respond with a brutal kick. He watched, with his own eyes, as she tumbled down the steps, sustaining a head injury. Could this father, too, be unrelated by blood? She pondered whether she was Lu Yunmei's illegitimate child with another man. Was this the reason for Lu Yunmei's loathing and Yan Wenguang's aversion? Only this explanation seemed to illuminate everything. Then the question arose, who was Yan Shi's biological father? Given Lu Yunmei's capabilities, the men she could attract would likely be ruffians and vagabonds. At this thought, Yan Shi's diminutive frame shuddered. As she observed Lu Yunmei pulling Yan Wenguang closer, she abruptly withdrew from her reverie, sneering, "Is the chairman's private elevator at Haishi for the likes of you?" Chapter 100. The fortune teller beneath the overpass. Lu Yunmei had not directly faced Yan Shi earlier. Now, upon seeing the girl before them, both she and Yan Wenguang were momentarily stunned. Yan Wenguang even murmured a name, "An Yuran?" "What an Yuran, and Fengran?" Lu Yunmei retorted, pinching him. "That woman is long dead, reduced to ashes." However, Yan Wenguang gestured towards Yan Shi. The resemblance is uncanny." Lu Yunmei scrutinized Yan Shi with furrowed brows. Yan Shi herself frowned, perplexed. What? Yan Wenguang claimed she resembled an Yuran? Impossible. An Yuran was Yan Shui's mother. How could she bear a resemblance to her? Lu Yunmei's gaze swept over Yan Shi from head to toe, a sense of unease stirring within her. Yet, she swiftly reassured herself, suppressing her apprehension. 9 years prior, that little hussy had perished in a car accident. She had inquired at the hospital and was informed that the girl had succumbed to her injuries and been transferred to the morgue. Therefore, how could this delivery girl from the countryside possibly be that same person? "I say, young lady, mind your tongue," Lu Yunmei retorted, placing a hand on her hip. "You're merely a delivery person. How dare you address us, the elite, in such a manner? Be warned, I shall inform the president of Haishi. And you will face the consequences for disrupting their business." "Oh, I'm so frightened," Yan Shi quipped, sucking on her lollipop. "Madam, please have mercy. I barely earn a pittance each day. How can I compare to esteemed dignitaries such as yourself?" "That's more like it," Lu Yunmei commanded imperiously. "Now, lead us to the exclusive elevator. We haven't got all day." "However, there is something I feel compelled to bring to your attention, madam," Yan Shi remarked, her peach blossom eyes narrowing as she savored her lollipop. "Would you care to hear it?" "What could you, a mere delivery girl, possibly have to advise me on?" Lu Yunmei scoffed, her tone laced with suspicion. "My dear woman, you are mistaken. I am, in fact, a fortune teller from under the overpass," Yan Shi declared, adding, "I only divine 3 fortunes a day, and they are remarkably accurate. If they prove incorrect, there's no charge." She smiled enigmatically, her eyes narrowing as she savored her lollipop, exuding an air of profound knowledge. "Fortune-telling?" Lu Yunmei scrutinized the young girl before her. "Then tell me, what have you divined about me? I foresee that you," Yan Shi drawled, "have a darkened countenance and unfavorable luck, which will hinder your husband's fortune today." Lu Yunmei paused, then erupted, "Spit it out. You are a harbinger of doom. It is you who has ill fortune." "My predictions are invariably true," Yan Shi retorted. "You may defer payment for my services, but if my prophecy comes to pass, you will settle the debt. However, be warned, owing me will bring great misfortune." "You." Before Lu Yunmei could retort, Yan Shi turned and headed toward the chairman's private elevator. Hey, courier, you got lucky with the elevator malfunction last time. But how can you be so whimsical this time?" the receptionist exclaimed. "That is my concern," Yan Shi said. "If the elevator opens, it signifies I am entitled to use it. If it refuses, I will simply depart." With that, she extended her small hand toward the elevator door's control panel, proclaiming, "Open sesame." You might as well say walnut open. Before the receptionist could finish, the elevator doors creaked open. The receptionist was stunned, stamping her foot in frustration. Why hasn't this wretched elevator been repaired yet? "Hurry, darling, the elevator doors are open." Lu Yunmei exclaimed, pulling Yan Wenguang toward the elevator. This is Chairwoman Hai Shi's private elevator, you cannot use it. Yan Shi interjected, blocking their path. Lu Yunmei retorted, then why are you entitled to use it? Aren't you just a rural delivery girl? My reasons are my own, suffice it to say, you shall not pass. Yan Shi quipped, raising an eyebrow. With that, the elevator doors closed, leaving two astonished faces behind. Lu Yunmei and Yan Wenguang exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 101, The Young Master's personal visit. The elevator ascended directly to the 89th floor. Yan Shi, carrying a courier bag and sucking on a lollipop, stepped out. She was immediately greeted by Feng Linyuan, impeccably dressed and radiating energy. Chair, hello, boss. Yan Shi interjected, preempting Feng Linyuan's intended address. A man of discernment. Feng Linyuan immediately grasped that the young master wished to conceal their identity, judging by their courier attire. Ah, yes. A delivery. Young lady, for whom is the package? It requires a triple signature. Yan Shi replied, her eyes sparkling. Boss, which way would be most suitable, do you think? Ah, of course. Feng Linyuan responded. Let us proceed to President Shin's office. With that, Feng Linyuan turned and led Yan Shi toward Xin Yu's office. His and Wu Yuanzhe's offices were located on the 88th floor below. However, after completing matters here, he still needed to attend to affairs in Aadu, overseeing the Hai Shi Group's import and export trade center operations. Knock, knock. Feng Linyuan rapped on the door to Xin Yu's office. Ms. Shin was still inside, engaged in partnership discussions with a client, when she casually inquired, who is it? A delivery person. Yan Shi responded in a clear voice. Instantly, Ms. Shin rose from her chair, exclaiming, good heavens, why isn't she in school? She then addressed her client, Mr. Zhang. Would you mind waiting in the reception area for a moment? I'm temporarily unavailable. Mr. Zhang stood up, despite the discussion being quite animated. Ms. Shin. Isn't it just a delivery person? Can't you just sign for it and be done? It's no ordinary delivery. Ms. Shin hastily clarified, realizing her explanation was becoming increasingly convoluted. Fortunately, Mr. Zhang was perceptive and turned to head to the lounge. As he exited, Mr. Zhang cast a lingering glance at Yan Shi, who was clad in the Shintong courier uniform. He inwardly marveled, indeed, no ordinary delivery person, her beauty is truly astonishing. Could it be that Ms. Shin is? My dear, what brings you here at this hour? Ms. Shin quickly invited Yan Shi to sit, while she remained standing. What are your instructions? Summon old Hua. Yan Shi said, sucking on a lollipop, we're having a meeting. I'll call him, he's hosting clients in the conference room on the 88th floor. Feng Linyuan replied. Upon receiving the call, Wu Yuanzhe, upon learning of his young master's arrival, promptly excused himself from his clients and hurried upstairs. The three of them stood before the sofa, collectively bowing as they regarded the young courier seated within. Young master, we're all here. Ms. Shin announced, what are your directives? We're all ears. Why the formalities? Yan Shi stood up and waved her small hand, saying, let us all have a lollipop to boost our spirits and relax. As she spoke, she magically produced 3 lollipops and distributed them among the trio. Feng Linyuan remarked, what is a big man or a big woman doing eating lollipops together? If you give it to me, I'll eat it. Wu Yuanzhe nudged Feng Linyuan with his elbow, saying, the little master's lollipop is no ordinary candy. Feng Linyuan quickly accepted it, peeled off the wrapper, and popped it into his mouth. Huh. This truly was no ordinary lollipop, it was an energy candy. Alright. Yan Shi said, I do like to hear about your work progress, and I also have a small matter that requires your cooperation. Let me begin by reporting the progress to the little master, Xin Yu said as she picked up a report and meticulously presented it to Yan Shi. Then she turned to her companions, asking, does anyone have anything to add? Wu Yuanzhe provided 2 new updates, while Feng Linyuan shared the progress from the Australia side. Yan Shi nodded, Everything seems satisfactory, all moving in the direction and towards the goals we anticipated, commendable. Little master, you mentioned there's work that requires our cooperation? Xin Yu inquired, still savoring her lollipop. Yan Shi replied, I spotted a client in the lobby on the 1st floor. The chairman and his wife from the Yencher group in Dijing. Xin Yu and the others listened attentively, not daring to interrupt. Yan Shi continued. Regardless of who among you is assigned to receive them, it must be done in this manner. She lowered her voice and articulated her demands. Very well, Chairman. Shinyu declared, leading the affirmation, we shall certainly proceed as you have instructed. She then turned to her trusted aides, inquiring, you too. Have you both comprehended the chairman's directives? Indeed, we have. Everything will be executed according to the chairman's wishes, replied Huafeng and the others in unison, their voices resonating with enthusiasm as they licked their lollipops. Furthermore, Yanxi turned to Hui Yuanzi. Are there any adversaries of the Hua family among the clients from the capital? Yes, the Tang group. Hui Yuanzi clenched his jaw, fury igniting in his eyes. I bestow upon you the authority to deal with them as you see fit, Yanxi continued. Should any complications arise, Shi will support you. The corners of Hui Yuanzi's eyes reddened as he solemnly replied, thank you, my young master, but I cannot implicate Shi. I shall devise a plan to confront the Tang family once Shi has established her foothold in the capital. You shall not fight alone. Shi will always be your steadfast ally. Yanxi's clear gaze was resolute and profound. Remember, brother Hua, brother Feng, we are family. Indeed. We are family. Hui Yuanzi and Feng Linyuan nodded earnestly in agreement. They were eager to follow Shi, to serve her, and to pledge their loyalty to Yanxi. It was this young girl who had bestowed upon them a second chance at life. The first 30 clients of the day queued until 5 in the afternoon, successfully gaining entrance to the upper echelon of Shi, where they presented their company introductions, strengths, and collaboration proposals. The proceedings at Yen Corporation were such that they were received by Xinyu herself, their number having been called. Subsequently, Yan Wenguang and Lu Yunmei proceeded to the conference room to await the outcome. The conference room was already replete with clients awaiting their turn. Periodically, the results of the applications were broadcast on a large screen on the stage. My dear, Lu Yunmei murmured, clinging to Yan Wenguang's arm. I have a strong premonition that we shall succeed. Did you not observe the perpetual smile adorning Director Shen's visage as we elucidated the merits of Yen Corporation? Alas. Yan Wenguang responded with a somber countenance, I am beset by the feeling that Director Shen's smile was enigmatic, leaving me with a sense of foreboding. Such notions are mere figments of your imagination. Lu Yunmei retorted, playfully striking her husband's arm. Have faith, my dear husband. For your wife is auspicious and brings prosperity to our household. Shi will undoubtedly seek our collaboration. How dare you utter such words? Yan Wenguang rebuked, disengaging from Lu Yunmei's grasp. Ever since the demise of Yuan and your ascendance to the position of first wife, you have presided over the decline of the Yan family. Your profligate spending habits, coupled with the corruption of Yan Shui, have led to an existence of extravagance and unbridled squandering. I perceive you and your daughter as nothing more than spendthrifts destined to bring ruin upon our house. Am I not acting in Shuer's best interests? Lu Yunmei responded coquettishly, fluttering her false eyelashes. Is Shuer not your own flesh and blood? My intention is to cultivate her into a distinguished heiress, capable of forging an alliance with the elite of China, thereby bolstering Yen Corporation. Do not speak of this, or I shall be infuriated. Yan Wenguang's visage darkened. Last time, during the Qin family's selection of an heir, Shuer had clearly passed the preliminary round and was favored by the old master of the Qin family. How could she have been expelled later? And in such a disgraceful manner? I cannot fathom the reason, Lu Yunmei interjected, her eyes widening. It seems that the Qin family's heir had targeted Shuer from the very beginning, harboring a dislike for her. Such nonsense. Yan Wenguang retorted indignantly. Do you truly believe that Yan Shui possesses such significance that the Qin family would conspire against us? If we were of a stature that warranted their attention, would we still be seeking cooperation with Shi? Well, I cannot say, Lu Yunmei replied, her spirits waning. Perhaps Shuer simply had a stroke of bad luck. I concur with the delivery person. Your misfortunes may indeed influence the fortunes of the Yan family. Yan Wenguang's ire intensified, his face darkening further. My dear, you mustn't speak thus. Our love has not been easily won, Lu Yunmei pleaded, fearful that Yan Wenguang might grow weary of her, hastily playing the emotional card. Enough. Yan Wenguang growled in disgust. I am weary of hearing that, must you not find a new refrain? Chapter 103, Chickens and Dogs, no end in sight. Lu Yunmei. Especially as Yan Wenguang's final outburst raised his voice, drawing the attention of everyone in the conference room. All eyes turned upon him, filled with scorn and ridicule. Just then, the large screen displayed the notification, commencing the announcement of the Yen Group's application results. The Diqing Yen family group has been eliminated. The reason for this unfortunate outcome lies in the morally corrupt behavior of Chairman Yen Wenguang, who is engaged in an extramarital affair with a barmaid named Lu Yunmei, and has even supported her in usurping the position of the legitimate wife, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. In a desperate bid to secure her standing within the Yen family, Lu Yunmei went so far as to sell her illegitimate daughter to traffickers, resulting in the untimely death of an innocent girl in a tragic accident during her escape. The credibility of the Yen family group is -100. Such a shocking revelation. The audience's gaze suddenly converged upon Yen Wenguang and his wife. One lady, in a fit of rage, removed her high-heeled shoe and hurled it at Yen Wenguang, expressing her contempt for men who betray their marriages. The shoe struck him squarely on the nose, causing blood to gush forth. Another woman seized a flower pot from the meeting table and threw it at Lu Yunmei, hitting her in the abdomen and eliciting a pained cry. The mistress's rise to power has led to the demise of the original wife. The Yen family group should swiftly depart. No one wishes to engage in business with such inhumane entities, devoid of integrity. Depart at once. Do not tarnish our vision. Yen Wenguang and Lu Yunmei, having incurred the wrath of the crowd, fled the meeting room in utter disgrace. Upon lifting her head, the young courier girl stood against the wall, balancing on one foot, with one hand in her pocket and the other savoring a lollipop, amusedly observing the couple's humiliating exit. Yen Wenguang, shaken by the scene, stumbled forward, finding himself face to face with Yen Shi. "Little girl, what do you charge for fortune-telling?" "For the first reading, 10,000 is sufficient," Yen Shi replied. "As for the second reading, it would be 100,000. 100,000? Yen Wenguang exclaimed. "Isn't that the most expensive fortune-telling in the world? But who could argue when you are the unluckiest person globally? If you keep hesitating, it will start at 200,000, and if you refuse, then so be it," Yen Shi declared with an air of authority. "Darling, don't listen to her. She's just bluffing." Lu Yunmei tugged at Yen Wenguang. Her concern was not about the money but rather the fear that Yen Shi might unveil even more unfavorable truths about her. "The chairman of the Yen Group, born in the year of the dog in March, and your wife here, born in the year of the rooster in July. Dogs and roosters do not harmonize. You two will eventually part ways," Yen Shi stated with conviction. "Ah. What?" Both Yen Wenguang and Lu Yunmei were taken aback. How could this little girl know such precise details, including their zodiac signs and birth months? Yen Shi replied, "I remember from my past life, I have not forgotten. Moreover," she pointed at Lu Yunmei and said to Yen Wenguang, "2/3 of your wealth will eventually be squandered by her. Of course, that's just a guess. Spendthrift. Get out of my sight." Indeed, misfortune had already begun to plague the Yen family. Yen Wenguang slapped Lu Yunmei across the face in anger. Lu Yunmei covered her stinging cheek, speechless. "Little deity," Yen Wenguang bowed to Yen Shi, "could you foretell what will happen to the Yen family next? You needn't mention the good things, but if there are bad omens, could you perhaps help to avert them? How much are you planning to offer?" Yen Shi queried, arching an eyebrow. "Didn't you mention 20,000 earlier?" Yen Wenguang responded. 20,000 was for the divination fee. Including the initial reading, that totals 21,000. If you wish to resolve the issue, it'll be no less than 5 million. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss. 5 million, Yen Wenguang muttered, spreading his fingers, contemplating the sum. 5 million. Still, incurring a loss of 5 million is preferable to losing 50 million or even 500 million. Very well. 5 million it is. As long as it aids in resolving this, I can always earn it back. Yen Wenguang conceded with a grimace. "Darling." "Silence." Lu Yunmei. Yen Shi, suppressing a smile, declared with utmost seriousness, "Let's find a more secluded spot downstairs to discuss this in detail. There are too many people here, celestial secrets must not be divulged." With that, she headed directly for the chairman's private elevator. Chapter 104, Cursing Them Both? As Yen Wenguang and his wife attempted to follow, Yen Shi closed the elevator doors, narrowly avoiding a collision with their noses. Upon reaching the ground floor lobby, Yen Shi, nonchalantly sucking on a lollipop, reclined on a large sofa, casually crossing her legs as she waited. Observing her composure and use of the private elevator, The receptionist dared not inquire this time. If the superiors above weren't questioning her, who was she to offend? What if this young lady possessed some hidden background? After a wait of a full 30 minutes, Yan Wenguang and his wife finally emerged from the elevator, wiping perspiration from their foreheads. They spotted the exquisite and charming young girl on the grand sofa. Husband, I can't shake the feeling that she resembles that deceased woman. Could it be? Lu Yunmei murmured to Yan Wenguang. After the accident, did we not visit the hospital? Yan Wenguang replied in a hushed tone. That girl was utterly mangled. She is beyond saving. Perhaps I am just being overly suspicious, Lu Yunmei conceded with a nod. The two settled on the small sofa across from one another. Yan Wenguang inquired, Little fairy, what must we do to alleviate the misfortunes of the Yan family? First, transfer a deposit of 200,000. Yan Shi responded. The remaining 300,000 can follow once I reveal the method to resolve your predicament. Agreed. Yan Wenguang readily acquiesced, while Lu Yunmei rolled her eyes in exasperation. Yan Shi produced a bank card and slid it across the coffee table. This account belongs to Shin Xiaoya. Shin Xiaoya? Yan Wenguang's brow furrowed. Is that not the same name as the former boxing champion? Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, attributing it merely to coincidence. If this young girl were indeed a champion, would he not be akin to Tyson's father? Yan Shi shared the surname Shin with Shin Haizhou, as he had named her Shin Xiaoya for the sake of convenience. But I do not comprehend, how is it that you can access the chairman's exclusive elevator? Lu Yunmei persisted, unconvinced. Is it not possible that their elevator recognition system has a flaw? Yan Shi replied, rolling her eyes. Yan Wenguang and Lu Yunmei exchanged glances and nodded. Though they found it hard to believe that the chairman's exclusive elevator of the Haishi group would have a defect, they had yet to conceive a more plausible explanation. Now, let's get down to brass tacks. Little immortal, tell me. How can we dispel the ill fortune plaguing the Yan family? Yan Wenguang inquired with palpable eagerness. A monetary contribution would be a propitious start. Yan Shi suggested, gently sliding the bank card forward. Yan Wenguang promptly retrieved his mobile phone and executed a series of operations. A notification chimed, indicating that 2 million had been successfully transferred to the account provided by Yan Shi. Now, let's commence the ritual. Yan Wenguang urged once more. Yan Shi extended her delicate hand and began to calculate with an air of solemnity, muttering under her breath, spirits of the heavens, spirits of the earth. Hasten the manifestation of these two villains, bereft of wealth and fortune, may their lifespans swiftly dwindle to naught. Her words flowed rapidly, a mixture of clarity and ambiguity, leaving Yan Wenguang and Lu Yunmei in a state of bewildered astonishment. Could it be that she was casting a malediction upon them? However, the words were indistinct, and they dared not inquire, choosing to believe they had misheard. Nevertheless, their aged countenances darkened ominously. After a period of incantations, Yan Shi retracted her small hand and, with half-closed eyes, declared, In the rear garden of your villa stands a venerable jujube tree, which serves as the tutelary deity of your household. Upon hearing these words, Yan Wenguang and Lu Yunmei nearly collapsed to the ground in shock. How did you come to know this? Yan Wenguang stammered, his complexion shifting from dark to ashen. Indeed, there is a jujube tree in our rear garden. I divined it. Of course. Yan Shi retorted, rolling her eyes upward. The jujube tree is your household's guardian spirit, but in recent years, you have treated it with great neglect. Consequently, the venerable entity has become incensed, causing misfortune and calamity to befall you. Indeed. Yan Wenguang muttered under his breath. The Yan Corporation has certainly been plagued by misfortune of late. Just moments ago, we suffered the ignominy of being publicly rejected by Haishi, a truly humiliating experience. Moreover, Shuer has also been dealt with, and the affluent young lady they had acquired has flown away. Lu Yunmei murmured. Yan Shi was unaware that Yan Shui had been reprimanded by Qin Masheng. Had she known, she would undoubtedly be in fits of laughter at this moment. How can such a little deity be appeased? Yan Wenguang inquired eagerly. Indeed, how can one resolve this? Lu Yunmei echoed. Chapter 105, Stirring up trouble for the two of them. Yan Shi, with a contemplative expression, suggested, Here's what you should do, upon your return, find a large vat, tall enough for two to embrace, and fill it to the brim with gold, silver, jewels, antiques, and all manner of valuable items. Seal it tightly. Then dig a deep pit beneath the jujube tree and bury the vat within. Remember, it must be filled completely, otherwise the deity of the jujube tree will perceive it as a lack of sincerity and will not forgive you. Moreover, it may worsen your misfortunes. Lu Yunmei voiced her concern, if we bury all these valuables, won't they be stolen? This matter is known only to the heavens, the earth, you two, and myself. No one else must know, so who would dare to steal? Besides, it will be in your own home. She replied with an air of mystery, her eyes half closed. I believe the little deity is correct, let us proceed as she suggested. Yan Wenguang nodded in agreement. When we bury the vat, we shall do it ourselves. And all the servants in the house will be given leave to return home. Afterward, we can plant flowers and plants on top, who would ever suspect? Lu Yunmei proposed enthusiastically. However, Shi continued, when burying the large earthenware jar, do not forget to set up an offering table, complete with chicken, duck, and fish as tributes. The two of you must each perform 108 kowtows, bowing deeply. 108 resounding kowtows and deep bows? Lu Yunmei exclaimed. Aghast. Wouldn't that be utterly exhausting? If you don't wish to be exhausted to death, then you'll suffer misfortune unto death. Either way, death awaits. She stroked her chin, as if 3 wisps of ethereal beard adorned it. It's merely 100 or so prostrations, I can manage. Yan Wenguang nodded, considering it a trivial matter compared to the potential misfortune of the Yan family. Very well, then. Lu Yunmei conceded with a nod. Furthermore, Shi declared, this is the final step. Pray, tell us, little deity. Yan Wenguang implored with utmost respect, now utterly prostrate before Shi's abilities. I shall write several talismans for you to burn at the ancestral graves of the old Yan family. All the departed spirits, 3 generations prior and 3 generations hence, must be venerated. Similarly, perform 108 resounding kowtows and deep bows, carrying it through to the end. This, Yan Wenguang stammered. 3 generations above and 3 generations below, adding them all up, wouldn't that be more than a dozen people? Our foreheads would be utterly bruised. Indeed, indeed. Lu Yunmei added anxiously, little deity, is there no other way? I am assisting you in dispelling misfortune, why are you being so particular? Shi retorted, displeased. Forget it. I shall return the 2 million to you. I won't write the talismans either. You may as well embrace your misfortune. That won't do. Yan Wenguang panicked. We shall comply. If we cannot complete it in one day, may we take 2 or 3? All right. Shi exclaimed. In short, within 3 days, all the major heads must be bowed. Those spirits will then bless you. Husband, Lu Yunmei whispered, is it that in Yuan and that deceased girl whom we must pay homage to and bow down before? Didn't the little deity mention this? Yan Wenguang, impatient, replied, we must honor all ancestors, both above and below, without exception. And Yuan and that departed girl are also considered part of the Yan family. We are to bow to them? Lu Yunmei pouted, her crimson lips forming a frown. Her annoyance palpable. With a swift motion, Yan Wenguang slapped her on the back of the head. If it weren't for the misfortune you brought, would I need to go through all this trouble? Lu Yunmei cradled her aching head, vexed as she retorted, I will bow, I will. Is that not sufficient? In truth, this lady was not keen on the extensive bowing, yet there were alternatives. Shi feigned profundity. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunmei felt as if she had grasped a lifeline in her time of desperation. After years of indulgence, with little toil or concern for the world, the thought of prostrating her corpulent form 1,000 times was akin to sentencing her to death. Little deity, do tell, is there another way? She reached for Shi's hand, only to be repulsed with disdain. It is quite simple, Shi stated. All you need to do is cease being a member of the Yan family. Cease being a member of the Yan family? Lu Yunmei furrowed her brow in confusion. Chapter 106, Yan Shua's opportunity, how foolish. Shi exclaimed. Your husband has already thought of it, he intends for you to leave with nothing and divorce you. Oh no. This is unacceptable. Lu Yunmei feared nothing more than being abandoned by Yan Wenguang, let alone leaving empty-handed. Husband, you cannot agree to her demands. I will bow to you in submission, you must not divorce me. She fell at Yan Wenguang's feet, panic-stricken to the point of nearly losing control. Shi smirked with a cold smile, letting out a soft huff. She was increasingly convinced that this woman could not possibly be her mother. Their principles were simply not on the same level. For now, I will not divorce you, Yan Wenguang replied sternly. However, should the Yan family continue to face misfortune, I may reconsider the little fairy's suggestion. Little fairy, you cannot do this. Lu Yunmei turned and prostrated herself before Yan Shi. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to break a single marriage. You must be aware of this, right? Then it will depend on the fate of your marriage with your husband, Yan Shi replied, rolling her eyes. This is a matter for the deity of marriage. My words carry no weight. Having said all that needed to be said, Yan Shi observed that the couple had been sufficiently frightened. With a flourish, she retrieved yellow talisman paper and ink from her spatial pouch. The ink was a vibrant red, and she dipped her brush, carelessly scribbling a couple of symbols on the yellow paper. It was not that she lacked the skill to draw talismans, rather, it was simply unnecessary with Yan Wenguang and his wife. Having completed the talisman, Yan Shi gathered her writing implements and instructed Yan Wenguang, take these 2 talismans. Burn one beneath the jujube tree and the other at the ancestral graves of the Yan family. Then, simply kowtow and pay your respects. Yan Wenguang nodded repeatedly, about to reach for the talismans, but Yan Shi swiftly retracted them. Oh, right. The remuneration. 3 million. Transfer the funds. Yan Shi said, her eyes half closed, as she beckoned with her index finger. Indeed. The payment. The payment. Yan Wenguang exclaimed, retrieving his phone and busying himself with the transaction. Ding dong. 3 million yuan was credited to the account provided by Yan Shi. Excellent. Yan Shi declared, rising and dusting off her hands. I must now deliver packages. You all should depart as well. With that, Yan Shi adjusted her Shintong Express jacket, turned, and departed. Yan Wenguang gazed at her receding figure and murmured, a true master. Thank you. Meanwhile, the Haishi Group's business was flourishing, expanding both domestically and internationally. In contrast, the Yan Corporation in the capital was experiencing a dismal decline, with few seeking its services. Yan Wenguang and Lu Yunmei had barely returned when rumors began to circulate like wildfire. It could not be denied that the Yan family's reputation had plummeted due to Lu Yunmei's ascent as a mistress and the alleged forced death of the original spouse. The Yan Corporation had become a pariah in the capital's business circles, avoided like a plague. Yan Wenguang was visibly distressed, causing great anxiety for Lu Yunmei. However, her concern was not for Yan Wenguang's well-being, but rather that the old man might, in a moment of desperation, order her to pack her bags and leave. She was unwilling to relinquish the Yan family's immense wealth and splendor. Left with no other recourse, Lu Yunmei sought counsel from Yan Shui. Yan Shui pivoted from her vanity, remarking, though I wasn't selected by the heir of the Qin family last time, I did catch the eye of Qin's eldest grandson. Perhaps this is an auspicious opportunity? Qin's eldest grandson? Lu Yunmei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Are you referring to young Master Qi? Indeed. Yan Shui affirmed young Master Qi is the sole grandson of the Qin family. He stands a chance to inherit the Qin Tian group in the future. But what of that detestable Qin emotion? Lu Yunmei hissed through gritted teeth. Unable to forget the ruthless man's torment and humiliation towards her, and Yan Shui Qin emotion remains unmarried and childless. The future remains uncertain, Yan Shui responded, unless. Lu Yunmei's gaze darkened, the arrogant Qin emotion were to succumb to a sudden, fatal illness. That, Yan Shui couldn't contemplate such a distant prospect, in any case. Barring Qin emotion, Qin Qi is the one. I'm prepared to settle for the next best thing. As long as I can win Qin Qi over and become the Qin family's granddaughter-in-law, I'll be second only to one and above everyone else. This is a prize that countless daughters of the capital's elite families would kill to obtain. Indeed, my young lady is quite capable. Lu Yunmei lowered her head, hesitant to address Yan Shui as her daughter, mindful of her own status as the usurping mistress. Yan Shui, too, was wary of allowing Lu Yunmei's identity as a mistress to tarnish her own esteemed position. Although she had long suspected the true nature of her relationship with Lu Yunmei, she would never allow herself to become too intimate with her, very well, second mother. Yan Su, with an air of haughtiness, declared, I shall not stand idly by while you are cast out from the Yan family by your father. I will seek the assistance of young Master Ch to devise a solution. Very well. Thank you, my esteemed young lady. Li Yanmi's eyes glistened with emotion as she replied, I knew you would not abandon me, after all, you have nurtured me for so many years. Yan Su coldly interrupted, in the future, particularly in the presence of others, you must exercise discretion in your speech. Of course, of course. Li Ynmi lowered her head, as long as my lady is well, nothing else matters. After Li Ynmi departed, Ynsu reached out to Qnch. At that moment, Qnch was at a bar, indulging in drinks while embracing a charming companion. Upon seeing Ynsu's name flash on his phone, a smirk curled at the corners of his lips. He had been anticipating this woman's advances. And it seemed that his objective was drawing ever closer. Pushing the princess aside, Qnch adopted a deliberately hoarse yet tender tone, inquiring, Miss Yn? Young Master Ch, I have a matter to discuss with you. May we meet? Ynsu's voice feigned a soft, alluring quality that stirred Qnch's desires. I am at the TNG bar, please come directly. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Their voices skillfully conveyed their intentions, his deep and earnest, hers gentle and delicate. Truly, each played their part masterfully. An hour later, the exquisitely made-up Ynsu met Qnch at the bar. The ethereal glow of the lighting accentuated her beauty, causing even the notoriously lecherous Qnch's heart to race. Yet, as they encountered each other for the first time, both were careful not to appear overly eager. Thus, the man exuded an air of composure, even feigning an aura of asceticism. The woman, dignified and reserved, embodied the grace of a refined lady. Every slight movement and smile was carefully masked, concealing her lips and teeth. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yan Shui revealed her intentions, drawing closer to Qin Qi. The Yan family sought collaboration with the Haishi group, and their only recourse was to enlist the aid of Qin Tian International. Let me give it a try. Qin Qi, of course, aimed to present himself as capable in the presence of the lady. After all, one must acknowledge that despite the burgeoning prominence of the Haishi group, it ultimately relied on the goodwill of Qin Tian. With that, Qin Qi tentatively pulled Yan Shui into his embrace. She willingly leaned into him, whispering shyly, Might I trouble young Master Qi to take me to Haiqing? Let us pay a visit to the chairman of Haishi together, shall we? Certainly, that sounds splendid. Qin Qi lowered his head, capturing Yan Shui's slightly pouted lips in a kiss. The two smoothly sank onto the sofa together. However, Yan Shui, employing a strategy of feigned retreat, merely offered Qin Qi a taste of sweetness before abruptly rising in feigned alarm. Oh dear, young Master Qi. How could we find ourselves in such a predicament? It is all your fault, your masculine charm is simply too overwhelming, making it impossible for me to resist. Miss Yan Shui was undeniably beautiful, and it was I who found myself unable to maintain composure. Qin Qi, gripping Yan Shui's chin, said with a glint in his eye, then I shall prepare to take you to Haiqing. To travel with such a beauty means I might also share a bed with her. 2 days later, in Haiqing, Yan Shi was busily engaged in the realm of spiritual space. The exquisite statue of the 8 immortals, gifted to her by Tiangong Yuping, has already been placed into her spatial realm. However, it is deemed inappropriate to display them in the Lingyuan studio. Thus, Yan Shi sought a secluded cave near the demonic spring to relocate the statues. Fortunately, her psychic ability to manipulate objects proved invaluable, otherwise, moving these towering jade figures would have posed a considerable challenge. Once the statues were arranged, Yan Shi summoned water from the demonic spring and, using a cloth, meticulously polished each of the 8 divine effigies. With each stroke, she sensed the vibrant aura emanating from them. It was remarkable how merely cleaning them allowed her to absorb a significant amount of spiritual energy. Filled with joy, she continued her diligent task. As she polished the statue of Han Xiangzi, who held a jade flute, a thought struck her. This statue bore a striking resemblance to her master, Shen Haizhou. Moreover, Shen Haizhou also had a penchant for playing the flute, possessing a jade bamboo flute said to be an ancient artifact over 1,000 years old. What an uncanny coincidence that her master should resemble one of the 8 immortals. Chapter 108, I am quite impressive. Lost in her reverie, Yan Shi suddenly received a mental message from Xinyu, indicating that she was seeking her. Promptly, she exited her spatial realm and plopped down onto the large sofa in her home. Indeed, within mere moments, a call from Xinyu came through. Shi Bauer. There are guests from the capital who wish to meet you. Are you joking, yeah? Yan Shi replied. In the past, you would have directly forwarded such requests to me. Or simply let them discuss matters with you. That's what I was pondering. Xinyu expressed with a smile, however, I still wished to inform you beforehand. in the event that you desired to meet them. Oh? Yanxi inquired, puzzled. Who are these esteemed individuals? One is named Qin Qi, allegedly the grandson of the Qin Tian group, and the other is Yan Shui, the heiress of the Yan Corporation. Indeed. Yanxi chuckled, a match made in heaven. So, does this imply you have an inclination to meet them? Xinyu inquired with a smile. Indeed. Yanxi responded, bestow upon the Qin family's grandson a compliment, stating that she is granting an audience out of deference to him. Then, arrange a time and place and inform me. As you wish. Xinyu replied cheerfully before hanging up. A dozen minutes later, Xinyu sent a message, 3 o'clock this afternoon, Haishi Hotel, Supreme Suite No. 1. Yanxi replied, very well. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yanxi, clad in a black suit, a black shirt, a narrow white tie, and a side-parted men's short wig, exuding the image of a refined and elegant young gentleman, arrived at the Haishi Hotel with poise and nobility. Behind her, 6 bodyguards followed, each one burly and imposing, radiating an aura that deterred approach. The hotel had been placed on lockdown, barring other guests from entry. Even a significant portion of the service staff had been dismissed. However, a female server emerging from the restroom encountered Yanxi head-on. Instantly, the server appeared to be robbed of her senses, standing frozen in place. As Yanxi elegantly entered the elevator, the waitress regained her composure, exclaiming, "Oh my! I just saw the chairman of Haishi Group. Oh my, he's simply stunning. I've fallen for him, utterly unable to extricate myself. Oh my, I might faint. Who will come to my rescue?" The supervisor approached, growling, "You still want this month's bonus?" Only then did the waitress rise, flustered, and hurriedly depart. Meanwhile, in the private room, Yan Shui sat atop Qin Qi's lap, allowing him to massage her. She wrapped her arms around his neck and feigned shyness, saying, "Young Master Qi, I'm just a bit tired, let me rest on your lap for a moment, please don't be like this." "Shouldn't you be thanking me?" Qin Qi chuckled with pride. "Did you see how Haishi treated me with such respect the moment I arrived? Their chairman is coming over personally." "Thank you, young Master Qi." Yan Shui cooed, pressing her ample bosom against the man's chest. Truly, the scion of the foremost financial consortium in the country is no joke. The Yan family will be relying on you from now on. I won't just protect the Yan family, I'll take care of you as well. Qin Qi smirked, gripping Yan Shui's chin with a lewd grin. "I intend to envelop you entirely, you can't escape. I'm quite formidable." "Naughty. You're so wicked." Yan Shui blushed. "And you're not even my boyfriend yet, and you wish to treat me like this? How terribly mischievous. Well, now I am your boyfriend. Later tonight, let me thoroughly envelop you, shall I?" "Oh, you tease." Yan Shui exclaimed with affected coyness, burying her face in Qin Qi's embrace, though inwardly delighted. Qin Qi, with one hand encircling her slender waist, employed the other to lift her skirt, his hand gliding beneath. Yan Shui emitted a delicate, faint moan. As they were thus engrossed in their sensual pursuits, the crisp, measured sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. "He's here. The chairman of Haishi has arrived." Yan Shui cried out in a fluster, sliding off Qin Qi's lap and back onto the adjacent chair. "Knock, knock." A bodyguard rapped twice on the door before gently pushing it open. Yanxi strode in, followed by 6 bodyguards, 3 on each side, who stood sentinel at the entrance. Upon beholding the young man in the black suit, exuding an imposing aura, Qin Qi and Yan Shui hastily rose to their feet. Chapter 109, a subtle stratagem. This ethereally refined and exquisitely handsome youth was quite the astonishing sight. To call him devastatingly beautiful and capable of captivating the masses would not be an overstatement. Qin Qi found the bewitching young man somewhat familiar, but he was mostly filled with a sense of inferiority and admiration. It was truly unexpected that such a man, so beautiful as to be mesmerizing, could exist in this world. Even he, a man, was drawn to him. Yan Shui, for her part, stared fixedly at the noble and graceful youth, practically drooling. After a few moments of bewilderment, she chirped in a melodious voice, "Chairman, you've arrived?" "Indeed," Yanxi responded in a cool, androgynous tone. "I apologize for keeping you both waiting. It is our utmost honor to have the chairman grace us with his presence." With consummate finesse, Yan Shui hastened to attend to the chairman. "Esteemed chairman, please have a seat over here." She escorted Yanxi, guiding her to the head seat beside her. Qin Qi's countenance betrayed his displeasure. Yan Shue's infatuation was manifesting too overtly, brazenly sidelining him as if he were inconsequential. Am I to be ignored? He seemed to think. Who was just acting lewd in my arms moments ago? I came because I heard that young Master Qin-Chi was present, Yan Shi remarked with a placid smile. Qin-Chi visibly relaxed, his spirits soaring. Indeed, he mused, who would dare slight the prestige of Qin Tian International? He internally chided Yan Shui, you little seductress. Learn to recognize true importance. Just as Qin-Chi was basking in self-satisfaction, Yan Shi continued, therefore, upon your return, please convey a message to the chairman of Qin Tian on my behalf. Haishi terminates its collaboration with Qin Tian, effective immediately. Qin-Chi hesitated, as if he had misheard. Yan Shi pressed on, Haishi is disinclined to cooperate with Qin Tian, given the presence of individuals like young Master Qi, who lack a sense of propriety. Let us consider the matter concluded. Wait. Qin-Chi interjected, abruptly abandoning his haughty demeanor. What exactly are you implying? The meaning is self-evident, Yan Shi replied, maintaining her elegant smile. I do not make a habit of repeating myself. Qin-Chi was left speechless, utterly disoriented by this dramatic turn of events. Haishi was unilaterally canceling the partnership with Qin Tian? He was completely bewildered. Shui was utterly astonished. Could it be that the Qin Tian International Group had blacklisted her so swiftly? Was there still hope for the Yan family? Indeed, Yan Shi turned to Yan Shui and inquired, Miss Yan. Didn't your parents inform you of the reasons behind Haishi's refusal to collaborate with the Yan family? I heard something, Yan Shui responded weakly. Those were matters of the past. Surely, they shouldn't impede business cooperation now? Such actions reveal character, Yan Shi retorted. Haishi has no desire to partner with someone who might stab them in the back at any moment. But chairman, I implore you. Yan Shui seized Yan Shi's hand, pressing it against her ample bosom. If you can grant the Yan family an opportunity, I will do anything you ask. These words were indeed tempting. Yan Shi deliberately scrutinized Yan Shui's chest before glancing at Qin-Chi. However, Miss Yan, it seems rather inappropriate to offer yourself to me in the presence of your boyfriend. What value do you place on your man's dignity? Qi Xiao, he is not my boyfriend. Yan Shui declared, throwing caution to the wind. What did you say? Qin-Chi, who had been suppressing his anger, abruptly stood up. Who was it that threw themselves at me earlier? Who said they would wait for me tonight? Ha, Miss Yan. Yan Shi said to Yan Shui, this is where you err. You pledge intimacy with Qi Xiao, only to seduce me afterward. It disgusts me. Is this the conduct of the Yan family's heiress, offering herself to every Tom, Dick, and Harry? I did not. Yan Shui retorted, her face flushed crimson. Still feigning innocence? Qin-Chi questioned sternly. Who was the harlot writhing in my lap just moments ago? Are you now denying it? Chapter 110, Sowing Discord. I comprehend. Yan Shi added fuel to the fire. Could it be that Miss Yan, upon learning of my impending meeting with you, perceived your elevated status and thus offered herself to you? Yan Shui. But Miss Yan did not anticipate that the reason for my visit was to inform you that, due to your intercession on behalf of the Yan Corporation, I have rescinded the collaboration with Qin Tian International? Yan Shui. Miss Yan immediately deemed you obsolete and began to fawn over me? Yan Shi shook her head, a sneer playing on her lips. Good heavens, the esteemed heiress of the Yan Corporation is so debased. Qi, what poor judgment you possess. Yan Shui. How does it feel to be ensnared? Yan Shui, you are indeed contemptible. Qin-Chi exclaimed, his countenance ashen with fury. I should have consulted an almanac before venturing out today. Having jeopardized the partnership between Qin Tian and Haishi, he would face the wrath of not only Qin Mozhen but also the elder statesman Qin Heron. He had been manipulated by this voluptuous but vacuous woman. How would he explain this debacle upon his return? Yan Shui lamented, her heart filled with remorse. She should never have attempted to play both sides. Having offended the grandson of the Qin Tian group, she had shot herself in the foot. Moreover, the chairman of the Haishi Corporation disregarded her. She was now in an unenviable position, despised by all. I shall leave you to your discussion. With a subtle upturn of her lips, indicating her success in sowing discord, Yan Shi gracefully arose and departed. Scarcely had she exited when the sharp report of a slap echoed from within the private room. How could you strike me? Yan Shui shrieked, her voice laced with disbelief and pain. I am consumed by a desire to end your existence. Qin Shi retorted, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Because of you, Hai Shi has rescinded the collaboration with Qin Tian. My grandfather will flay me alive. I sought to distinguish myself, to secure more opportunities within Qin Tian. Now, all is ruined by your treachery. I could beat you to death. I implore your forgiveness, Yan Shui sobbed, her face buried in her hands. Be gone from my sight. Qin Shi roared, beside himself with rage. With a swift motion, Yan Shui tore open the fabric of her bodice. I offer myself as atonement. You once expressed a desire to. Qin Shi was instantly transfixed by the sight of such alabaster and voluptuous endowments. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward. His gaze fixed. Their passions overtook them, and they transitioned from the chairs to the sofa, and thence to the confines of the restroom. Truly, a match made in depravity. Yan Shi muttered, disgusted as she deactivated the surveillance feed. To the manager, she instructed, demolish the entirety of VIP Suite 1 and refurnish it. It is tainted. Yes, Chairman. The lobby manager bowed gracefully to the dashing young gentleman. In the private room, Qin Shi and Yan Shui had been engaged in a fierce contest for nearly an hour. Eventually, Yan Shui leaned against the restroom wall, allowing Qin Shi to complete his final surge. Finally, they ceased their exertions, both breathless and exhausted. Yan Shui, utterly spent, collapsed into Qin Shi's embrace, softly murmuring, Qi Xiao, I belong to you now. You must not only protect me but also assist me in safeguarding the Yan family conglomerate. Won't you? Her words jolted Qin Shi's inflamed mind back to reality. After those fleeting moments of exquisite pleasure, he now felt a wave of regret wash over him. He had already jeopardized the partnership between Qin Tian and Hai Shi due to the Yan family. If he were to assist her further. Yet. This woman was undeniably captivating, and he had only indulged once. Very well. Qin Shi nodded, assuring her that the Yan family would be safe with him. Thank you, Qi Xiao. Yan Shui's delicate hand caressed Qin Shi's chest as she purred, you were incredible just now. It was my first time. And I am already yearning for a second. Truly, she was an insatiable woman. Qin Shi lifted Yan Shui's chin and playfully bit her swollen lips. Thinking to himself that once they returned to the hotel, he would indulge her fully, making her experience ecstasy and despair in equal measure. Chapter 111, Future Husband. After reveling in High City, Qin Shi returned to the capital only to be met with 2 sharp slaps from Qin He. You incompetent fool. Do you understand why I have no faith in you? You and your father are remarkably alike, inept in business yet adept in seduction. Have you truly managed to ruin the collaboration between Qin Tian International and Hai Shi? Are you reveling in this chaos? While Qin Tian may not rely on Hai Shi, their new products are undeniably distinctive. You infuriate me, leave at once. Cough. 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 After reprimanding, Qin Heron's countenance had darkened with rage. Master. His second wife, Gu Xian, massaged his shoulders, expressing her discontent, regardless of the circumstances. Xiaoqi is your only biological grandson, how can you speak of him so disparagingly? Shouldn't that question be directed at you? Qin Heron retorted, you have raised my son to be a frivolous wastrel. Is it any wonder that his son follows suit? This is a clear case of a faulty foundation leading to a crooked structure. Then you ought to include yourself in that criticism. Gu Xian rolled her eyes. Had you not been with me, would your first wife not have driven you to despair? That is an entirely different matter. Qin Heron feebly defended. How is it different? Gu Xian countered, I even suspect that Qin Moshing is not your son. What do you mean by that? Qin Heron thumped the armrest of the sofa. What does this have to do with Moshing? Consider this, Gu Xian continued, in your youth, you were enamored with both power and beauty. Your eldest son, the late Qin Maji, was no different. Your second son, Qin Mobin, shares the same traits. Why then is it that Qin Moshing only covets power and spurns beauty? Tell me, is my suspicion not justified? Cease your calumnies and attempts to sow discord between father and son, thundered Qin Heron. Every scion of the Qin lineage undergoes a blood kinship verification at birth. Shin'er is undeniably my progeny. Desist from your envy. For the Qin Tian group shall remain his inheritance. Only he possesses the metal to bear its mantle. Let your son and grandson relinquish their aspirations. Gu Xian retorted. You old codger. Meanwhile, Qin Mo's Hen had already received notification of the Hai Shi group's rescinded collaboration. He surmised that the young miss was exploiting him as a target. Thus, he initiated a call. Esteemed mistress, might I implore you to grant your subordinate the opportunity to proffer an apology in person? Is your countenance of significant proportion? Yanxi jested, amused. Assuredly, it exceeds that of Qin Qi, Qin Moshen responded with levity. Very well, Yanxi acquiesced, phone in hand. Relate the manner of your proposed atonement. Dictate your terms, Qin Moshen replied, for I am at your service. Bear me upon your back for a distance of 10 kilometers. Yanxi stipulated, without respite. Such a diminutive creature, Qin Moshen chuckled softly. Are you testing the endurance of your prospective spouse? A blush suffused Yanxi's countenance. You are incorrigibly vulgar. You are aware that such was not my intention. Subconscious, Qin Moshen continued, his voice laced with warmth. Your subconscious has betrayed you. But your future husband consents to an evaluation of his stamina. Qin Moshen. Do you court demise? Yanxi, akin to a diminutive wildcat, bristled with indignation. Her claws yearning to assail him. Alas, the object of her ire was beyond her reach. Just one opportunity. Qin Moshen transformed passively into an active role. Where are you? Your future husband is coming to fetch you. At home. Yanxi gritted her teeth, if you have the ability, come over. All right, darling. Just wait. Your future husband will arrive shortly. At that moment, Qin Moshen had just returned to Haicheng from Xianjiang. Originally, he should have headed back to the capital. To the headquarters of Qin Tian International. However, with the little girl in Haicheng, he felt his heart was also there. Thus, he arranged for the helicopter to take the route directly to Haicheng. In half an hour, the man's understated yet luxurious Rolls-Royce arrived at the entrance of Yulon Garden No. 9. Yanxi had already changed into black sportswear, donned a baseball cap, and was sucking on a lollipop as she waited at the gate. From a distance, the ethereal young girl stood on one foot, relaxed and carefree. Chapter 112, you pass the corners of Qin Moshen's lips lifted into a slight smile. He adored seeing his little girl in such a light-hearted and joyous state. Unlike his own 18 years filled with peril, bloodshed, and anxiety. As the Rolls-Royce came to a halt, Qin Moshen stepped out from the driver's seat. Approaching the young girl, he embraced her tenderly, as if holding the entire world. It was an indescribable sense of security, solidity, and warmth. My dear. Where shall we go to assess your future husband's stamina? Right now. Yanxi replied coldly. Qin Moshen was taken aback and released the little girl from his arms. Shall I carry you now? Where to? Without uttering a word, Yanxi abruptly twisted her body, unleashing a fiercely swift kick aimed at his face. Qin Moshen, taken by surprise, swiftly retreated, evading the young girl's attack. Little one, what's gotten into you? Can't we talk this through? Spare me the pleasantries. Endure 50 of my moves first. Yanxi followed with a rapid series of palm strikes towards the man's chest. 50 moves? Qin Moshen said with a smile while dodging. I'll grant you the handicap of one arm. You're no Yonghua, you still have both arms. Yanxi pressed on with 2 more attacks, each move ruthless. However, Qin Moshen still chose to hold one arm behind his back, meeting the little one's attacks with a single hand. He had never sparred with Yanxi in this manner before and hadn't anticipated that the little one's martial arts techniques would be so advanced. Who did you learn this from? Remarkable indeed. My master. Who is your master? That's none of your concern. Your information after the age of 8 is a void. Qin Moshen parried with one arm, I can't find it. It's already impressive that you could discern the one in the Yen family tomb wasn't me. Yanxi retorted. Her words not hindering her relentless attacks. This must be your master's doing. Qin Moshen deduced, he deliberately arranged a similar corpse, feigning your death. All to conceal your tracks from then on. Consider yourself astute. Yanxi suddenly spun and launched a flying kick. Qin Moshen, not using his full strength, realized he couldn't evade it and adopted a strategy of mutual destruction. Instead of retreating, he advanced, meeting Yanxi's kick head-on, reaching out to embrace her. With a gentle nudge, Yanxi's foot made contact, and Qin Mo embraced the gesture with profound affection, drawing her into his arms. The young woman nestled into his embrace, instantly secured by his unwavering hold. Dare to continue? Qin Mo lowered his gaze, feigning an intent to kiss her. If you persist in striking, I may have to resort to this ultimate tactic. You scoundrel. Yanxi's face flushed crimson, yet she couldn't budge him. In a swift motion, Qin Mo seized her arms, spun her around, and hoisted her securely onto his back. Hold on tight and assess your future husband's stamina, see if it meets your standards. With that, he strode forward, his long legs carrying them swiftly along the mountain path outside the villa. Ah! Yanxi, fearing a fall, clung tightly to his neck. Qin Mo ran with Yanxi on his back for half an hour without pause. Then, he briskly walked for another half hour, followed by a leisurely stroll for half an hour, and finally another half-hour run, until they reached the boundary marker behind the hillside. He shifted Yanxi from his back to his arms, still holding her close, and with a slightly labored breath, he rasped, "Little one, how is your future husband's stamina? 10 kilometers? Is it over?" Yanxi, nearly asleep on his back, was still drowsy-eyed, her expression endearingly charming. Qin Mo's heart ached with tenderness at the sight. To be precise, 15 kilometers. Qin Mo said through gritted teeth, "Little one, are you satisfied? If not, your beloved can go for another 5 kilometers. All right, all right." Yanxi rubbed her eyes with her small hands. "I concede your victory, okay? So, you're quite pleased with your future husband's vigor?" Qin Mo inquired with a captivating and devilish smile. "Say that again." Yanxi retorted, pouting her lips in feigned threat. "Say it again. And you'll forever remain in the future, never advancing to the present." "That simply won't do." Qin Mo responded. "I'm eager for you to eliminate the word future immediately and address me by the latter 2 syllables. By the way, what were those 2 syllables again?" Chapter 113, accompanying her in practicing street vending. What were those 2 syllables again? Qin Mo teased. "Husband." Yanxi uttered. "What was that?" "Husband. Ah, my precious darling." Qin Mo. "Are you courting death?" Yanxi, catching on to his jest, raised her hand to playfully strike him. However, the man ensnared her in his embrace, immediately capturing her rosy lips in a kiss. "MMM." she exclaimed, her eyes widening as she gazed at his magnified, handsome face. Yet, succumbing to his ardent affection, she gradually closed her eyes and nestled into his arms. Having ventured 15 kilometers, they were compelled to retrace their steps for another 15 kilometers. As it was a mountain road, summoning a vehicle was futile. Yanxi walked for a while, then Qin Mo carried her for a while, alternating between walking and being carried. Eventually, they arrived back at the villa's entrance. Settling into the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce, Yanxi telephoned Xinyu, "Yuejia. Reinstate the collaboration with Qin Tian International." "I was awaiting your command, my little master." Xinyu responded with a smile. "Has Mr. Qin been fully exploited by you?" "Far from exploiting him, I am actually bolstering his prestige," Yanxi remarked, casting a glance at the man behind the wheel. "I'm demonstrating to the Qin family that without him, Qin Tian is simply incapable of functioning." Qin Mo turned his head to regard the young woman, finding her reasoning sound. The contracts that Qin Chi had ruined were immediately reinstated upon his intervention. Would the Qin family, including the patriarch, not hold him in even greater esteem? "Allow me to treat my little benefactor to a meal, as a token of gratitude for this judicious utilization," Qin Mo said with a smile. "What does my little benefactor desire to eat?" "Let's go set up a street stall, I'd like to have barbecue," Yanxi suggested. Turning to Qin Mo. "Are you up to it, uncle? Shall we give it another go?" Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, teasing her. "Does one ever question a man's capabilities?" Yanxi pouted disdainfully. "I've noticed you're being rather suggestive today." Qin Mo chuckled, reaching out to tousle her hair. "How can I not, when my little girl is so endearing? But this bespoke suit from the Star Kingdom's royalty." Yanxi tilted her head, scrutinizing him. "Practicing street vending? On second thought, perhaps we should reconsider. Is that all it takes to dissuade you?" "It's merely an outfit," Qin Mo said, turning the steering wheel as the car entered the city. 30 minutes later, Qin Mo emerged from a high-end athletic menswear store, clad in a black and white tracksuit, a black baseball cap, and sneakers, exuding an air of cool handsomeness. Standing beside Yanxi, they made for a perfect couple, an absolute match. "Pray tell, damsel, does he meet your discerning gaze?" he inquired, his starlit eyes gleaming as he tilted his head, observing Yanxi. Yanxi nodded with approval. her delicate hand tapping his chest as she extolled, "My dearest uncle, he would possess an irresistible allure even if draped in the humblest of sackcloth." Her words filled Qin Machin with mirth, and he embraced the young maiden, twirling her in a joyous dance. Their display garnered attention from passers-by, who cast envious glances their way. In close proximity to the seaside lay a barbecue haven. As twilight descended, the open-air grill area teemed with a bustling throng of people, their voices intermingling in a lively symphony. Despite their attire of subdued-hued sportswear, their exceptional figures and refined auras inevitably drew the gazes of many. "This is hardly the sort of establishment you frequent, is it, dear uncle?" Yanxi murmured, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Wherever my cherished maiden finds joy. Even the most perilous of realms I shall gladly venture." Qin Machin responded, his lips curving into a smile, his eyes brimming with affection. "Yet you have not brought forth any protectors, and this place is fraught with potential peril. Are you not concerned?" Yanxi asked, her gaze darting around warily. Her voice hushed. "Let us embrace the present moment and cast aside our worries," Qin Machin replied, his profound eyes filled with heartfelt emotion. "So long as my precious Yanxi remains unharmed, I shall be safe as well." "Indeed," Yanxi affirmed with a nod. "I shall ensure my own safety. And I shall safeguard yours as well." However, she kept the latter half of her vow concealed within her heart. In truth, the most treacherous of locales often offer the greatest sanctuary. The pair savored their barbecue feast with light-hearted delight. And Yanxi even indulged in a couple of bottles of beer. As a consequence, her modest tolerance for alcohol led to a delightful haze. And she soon drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Finally, Qin Machin settled the bill and carried her back to the car. Just as he reclined the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was the landline number of the Qin family's old residence in the capital. Qin Machin knew it was his father calling. Aside from Qin Heron, no one else dared to contact him. "Dad," Qin Machin answered, "is there something you need? Are you implying I can't call you if there's nothing urgent?" Qin Heron replied. "If it were truly nothing, you wouldn't bother calling." Qin Machin retorted, "So, what's on your mind? Has the matter with the Haishi group been resolved?" Qin Heron inquired. "Father, get to the point." Qin Machin urged, "That incident occurred several hours ago. You surely didn't just remember to ask now. I need you to return to the capital promptly." Qin Heron commanded, "You seem to be enjoying your time in Haicheng. Qin Tian International Group is mine, I have branches nationwide and overseas. I will remain wherever I please." "What, does someone have an issue with that?" "I do." Qin Heron asserted, "The Count of Kepsi from Star Island has arrived with his daughter, you need to come back at once." "Kepsi?" Qin Machin furrowed his brow upon hearing the name. "What does he want?" "I hardly know him. He claims that your grandfather made him a promise years ago." Qin Heron replied impatiently, "In any case, you need to return and handle this." "Understood." Qin Machin nodded, ending the call. However, his gaze soon fell upon Yanxi's peacefully sleeping face. He wished to take her back to Yunhai Mountain Villa. How delightful. Must he return her to Yulon Garden and entrust her to Xinyu? He finds himself reluctant. After a moment's contemplation, he calls Zhang Chen. He promptly requests the resumption of the flight route to the capital. "Yes, Master Shen," Zhang Chen replies. Once the call concludes, Qin Machin gently presses his finger against Yanxi's petite nose. "Sleep well, little one, I shall package you up and take you back to the capital." 3 hours later, Yanxi remains in slumber while Qin Machin carries her into his private courtyard at Yujing Garden. Upon seeing the young master cradling a woman, the servants immediately recognize the gravity of this unprecedented occurrence. They have only heard tales of the young master's ruthless rampage 9 years ago, during which he vanquished many, including his own brother. Never before had they encountered a woman in his presence. The young master has always been an enigma to women, yet now, the servants hastily attend to their duties, placing Yanxi upon the grand bed in the master suite. Qin Machin instructs Zhang Chen to notify several international luxury women's apparel and footwear brands under Qin Tian to deliver clothing and shoes in Yanxi's size. Additionally, he requests the jewelry headquarters of Qin Tian to send over several sets of high-end accessories. Once these tasks are completed, the little girl remains asleep. Truly a child who cherishes her rest. With a mixture of admiration and affection, Qin Machin leans down to plant a soft kiss on her forehead. He tucks her in with a mink velvet blanket, and with a smile gracing his lips, he changes into a vintage double-breasted suit. Preparing to meet Qin Heron in the main courtyard. By now, the time for the evening banquet approaches, and the guests from Xingzhou have yet to arrive at the hotel. Attendants were bustling about, preparing an opulent repast. Qin Heron, holding a glass of red wine, was conversing with several specially invited guests, all prominent figures in the capital, whom Qin Heron had enlisted to assist him in entertaining the distinguished visitors from Xingzhou. Gu Xian stood close to Qin Heron, her arm linked with his. Upon noticing Qin Moshen's entrance, her expression tightened slightly. This young man, with his regal and aloof demeanor, had inherited his mother's royal lineage. His innate aura of authority evoked a sense of inferiority within Gu Xian, coupled with a profound feeling of trepidation. The other guests also took note of the commanding presence of the young man. They eagerly raised their wine glasses, extending warm greetings to him. Mr. Shen. It's a pleasure to see you again. Mr. Shen, it has been too long. Qin Moshen, with a composed expression, accepted the red wine offered by a male attendant and raised it in acknowledgement. After the exchange of pleasantries, he settled languidly on an ornate European-style sofa, his thoughts drifting to his beloved girl in the bedroom. Even the simple act of watching her sleep filled him with a sense of contentment. Glancing at his wristwatch, he mused that she would soon be awake. Now that they were in the capital, where should he take her for amusement tomorrow? Duke Di Kai, Qin Moshen. At long last, I have the pleasure of meeting you. A melodious female voice echoed from the doorway. Qin Moshen lifted his gaze and beheld a young woman with cascading chestnut curls, clad in a scarlet sheath dress, entering through the lavish European-style entrance. Beside her stood a tall middle-aged man, his face adorned with a thick beard and his features sharply defined. Behind him were two male servants of Southeast Asian descent, each carrying a platter of gifts. This middle-aged man, Qin Moshen recognized well. He was the Earl of the Rebirth family, a noble of the Southeast Asian royalty. Upon noticing Qin Moshen, Rebirth haughtily waved his hand, exclaiming, Earl Di Kai, it has been many years. Di Kai, the family surname of Qin Moshen's maternal grandfather, was inherited along with the title, thus he was referred to as the Earl Di Kai. In Southeast Asia, he also bore a full name, Leonardo Di Kai. Qin Moshen rose slightly, responding with a hint of indifference, Earl Rebirth, welcome. Brother Shen, I am LD, do you remember me? The girl in red eagerly approached Qin Moshen. He stepped aside with evident disdain, coldly remarking, I apologize, but my memory is rather poor. We met a few times when we were children, at your grandfather's house. LD fluttered her exaggeratedly long eyelashes, urging him to recall. Truly, I apologize. Qin Moshen furrowed his brows in irritation. I do not enjoy reminiscing about the past. Trivial matters hold no significance, so what is there to ponder? It is tedious. Insignificant? Tedious? These words caused LD's expression to darken, her long lashes drooping. Earl Di Kai. Rebirth continued. There is an old saying in the East, nobles tend to forget. It seems there is truth in that. Qin Moshen maintained a stoic expression, noncommittally nodding in response. Count Di Kai, do you still recall the words spoken by the late Count? Asked Klebs. My grandfather had many things to say, Qin Moshen replied with a slight smile. A flicker of amusement at the corners of his lips. Which specific phrase do you refer to, my lord? Of course, it is the one regarding our union. Green D answered eagerly. At the celebration of Count Di Kai's 70th birthday, he explicitly stated that when I turned 22, I would marry you, dear brother Shen. Qin Moshen's brow furrowed slightly. He had some recollection of the event, but it had transpired 7 years prior. At that time, he was merely 20 years old. While this Green D was but a 15-year-old girl, was she not? Brother Shen, do you know how much I adore you? Green D exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. I have loved you since childhood. My dream has always been to grow up quickly and marry you at the age of 22. Now that I am 22, I can finally become your wife. Indeed, Count Di Kai. Klebs proclaimed with pride. To be worthy of you. My daughter has undergone all the royal etiquette training and has won the favor of Her Majesty the Queen. Shenner. Qin he suddenly approached. Father has been quite concerned about your marriage, but now I see there is no need for worry. It appears you have such a splendid match. Yet. Why did you not mention this to me earlier? I have been troubled at the mere thought of your marital prospects. This matter holds no significance for me. Qin Moshen replied to his father. While my grandfather indeed uttered those words, he never sought my consent. I did not agree, so how can this be deemed valid? Upon hearing this, Green D's complexion turned ashen. Deep brother, you. Kubosi's expression darkened as well. Count de Kaibwa. The words of the old earl were no mere jest, nor were they spoken lightly. But I am the person involved. Qin Moshin coldly retorted. Did the individual concerned agree to this at the time? Kubosi fell silent. Deep brother. Green D's eyes brimmed with tears. I have always believed you liked me. Am I not beautiful? Is my figure not pleasing? Do I lack femininity? Chapter 116, I have already found the girl I adore. None of this is what I desire. Qin Moshin turned to Qin Heron. Father, I already mentioned during my last visit that I have someone I cherish. Today's matter is redundant, is it not? Did you say that? Qin Heron feigned ignorance. I do not recall. Moreover, what woman could possibly rival the nobility of the daughter of a count from the Star Island royal family? My father believes that having inherited your grandfather's title, you can only match your status by marrying the daughter of a count. This is my personal affair, and I will not allow anyone to interfere. Qin Moshin's gaze was sharp and resolute. As long as she is the woman I desire, even if she is a commoner, I will love her. This has nothing to do with status or position. Nonsense. Qin Heron was enraged. Even if you are still the Count of Star Island, as the heir of the Qin family, your marriage partner cannot be a commoner. Indeed, Mr. Qin. Green D attempted to grasp Qin Moshin's arm, exclaiming. A man of your eminence would surely invite ridicule if he were to marry the daughter of a commoner. Does the daughter of an earl possess superior nobility? Qin Moshin retorted, shaking off her hand. It's merely a superficial distinction. Furthermore, my heart already belongs to another. Abandon this notion promptly, lest you incur heartache. I refuse to believe it. Green D demurred, shaking her head. Leonardo, surely you jest. I understand that my arrival was abrupt. And I am willing to grant you time to acclimate to my presence. Enough. Qin Moshin interjected sternly. I have declared that my heart belongs to another. Do you not comprehend? Green D was momentarily stunned, her azure eyes brimming with tears. Uncle Qin. She lamented, turning to Qin he ran with a plaintive expression. Mr. Qin. He. Shen. Qin he ran said gravely, his countenance stern. If you have indeed found a woman, why have you not introduced her to your father? I suspect this is merely a pretext. Easily resolved, Qin Moshin replied with a sardonic smile. She resides within my villa. I shall have her summoned forthwith. Qin he ran was taken aback, retorting. You truly have someone? Zhang Chen. Qin Moshin commanded, turning to his aide. Fetch Sheer. I surmise she has awakened by now. Yes, Mr. Qin. Zhang Chen acknowledged, turning to depart for the side courtyard. Meanwhile, Yanxi had just stirred from her slumber. Her languid eyes fluttering open. Pray, where am I? She murmured, gazing around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Startled, Yanxi bolted upright. A compact combat knife materializing in her grasp with a swift flick of her wrist. The bedchamber door creaked ajar. Executing a nimble roll off the bed, Yanxi prepared to preemptively strike, only to find Zhang Chen accompanied by a youthful maidservant. Taken aback, Zhang Chen instinctively assumed a defensive posture, exclaiming, Good heavens! Please don't attack. With a flourish, Yanxi dematerialized the knife into her spiritual domain. Where am I, and how did I get here? She inquired. This is the imperial capital, the Qin clan's imperial jade manor, Zhang Chen replied dutifully. While you were asleep, our master Shen brought you back. Uncle? Yanxi furrowed her brow. Why didn't he inform me? You were fast asleep at the time, so my master couldn't very well inform you, Zhang Chen responded earnestly. And where is he? Yanxi persisted. Did he just leave me here? Master Shen has sent me to invite you over. The master of the house has guests and wishes for you to meet them. Yanxi's captivating eyes fluttered as she sensed the gravity of the situation. Master Shen has already prepared attire, footwear, and jewelry for you, Zhang Chen indicated the walk-in closet. Feel free to select whatever pleases you. I shall await you in the sitting room. Very well. Yanxi acquiesced. Allow me half an hour. As Zhang Chen withdrew, the maidservant assisted Yanxi with her ablutions before accompanying her into the walk-in closet. Instantly, Yanxi was rendered speechless by the sight before her. Chapter 117, disguised as a man. The first thing that caught the eye was a crystal shoe display, adorned with an array of exquisite women's footwear. Beside it, a towering platinum showcase exhibited a collection of jewelry that sparkled brilliantly under the lights. Upon opening the wardrobe, it was filled to the brim with garments tailored to her size. One cannot help but admire Qin Moshing's meticulous and thoughtful consideration. However, at the same time, Yanxi became increasingly aware that her abduction by Qin Moshing was likely not a simple matter. He had sent Zhang Chen to invite her, indicating that there were guests in the main building. This suggested that the guests were of particular significance, and most likely, they were women. Half an hour later, Yanxi entered the living room. Zhang Chen was immediately astonished to find a remarkably handsome young gentleman before him. All the beautiful dresses and jewelry prepared by Master Shen had gone unused, as she had instead transformed herself into a boyish figure. Little Mississippi. What have you done? Is my appearance not pleasing? Yanxi glanced at her understated yet luxurious black suit, impeccably tailored. It was indeed attractive, even to her own eyes. But Zhang Chen scratched his head. However, they might misunderstand my master's intentions, thinking he is inclined in another direction. Not at all. Yanxi's beautiful eyes sparkled. I am the magical girl, and at a crucial moment, I shall transform and prove that your master is not of that inclination. Zhang Chen was left dumbfounded. Magical girl? What on earth is that? Yanxi remarked, if I am not mistaken, today's guest is a beauty, is she not? Zhang Chen understood her implication. Indeed, she hailed from Xingzhou, a lovely lady. Is she attempting to vie for my uncle's affection? Yanxi inquired instinctively. Zhang Chen nodded in affirmation. The women who covet his esteemed Master Shen are as numerous as the fish crossing the river. It is no easy feat for you, dear Yanxi. Therefore, Yanxi continued, since we are all beauties, is it truly worthwhile to compete for attention? Zhang Chen tilted his head, pondering seriously. Everyone possesses their own charm. Comparing one to another is merely a matter of personal preference, akin to choosing between carrots and cabbages. It indeed lacks any substantial meaning. Indeed. You speak wisely, my dear master. He sincerely nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed. Yanxi flicked her stylish hair, contemplating a fresh approach to invigorate the situation. Zhang Chen led the dashing young man through the side courtyard, arriving at the main building of the estate. Standing beneath the eaves, Yanxi activated her perceptive abilities to take a glance inside. Sure enough, within the grand hall stood an elegant beauty clad in a fiery red, form-fitting dress. Her chestnut waves cascading gracefully. She was playfully clinging to Qin Mo Shen, who recoiled from her advances in disdain. Yanxi's lips pursed in irritation. Was she indeed trying to steal my uncle away? How dare she covet my uncle? A mischievous thought crossed her mind, prompting her latent powers to awaken. With a flick of her wrist, she swapped the gifts from the trays held by the two male attendants behind the lady. In an instant, she found herself holding a small purple sandalwood box and a scroll of exquisite artwork. As the ornate European entrance door yielded, Yanxi gracefully entered. A captivating young man, ethereal and extraordinarily handsome in his black attire, materialized, stunning everyone in the hall. Qin he ran involuntarily gasped, feeling that in his 70 years, he had never beheld such a ravishing youth. LD instinctively clutched her chest, her jaw dropping wide enough to accommodate an egg. What had she missed? This young man surpassed even Qin Mo Shen in beauty. Qin Mo Shen, seated on the sofa, wore a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. He knew his little darling was full of ingenious ideas, but he had never anticipated that she would appear disguised as a man. Darling! Yanxi exclaimed sweetly to Qin Mo Shen, am I late? Chapter 118, Little Lizzie. Qin Mo Shen rose and approached her, taking her hand and kissing it. Never. My darling, whenever you arrive, it is always perfectly timed. Mo Shen. Qin he ran gestured towards Yanxi, asking Qin Mo Shen in astonishment, this young gentleman is Dad. Qin Mo Shen declared proudly, this is the person I told you about, the one I love. Qin he ran's legs trembled, and he nearly fainted. LD exclaimed, Brother Shen, so you prefer men? Qin. Mo. Shen. Qin he ran roared, are you trying to enrage me to death? What if he is a man? Qin Mo Shen retorted, as long as I love her, her form is of no consequence. But how can a male carry on the Qin family lineage? Qin Heron's fingers trembled. I don't care whose young master he is. The two of you being together is absolutely out of the question. Get her out of here immediately. Indeed. Green D, now with the upper hand, triumphantly stated. His Royal Highness Leonardo, Earl of the Star Imperial family, cannot possibly take a man as his consort. Her Majesty the Empress would never permit it. Brother Shin. You mustn't be imprudent. If this matter reaches Her Majesty's ears, you might find yourself in dire straits. I am unconcerned, Qin Emotion declared, embracing Yan Shi's delicate shoulders. His brow slightly raised, he continued, as long as I can be with the one I love, what does it matter if I am not an earl? Leonardo. Green D exclaimed, exasperated. Your title is the pride of the family. To disregard it so lightly would incur Her Majesty's wrath. And you? Green D pointed at Yan Shi. You cannot, for your own selfish desires, jeopardize Leonardo's title. I suggest you leave as soon as possible. Leonardo? Yan Shi blinked, understanding dawning on her face. Qin Emotion's name in star was Leonardo. Who are you? Yan Shi inquired of Green D. Are you trying to separate me from Leonardo? I am the daughter of the Earl of Instar. Green D grasped her father's arm. This is the Earl of. And you? What are you? I am merely a commoner, Yan Shi replied. For the past 10 generations, there has been no imperial succession in my family. What grounds do you have to compete with me? Green D proclaimed with arrogance. This time, I have brought Uncle Qin a unique gift. What about you? What have you brought? I merely brought 2 humble gifts, not worth mentioning, Yan Shi replied, producing a small sandalwood box and a scroll from within his robes. Green D and Kabosi were both taken aback upon seeing this. How could it be that the young man's gifts, in appearance, were identical to their own? What is contained within your box? Green D inquired with suspicion. And yours? Yan Shi countered. Mine? Humph. Green D lifted her head triumphantly. Then let everyone witness it. She retrieved the sandalwood box from the male servant's tray, approached Qin Heron, and said, Uncle Qin, this is the Azure Sea Night Pearl I brought you from Xingzhou. The only one of its kind in the world. The Azure Sea Night Pearl? Several specially invited guests exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Heron was also surprised. The Qin family possessed 2 night pearls, but he had never even laid eyes on the legendary Azure Sea Night Pearl. If Count Kabosi were to present him with this pearl, would he not be indebted to him, and would his youngest son, Qin Mozhen, have to be betrothed to their family? Uncle Qin, please behold. Green D said, opening the sandalwood box with extreme smugness. Before doing so, she cast a disdainful glance at Yan Shi. At this moment, Qin Mozhen felt a tinge of regret. It seemed he had been negligent. How could he not have thought to prepare 2 gifts for the little fellow to present to his father? Here, as he was immersed in remorse, Qin Heron interjected with a query, This exclamation successfully drew everyone's attention. All eyes turned to the sandalwood box in Green D's hands. Gu Xian was the first to exclaim, Are you kidding me? Is that supposed to be the Azure Sea Night Pearl? Isn't that just a hickory nut? Indeed. The adjacent guests concurred, voicing their opinions. That's just a walnut, how could it be mistaken for a night pearl? Do you take us for fools? Can a hickory nut resemble a night pearl? It is indeed a hickory nut, I used to crack them open and eat them as a child, Qin Mozhen stated. Qin Heron also nodded, affirming, Precisely, it's the same variety as the walnuts in our backyard, just a bit larger in size. Upon hearing these words, Green D's countenance darkened considerably. Mr. Qin, are the people of Hua so unsophisticated? This is clearly a night pearl, how could it be a hickory nut? Qin Heron shook his head in exasperation, at a loss for words. The Qin family possessed immeasurable wealth, what treasures had he not seen? He could certainly distinguish between a hickory nut and a night pearl, did they take him for a simpleton? Several other guests also shook their heads, expressing their indignation. Miss Yan Shi began, Hua is a vast land with abundant resources, far surpassing those small western nations. However, a walnut is a walnut, and no matter how one describes it, it cannot transform into a night pearl. What do you know? Asked LD. You are merely an ordinary citizen, have you ever seen what a night pearl is? Sighing, Yan Shi replied, Today, I have witnessed it. It turns out that in your barren little western nations, a hickory nut can be considered a night pearl. If that is the case, any mountain in our country could yield a sackful. What nonsense are you spouting? LD retorted, agitated. A night pearl is a night pearl. If you have never seen one, do not speak so foolishly. I have indeed never seen one, Yan Shi admitted, but Mr. Qin has traversed countless experiences in his lifetime. It is quite disrespectful of you to mock someone who does not recognize a walnut. Precisely. Qin, he interjected, rolling his eyes. The illustrious blue sea night pearl turns out to be merely a hickory nut. How utterly laughable. LD fell silent, unable to resist glancing into the open scion box in her hands. Upon inspection, she was struck dumb and exclaimed, "Father! How is the blue sea night pearl transformed into a hickory nut?" Kabusi, taken aback by her words, hurried forward to peer inside. Indeed, the opulent scion box contained nothing but a dark, unremarkable hickory nut. This. Kabusi stammered in alarm, has the night pearl been stolen? This cannot be true. Just moments ago, when I disembarked, I opened it and it was indeed the blue sea night pearl. LD insisted. What on earth is happening here? Kabusi demanded of the two male attendants. Speak quickly, what is the explanation for this? We have not moved at all. The two male attendants responded, we have consistently followed our master, how could we entertain such thoughts? How peculiar. Green D's forehead beaded with perspiration. I distinctly disguised it as the blue sea night pearl. Absence is absence. Yan Shi smirked, aware of the meager resources of the small western nation. There is no need to resort to walnut mixed pearls, how utterly petty. You. Green D rolled her eyes in exasperation, nearly choking on her indignation. Beside her, Qin emotion suppressed his laughter. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of walnut mixed pearls, he could easily surmise that it was a scheme devised by the little girl from his household. Do not be so glib. Green D retorted to Yan Shi. If you possess any skill, present a fine gift to Uncle Qin. How fortuitous. Yan Shi replied, I happen to have a night pearl to present to Mr. Qin. Do you truly possess a night pearl? Green D scoffed, just moments ago, Brother Shen remarked that you are merely a commoner, where would you acquire a night pearl? Surely. It must be a counterfeit. Chapter 120, Chicks eating worms. Whether it is genuine or not, Mr. Qin shall decide. Yan Shi declared, as she approached Qin he ran, gently opening the scion box in her hands. Mr. Qin, do you find it to your liking? Before Qin he ran could respond, Green D interjected scornfully, Pfft. What could you possibly have that is of worth? Can you compare your wealth to that of the royal family of Xingzhou? As soon as her words fell, Qin he ran gasped, the blue sea night pearl? What? What do you mean? Contained within the young man's grasp, was it truly the azure sea luminosity pearl? Several guests, including Verde and her father, craned their necks to observe the open scion wooden box in Yan Shi's hands. Within it, an oval gem, the size of a hen's egg, radiated a lustrous, marine blue luminescence. The pearl cast a radiant glow upon its surroundings, illuminating every minute detail. Qin Machin, leveraging his superior height, cast a glance at the gem and murmured, indeed, it is the azure sea luminosity pearl. Precisely. It is the azure sea luminosity pearl. Qin he ran exclaimed. Identical to what I have encountered in historical records. Impossible. Verde panicked. The azure sea luminosity pearl was unequivocally brought by me. How could it possibly be in her possession? She must have pilfered it. Miss Verde, Qin Machin stated icily, the People's Republic of China is a society governed by law. Accusations made without substantiation carry legal ramifications. Leonardo. I am not making unsubstantiated accusations. Verde's complexion paled. The azure sea luminosity pearl was genuinely brought by me from the state of Singapore. I only observe a walnut in your possession. Qin Machin pointed to another gift held by a male attendant. Could this also be a counterfeit? He had already anticipated that his little one would go all the way. This second gift must have been tampered with by her as well. Therefore, he should not delay any longer and have Verde open it quickly to make a fool of herself. Leonardo, how can you utter such words? Verde's eyes rimmed with red. This is a posthumous oil painting entitled Starry Sky by an internationally renowned abstract artist, a treasured artifact from the Earl of Kerberos' manor. How could it possibly be a fake? In light of this, let us unveil it for all to admire. Qin Machin leisurely lifted the corners of his lips. Yan Shi playfully blinked her large eyes at him, her mischievous and adorable demeanor causing Qin Machin's heart to skip a beat. He hurriedly wished to put an end to these trivialities. All he desired was to be intimately alone with his beloved little darling. Green D, however, felt a surge of indignation. She could not fathom why Qin Mashing would treat her in such a manner, displaying not the slightest semblance of tenderness or care towards a woman. Could it be that he truly preferred men? Annoyed, she seized the scroll from the hand of the male attendant, untying the silk cord that secured it. She then unfurled the canvas before everyone. Behold, the authentic masterpiece of starry sky. Isn't it truly breathtaking? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it is quite astonishing. The guests erupted in hearty laughter, even the onlookers could not contain their amusement. Green D. Green D. Krebsy said, his expression awkward, quickly put it away. Have you made a mistake? No, I have not. Green D retorted. I personally packed starry sky, how could I possibly be mistaken? Take another look, is this truly starry sky? Krebsy's face turned a shade of deep anger. Green D, filled with suspicion, turned the painting around and bent down to examine it. Then, she stumbled back in shock, exclaiming. Father, how could this be? How has starry sky transformed into a depiction of a chick pecking at insects? You ask me, whom shall I ask? Krebsy was on the verge of fury, truly humiliated beyond measure. Mr. Earl. Qin Heron exclaimed with irritation, first, it was the pecans, and now a child's doodle. What do you mean by this? Are you mocking the Qin family for lacking worldly experience? Old Mr. Qin, you have misunderstood. Krebsy hastily interjected. There must be a misunderstanding here. Indeed, Uncle Qin. Green D responded with a choked voice, I traveled a great distance to unite with Brother Shen. I adore him. Marrying him has been my childhood dream. How could I possibly present you with a counterfeit gift? Chapter 121, A Living Nightmare. There must be some misunderstanding. Krebsy's expression darkened. The facts were laid bare, what further misunderstanding could there be? Qin Mashing sneered coldly. I advise you to take your pecans and your childish drawings and hasten back to Xingzhou. Brother Shen, that's not it. It's not like that. Green D pleaded desperately, I do not wish to leave, I want to be with you. She lunged forward to grasp Qin Mashing's arm but was swiftly pushed away. The man wrapped his arm around Yan Shiqing's delicate shoulder and declared, my heart belongs solely to my Shibauer, other women hold no sway here. Miss Green D. Know your place. Brother Shen. Green D stamped her foot, is it the gift I brought that displeased you? I can prepare another. It is not the gift that troubles me, it is the person. Yan Shi remarked, can't you discern that? Truly, you are foolish. What do you mean by that? Green D shouted at Yan Shi, I refuse to believe that you, a mere commoner, could offer anything better than I can. Even if I were to present a blank sheet of paper, Qin Mashing would still appreciate it. Yan Shi chuckled, not to mention that what I am offering to Mr. Qin is an authentic masterpiece by an international master. Who could possibly be deceived by such a claim? Who would believe it? Lu Di scoffed. Asserting that you are the one blurring the lines between authenticity and imitation, perhaps even passing off inferior work as superior. Let us bear witness to this, shall we? As Yan Shi spoke, she untied the crimson ribbon from the scroll and unfurled the painting. Behold, the genuine work of Master Van Gogh, Starry Night. Wow. It truly is Starry Night. It bears Van Gogh's signature. Indeed, this is the original Starry Night, not a forgery. What on earth is happening? This is utterly bewildering. Lu Di exclaimed, Uncle Qin, I demand to review your surveillance footage. I suspect someone has stolen my belongings. What a farce. Qin Mashing, pulling Yan Shi into his embrace, remarked, from the very beginning, my dear Sheer has not approached you at all, and yet you dare to accuse her of taking your possessions? Don't worry, uncle. Yan Shi's bright eyes sparkled as she smiled at Qin Mashing. Just help me check the surveillance, so that our guests can be at ease. Then let us investigate. Qin Mashing commanded the butler, instructing him to scrutinize the footage starting from the moment Count Kobosi disembarked, ensuring that not a single frame is overlooked. I will personally review it. Lu Di's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. She shot a glance at Yan Shi, conveying a silent message, you are doomed. Everyone may take a look. As Qin Mashing spoke, he gestured towards the large display screen on the wall. The butler had already switched the international news footage to the surveillance from Yujing Manor. At the moment the luxury car returned to the estate, the surveillance played back at a steady pace. It captured the arrival of Krebsy and his daughter, accompanied by 2 male attendants, as they entered the hall, culminating in the presentation of gifts. No one approached the 2 attendants, let alone touched the gifts in their hands. Green D appeared pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Krebsy wore a dark expression and muttered, "It seems that only God knows the truth of this matter. Yet I refuse to accept it." Green D addressed Chin Mo, saying, "Leonardo, my gift may not be impressive, but I am a woman, beautiful and alluring. I can bear children. I am the best candidate to be your countess." Chin he readily nodded in agreement, asserting, "Gifts aside, what I seek today is not merely a present, but a future lady of the Chin family who can carry on our lineage." Indeed, this young gentleman was quite handsome. "But I certainly do not wish for my daughter-in-law to be a man." "Mr. Chin, what era are we in?" Yan Shi interjected. "Are you still clinging to the notion of using women to continue the lineage?" Chin he sneered, "Men can bear children too, and can provide me with grandsons. Have you heard about the artificial womb developed by Haishi Group?" Yan Shi remarked, "It not only liberates women from the burdens of childbirth, but also allows men to experience the joy of nurturing life." "Mr. Chin, how many grandsons and granddaughters do you desire?" Chapter 122, The Magical Little Fairies. What purpose, then, do I have for a daughter-in-law? Chin Heron was infuriated by such unethical words. "If the sole purpose of your son's marriage is to procreate, then it would be better not to have children at all." Yan Shi retorted, "Is it not cruel to treat a child as a mere tool?" "Nonsense." Chin Heron scowled. "It is all nonsense. Regardless, I will not allow my son to marry a man as my daughter-in-law." "Miss LD," Chin Heron declared, "I will decide my son's marriage. And he shall have you." "Truly?" LD exclaimed, jumping up, "Uncle Chin, that is wonderful. My dream has always been to marry Brother Shin. Unfortunately, my dream is to wed Yan Shi. I would have no one else but her." Chin Moshing tightened his embrace around Yan Shi and pressed a tender kiss on her forehead. "However, Brother Shin, you heard that," LD pointed out. "Uncle Chin will not permit you to marry a man as your wife. That is easily remedied." Yan Shi replied, "What is a woman after all? It is quite simple." "Humph." LD crossed her arms and smirked, "Are you planning to undergo gender reassignment surgery? Even with surgery, your essence remains male. Let us not discuss gender reassignment surgery." Yan Shi countered, "I could perform a grand transformation right here, and everything would be just fine." "A grand transformation?" "Ha ha ha." LD laughed. "That is truly the most absurd joke I have heard this year." "Well, we shall see," Yan Shi remarked, raising her hand to snatch a tablecloth and handing it to Chin Mosheng. "Uncle, for your successful pursuit of a daughter-in-law, it seems I must go all out." "I shall assist you," Chin Mosheng remarked as he took the tablecloth, asking, "Shall I cover you?" Yan Shi nodded, "What is so difficult about being a woman?" "I am the magical fairy Balala, I can transform." Chin Mosheng stifled a chuckle. Since his little companion enjoyed playing, he decided to indulge her. With a flick of the tablecloth, he enveloped her and whispered, "Little fairy, make yourself look beautiful. Rest assured, my man, I promise you shall never lose." Yan Shi replied from beneath the cloth, traversing the ethereal realm to enter Chin Mosheng's bedroom. In a flash, she donned a dreamy long dress of pale blue adorned with sparkling gems and adorned herself with a set of aquamarine jewelry. With her long hair cascading like ink, she returned through the space beneath the tablecloth. "Uncle, lift it up and see if your future wife is beautiful," Yan Shi playfully declared. With such words, Chin Mosheng felt a surge of delight within. He raised his hand, and the tablecloth soared, revealing a stunning young woman. Her skin was as pure as snow, her eyes captivating like peach blossoms, and her lips as alluring as delicate petals. Her slender figure was enveloped in a gown that trailed dreamily behind her. A vision of beauty that was hard to resist. Wow. Absolutely breathtaking. She truly is a magical fairy, she can transform. The guests were filled with both surprise and joy, buzzing with excitement. Today's banquet was simply spectacular. With satisfied smiles, the guests erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Mr. Chin. Yan Shi, nestled in Chin Mosheng's embrace, gracefully bowed to Chin He. "Indeed, I am Yan Shi, and I am, in truth, a girl. My prior actions were merely a performance enacted for your amusement. I trust it met with your approval." Qin Heron chuckled, captivated by the young lady's beauty and charmed by her wit. A fair face is commonplace, but a captivating spirit is a rare find. This old man is quite taken with you, little one. Pray tell, what sort of fairy did you claim to be? Abalala the fairy's fairy. She responded with a smile, referencing the animated series. Balala the fairies, I like that name. Qin Heron exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. You truly are a little fairy, and this old fellow is delighted. Thank you, esteemed Mr. Qin. She said, beaming. I have brought 2 gifts specifically for you. And I hope they will also be to your liking. Gifts? Qin Heron asked, his thick eyebrows raised with delight. Did you not just present them? Are there more? In truth, she confessed, those gifts were obtained through a touch of magic, borrowed from the Earl. Now, I return the honor to him. Alas! Kibosi exclaimed, looking vexed. I knew it. LD, having recovered from his astonishment at Shi's striking beauty, glared at her, his eyes reddened with anger. Why have you done this to me? You are too cruel. I am merely punishing those who would steal my future husband. Shi declared, her eyes gleaming with cold determination. Qin Mo's hen is to be my husband, and I will not hesitate to punish anyone who dares to vie for him. You. Enraged to the point of lividity, Green D, his face paling, stamped his foot, at a loss for words. What about me? Shi jested, if you're not satisfied. You're welcome to try again. Try again, I will. I'm not afraid of you. Green D retorted, you merely presented a borrowed gift earlier. I refuse to believe you can produce a better offering now. Then keep your eyes peeled. Shi responded, as she whisked away the tablecloth with one hand and retrieved items from her spiritual domain with the other. As the tablecloth settled, all eyes turned to behold a delicate golden box and a small vial of crystal. The exquisite craftsmanship of the golden box alone was enough to astound everyone. It wasn't the gold itself that impressed, but the box's intricate filigree work. Golden threads interwoven with thousands of rubies and emeralds, a truly rare spectacle. Mr. Qin. Shi said with a radiant smile, would you be so kind as to dim the lights? Dim the lights? Qin Heron questioned, but he readily agreed, very well. Anything for our little enchantress. He was genuinely curious to see what new trick this elfin girl had up her sleeve. The butler was instructed to extinguish the grand chandeliers, leaving only the ambient perimeter lights aglow. The light diminished, blurring figures just a few steps away. She slowly lifted the lid of the golden box. Instantly, a kaleidoscope of iridescent light illuminated the entire hall. Everyone felt as if they were standing amidst the clouds, witnessing the dawn of a new day. Bathed in the radiant glow of the rising sun. Ah! Unbelievable! Is that also a luminous pearl? Behold the marvel of this luminous pearl, a treasure truly unparalleled. Exclaimed Qin Heron, his voice brimming with excitement amidst the radiant glow. If my intuition serves me correctly, this is none other than the sunrise over the sea of clouds. Indeed. The venerable Qin possesses keen insight. Agreed Shi, the sunrise over the sea of clouds and the azure radiance of the ocean are 2 nocturnal gems renowned throughout the world. And now both are in your esteemed possession. Ha ha ha, excellent. Splendid. Wonderful. Qin Heron responded, accepting the golden box, his heart filled with delight. He closed the lid and instructed the old steward to illuminate the hall with the crystal chandeliers. Only then did the guests regain their senses and offer their congratulations to Qin Heron. What is so special about this? Green D retorted, craning his neck. The sunrise over the sea of clouds, no matter how exquisite, merely rivals the azure radiance of the ocean. I, on the other hand, presented Uncle Qin with a painting of the starry night. I have a gift as well. Shi announced, raising the small vial in her hand, esteemed Qin, this is a secret elixir developed by the Heisi group. Capable of eradicating all chronic ailments, rejuvenating the body and mind, and undoubtedly prolonging life. Heisi possesses only 3 such elixirs, and I offer this one to you. Magnificent! Exclaimed Qin Heron, I have indeed commissioned research into Heisi Group's secret elixirs, but regrettably, I have only heard of them, never seen them. To receive this elixir today is truly my great fortune. Uncle Qin. Green D interjected, his face paling, you know nothing of this woman. How can you accept medicine from a stranger so readily? Heisi, Shi. Qin Heron nodded approvingly. The mere presence of the character she in her name is enough for me to accept this elixir without hesitation. Chapter 123, The Violet-Eyed Lizard Folk. Mr. Qin is truly astute. She is aware that Qin Heron has roughly deduced her extraordinary identity. With a smile, she adds, however, I must remind you, Mr. Qin, that this vial is sealed. And it contains all the anti-counterfeiting verification systems. You may inspect it thoroughly. Trust those you employ, and dismiss those you doubt. Qin Heron chuckles. My son is no ordinary man, the individuals he chooses are undoubtedly exceptional. I shall acknowledge you as my enchanting daughter-in-law. Thank you, Mr. Qin. She promptly bows in gratitude. Thank you for your support, father. Qin Mosheng also expresses his appreciation to his father, then envelopes the petite woman in his embrace. His face radiating joy as he plants a tender kiss upon her forehead. Sire, my little treasure, you truly are my lucky star. But little Li, I have yet to settle the score with you. She playfully forms her fingers into a gun shape, pressing it against the man's back as she grits her teeth. Honestly reveal to me how many women are vying for a marriage alliance behind your back. I shall take them down one by one. Qin Mosheng, is surrendering an option? At this moment, Lu Di is utterly taken aback, her complexion pale, tears brimming in her eyes. Watching the man she has longed for engage in flirtation with this petite woman, seemingly oblivious to her presence, her heart shatters into pieces. Daughter. Klebs nudges her arm gently, whispering, the Hua nation is a land of hidden talents, this little woman is formidable. We should take our leave. Lu Di, the evening banquet proceeds with great revelry. The ambience is light-hearted and joyous. Except for Klebs and her daughter, who depart early. The remaining guests revel into the late hours. During the evening, Shi accompanied Qin Heron in a dance, much to the old man's delight. As if he had suddenly been transported back to his youth. Gu Xian, however, was seething with anger. Her face pale and unable to conceal the dark shadows beneath her skin. She messaged her son, Qin Mo Ben, the old man didn't he invite you tonight? Qin Mo Shen and his enchanting little woman have stolen the spotlight. Especially that little enchantress, she has the old man utterly captivated. Qin Mo Ben replied, Mom. Has the third brother returned? Why was there no prior notice? Gu Xian responded, he returned urgently this afternoon, it seems he won't be leaving tonight. Qin Mo Ben fell silent. Gu Xian continued to grumble about her son, what a useless thing. The banquet dragged on late into the night. Guests joyfully bid their farewells. And Qin Heron retired happily. Shi, fatigued like a limp kitten, was carried back to the side courtyard by Qin Mo Shen. After a luxurious bath in the onyx bathroom, she donned a silk nightgown and fell into a deep slumber upon her bed. She felt secure in the knowledge that Qin Mo Shen cherished her, alleviating any worries. Sure enough, after bathing and changing into his robe, Qin Mo Shen nestled beside her. Enveloped in a thin blanket for a while before rising to the living room. He was reluctant to sleep in the adjacent guest room. He preferred to remain close to the young girl. He feared she might have nightmares or awaken in fright in the unfamiliar surroundings. Settling onto the large sofa in the living room, he was only 2 steps away from the bedroom. With no immediate desire for sleep. He opened his laptop to review the national reports compiled by the headquarters of Qin Tian. Abruptly, he keenly perceived someone beyond the threshold of the living room. Glancing at the clock, it was well past 1 in the morning. At this hour, no domestic staff would be present. With alacrity, Qin Mosheng retrieved a miniature pistol from the drawer and approached the door. He intended to observe the exterior through the peephole. However, before his eye could align with the lens, his innate acuity caused him to reflexively shut his eyes. The light emanating from the peephole was amiss. He could even discern that it was not the illumination from the corridor. It was a human gaze. Yet this gaze was a spectral violet, eerie, and alluring. A Draco-reptilian from Xingzhou, one who had cultivated the violet eyes? A frosty smirk touched Qin Mosheng's lips, so they had come again. He had previously crossed blades with a certain reptilian. During their altercation, he had kept his eyes covered. Why the blindfold? Because this reptilian had undergone psionic training, imbuing his eyes with a bewitching light. Should an opponent meet his gaze, becoming ensnared by his eyes, their very soul would be subjugated. The reptilian could dispatch adversaries with effortless ease. However, the previous reptilian had possessed viridescent eyes, while this one had ascended to a higher echelon, with eyes of violet. Qin Mosheng inhaled deeply, clutching the miniature pistol, contemplating how to lure the reptilian away from this location. Within the master bedroom, his beloved was slumbering. She was his Achilles heel. He could not allow the reptilian to discover her and inflict harm upon her. At that moment, the violet-eyed reptilian outside the door wore a sinister smile. His eyeballs, pressed against the peephole, emitted an eerie, spectral violet glow. "Come, gaze this way," he beckoned, "should your eyes meet mine for more than a fleeting second. I shall seize control of you, and with a snap, sever your neck. Ha ha ha, my lamb, come, look this way." The lizard man eagerly anticipated, his breathing audible even through the door. This deliberate respiration was intended to lure the occupant of the room to look his way. Yet, inside, Chin Emotion held his breath, pressed against the door, still and silent. Separated by the door, two men stood. One, cold-blooded, the other, fervent. Moments ticked by, and the lizard man's patience waned. He placed his hand on the doorknob, gently twisting until the alloy handle warped. With a snap, the lock broke, and the door swung open. Simultaneously, Chin Emotion's gun was aimed at the lizard man's eyes, and a bullet discharged. Perish! The bullet struck the lizard man's left eye, causing a gush of viscous blood. "Ah!" the lizard man cried out, recoiling. But an uncanny event occurred. The bullet failed to detonate the enemy's head as expected, instead lodging in the lizard man's eye socket. Chin Emotion shuddered, realizing the lizard man possessed such supernatural power. Then, to his heart. Hearts are invariably vulnerable. As Chin Emotion prepared to shoot the enemy's heart, the violet-eyed lizard man lunged forward with a screech. Inevitably, Chin Emotion found himself locking eyes with the one-eyed creature. A veil of confusion enveloped his mind, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. Desperately, he bit down on his own tongue, blood spilling forth as he spat it into the creature's singular eye. Fortunately, his spirit remained unbound, yet a chill sweat began to beat on his back. With a swift motion, he aimed for the heart of the lizard man and fired. The bullet penetrated the creature's chest, yet it merely staggered momentarily, refusing to succumb to death. Warm blood gushed from the wound, leaving Chin Emotion perplexed. Was the heart not vulnerable? How could he ensure its demise? It was well known that the lizard man possessed formidable strength, far surpassing that of an average human. If a physical confrontation ensued, he could not guarantee his victory over such a beast. At that moment, a soft, languid voice drifted from the doorway of the living room. "Its heart is on the right side. Aim for the heart." "Yanshi?" Startled, Chin Emotion turned sharply, shouting, "Get back inside." But alas, it was too late. The purple-eyed lizard man was already lunging towards the little one, claws at the ready. Yanshi stood still, even raising a hand to cover her mouth as she let out a long yawn. In a state of desperation, Chin Emotion rolled to the side, propelling himself forward with a powerful push. He fired again, the bullet striking true, hitting the lizard man squarely in the right chest. Blood erupted forth, and the towering figure of the purple-eyed lizard man fell heavily backward. "Sheer!" Chin Emotion leaped up, embracing Yanshi. "Are you all right?" Chapter 124. The young lady is far from simple weary. Yanshi furtively concealed the golden needles she had refrained from casting, nestling against the man and murmuring in a charmingly childlike manner, "Uncle, carry me inside to sleep, I was having such a lovely dream." Chin Emotion was taken aback, realizing the girl was indeed no ordinary person. Beneath their feet lay the gruesome corpse of a lizard man, yet she seemed utterly unperturbed. "Very well, sweetheart. Let's get you to bed." Chin Emotion swept the young girl into his arms, carried her into the bedroom, and gently placed her upon the large bed. Drawing a light blanket over her, he leaned down to kiss her. "Sleep well. Are you injured?" Yanshi asked, her eyes fluttering open as she gazed at him through a sleepy haze. "No," Chin Emotion replied, tapping her nose with affection. "I'm fine. You go to sleep now. Sweetheart. Still lying? The injury is here." Two soft arms emerged from beneath the covers, encircling the man's neck and drawing him closer. Her lips, slightly pouting, reached up to meet his in a tender kiss. Chin Emotion's body tensed, a surge of heat coursing through him. The girl's tongue gently pried open his lips, deftly slipping inside. Her tongue explored his, tenderly caressing it. It was then that Chin Emotion became aware of the pain. He recalled biting his tongue in desperation to counteract the lizardman's strange gaze, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her nimble tongue, imbued with the magic of the mystical spring water, swiftly soothed his wound. Chin Emotion found himself unable to contain his growing desire. The primal energy within him was stirred, yearning for an explosive release. However, the young one had already pushed him away, murmuring in her sleep, "Okay, uncle. I want to sleep now." Gentle snores soon followed. Qin Mo inhaled deeply, compelling himself to regain composure. His little darling was only 17. Even if he were to seek personal relief in the restroom, he must not touch her. "Be good, my precious," he rasped, his voice hoarse, as he leaned down to kiss her delicate cheek before gently rising. Upon reaching the living room, he secured the bedroom door behind him and retrieved his phone to call Zhang Chen. "Come to my place, there's a situation." Within a mere 2 minutes, Zhang Chen, residing in the adjacent building, arrived with a squad of bodyguards. Upon seeing the corpse of the lizard man on the floor, Zhang Chen was taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Mo raised a finger to signal silence. Zhang Chen glanced at the bedroom door and lowered his voice, "Master Shen. Why wasn't the security system activated?" "I suspect something's amiss," Qin Mo responded. "Someone must have tampered with the manor's security system. It seems we truly have a mole within our ranks," Zhang Chen exclaimed. Qin Mo's lips curled into a subtle smile. "It's not difficult to deduce, considering the Qin Mo Bin family harbors resentment towards me. Master Shen is implying," Zhang Chen whispered, "that the second master has connections with Xingzhou?" Qin Mo nodded. "Based on the previous incident, it's likely someone from Royal View Manor. Investigate discreetly, and see if the second master has left any traces." "Yes, Master Shen. Once I find evidence, I will show no leniency." "Indeed, Master Shen." The lizard man, Qin Moshing, kicked the lifeless body on the ground, contemplating whether sending it to the research base for genetic analysis would aid our studies. "Yes, Master Shen." Furthermore, Qin Moshing turned to glance at the bedroom door, lowering his voice as he spoke, "While I am away, increase the personnel assigned to protect Sheer. I fear she may attract the attention of the psychic research base from Sakura country." "Understood, Master Shen," Zhang Chen responded with a solemn nod. Ever since witnessing the young lady deftly catch a bullet between her fingers in Aadu, he realized that she was not only exquisitely beautiful but also undeniably extraordinary. To prevent any leaks of information from the security team, he had organized a blood oath among his brothers. After Zhang Chen and the others departed with the lizard man's corpse, the servants entered to tidy the room. Qin Moshing took a shower and donned a fresh nightgown. He lay on his side beside Yan Shi, wrapping his arms around her through the covers, and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. The little one seemed to sense his warmth in her dreams, turning over to nestle into his embrace. Like a small kitten, she curled up against him, soft, tender, and adorable. A smile of blissful affection unconsciously graced the man's lips. The next day, Qin Mosheng, clad in a sleek black suit and oversized sunglasses, accompanied by 6 or 7 bodyguards in dark attire, arrived at the Jing Mountain Cemetery. Standing before a grave, he gazed at the inscription Qin Maji on the tombstone, slowly removing his sunglasses. "Brother." Qin Moshing's deep, husky voice resonated, 9 years have passed, yet I have not forgotten you for a single moment. Brother. Had I known that this glory would lead to your demise, I would have chosen to forsake everything, wandering alone and relinquishing all to you. Brother. Apart from our mother, you are my only kin. We are blood brothers, yet we turn against one another. Shenyi. Zhang Chen approached and whispered. Second master has arrived. Qin Moshing did not turn around but heard the footsteps drawing near. Once the footsteps halted behind him, he spoke without glancing back. Second. How many times have you visited brother's grave in the past 9 years? Well. Qin Moshing replied nonchalantly, when one dies, it is as though a lamp has been extinguished. Even if I were to come every day, it would not bring him back to life. Ah, I just remembered. Qin Moshing turned, his handsome visage cold as he regarded Qin Moshing, only brother, and I share the same blood, you and I are half-brothers. Separated by a layer of flesh. What do you mean by that, third brother? Qin Moshing's expression stiffened. Are you trying to create distance? You never regarded me as family. I merely wish to convey this to you. Qin Moshing's dark eyes narrowed. Do you know how brother met his end? Yes, yes. Qin Moshing retreated a step. He was shot dead by you. At least you know. Qin Moshing's gaze turned icy. Qin Ji is my true brother, yet he sought to bring about my demise. Thus, I had no choice but to act ruthlessly and eliminate him completely. Qin Mobin shivered slightly, his complexion somewhat pallid. Third brother, why do you say such things? It undermines our brotherhood. Indeed. Qin Moshing replied, to have personally taken the life of my beloved elder brother brings me anguish every single day. Yet I am left with no choice. He veered onto a misguided path and sought my demise. Perhaps elder brother was merely momentarily confused. Qin Mobin dared not meet the icy gaze of Qin Mosheng, lowering his head as he spoke. Third brother, let us not dwell on the past. I summoned second brother today to pay homage to elder brother, to offer him a word of caution. Qin Mosheng's tone was frigid and hoarse. Should anyone dare to follow in elder brother's footsteps and confront me, I would not hesitate to add another grave beside his. A sharp intake of breath escaped Qin Mobin as he took a step back. Is second brother frightened? Qin Mosheng narrowed his eyes, advancing forward with a hint of derision. What do I have to fear? Qin Mobin stammered, his resolve wavering. Those who harbor no guilty conscience have no reason to fear the knock of the specter. Qin Mosheng scoffed. Second brother is an astute individual. I trust he will not be foolish enough to emulate elder brother and provoke me. For neither elder brother nor second brother could ever hope to contend with me. That's right. Qin Mobin said. His expression filled with trepidation as he glanced at the formidable man before him. Second brother would not dare to challenge you, after all. We are brothers from the same father. That is good to know. A faint smile graced Qin Mosheng's lips as he lightly patted Qin Mobin's shoulder, brushing past him. Perspiration beaded on Qin Mobin's brow as he stood motionless before the grave. Just as he was about to exit the cemetery, Zhang Chen approached. Master Shen. We've just received intelligence that Miss Yen is also within the grounds. She is here as well? Qin Mosheng's brow furrowed. Whom has she come to commemorate? Chapter 125, Cemetery. The brothers covertly guarding her report that Miss Yen has come to pay respects to a woman named Yuan, Zhang Chen replied. And Yuan? Yes. Qin Mosheng nodded. Understood. Instruct the brothers to safeguard her meticulously, with unwavering vigilance. Yes, Master Shen. On another side of the cemetery, Yan Shi, clad in black sportswear and a black baseball cap, knelt before Yuan's tomb. No photograph of Yuan adorned the headstone. Her image was somewhat hazy in Yan Shi's memory. Yet, she vividly recalled Yuan's eyes, beautiful, luminous, and eternally gentle and serene. She was someone who never contended with the world, yet her innocent life was unjustly taken. Dear aunt, Yan Shi choked out through tears. May your spirit in heaven watch over me, guiding my successful entry into the imperial capital, enabling me to dismantle the Yen Corporation, and allowing me to thoroughly investigate the cause of your death in both our lifetimes. Even if it was my own mother, Lu Yunmei, who caused your demise, I will ensure that justice is served. Moreover, I have always suspected that Lu Yunmei is not truly my mother. Aunt, I implore you to protect me, to help me uncover the truth, and to avenge both your life and mine. Suddenly, the faint sound of leaves rustling underfoot reached her from behind. With a delicate extension of her hand, Yan Shi clasped the golden needle within her palm, poised to initiate a preemptive strike. Yet, her form was instead enveloped within the warm and generous embrace of another. Accompanied by the crisp and subtle fragrance of cool pine, the scent gently wafted into her senses. Uncle? Yan Shi retracted the golden needle from her grasp, encircling the man's neck in return. What brings you here? Like you. I have come to pay respects to the deceased, Qin Emotion replied, tenderly brushing a stray lock of hair behind the girl's ear. It seemed as though the little one had grown taller. As she tilted her head, the tip of her nose now grazed his chin. Deceased? Yan Shi inquired, her long lashes fluttering with curiosity. Is it your mother? And my elder brother, Qin Emotion responded, a shadow of melancholy darkening his countenance. He was my mother's eldest son, yet I was the one who ended his life. A profound sorrow has lingered within me ever since. I feel as though I have wronged my mother. This obstacle remains a difficult one to overcome. Your elder brother? Yan Shi echoed. You are not one to commit indiscriminate slaughter. Surely you possessed just cause for taking your brother's life. Was it not due to the strife for familial wealth, status, and power? Qin Emotion offered a wry smile. Had I not slain him, his bullet would have pierced my skull. Therefore, uncle, we are compelled down the path of vengeance, Yan Shi declared, her small hand gently caressing the man's chest, attempting to soothe the knots of anguish that had formed within. We harbor no desire to inflict harm upon anyone, yet it often seems that the tree yearns for tranquility, but the wind shall not cease. She Bauer. Qin Moshing tenderly cradled the soft little girl in his arms, his voice heavy with emotion. I truly hope that one day, we can set aside this hatred and, together, at the ends of the earth, gaze upon the setting sun, bask in the sea breeze, and share the rest of our lives. I hope so too. She nestled closely against the man's strong waist, her arms wrapped around him. Just the thought of such a scene brought an overwhelming sense of tranquility to her wandering heart. Suddenly, the serene moment was interrupted by the ringing of her phone in her pocket. She pulled it out and saw that it was a call from Xiao Hanting. She hurriedly answered, her voice sweet and cheerful. Hello, Grandpa Xiao. Little Cece. Xiao Hanting replied, aren't you supposed to be at school? Why aren't you there? I have some personal matters to attend to. I'm currently in Dijing, she replied candidly. In Dijing? Xiao Hanting exclaimed, as it happens, someone there has requested to meet you. Please don't be too formal, Grandpa Xiao. She said, who exactly wishes to see me, and for what reason? It's an old friend of mine, Xiao Hanting explained. He is gravely ill and has not improved despite receiving medication and treatment from renowned doctors. I recommended you to him. Little Cece. I hope you don't mind. How could I be upset? She replied, as a medical student, my purpose is to heal and save lives. Xiao Hanting continued. Furthermore, I recall that you had asked me to assist you in making your way into Dijing. The person I introduced to you today can be of great help. That's splendid. She exclaimed, Grandpa, please provide him with my contact information. I'll be awaiting his call at any moment. Excellent. Xiao Hanting responded with elation. I knew our dear Shishi would grant old Xiao some consideration. Upon concluding the call, Qin emotion clasped Shi's delicate hand as they proceeded towards the exit of the cemetery. Mere moments later, Shi's cellular device emitted an auditory signal once more. It was presumably the ailing individual from the capital city. Shi answered the call, and a seasoned, sonorous voice resonated from the opposite end. Is this Miss Yan? Indeed. It is. Greetings, may I inquire as to your identity? I am a referral from Xiao Hanting. My name is Mubeichen. He suggested you possess the ability to alleviate my ailment, thus I took the liberty of contacting you directly. Mubeichen? Shi's brow furrowed slightly. The appellation seems familiar. Indeed. Mubeichen responded, not unfamiliar, I trust. My name frequently graces the international news circuits. Mu. Ah. It is you. Shi explained hastily, Elder Mu. My sincerest apologies. It is an honor. Qin emotion, standing adjacent, subtly arched his brow upon hearing the name Mubeichen. The venerable military magnate of the Middle Kingdom? If little Yan doesn't object, feel free to address me as grandfather. Mubeichen proposed, I am, in fact, 2 years senior to old Xiao. Greetings, Grandfather Mu. Shi responded with decorum, are you afflicted with a severe malady? Indeed. Mubeichen affirmed, however, let us defer the details until our meeting. Kindly furnish me with your availability, little Yan, and an address, so that I may dispatch someone to collect you. I am available at any moment. Shi declared. I'm at Jingshan Cemetery, have them come directly here. Very well. I shall dispatch someone immediately. Responded Mubeichen. Upon concluding the call, Qin Mochen enfolded the young woman in his embrace. I haven't had my fill of cherishing you, and already someone is coming to vie for your attention? And a formidable person at that. Shi chuckled, shall we compete with him, dear? I am a law-abiding businessman, Qin Mochen replied with a subtle smile. I do not meddle in military or political affairs. So, you're a virtuous citizen. Shi pouted playfully, then there's no need to compete with an old man for affection. Who can blame me when my little darling is a divine physician? Qin Mochen gently stroked her head. Your future husband wholeheartedly supports your noble cause of healing and saving lives. With a quick movement, Shi stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Qin Mochen's cheek. She, too, cherished their time together, reveling in his embrace and the feeling of being meticulously cared for and adored. However, pressing matters awaited her attention. Half an hour later, Qin Mochen accompanied Shi as they exited the cemetery. Little one. Qin Mochen embraced her with reluctance, his voice thick with emotion. I truly dislike the thought of you venturing out on your own. It always fills me with apprehension. Rest assured, dear, Shi cajoled in his arms. Elder Mu was introduced by Grandpa Xiao, you can set your mind at ease. With that, she reached out and gently patted Qin Machen's stomach, only to encounter solid, sculpted abdominal muscles. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily withdrew her hand. Qin Moshen seized her hand, pressing her delicate fingers against his abdominal muscles. Chapter 126, A Luminary of the Military. 1. Indulge your desire, for I, in totality, body and soul, am yours, the man declared in a deep, resonant voice. Then you must endeavor to maintain your physique, Yan, she retorted, withdrawing her hand, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. I would be loath to find you transformed into a portly figure by our wedding day. Then hasten our nuptials, while I yet retain my form, he responded. Spare me your jest. The young woman pouted. I am yet shy of adulthood. Soon enough, Qin Machen's eyes glittered like distant stars. I am cognizant that your birthday falls on the 10th of December. Then you must procure a gift for me in advance, Yan, she tilted her head coquettishly. Else? I shall present a new paramour for your appraisal. Ungrateful wretch. Qin Moshen gently pinched her cheek. I have nurtured you day by day. Who would dare to vie for your affections under my very gaze? At that moment, the Mu family's vehicle arrived, driven by the venerable head butler himself. We are here to escort Miss Yanxi, the head butler announced. This ethereal, otherworldly maiden, with her celestial aura, was unmistakably the person their master sought. Precisely as described by the venerable Mr. Qiao of High City. That would be I, Yanxi confirmed with a nod. Have you been dispatched by the elder Mr. Mu? Indeed, I am Mu, the head butler. Miss Yan, please, enter the vehicle. As Yanxi prepared to depart, Qin Moshen extended a long arm, drawing her back into his embrace. With a kiss at her temple, he softly murmured, I shall come to fetch you, just await me by the main gate. Very well. Yanxi replied, rising on her toes to bestow a gentle kiss upon his cheek before entering the carriage of the Mu family. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen and the others concealed their foreheads and cast their gazes downward, unable to bear the sight of their master. The man they once knew had transformed into someone unrecognizable. Was this unabashed gentleman, lost in the throes of love, still the same cold-faced king of hell known for his decisive actions? After more than half an hour, the carriage ascended to the Mu family estate nestled halfway up the mountain. Mu Beichen stood beneath the eaves, hands clasped behind him, awaiting their arrival. Despite his advanced age of 80, he maintained a straight posture and appeared in good spirits, though from a distance, one could hear the labored wheezing that escaped him. It seemed this upright demeanor was a solitary habit forged over a lifetime of military service. Even as his body faltered, he remained imbued with indomitable spirit, akin to a centuries-old pine enduring the snow. Little Shi. Mu Beichen hastened towards her, beaming as he exclaimed, truly, as old Qiao said. You are nothing short of breathtaking, a marvel to behold. You flatter me, elder Mu. Yan, she replied with a smile. You hardly seem to be 80. You stand like a pine and move like the wind, your martial prowess is evident. A brave man should not dwell on past glories. Mu Beichen chuckled. Old age is inescapable. Yanxi then took Mu Beichen's pulse, listening attentively. Elder Mu, your constitution is quite robust, however, there are concerns with your respiratory system. Which is the root of your health troubles? Indeed impressive. Mu Beichen remarked, that little divine Dr. Yan, could you please examine my grandfather's respiratory system carefully? What exactly is the matter? Yanxi discreetly activated her X-ray vision, her bright peach blossom eyes resembling the beams of a CT scan, focusing on Mu Beichen's grandfather's heart and lungs. After observing for 5 or 6 seconds, Yanxi's eyes suddenly filled with tears. Grandfather. The citizens of Huagua should be grateful to you. Mu Beichen laughed heartily, so, little Shi has discerned my grandfather's condition? There is a bullet fragment lodged within the pericardium surrounding your heart and lungs. Yanxi replied, her voice trembling. This is a mark left by grandfather's valiant struggle for the motherland. However, the position of this fragment is quite peculiar, and I fear modern medicine may not be able to extract it. Therefore, all these years, the bullet has coexisted with grandfather, which has also contributed to his breathing difficulties. Truly a miraculous doctor, truly a remarkable individual. Mu Beichen exclaimed joyfully. Since you have identified the ailment, you must possess a means to assist grandfather in removing it. There is a certain degree of risk involved, Yanxi cautioned. If grandfather trusts me, we could take a gamble against death. Just as Mu Beichen was about to agree, a middle-aged man's voice interjected from behind, Father, I object. Following that, a middle-aged woman's voice chimed in, Father, I also disagree. A clear young male voice added, and me. We all oppose it. Finally, a young woman's voice echoed, including me. Yanxi raised her gaze, while Mu Beichen turned around. He found his son, daughter-in-law, grandson, and granddaughter all emerging. This is my affair, and none of your concern. Thundered Mu Beichen, his face flushed with anger. Father, this concerns our entire family, not just you. Countered Mu Beichen's son, Mu Xingming. Indeed, father. Chimed in his daughter-in-law, Han Ning. This is a matter of life and death, how could it possibly be yours alone? It concerns the entire Mu family. Nonsense. Mu Beichen retorted, his voice laced with fury. You're all afraid that with the old man gone, your prestige will vanish. And you'll no longer benefit from the state's provisions afforded to me. It's infuriating. Grandfather. Interjected his grandson, Mu Ruabai. You misunderstand my parents' intentions. We are genuinely concerned about your well-being. And this little girl. Exclaimed his granddaughter, Mu Qianyun. Where did this quack come from? Instead of pursuing proper studies at such a young age, she's resorting to swindling her way into the Mu family. Does she even comprehend what the Mu family represents? Even the most formidable entities give way in our presence. I was invited by Elder Mu himself, Yanxi responded coolly, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Others are not in a position to dictate terms to me. Such audacity. Mu Qianyun snapped, turning to the house manager. Butler. Have this impudent little charlatan thrown out at once. I dare any of you to try. Mu Beichen roared, his face flushed crimson with anger. Miss Yan is a guest of honor in my home. To treat her with disrespect is to defy me, and I will not tolerate it. In this household. My word is law. Father, no. Said with a furrowed brow. We've consulted renowned physicians both domestically and internationally, yet their approach to your condition remains conservative. This young girl is barely 16 or 17, still of school age. How can you entrust your life to her? I am already 80 years old. Exclaimed. Veins throbbing in his neck with anger. Many of my comrades' age were forever frozen at 18. I crawled out of piles of corpses amidst gunfire. Surviving to 80 to enjoy the nation's honors, with you ingrates benefiting from my legacy. You should be content. Whether I die today or tomorrow makes no difference to me. Miss Yan is my esteemed guest. Should any of you dare speak disrespectfully again, leave my house. Then clutched his chest and coughed violently. His children and grandchildren rushed to his side. Yanxi attempted to approach but was shoved away by. It's all your fault. Look how upset you've made my grandfather. Why did you even come to our house? Yanxi remained speechless. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, and the old man faltered. Stand back. Any delay could endanger the old man. Yanxi exclaimed, moving to support. It was you who initiated this. Han Ning retorted, shoving Yanxi. Had you not arrived? My father wouldn't be in this state. Musing Ming furrowed his brow. Ruabai, Qianyun. You too, escort this girl out immediately. Cough. Mu Beichen coughed up another mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. If you insist, Yanxi declared, her expression hardening. A golden glint flashed in her hand as golden needles materialized, sealing the acupoints of Mu Xingming and the others. The four were instantly immobilized, standing rigidly. Their limbs rendered useless, save for the movement of their eyes. Their mouths, however, remained functional. Mu Qianyun, her eyes blazing with fury, screamed, Vile woman. What have you done to us? Before she could utter another word, Yanxi, growing impatient, silenced her with a needle to her speech center. You little bai. Alert the authorities. Quickly. The others echoed, only to be rendered mute by Yanxi's swift acupuncture. She helped Mu Beichen to sit down, offering him a gourd of mystical spring water. Glug. Glug. As the sweet, refreshing water flowed down, Mu Beichen felt immediate relief. The violent coughing subsided. And he embraced the gourd with both hands, taking several more large gulps before exclaiming, Little girl, what is this water? It's so delicious. And I feel a cool, invigorating sensation with each swallow. It's a specially formulated elixir. It can alleviate your immediate symptoms, Yanxi explained, but to achieve a comprehensive cure, the shrapnel within your pericardium must be extracted. Then you must help me, said Mu Beichen, grandfather believes in you. But what about your family? Yanxi pointed at the four individuals standing rigidly behind them. Forget about them. Mu Beichen replied darkly. They only care about their own interests and have no regard for my suffering. They genuinely worry about you. Yan Shi insisted. Please don't say that, grandfather. Indeed. They are concerned for me. Mu Beichen acknowledged. But grandfather is confused. Are they worried about my health or are they merely anxious about the loss of their own glory should I perish? Otherwise, why would they remain indifferent to my daily torment? Have they not sought out renowned physicians from all corners for you? Yan Shi gently urged. So, grandfather. Please do not overthink it, they truly wish you well. Sighing, Mu Beichen nodded. Very well, I shall heed the advice of young Yan. Grandfather will try to understand them and refrain from anger. Excellent. Yan Shi exclaimed. Now, I shall release their acupoints. Once they consent, I will immediately provide treatment for you. Listening to you. Mu Beichen nodded, what a thoughtful and considerate child you are. With her palm clasping a golden needle, Yan Shi swiftly flicked her wrist, releasing the acupoints of the 4 individuals. However, what she did not anticipate was that Mu Qianyun would raise her hand and strike her face. Just as Yan Shi prepared to retaliate with a needle, Mu Beichen intervened, and the slap landed squarely on his shoulder. Overwhelmed with trepidation, Mu Qianyun exclaimed, her complexion ashen, grandfather. It was unintentional. I am cognizant that your actions were not deliberate, Mu Beichen stated, suppressing his ire. However, your intent to strike young friend Yan was quite deliberate. I am perplexed as to why you would harbor such ill wishes towards my well-being, father. Mu Xingming interjected, how could we not desire your prosperity? Our apprehension stems from the fear that this unorthodox, itinerant healer might inadvertently cause your demise. Death would be a welcome release. Mu Beichen retorted, his face darkening with displeasure. To perish would be a swift resolution. Given your filial impiety, I no longer wish to provide you with my protection, father. Haning pleaded, that is not our intention. We are genuinely concerned for your health. Humph. Mu Beichen scoffed, when young friend Yan spoke on your behalf, I was momentarily swayed to believe your concern for my well-being. However, observe the actions of my esteemed granddaughter. Do they reflect concern for my health? It is patently evident that she fears my demise at your hands, which would jeopardize her status and position. Grandfather. Mu Qianyun cried out, her anxiety palpable as her true motives were exposed. Enough. Mu Beichen declared, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. Young friend Yan, I shall forego treatment for this old man's ailment. Let fate determine my destiny. But, Venerable Mu, Yan Shi persisted with unwavering patience, in your youth, your vitality was robust, and you were able to withstand the effects of the shrapnel. However, at present, your vitality has diminished significantly. If this continues, it could easily lead to cardiopulmonary hypoxia, which could occur at any moment. Their actions towards you, do they not equate to wishing my demise? Mu Beichen said, hands behind his back, forget it, the old man is resolute, if he chooses not to treat. Then so be it. For the sake of the Mu family, I have already borne enough worry, and early death may bring clarity. With that, the elder's expression darkened, letting out a cold snort before turning back into the house. Yan Shi felt it inappropriate to say anything further. A physician does not seek help. This is a principle of the profession. Since Mu Beichen has said so, she would acquiesce. Upon exiting the Mu family residence, she noticed Qin Moshing's Rolls-Royce parked not far down the road, flanked by several security vehicles lined up behind it. Upon seeing the young girl emerge from the Mu residence, backpack slung over her shoulders and a lollipop in her mouth, Qin Moshing sensed something amiss and quickly alighted from the car, striding towards her with long strides. What troubles you, my dear? You appear unhappy, has someone wronged you? With these words, he opened his arms and embraced the petite figure. Sighing, Yan Shi reflected on the adage, life and death are predetermined, and wealth and nobility lie in the hands of fate. Some consequences are beyond our control. What transpired? Qin Moshing inquired, gently ruffling the girl's hair. Has my little darling been wronged? Yan Shi briefly recounted the Mu family's interference regarding the old man's treatment, deliberately omitting the part about Mu Qianyun's intentions towards her, fearing that this man might, in a fit of anger, storm into the Mu residence. Then we shall disregard him, Qin Moshing declared, for we certainly cannot go begging him. Indeed. Yan Shi grasped Qin Moshing's large hand as they approached the Rolls-Royce. Let us go, uncle, I'm hungry. As Qin Moshing opened the car door for the young girl, He simultaneously made a phone call, instructing the staff to prepare a meal. However, the vehicle did not head towards the Yujing mountain villa. Sucking on her lollipop, Yanqi gazed out the window at the scenery and asked, "Uncle, are you going the wrong way?" "How could that be?" Qin Moshing replied, firmly gripping the steering wheel. "I am personally taking you back to our home." "Huh?" Yanqi paused, turning her gaze to him. "Our home?" "Yes." Qin Moshing nodded with a smile. "Our very own home. Everything is in place, we just need a beautiful mistress to complete it. Once you arrive, everything will be perfect." 40 minutes later, in the eastern suburbs of the capital. At number 1 Jinghua Manor. This plot of land, situated at the foot of the mountains and facing the water, contained only 5 luxurious residences, with Qin Moshing owning the first. Naturally, this entire area belonged to Qin Tian International, his enterprise. As the car entered the manor's gates and followed the driveway to the parking area beneath the main building, a familiar figure awaited by the roadside, hands clasped, exuding an air of respectful anticipation. Yanqi emerged from the vehicle, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Butler uncle, weren't you at the Yunhai Mountain Villa in Haicheng? What brings you here?" Butler Qin Hui lowered his head and replied, "Young mistress, I have come at Master Shen's request to attend to you." Yanqi nodded, her smile brightening. "Then I appreciate your help, uncle." She was quite familiar with the elderly steward, and he knew how to care for her. Presumably, this was the reason Qin Mohen had transferred Qin Hui over. Furthermore, Qin Mohen gestured towards the magnificent edifice before them, and said to Yanqi, "From this day forward, you are the lady of this manor. This estate has already been transferred to your name." Yanqi was taken aback, her almond eyes widening. "I say, uncle. This isn't necessary. Wasn't Cloudsea Manor in High City already given to me? Any place that is to be our home, I will transfer to your name," Qin Mohen said, embracing the girl's petite shoulders. "This way, my future bride will feel secure living here." "But I already have my own," Yanqi pouted. "What would I do with so many houses?" "I know you do, but that doesn't preclude me from giving you more," the man said, caressing the young girl's cheek affectionately. "Remember, my dear, what is yours, and what is mine is also yours. If you don't accept it, I will be heartbroken." "All right then." Yanqi nodded, revealing her dimples. "To make uncle feel secure, I'll accept this house." "Then, my dear mistress, shall we go inside?" Qin Mohen said, bending down to scoop the young girl into his arms. Hui uncle hurried forward to open the front door. "Master, young mistress, lunch is prepared and ready to be served." "Wonderful." Yanqi exclaimed gleefully. "My tummy is rumbling." "Thank you, Uncle Hui." After lunch, Qin Mohen escorted Yanqi on a tour of the estate. The layout of the manor is astonishingly arranged according to the cardinal directions of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, exuding an abundant aura and favorable feng shui, which endears it to Yanqi from the depths of her heart. Qin Emotion cradles her in his arms and affectionately declares, "Having completed the tour of the manor, I shall take you for a midday rest. After a hearty meal. Will you not fear that I will become as plump as a little pig?" Yanqi playfully wraps her arms around his neck. "Should you become a little pig? Then that would indeed be my favorite little pig." Qin Emotion tilts his head to plant a kiss on her cheek, nestled against his shoulder. Yanqi feels a wave of fatigue wash over her. Just as she stifles a yawn, her phone begins to ring urgently. Slipping out of Qin Emotion's embrace, she retrieves her phone to check the caller. To her surprise, it is a call from the Mu family. Her brow furrows slightly, yet she swipes to answer. On the other end, Mu Qianyun's voice rushes in, "Miss Yin, you must come quickly to save my grandfather, he is in dire condition. Did you not express your reluctance for me to treat old Master Mu?" A pang of anxiety grips Yanqi, yet she recalls the previous grievances that stir her irritation, causing her tone to turn sharp. "There is no time for that now." Mu Qianyun continues, "My grandfather, in a fit of anger, refused to eat lunch and quarreled with my parents. He is now spitting blood and has fallen into a coma. My father has summoned doctors from several hospitals in the capital, all declaring that my grandfather is beyond saving, hence. So you wish to cling to a dying horse as if it were alive?" Yanqi scoffs coldly, "Should he perish, the blame will rest upon me, should he survive. You will continue to drain old Master Mu's vitality, is that it?" "Not at all." Mu Qianyun exclaimed, "In any case, my grandfather's condition is dire. If you are willing to overlook past grievances, please come and save him. With that, the call was abruptly terminated, clearly leaving no room for negotiation. Shi Baoer and Qin Moshan both heard this and furrowed their brows. We shouldn't go, this is not your responsibility. Look at how she is acting. But I must go. Yan Shi insisted. Elder Mu is a national hero, who fought valiantly for our country, sacrificing his life without hesitation. How could I abandon him in his time of need? Very well, then, Qin Moshan replied, but I must accompany you. After all, an 80-year-old man is nearing the end of his days. And should anything happen, I do not want them blaming you for it. A child of merely a few years cannot possibly navigate such a complex situation alone. All right. Yan Shi nodded in agreement. The two ascended the stairs to change their attire. And soon the driver was transporting them to the Mu family's ancestral home. Upon their arrival, the elderly butler, noticing the young physician he had summoned earlier, hurriedly opened the door. However, the imposing figure accompanying the physician made him tremble slightly. Who is this? I am Miss Yan's assistant. Qin Moshan declared, holding up Yan Shi's backpack. Please. Come in, the butler gestured. The young master and others are waiting. As they entered the living room, Mu Qianyun approached in a flowing white dress. I knew you wouldn't let this opportunity slip away, after all. My grandfather is no ordinary man, she said with a tone laced with sarcasm and arrogance. However, her expression quickly shifted as she caught sight of the man beside Yan Shi. Abruptly, Mu Qianyun's breath hitched, and she inhaled sharply. Good heavens, am I seeing things? She murmured in astonishment. The man before her was statuesque and refined, possessing a noble grace as if a deity had descended. His darkly charismatic features exuded a captivating allure, radiating an aura of regal authority and commanding dominance. A bespoke black suit accentuated his distinguished bearing, yet conveyed an air of unapproachability. Yan Shi, noticing Mu Qianyun's infatuation, stated coolly, Miss Mu. My motives are solely based on the admirable character of Elder Mu. But who is unaware that by saving my grandfather, you would ascend to great heights? Mu Qianyun reluctantly shifted her gaze from Qin Moshan. At that moment, her annoyance toward Yan Shi intensified. How could this young woman be accompanied by such an unparalleled man? Qin Moshan's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he suppressed his anger, retorting, if the Mu family lacks the genuine intention to treat the elder, why bother contacting my precious Shi'er? Is this merely an idle pursuit? Sir. Mu Qianyun responded with a smile, I am simply stating a fact. Which household in China is unaware that my grandfather is a distinguished contributor to our nation? Chapter 129, Mr. Qin's domineering protection of his beloved wife. It truly perplexes me. Qin Moshan scoffed, how could Elder Mu, a man of renowned reputation, have such a disappointing descendant? My dear, let us depart. Their fate is of no concern to us. With that, he grasped Yan Shi's delicate hand and turned to leave. Hey! Mu Qianyun called out, hurrying after them, Miss Yan, you promised to save my grandfather. I intend to rescue the esteemed Mr. Mu. Yan Shi declared, but judging by your demeanor, perhaps I should refrain. How can this be? Mu Qianyun interjected. You cannot leave. Step aside. Qin Moshan roared in anger, do not compel me to resort to violence against a woman. Do you wish to endanger your life by treating my little darling in such a manner? Uncle, do not stoop to her level. Yan Shi's eyelids flickered, should Mr. Mu's fate be sealed, these vampires would be cast back to their primitive state. Truly a case of self-inflicted misery. Qin Moshan continued to hold Yan Shi's delicate hand as they advanced toward the exit. Wait. A melodious female voice called from behind, I am Mr. Mu's daughter. I implore you not to leave, I beseech you to save my father. Mr. Mu's daughter? Yan Shi paused momentarily. The last time she visited, there was no sign of Mr. Mu's daughter, was there? She instinctively turned back. A striking middle-aged woman in her 40s hurried towards them. Qin Moshan had no choice but to halt, one arm wrapped protectively around Yan Shi's delicate shoulder. The middle-aged woman approached, and upon seeing Yan Shi, she momentarily froze. After 2 or 3 seconds, she spoke, young lady, what is your name? Aunt Jinyu. Mu Qianyun replied with a frown, grandfather says her name is Yan Shi. Oh, indeed, Yan Shi. Mu Jinyu said awkwardly, I had thought you bore the surname Yi, you resemble a dear friend of mine with that surname remarkably. Yan Shi responded with a calm smile, throughout my life, I have yet to encounter anyone with the surname Yi. It's merely a coincidence. Mu Jinyu stated, Miss Yan. My father's condition is deteriorating. I implore you to come in and save him. Before lapsing into unconsciousness, he repeatedly requested your presence. Very well. Yanxi responded. My concern lies with Elder Mu as well. Then, please, follow me upstairs, Mu Jinyu courteously requested. Hold on. Qin Emotion interjected, before our family's divine physician commences treatment. I have a stipulation, otherwise, we shall decline. Uncle, Yanxi pouted, saving a life is of paramount importance. To me, no one is as crucial as you. Qin Emotion said sternly, to think someone would dare to mistreat my darling. Neither she nor I will tolerate this affront. Mu Jinyu, upon observation, recognized the man's commanding presence. Sir, she gently said, if my niece acted inappropriately, I apologize on her behalf. Please, can we prioritize saving my father? Saving him is imperative. Qin Emotion asserted, my little one possesses a physician's compassionate heart. However, after the rescue, I demand an apology from each of the 4 individuals who wronged her. 4 individuals? Mu Jinyu's brow furrowed. Are you referring to my elder brother, sister-in-law, and their 2 children? Mu Qianyan exclaimed, on what grounds? We didn't utter anything excessive. On what grounds? Qin Emotion scoffed, on the grounds that I am Yanxi's fiancé. If you dare to mistreat her, be prepared to bear the consequences. An apology is the least you can offer. Are you truly remarkable just because you are engaged to Yanxi? Mu Qianyan remarked with a tinge of bitterness. Believing that mere good looks would earn one the respect of others. And what if I am Qin Emotion? The man's gaze darkened ominously. Threatening to cast you out of the capital if you are unworthy. Qin. Both Mu Qianyan and Mu Jinyu were taken aback, exclaiming in unison. Who do you claim to be? The Qin family of Hua Nation, Qin Tian International Group, Qin Emotion. A stumble echoed from the steps. The trio turned to see Mu Xingming, accompanied by his wife, Han Ning, who also stumbled in surprise. What? Mu Ruabai, who approached, gasped, You are Qin Emotion? What of it? Qin Emotion retorted coldly, his frustration boiling over. Look at the Mu family, each one more insufferable than the last. Thankfully, he had accompanied the young girl today, otherwise, she would have been bullied to tears. The young girl, sucking on a lollipop, remarked, if anyone is to cry, it would likely be them. Brother. Mu Qianyan cast a glance at Mu Ruabai, have you ever met the president of Qin Tian? Surely. He cannot be this young. I have not met Qin Emotion, but I am certain this person cannot be real. Mu Ruabai asserted. The president of Qin Tian is far too busy and esteemed to associate with a mere wandering physician. Ruabai. Mu Jinyu snapped, enough. Grandfather specifically requested Miss Yan to treat him, how can you speak so carelessly? Aunt, did I speak incorrectly? Mu Ruabai inquired. Do you believe that President Qin Tian would accompany a mere child to treat an ailment? Mu Jinyu felt the peculiarity of the situation, yet. The man before them emanated an imperial aura, standing with an unyielding presence that commanded submission. To assert that he was not Qin Moshing would suggest he is, perhaps, the current. Impossible. The reigning head of the Yi family is over 70 years old. I too believe he is not President Qin Tian. Mu Qianyun remarked with envy as she gazed at Yanxi. How could a mere impoverished wandering physician possess such fortune? Alas. Uncle. Yanxi licked her lollipop and looked up at Qin Mosheng. Do you think this family has any hope? There is no hope. Qin Mosheng's face darkened with fury. If that is the case, I shall make them realize that without Mu Beichen, they are nothing. Who are you to speak such arrogance? Mu Ruabai retorted. Our Mu family is a prominent clan of Huagua, not something that just anyone can manipulate. The prominent clan is Mr. Mu. Qin Mosheng stifled his anger. You are merely basking in his shadow, which grants you a sense of superiority. Without Mr. Mu, do you truly believe you can act without restraint? You may attempt it. Mu Ruabai scoffed coldly. Indeed, what use is bravado? If you have the ability, let us see it. Mu Qianyun chimed in. Very well. Qin Mosheng bellowed in anger. Let us put it to the test. With a grim expression, he retrieved his phone and dialed Zhang Chen's number. Mobilize the entire contingent of Qin Tian Security Company immediately. Fully armed, and blockade the ancestral residence of the Mu family. Allow not even a single fly to escape without my express command. Yes, Master Shen. Zhang Chen. seated in the vehicle at the main entrance, felt a chilling aura descend upon him. Their master was supposedly inside, accompanying the young mistress to administer medical treatment to the elder Mr. Mu, was he not? Why, then, this sudden deployment of such overwhelming force? Was this to escalate into armed conflict? The adversary was, after all, a venerable figure in military circles, albeit retired to the second echelon, yet still commanding considerable influence. Nonetheless, Zhang Chen dared not delay and promptly issued the directive to the security firm under Qin Tian's jurisdiction. Within the main hall, Mu Ruabai continued to sneer with derision. Bluster on, I shall observe your charade. You perform with such conviction. Indeed. Mu Qianyun remarked, arms crossed, her tone laced with disdain. This man, possessing such striking features, must surely be an actor. Perhaps a thespian of international acclaim, for we have not encountered him within our nation. Chapter 130, Arrogant presumption leads to a tragic demise. This conjecture brought considerable solace to Mu Qianyun's ego. She cast a contemptuous glance toward Yan Shi, sneering, I knew it. What merit do you possess that would compel the heir of the Qin clan of China to act as your guardian? But if he is merely an actor, it all becomes clear. You must have leveraged your seductive visage to infiltrate the cinematic realm, thus ensnaring this thespian, no? Alas. Yan Shi lamented, sucking on her lollipop. Shaking her head. Allow yourself this final moment of unbridled vitriol. It is merely delaying the treatment of the elder Mr. Mu, which is a most lamentable circumstance. Miss Yan, exclaimed Mu Jinyu, I don't care about anything else, please, quickly save my father, he is the one who sought your help, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. Aunt, interjected Mu Ruabai, grandfather must have been deceived by them. Do not panic, the truth about whether they are frauds will soon be revealed. As the words left his mouth, a cacophony of revving engines erupted outside. The butler hurried in, breathless, and announced, Young master. It's bad news, the Mu family old residence is surrounded. Armed security personnel are everywhere. Almost immediately, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed as Zhang Chen, accompanied by a fully armed squad of security, stormed in. The guards, well-trained and poised, took their positions in preparation for confrontation. The atmosphere in the grand hall grew palpably tense, thick with the scent of impending conflict. Humph. Qin Moshing sneered coldly, you should be grateful to be born in Huagua. Had this been Xingshou, the ones entering now would be the military. This, Mu Xingming stammered, who on earth are you? How could you possess such formidable power? Are you truly Qin? Father. Mu Ruabai insisted, feigning composure, do not be intimidated by him. Quickly. Contact grandfather's security department and summon assistance. Yes. Yes. Mu Xingming agreed, we still have grandfather's men, they are the real force. In a flurry, he fumbled with his phone, dialing the number. Mu Ruabai turned to Qin Moshing and declared, you can pretend all you want, but let me assure you, your demise is imminent. Indeed. Mu Qianyun sneered. For an actor is merely an actor, no matter how many supporting roles one may call upon, they remain actors. And those props? Merely ornamental, devoid of utility, I presume? Bang. Qin Mosheng, unable to endure any longer, seized the gun from Zhang Chen's hand and pulled the trigger towards the ceiling. A chandelier came crashing down with a resounding clatter. The members of the Mu family were nearly driven to hide beneath the table. Such props, one might think, are genuine firearms. Meanwhile, Mu Xingming had also managed to connect the call, articulating the situation to the other end. The response was loud and clear within the grand hall. I apologize, but the military cannot be mobilized at whim. Without the command of Elder Mu, we will not take action. You may as well contact the authorities. Beep. Beep, the call was terminated. The members of the Mu family stood in stunned silence. Do you now comprehend? Qin Moshing scoffed, without Elder Mu, you are utterly insignificant. Mu Xingming and his offspring could only stare blankly. Moreover, regarding the enterprises under your name, should Elder Mu depart, given your management style, one can only wonder who would still be willing to conduct business with you. Precisely. Yan Shi remarked, standing beside Qin Mosheng, in life, it is prudent to possess foresight. Arrogance often leads to one's downfall. Mu Qianyun retorted, you. What about me? Yan Shi replied, I presume your title outside is that of Elder Mu's granddaughter, correct? Beyond that. What else are you? Mu Qianyun fell silent. Brother. Mu Jinyu exclaimed, I believe Mr. Qin and Miss Yan are correct. Our father has lived a life of integrity and humility, we must not tarnish his esteemed reputation in an instant. Mu Xingming responded with silence. Suddenly, the housekeeper rushed down the stairs in a flurry, exclaiming, quickly. Something is terribly wrong with the master, it seems he is nearing his end. In a frenzy, everyone dashed towards the staircase, with Yan Shi and Qin Moshing leading the charge. Upon arriving at Mu Beichen's bedroom, they found two family doctors helplessly standing by the bed. The elderly man lay there, his complexion pallid, breath shallow, devoid of vitality. Step aside, Yan Shi urged, pushing the family doctors away. With a swift motion, she revealed two golden needles in her palm. One she plunged into Mu Beichen's Baihui point, while the other found its place in his Danzhong. Uncle. She turned to Qin Mosheng, please help maintain order, I must save the old gentleman. If we delay, it may be too late. Understood. Qin Mosheng nodded. You can focus on your work, I will ensure everything is secure. Zhang Chen. He called, clear the room. No one is permitted to enter. Yes, young Master Sheng. Zhang Chen commanded, and the security personnel promptly ushered everyone out of the room, leaving only Qin Mosheng inside. This can't be right, I need to see my father. Mu Xingming protested. Yes, we are worried about grandfather. Mu Ruabai echoed. Enough, brothers and nephew. Let Dr. Yan do her work and save him. With a resounding thud, the bedroom door closed, leaving the Mu family standing anxiously outside. Uncle, Yan Shi entreated Qin Emotion, please, you should also depart. Very well. Qin Emotion acquiesced with a nod. I shall remain vigilant just outside the door. Have no fear. Yan Shi responded with a nod. Qin Emotion opened the door and exited, closing it gently behind him. Yan Shi, cradling Mu Beichen, swiftly entered the mystical realm of her spatial domain. Mu Beichen was in dire need of surgery, yet the prerequisites for such a procedure were exceedingly stringent. Only the operating theater within the spiritual domain could furnish the requisite precision instruments and sterile environment. Yan Shi commenced by administering a jade dew pill to Mu Beichen, intending to sustain the vestiges of his vitality. Subsequently, she employed intangible golden needles to puncture numbing points, occluding the blood vessels before employing instruments to perform a thoracotomy. Given that the residual shrapnel had, over the course of years, become embedded within the pericardium, integrating with the bodily tissues, its extraction presented an arduous and perilous undertaking. Yan Shi deliberated for a brief interval, concluding that wielding a scalpel to probe within the pericardium was inadvisable. Such an action, however slight the misstep, could result in Mu Beichen's demise. What course of action should she undertake? Ultimately, Yan Shi resolved to adopt the safest, most conservative, albeit most laborious and efficacious method, employing her internal energy to gradually draw out the shrapnel, fragment by fragment. Having arrived at this determination, she inhaled deeply, mobilizing the spiritual energy within her. Her diminutive hands hovered over Mu Beichen's exposed chest cavity, as she initiated her efforts. Initially, her spiritual energy merely discerned the locus of the shrapnel's presence. Subsequently, she stilled her breath and concentrated her mind, focusing her spiritual energy there, employing a spiraling, surging current to dislodge the fragment. A minute fraction at a time, with painstaking precision. Beads of perspiration trickled down Yan Shi's face, the shrapnel barely visible. A tinge of regret washed over her, she should have permitted Hong Mai to enter. It would have been helpful to have her wipe away the perspiration. However, at this juncture, she dared not move, lest the retraction of her spiritual energy undo all her efforts. Each second stretched into an eternity, each breath a monumental task. Rivulets of sweat coursed down her face, her hair plastered to her skin. Her countenance, flushed crimson by the surge of spiritual energy, was illuminated by eyes that shone with the brilliance of the North Star. Outside the chamber, a gathering of concerned individuals congregated. The Mu family members, their faces etched with worry, paced restlessly in the corridor. Qin Emo Shen, seated upon a chair provided by Zhang Chen, appeared to be in repose. In truth, he could distinctly hear the frantic cadence of his own heart. Qin Emo Shen harbored no doubt regarding the young woman's safety. However, such an intricate procedure would require a team of seasoned medical professionals several hours to complete. His beloved was undertaking this arduous task alone, and the thought of her exhaustion filled him with an overwhelming sense of solicitude. Why is there no movement? Mu Ruabai exclaimed. making a move to push open the chamber door. Indeed. Let us go inside and ascertain the situation. I am filled with unease. Mu Qianyun added. Stand aside. Qin Emotion commanded, his leg barring their path. Sir, we are merely concerned for my grandfather. Mu Qianyun retorted. We request that you permit us to enter. She remained incredulous that the man before her was indeed Qin Moshen, the pride of the heavens, preferring to believe that his regal heir was merely an act. How could that impoverished woman possibly be worthy of such a noble and dignified man? Surely, one of her distinguished status was far more befitting of him. Zhongchen interceded. Aware that his master would not deign to speak with the woman. He would speak on his master's behalf. You are concerned for your grandfather. Yet our master is equally concerned for our young master. Are we not all waiting patiently here? Before our young master permits entry. Let anyone who dares trespass be warned that my bullets are not mere theatrical props. With that, he twirled the handgun in his palm, executing a flourish. Mu Ruabai. Mu Qianyun. The two had no choice but to retreat, crestfallen. You two siblings. Mu Jinyu said softly, a frown furrowing his brow. If we are asked to wait, we shall wait patiently. I have faith that your grandfather will recover. Mu Qianyun cast a resentful glance at the bedroom door. Heaven only knew how much envy filled her heart each time Zhongchen referred to our young master. Time trickled by, each moment feeling stretched and thin. The clock on the corridor wall chimed 12 times, startling everyone with the realization that it was midnight. Yanxi had been inside the bedroom for a full 8 hours. Qin Moshen grew increasingly anxious, his mind beginning to race with worrisome thoughts. Could his little darling have possibly fainted from exhaustion? His little treasure must be terribly hungry, right? His little treasure is thirsty, busy all alone, how can she drink water? His little treasure. Qin Moshen rose from his chair. A man who typically refrained from smoking, he reached out to Zhongchen, hand me a cigarette. Zhongchen responded promptly, yes, sir. He hurriedly retrieved a cigarette from the pack, respectfully offering it to Qin Moshen. Once Qin Moshen held the cigarette between his lips, Zhongchen quickly ignited it for him. Qin Moshen inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. Little one, you must hold on. Otherwise, this uncle will tear this place apart. At that moment, Yanxi was drenched in sweat, her clothes clinging to her. Yet, she maintained her posture, continuously channeling her spiritual energy to extract the shard embedded within. However, she sensed her spiritual energy was dwindling. Would she be able to extract the shard completely before her energy was exhausted? She glanced down at Mu Beichen's chest, where the shard protruded, roughly the size of a fingernail. Keep going, persevere. Yanxi gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. Suddenly, she was unsure whether she was hallucinating or not. Through the crack of the operating room door, she saw a wisp of black mist seeping in. The mist coalesced at the entrance, ultimately taking on a humanoid form. It resembled a tall, slender man cloaked in a dark cape. His face obscured beneath the shadow of the oversized hood. Though the features were obscured, a chilling and sinister presence enveloped the air. Who are you? Yanxi inquired, her heart tightening with trepidation. This man must perish, his time has come. You cannot save him. The cloaked figure intoned with an ominous chill, if you rescue him, I will have no explanation for the king of the underworld. I care not. Yanxi declared fiercely. Mr. Mu is a patriotic hero of our nation, having risked his life for the people. Therefore, he cannot die now. I must save him and ensure he enjoys his twilight years. Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The cloaked man suddenly extended sharp, talon-like hands towards Yanxi. Panic surged within her. At that moment, she was unable to divide her focus. If she withdrew her power, it would spiral out of control, leading to Mu Beichen's demise. Conversely, if she persisted, her own life would hang in the balance. Just as the situation reached its direst point, a flash of white light illuminated the room, revealing an ethereal figure. This apparition resembled an elderly man with white hair and beard, carrying a large gourd and leaning on an iron crutch. Without a word, the elder swung his crutch at the cloaked figure. The cloaked man retracted his grasp towards Yanxi and engaged in combat with the white apparition. As the battle between black and white raged on, another figure materialized, a tall, charismatic middle-aged man, who promptly drew a 7-star sword from his back and lunged at the cloaked adversary. I may not best you, but I shall remember this debt. I will report the truth to the king of the underworld. The cloaked man uttered a phrase and transformed into a wisp of black mist, slipping through the crack of the operating room door. She was utterly astonished, her momentary distraction further depleting her internal spiritual energy. Her complexion turned a ghastly yellow, and she felt herself teetering on the brink of collapse. She could not afford to falter, she must save the esteemed Mr. Mu. Just as she was straining to hold on, warmth enveloped her back. She sensed a surge of warm spiritual energy flowing into her body. She realized that the elderly man with white hair was transferring his spiritual energy to her. Then, the man in green seized her mouth and administered a pill. Instantly, she felt a lightness enveloping her, as her spiritual energy coursed through her veins. Drawing upon these two formidable sources of power, she mustered her strength and extracted the bullet. As it was removed gradually, Mu Beichen's heart remained largely unscathed. She sighed in relief, a joyous smile illuminating her lips. Just as she intended to express her gratitude to the elderly man with the iron crutch and the middle-aged swordsman, she turned to find no one in sight. With no time to dwell on this, she hurried to tend to Mu Beichen's open wound. Utilizing precise instruments, she meticulously sutured the incision, creating a flawless, delicate scar. Subsequently, she applied a universal ointment to the wound and bandaged Mu Beichen's entire chest. The final step involved administering medication and infusing him with a solution to prevent infection. Once she had completed all these tasks, she noticed that Mu Beichen, under the influence of anesthesia, was on the verge of awakening. Exhausted, she found herself unable to hold on any longer. She embraced Mu Beichen, a thought transporting her from the ethereal realm to the grand bed in the bedroom. Subsequently, she dragged her utterly exhausted body towards the bedroom door. Click. The onlookers outside the door observed the lock move, and then the door was turned open. Thereafter, a drenched little girl, her complexion pale as wax, tumbled out with her eyes closed. Chapter 132, A Doorstep Gratitude Sheer. Qin Moshing rushed forward, cradling her in his arms. She tilted her head, glimpsing the bright morning light filtering through the window at the end of the corridor. Grandfather Mu is all right, he will awaken soon. Uncle, I am so tired, please take me home. Upon uttering these words, a smile graced the corners of her lips, and she drifted into slumber within Qin Moshing's embrace. The members of the Mu family surged into the bedroom, but Qin Moshing swiftly lifted the little girl in his arms. Regardless of the circumstances, his beloved was safe, and a heavy stone in his heart fell with a resounding thud. Upon returning to Jinghua Manor, Qin Moshing carried Yan Shi into the master bedroom, gently placing her on the grand bed. The little one slept soundly and deeply. Qin Moshing instructed the maid to come in, change her into pajamas, and cover her with a light blanket. Yan Shi slumbered from morning until night, showing no signs of awakening. Qin Moshing remained by her side, not leaving the bedroom for 12 hours. When the butler, Huebua, came to summon him for dinner, he did not budge. Exasperated, Huebua had no choice but to bring the meal to him, allowing the young master to dine in the bedroom. During dinner, the situation remained unchanged. Qin Moshing felt a growing anxiety, mirrored by Huebua's concerned gaze. Young master, is it appropriate for the young lady to sleep like this? I share your concern, Qin Moshing remarked. She has been sleeping for nearly 18 hours since yesterday afternoon, without any food or drink. How can her fragile body endure this? Perhaps, Huibai tentatively suggested, I could instruct the kitchen to prepare some porridge for the young lady. Do not bother with porridge, Qin Moshing interjected. Children prefer milkshakes. Have the kitchen make some strawberry milkshake, she would relish that much more. Very well, strawberry milkshake it shall be. Huibai promptly descended to make the arrangements. A short while later, the nanny ascended with a cup of strawberry milkshake, complete with a straw. Qin Moshing positioned himself at the head of the bed, gently propping the little girl against his chest. He placed the straw at her lips, whispering softly in her ear, Sweetheart, drink a little. Be good, and sip slowly. Even in her slumber, Yan Shi was somewhat aware, her tiny mouth instinctively moved, drawing the milkshake inside. Tasting the sweetness invigorated her senses, and she eagerly gulped several mouthfuls. Ultimately, however, she succumbed to sleep once more, the straw still resting in her mouth. Fearing she might choke, Qin Moshing carefully withdrew the straw, wiped her lips tenderly, and laid her back on the pillow. The nanny stood nearby, astonished, reminiscing about her own experiences nursing children in similar circumstances. Yan Shi continued her slumber, blissfully unaware of day and night, until the following morning. Her little face glowed with a dewy radiance, and her petite lips were as tender as budding flowers. Long, thick eyelashes framed her eyes like delicate fans, casting shadows upon her cherubic visage. How enchanting this little creature appears, reminiscent of the sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. Qin Moshing reclines beside her, propping his head on one hand, utterly captivated by her beauty. Unable to resist, he leans down and tenderly brushes his lips against her delicate cherry blossom petals, kissing her softly. Yan Shi, feeling somewhat aggrieved, furrows her brow and instinctively pushes his face away with her small hand. Turning her little face aside, she drifts back into slumber. Qin Moshing is completely melted by her innocent demeanor, his heart swells like a spring brook. With a smile gracing his lips, he wraps his arms around his little treasure. Although the position is causing him some discomfort, he yearns to continue sharing this moment of repose with her. Yan Shi's slumber seems interminable. Qin Moshing has not stepped beyond the threshold of their bedroom for 3 days. Even when the elder from the Yu family called, urging him to return, he remained unyielding. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Yan Shi's phone rang. The little girl had few contacts. Aside from a call from Xinyu, her phone had been silent. This time, the caller was noted as Mu family. Qin Moshing answered, and the voice of Mu Xingming resonated on the other end. Is this the renowned physician Yan? I am Qin Moshing. Oh. Mu Xingming clearly took aback, then inquired, are you truly Mr. Qin Moshing of Qin Tian International Group? I have no patience for your prattle. Qin Moshing replied with an icy arrogance, if there is nothing urgent, kindly hang up and do not disturb my little girl. Wait, please don't hang up. Mu Xingming implored, my father has recovered and insists on expressing his gratitude to physician Yan. May I inquire where she is at present? Indeed. Qin Emotion concurred that a visit from the Mu family was warranted, certain accounts remained unsettled. Your residence? Mu Xingming inquired, where might that be? Are you familiar with Jinghua Manor? Qin Emotion responded icily, Number 1. Jinghua Manor. Number 1. Mu Xingming inhaled sharply. There was no further need for clarification. The individual on the other end of the line was unequivocally Qin Emotion, the figure of authority in the Qin Empire. Ah. Very well. Very well. Beads of perspiration formed on Mu Xingming's brow. Esteemed Qin, please grant us permission to visit you shortly. Come then. Qin Emotion uttered frigidly. I am also curious to hear what you have to say. The call was terminated with abrupt finality. The impending visit from the Mu family presented an opportune moment for him to impart a lesson or two. To mistreat his precious darling was tantamount to disregarding his existence. Qin Emotion instructed the nanny to watch over Yan Shi while he refreshed himself. Subsequently, he descended the stairs attired in opulent silk loungewear. Scarcely had he settled onto the sofa, legs crossed, and taken a sip of red tea when Huibo announced, the Mu family has arrived, accompanied by an elderly patriarch. Mu Beichen himself has come? Qin Emotion promptly rose from the sofa, urging them to drive the vehicle onto the premises. As the venerable gentleman was likely incapable of traversing great distances on foot. Yes, young master. Huibo hastened to relay the message to the gatekeepers via intercom. Before long, the sound of an automobile engine reverberated through the courtyard. Qin Emotion had already changed into a black suit and stood beneath the eaves. Were it not for the sake of Mu Beichen, he would not have bothered with the trouble. 2 vehicles from the Mu family arrived. The vanguard being a 7-seater Hongqi. As the car came to a halt, Mu Xingming, along with his wife Haning and sister Mu Jinyu, assisted Mu Beichen in alighting. From the sports car trailing behind emerged Mu Ruabai and Mu Qianyun, each bearing lavish gifts. Upon beholding the composed man standing beneath the eaves, Mu Qianyun sidled up to Mu Beichen and inquired in a hushed tone, Grandfather, is that man truly Qin Mochen? Having previously perused confidential dossiers on Qin Mochen, Mu Beichen, upon seeing the man, hoarsely declared to his descendants, you are truly devoid of discernment. Is that not unequivocally the emperor of Huagua's foremost financial group, Qin Mochen? Moreover, he is a hereditary earl of the Xingzhou royal family. Hearing this, the Mu family fell silent. Mu Qianyun's heart seethed with envy. How could such an exquisite man already belong to another? What merit did that callow girl possess to warrant such fortune? What opportunity could she contrive to usurp this man for herself? Elder Mu. Qin Mochen approached, extending a greeting to Mu Beichen that was both proactive and dignified. Are you feeling improved? This time, we are greatly indebted to little friend Yan. Mu Beichen's eyes welled with tears. Otherwise, This old codger would soon be observing his seventh-day memorial. The venerable gentleman is a meritorious servant of Huagua, having selflessly devoted himself to the nation. Yama dares not claim you. Qin Machen's voice, both gentle and authoritative, possessed a magnetic resonance akin to the harmonious vibration of strings. However, where is Miss Yen? Mu Qianyun inquired, loath to witness Yen Shi in the company of this regal man. She yearned for the opportunity to be present by Qin Mashing's side from this day forward. Yet, Qin Mashing chose to disregard her, turning a deaf ear to her words. Mu Beichen inquired further, indeed, where is little friend Yen? Chapter 133, Offending the King of Hell. My fiancée has been utterly exhausted while rescuing old Mu. She has been asleep for 3 days and has yet to awaken. Qin Mashing's voice resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre. Fiancée? The term echoed in the ears of everyone from the Mu family. That little girl was, astonishingly, the betrothed of this extraordinary scion? Mu Qianyu's complexion darkened instantly, revealing her disappointment and envy. Mr. Qin is indeed fortunate. Mu Beichen remarked with a smile, little friend Yen, at such a tender age, possesses such remarkable medical skills. With a wife like that, what more could one desire? My daughter Sheer is truly exceptional. Qin Mashing responded with delight, relishing the praise for his precious child. His heart sweeter than honey. But father. Mu Jingyu interjected, divine Dr. Yen has not yet awakened, Her words trailed off as the housekeeper emerged from within, joyfully announcing, young master, the young mistress has awakened. She opened her eyes and immediately inquired after your whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Qin Mashing was filled with joy and said to Mu Beichen, old Mu, please wait in the living room, I shall ascend to check on my precious child. Very well. Mu Beichen nodded, with little friend Yen awake, my visit has not been in vain. My precious child. These words struck Mu Qianyu's heart like a sharp blade, causing her immense pain. Qin Mashing entrusted a few members of the Mu family to Uncle Hui and strode up the stairs. Upon reaching the master bedroom on the second floor, he beheld a pristine white bed where a young girl reclined elegantly against the headboard. Her long, inky hair cascaded around her, and her eyes, as luminous as liquid mercury, blinked playfully at him. The purity of her gaze and the tranquil expression on her face made Qin Mashing utterly enamored. Sire, my precious! He exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace Yen Shi. You are awake. Surely you have had enough rest by now. Yen Shi smiled, her delicate lips resembling soft petals, her youthful visage radiating the glow of well-rested jade. She wrapped her arms around Qin Mashing's neck, her entire being a tender softness in his embrace. I slept so soundly, but I was awakened by hunger, otherwise I could have continued sleeping. We shall not sleep any longer, it has been 3 days already. Qin Mashing replied. I will carry you to freshen up. And once we have enjoyed a hearty dinner and taken a stroll, Uncle will accompany you back to sleep. As the little one awakened, he found his thoughts and affections entirely consumed by her, completely forgetting the guests from the Mu family. It was only when the nanny assisted Yen Shi in the bathroom that he recalled the visitors downstairs. Nevertheless, he did not delay. He instructed Uncle Hui to have the kitchen prepare a meal for Yen Shi. No guest could possibly hold more significance than his little treasure. Once Yen Shi had finished her grooming, she donned a luxurious champagne-colored silk loungewear. Qin Mashing helped her dry her lustrous black hair, loosely tying it up at the back. I haven't yet told you, the Mu Beichen family has arrived. He informed her. Just as I anticipated. As she spoke, she unwrapped a lollipop and popped it into her mouth. Prior to partaking in sustenance, the consumption of a specially formulated confection can engender a swift surge in vigor. Let them await, quoth Qin Mo, profoundly. Repast has been prepared for thee in the culinary chamber, first, satiate thyself. I shall first pay respects to Elder Mu. Responded Yen Shi, savoring the sweet. His advanced years and recent convalescence warrant such consideration. In uttering these words, Yen Shi recalled the critical juncture in the treatment of Mu Beichen, when a figure cloaked in sable attire intruded upon the laboratory. This specter, reminiscent of the grim reaper of lore, proclaimed that Mu Beichen's hour had arrived and that his salvation would displease the sovereign of the netherworld. Subsequently, she remembered the two peculiar individuals who aided her in repelling the dark apparition, one leaning upon an iron crutch, bearing a capacious gourd, the other wielding a 7-star sword, exuding an air of debonair charm. In retrospect, these figures bore a striking resemblance to the divine effigies she had placed within the spiritual domain, Li Taiguai and El Dongbin. She massaged her temples, pondering whether her exhausted state had conjured mere phantasms. Yet, she wondered if her defiance of the dark emissary had incurred the wrath of the underworld's potentate. This matter ignited a significant question within Yanxi's mind. As Yanxi and Qin Mo descended into the grand salon on the ground floor, the Mu family rose from their seats upon beholding their arrival. Mu Beichen addressed Yanxi, "Young Yan, we are indebted to you for your efforts regarding my grandfather. I appreciate your hard work." "I am quite well, elder Mr. Mu," Yanxi said, sucking on a lollipop, her dimples showing. "Seeing you restored to health brings me joy as well. After all, this venerable gentleman is one I essentially wrested from the clutches of Hades himself." She recalled the words of the Black Impermanence, who said he would remember this debt. Alas, if it came to it, she would litigate against King Yama himself for the sake of elder Mr. Mu. As everyone settled down, Mu Qianyun sat with a dark countenance and lowered head. The ethereal, otherworldly, and profoundly enigmatic young woman before her made her feel utterly inadequate. She had once entertained thoughts of vying for Qin Mashan's affections, but she now realized she couldn't hold a candle to Yanxi. What grounds did she have to compete for a man's heart? "Little Miss Yan," Mu Beichen began. "The old man brought us all here today, first, to express our gratitude, and second, to offer a sincere apology from these disrespectful descendants for our past impudence." Yanxi was about to dismiss the matter when Qin Mo's hen, with his arm gently around her, nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, an apology is imperative." Yanxi turned her dark, luminous eyes toward him, questioning, "An apology is the least they can do," Qin Mo's hen said gravely and earnestly. "In my world, this is an unprecedented concession." "Understood." Mu Xingming rose to his feet, head bowed, and said, "I am aware that in the past, such offenses against Master Shen would have resulted in dire consequences." "Humph." Qin Mo's hen scoffed indignantly, "You should be grateful for the magnanimity of my fiancé, and for the esteemed Mr. Mu in your family." "Yes. We acknowledge our error," Mu Xingming said, "My entire family and I offer our most sincere apologies to Miss Yanxi, Mu Ruobai, Mu Qianyun, and their mother Haning all rose to their feet. Although Mu Jinyu had never spoken disrespectfully to Yanxi, she felt compelled to stand as everyone else did. "Please take a seat, Aunt Mu," Yanxi said. "You have never wronged me in any way. Allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of my father." The corners of Mu Jinyu's eyes turned red. Had it not been for Miss Yan's timely intervention, her father would likely have departed from this world. "Miss Yan, I sincerely apologize." Mu Xingming bowed, with Haning following suit in her apology. "Miss Yan, I beg your forgiveness." Mu Ruobai also bowed in deference. Finally, Mu Qianyun lowered her head and, with a voice tinged with remorse, said, "I am truly sorry, Miss Yan. It was my fault that I nearly delayed grandfather's treatment. This time, I am genuinely in awe, and my entire family shares the sentiment." "Indeed," Mu Xingming exclaimed. "How remarkable it is that such a young individual as Miss Yan possesses such extraordinary medical skills. It is truly astonishing." "Young Lady Yan," Mu Beichen remarked, "before our visit, old Qiao from Haiqing called me to inquire about my condition, and upon learning that I had recovered, he was immensely pleased." "Yes." Yanxi nodded. "It was Grandpa Qiao who entrusted me with the task of assisting you with your treatment. Moreover, old Qiao also shared some important news with me." Mu Beichen continued. "The Haishi group is planning to venture into the capital and seeks my assistance?" Chapter 134, Golden Land. "Indeed," Yanxi affirmed, "however, I am aware that old Mu is a person of principle, and if it exceeds your capabilities, I shall not impose." "Do not exceed my boundaries," Mu Beichen declared. "To be frank, I possess a piece of prime land, a reward bestowed upon me by the state. I had initially drafted a will stating that should I pass away, this land would be returned to the government. However, at this moment, I wish to dedicate it to Miss Yanxi, to aid in the growth of the Haishi group, enabling its medical prowess and advanced techniques to benefit the populace. Moreover, this land is situated in the heart of the capital. Establishing the headquarters of the Haishi group here would undoubtedly attract global attention." "Dad! Grandpa!" exclaimed the couple Mu Xingming and the siblings Mu Qianyun in unison, astonished. "How can this be? We were unaware that our family possessed such land." "Humph." Mu Beichen scoffed. "I have long been aware of your character. Those unworthy of their station will inevitably face calamity. I am fortunate not to have entrusted this land to you. Had I done so, your arrogance would have surely soared to the heavens. Dad. Grandpa. Silence. Mu Baichen commanded sternly. This is my property, and I shall decide its fate. You have no say in the matter. I am giving this land to the Haishi group. Little Miss Yanxi, should you decline, it would be a slight against this old man. I want it. Yanxi replied joyfully. In the capital, where every inch is precious. I have been troubled by the lack of prime locations. With Mr. Mu's support, the establishment of the Haishi Group's headquarters is imminent. However, rest assured, Mr. Mu. I shall not accept this land without due compensation. Let us calculate the value, and I can settle it with cash. Cash settlement? The entire Mu family, including Mu Jinyu, were utterly stunned. What exactly was the origin of the Haishi Group? So incredibly affluent? That parcel of land had to be worth billions. Yet they offered it as casually as a yawn? Just as Mu Xingming was about to agree, Mu Baichen immediately refused, stating that excessive wealth would be too much for his descendants to bear, and he would not accept the money. Father. What are you doing? Mu Xingming was so anxious he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Yes, Grandpa, you can't. If you say another word, get out. Mu Baichen retorted. Agitated, this is my domain, and I make the decisions. It's not your place to interfere. But father. Mu Xingming was still unwilling to give up. Yanxi interjected, Mr. Mu, I don't wish to create discord. How about this, since you don't want cash for the land? I'll consider it your investment in Haishi Group shares. This way, even after you pass on, you can continue to safeguard your descendants. Mu Baichen pondered, realizing the old man's concern for his family, and nodded. Very well. I'll defer to your judgment. Otherwise, you wouldn't feel at ease. With that, the Mu Xingming family finally breathed a collective sigh of relief, their faces no longer ashen. Only Mu Jinyu remained silent throughout the entire exchange, offering no opinion. Yanxi, observing her detached demeanor, was reminded of an Yuan from the past. A thought struck her, and she said, however, Mr. Mu, I have a small request that I hope you will grant. Speak freely. With a wave of Mu Baichen's hand, he declared that not only one minor request but even 10 substantial demands would be met by him. Upon hearing this, the hearts of Mu Xingming and his family lifted once more. What I mean is, Yanxi glanced at Mu Jinyu. It is imperative to allocate 10% of the shares to Aunt Jinyu. I had already anticipated this. Mu Baichen exclaimed joyfully. The old man has never favored sons over daughters, even when a daughter marries, she retains her rights to inheritance. That 10% for Jinyu is non-negotiable. Xingming. Do you have any objections? Mu Baichen asked his son and daughter-in-law with a cold demeanor. Mu Xingming, understanding the matter clearly, promptly nodded. Father, I agree. She is my only sister, although she has married well, it is essential to leave her with something as a foundation for her life. That reassures me. Mu Baichen turned to Mu Jinyu. You need not decline, this matter is settled. In that case, I shall heed my father's words. And I am grateful to my brother and Miss Yanxi for considering me. Although Mu Qianyun and Mu Ruabai were not entirely pleased, they felt they had no right to voice their discontent. Yet, Mu Qianyun ventured to say, I also have a request, grandfather, you must grant me this. Speak. Mu Baichen replied. As long as it is a reasonable request, your grandfather will consider it. I mean. Mu Qianyun glanced at Yanxi. May I work at the headquarters of the Haishi Group? I have studied business management myself. That is a question for young Miss Yanxi. Mu Baichen turned to her. What do you say, Miss Yan? Provided that Miss Mu possesses a background in business administration, there shall be no impediment. Yanxi responded with alacrity, acknowledging the necessity for a substantial workforce with the establishment of the Haishi Group headquarters. I extend my gratitude, young Yan, for acceding to the wishes of an old man. Mu Baichen remarked, turning to his granddaughter. Express your gratitude to Miss Yanxi without delay. Thank you, Miss Yanxi. Mu Qianyun expressed, before inquiring, however, I am curious as to the nature of your relationship with the Haishi Group, considering your youth. That permits you to act on their behalf? Indeed, Yanxi responded with a faint smile, as there are no outsiders present, I must beg your indulgence. As I would prefer to remain silent on specifics. How obtuse. Mu Beichen muttered. Is it not self-evident? Mu Qianyun, along with her parents, elder brother, and aunt, surmised, could this young lady be the scion of the High Shi Group's chairman? Having previously derided her as a quack, they now realized her status as a veritable member of the elite. Subsequent to this exchange, Mu Beichen personally presented the land ownership certificate to Yan Shi. I am most grateful, Yan Shi acknowledged. In due course, I shall instruct my chief executive officer to liaise with you, so that we may deliberate on the matter of equity distribution. Your efforts are appreciated, young friend, Mu Beichen responded. Regardless of the proportion of shares you allocate to me, I shall, without fail, cede a tenth thereof to you, as recompense for your medical services. This. Young Yan, do not stand on ceremony with an old man, Mu Beichen insisted. The land is a reciprocal gesture, all the more so as it shall enable me to generate profit and provide shelter for the children. Your remuneration, however, is indispensable. Very well, Yan Shi conceded, assenting with a nod. After bidding farewell to the Mu family, Yan Shi, rubbing her tummy, hastened to the dining room. Uncle Hui, please serve the meal promptly, I could devour an ox. Patience, little one. Qin Emotion gently pressed her into a chair. Allow me to feed you, lest you bolt your food and choke yourself. Meanwhile, in Mu Beichen's chauffeured car, Mu Jinyu, arm in arm with her father, murmured, Father, have you not noticed that Miss Yan's countenance, with its blend of comeliness and valor, bears a striking resemblance to someone? Indeed, I have found her familiar, Mu Beichen responded. But this old man's memory fails him, I cannot quite place who she resembles. It is that person who perished on the battlefield, now enshrined in a frozen sarcophagus, a member of the Yi family. Yi Sun Tian? Mu Beichen's brow furrowed. Chapter 135, Apprenticeship. The following day, Yan Shi shared breakfast with Qin Emotion. Having been confined for 4 days, pressing matters awaited his judgment at Qin Tian International. Following breakfast, Qin Emotion departed for Qin Tian headquarters. Yan Shi lingered languidly in the bedroom, first placing a call to Xinyu. She instructed her to dispatch Hu Yuanzhe or Feng Lin Yuan to the imperial capital to manage the land parcel affair. After her exchange with Xinyu, she slipped into the mystical realm. Oh, little mistress. A red ant fluttered over. You spent so long in the operating theater that day. Why did you not summon me for assistance? I was terribly worried. Me too, me too. A plump dragon bounded over. I was also terribly concerned. Sister Gongxi and I stood guard at the entrance, but as soon as you were finished, little mistress, you returned immediately, leaving Sister Gongxi and me even more anxious. I was utterly exhausted at that juncture. Yan Shi stroked the plump horns of the little chubby dragon, remarking that had she not mustered her last ounce of strength to return, a catastrophic situation would have ensued if she had succumbed to slumber there and remained unfound. It is a felicitous occasion that our young master is unharmed, Gongxi exclaimed, adding, our Shurji begonia plantation flourishes